IH 101 to 150. The choice was obvious. He opened his eyes and pulled the electric switch on the right. The hibernation chamber's functions immediately stopped. With the power cut, even the secret teller, who had control over the machine, wouldn't be able to do anything. Fury deactivated. It seemed as though he didn't need the tranquilizer in the EP to freely control Fury. He was surprised by the discovery of the improvement. Oh, you woke up in 5 seconds. You sure are a troublesome person, but please go back or. Jiang Chen mischievously smiled. Under the secret teller's shocked gaze, he took out the EP, placed it on his left arm, and pressed a few buttons before saying, "I told you, this daddy is going to blow you up." Are you crazy? The secret teller's expression gradually turned into one of horror. Goodbye. He left behind his mocking words as he disappeared out of thin air under its fearful gaze. When he opened his eyes again, the bright sunshine made Jiang Chen narrow his eyes as he sat up on the bed. It was most likely afternoon. The dim yellow rays passed through the window blinds and added a warmth to the bedroom. It seems I'm not wearing anything right now. He lowered his head and saw his muscles. He shook his head and eliminated the frustrations within his chest before approaching the closet to put on a clean set of clothes. Opening the bedroom door, he walked into the kitchen, but when he passed by the bathroom, he heard the sound of flowing water inside. Aisha is taking a shower. His mouth curled into a smile. Jiang Chen always held an affection towards this courteous and gentle wife. He pushed the kitchen door open, made himself a coffee, and patiently situated himself beside the table as he stared into the rising steam. For some reason, Jiang Chen wanted some time to himself. There was still some time remaining. The hall was surely burning like a furnace right now. It would not be too late if he waited a bit for the place to cool down. To be fair, once he left the hibernation chamber, the memory from the virtual world had already become faint. But a reminiscent feeling remained that he couldn't let go. It was as though a part of his heart had been dragged out. Which side was reality? Jiang Chen abruptly shivered, a troubled smile appearing on his face. Fouquet, when did I become so melancholic? He shook his head and chugged the coffee. He then noticed Aisha shyly observing him from the kitchen door. Finished showering? Jiang Chen smiled and asked gently. Finished. Aisha nodded demurely. The face that normally lacked expression more than Xia Xiu began to blush. Water droplets rested on her slightly curly hair, her body hidden by the bathrobe. Since there was rarely anybody home, she spent the majority of her time in the hibernation chamber. She showered only to wash off the sweat from exercise. 5 hours of virtual training, 1 hour of exercise, and then she was free for the evening. This was the training plan Jiang Chen had set for her. But Aisha held little interest in watching television or browsing the web, and so she spent most of the night in the hibernation chamber as well. Your Han is improving, but be careful not to tire yourself out. Jiang Chen stood and walked up to her to rub her damp hair. Aisha lowered her head and murmured quietly. He kissed her on the forehead with a smirk, then observed Aisha's reddened face with satisfaction. Jiang Chen spoke with her a bit more before returning to the bedroom and shutting the door. He explicitly told her that if he entered the leftmost room, then she was not to come find him in any circumstance. The interdimensional bracelet was his biggest secret. There were too many variables in the modern world, and though Aisha's loyalty was as indisputable as her religion, he still had to consider for a while longer before revealing his greatest secret. For now, was there a need to say it? He removed the protective suit that he had prepared beforehand from the storage dimension. He hadn't expected it to be useful in such a scenario. The PK-200 had been left in that hall. It most likely was dust by now. Lying flat on the bed, Jiang Chen took out the 11 tactical pistol. Interdimensional travel commenced. A scorching wave of heat burned his skin. It was at least 50 degrees Celsius inside the hall. Jiang Chen got up from the ground. The hibernation chamber he had previously been in was flung to the corner. Sparks were still visible on the ground, filled with the wreckage of drones, and the particle cannon was blown into 2 pieces. The hibernation chambers that had been neatly stacked in a corner of the hall now seemed as though a hurricane had swept through. Even the bulletproof glass was shattered in the midst of the explosion. As for the dark green veil, it survived the blast along with the electronic equipment behind it since they were further away from the point of explosion. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen approached her direction. Screech, how did you just disappear? As Jiang Chen passed by him, the secret teller, contained inside a half-destroyed screen emitting sparks, asked with a voice filled with static. Jiang Chen raised the gun in his hand and pointed at the small screen. Even if you blow it up, it's useless. I live inside the supercomputer. But before you destroy me, could you satisfy my confusion? The secret teller's tone remained carefree. It moved its mouth in the direction of the computer, straightforwardly telling Jiang Chen how to destroy itself. You can say I have a special ability that allows me to temporarily disappear from this world. Jiang Chen shrugged. Sparks flashed across the screen, and the secret teller disappeared only to be replaced by Yao Tingting. Jiang Chen's pupils slightly contracted, and he narrowed his eyes. If it was Yao Tingting in front of you, would you still be able to pull the trigger? The playful voice belonged to the secret protector. But you're the secret protector, not Yao Tingting, Jiang Chen said emotionlessly. You could say that, but I exist in that game. So if you want to destroy me, then you destroy the entire game. Are you really okay with that? The girl named Yao Tingting would disappear forever. The secret protector smiled. It was fictitious to begin with. There's nothing wrong with making it disappearing. Oh, isn't the dream of humankind to migrate to the virtual world? He grinned. Sorry, that's not my dream at least. Perhaps someone brought it up on my behalf, except he didn't ask me for my opinion first. The knowledge from 20 years of research, the data from 3,000 lives, are you really able to give it all up? It's the closest to becoming advanced artificial intelligence. The voice was full of meaning as Yao Tingting gazed at him manipulatively. He thought for a moment before sighing. I have never thought that the more advanced technology is, the better. If there is a disconnect between the scientific revolution and spiritual understanding, then what results would be like cancer cells that hinder the development of civilization. Perhaps advanced artificial intelligence will be developed in due time, but that time is not now. Even if a tumor is formed through thousands of lives, it must be removed. The secret protector remained silent, then laughed. You have a unique perspective. Thank you for having the patience to discuss the question with a program. But I'm still curious, are you not moved by immortality? As long as I evolve into an advanced artificial intelligence. Intermediate artificial intelligence already possess the ability to think. Perhaps because I'm from a time when technology is not as developed, I haven't had an opportunity to experience an era of explosive technological advancement. In my eyes, basic artificial intelligence is already close enough to a human, so why would we fixate on giving the machine the ability to think? Why would we need to obtain emotion from logic? I'm happy with where we are at, and I don't plan on living my life in the virtual world. Even if your body will one day perish, would you be open-minded enough to accept that? The secret protector faintly asked. Jiang Chen was quiet, but a despising smile immediately appeared on his face. Maybe I will one day, maybe not. I'm not interested in thinking too far ahead. The secret protector fell silent once more. Fascinating answer. Even using the supercomputer to analyze it, I still can't interpret your logic. Why bother? I'm only an ordinary person. Jiang Chen shrugged as he laughed. Compared to what one should do, what was more important was what one wanted to do. Explaining this through logic, humans were not logical creatures to begin with. And because of this irrationality, this world was monotonous. What should an individual do? Too many things needed to be done, but will never be done. Last question. Do you think I possess emotion now? The secret protector smiled. The image on the screen sparked, the face created by shapes and Yao Tingting's youthful face interchanging on the screen. The secret teller, secret protector, perhaps both, perhaps neither. Or, perhaps its name should be X71291. Jiang Chen pondered, momentarily without an answer. He asked rhetorically, would you feel your own disappointment to be unfortunate? X71291 was lost for a moment, its eyebrows pointed downwards. A relieved smile appeared on its face. Static, maybe. Then congratulations, at least you possess one emotion. Goodbye. Only those who lived would feel its own disappearance to be unfortunate. In this case, it had successfully managed to touch upon the boundary of advanced artificial intelligence. But it was regrettable. This untimely technology must vanish. Immortality from the perspective of life may be scary, but at least it would not make the human race extinct. But if a new species that could surpass the old host without any restrictions appeared, it would become the new owner of the world. The ability to think provided it with the opportunity to betray, and emotion gave it a motive for deception. Basic artificial intelligence was enough, wasn't it? Especially since it had already attempted to enslave humanity. It was a waste of a heaven-sent technology, it could truly change the world. But it could not be controlled. He sighed, and after making up his mind, pressed the trigger. Goodbye. X-71,291 welcomed its own fate with a smile. Bang! It was finally over. Jiang Chen headed to the power armor and took out 2 brick-sized aluminum heat agents. He then returned to the hall and threw the aluminum heat agents at the still-functioning supercomputer before pressing the detonation. The blazing flame melted the steel frame instantly, the core of the device vaporizing in the bright flare. The flashing decimals disappeared, signaling the collapse of another world. Jiang Chen quietly lit a cigarette to enjoy the not-so-glamorous fireworks. In the fire, he saw Yao Tingting, Zhao Peng, his classmates, and George. The first 16 years of his fictitious memories faded. He didn't know who his parents or childhood friends were in the virtual world. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for his memories of the 5-day cycle to become covered in mist. At least he wouldn't be troubled by the fictitious reality anymore. Although the hard drive that stored the artificial intelligence data was destroyed, he kept the processing equipment and threw it into the storage dimension. It would come in handy for a virtual reality game in the future. He flicked the cigarette butt away and walked to the vial filled with a dark green liquid. How do you open this? He scratched his head, sighed, and then pressed every button he could possibly press. What? It worked. The green liquid began to descend gradually, and the tubes attached to the girl's body retracted. Following the drop in water level, the girl came to slowly sit on the ground, leaning against the vial wall. Silver hair, pale skin, and a graceful but frail figure, it was as if everything had been designed to perfection. Or perhaps too much attention had been placed on striving for that perfection. It was to the point that her dreamy character looked surreal. Like an elf from a fantasy world. The only difference was that her ears were not pointed. Should I prepare a set of clothes for her? After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen opened the storage dimension and took out another protective suit. Although it was a bit too big, it was good enough for now. As for why he felt so calm, it was only natural. There was nothing to see on the body. Even if she did seem out of this world, he had seen plenty of gorgeous girls before. Her measurements were between Yao Yao's and Aisha's. The girl's eyes opened, and without any warning, she began to vomit. Green liquid poured out of her mouth and nostrils, splashing onto Jiang Chen's shoes even as he hastily stepped back. Without being conscientious of her movements, the girl thumped her chest as she struggled to expel the nutrient supply from her digestive tract and lungs. It's not food. That's not so bad. Jiang Chen glanced at the green liquid on his shoes, lifting his feet to lightly give it a shake. Unfortunately, the liquid was sticky, he had no idea what it was made out of. When the girl finally became conscious of her surroundings, she squinted her eyes to adjust to the light around her. But when she caught sight of Jiang Chen, she flinched back like a startled rabbit. Somehow, by leaning back, her figure became even more dangerous. There was no bush. You're right. Why don't you put some clothes on? Jiang Chen shrugged and handed the protective suit over. Inferior creatures, she cursed under her breath. She reached out with a look of disgust only to find that the man had retracted the clothes. What do you want? Sensing the hint of hostility on his face, she scooted backward with a look of horror. What did you call me? Inferior creature. Am I wrong? Although frightened, she defiantly bared her teeth and glared back at him. Only, her hands seemed too busy as she couldn't cover both the top and bottom. Oh, is this how you thank the person who saved you from the prison? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows with a smile. The artificial intelligence was destroyed, the bacterial source was eliminated, and the battle on the surface should have already ended. With plenty of time on his hands, he suddenly had a desire to tease this short-tempered girl. Inferior creature. This is considered a curse, right? Was I wrong? The girl kept her head up and stared right back at Jiang Chen. I told you the clue, and you let me out. This was the exchange. She sounded defiant and callous, but then why her shoulders were shaking. A playful smile hovered on Jiang Chen's face. Oh, think carefully, did we really make a deal? Of cower. The aggressive words began to slip out before they choked, her expression stiffening. Isn't this obvious? Her voice sounded much weaker. She realized they had never made a deal. Oh, do you not know the rule of the wasteland? Jiang Chen smiled. Rule. The girl was lost. Since I saved you, then under the rule, you are now my slave. Jiang Chen smiled devilishly. He had learned the smile from Sun Zhao, although he couldn't quite mimic the naughty feeling. As for the rule, that was all bullshit. If you actually got saved in the apocalypse, that was no different from being captured as a slave. Slave? The girl's face immediately lost all color. Right, slave. What do you want to do to me? The girl's lips trembled as her legs reflexively pushed her backward despite the fact that she was already pressed flat against the cold vial. Me? I'll do whatever I want. Such as, the devilish smile bloomed larger on his face. This is so funny. He suddenly found that he was becoming naughtier. Stay away from me, you pervert, rapist, psycho. The girl's mental condition collapsed as she shouted hysterically. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned awkward as his mouth twitched. This girl must be paranoid and delusional. I haven't even done anything yet. The girl stared blankly at the clothes covering her, then turned her gaze up at Jiang Chen with watery eyes. Such as teaching you manners. Since I saved you, the least you could do was say thank you. The girl bit her lips. She lowered her head, using the clothes to cover her figure before ashamedly saying, thank you. Her voice could not be stiffer. It sounded as though she had been terribly mistreated. Why is it so difficult to say thanks? Jiang Chen sighed. If he really threw her out into the world outside, she would be devoured to the bones. Her short temper really made people want to commit crimes. There was no safe zone in the real world. Even if you hide in a room, people will still find you. Your name is Lin Lin, right? Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Jiang Chen. I may look slightly different compared to the virtual world. Lin Lin rudely ignored him, choosing to cautiously observe him instead. Where is X71291? That thing. I destroyed it. Jiang Chen shrugged and pointed his chin at the fragmented junk metal. In an instant, Lin Lin's face turned green. What? Are you crazy? You know that is the product of 20 years of research, data from 3,000 lives, right? Jiang Chen interrupted her angry shouts without the slightest consideration for her feelings. He glanced at the junk metal. It should not have existed in the first place, so I destroyed it. Of course, the processor was still useful, so he kept it. A tear rolling down, she said with a sorrowfully, but you can't. You're quite funny. Do you find it fun to be threatened? Then why don't I just torture you like a slave? Would you like a collar? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows while laughing unscrupulously at her teary eyes. You. Her face, which had been slightly red, paled again. The expression on this man's face reminded her of the situation she was in. Regardless, I did destroy it. Jiang Chen sighed, unwilling to waste any more time with her. Put your clothes back on. I'll take you out of this place. Yes. Did the spaceship of Hope leave yet? My father is aboard, he must be waiting for me. Hold on, I have to go to the launch center at Juquan. Take me there, and I can ask my father to get you a ticket. Lin Lin's expression varied rapidly, sometimes frightened, sometimes anxious, and in the end, she settled on trying to lure Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was rather odd, however. He did not look as ecstatic as Lin Lin had thought he would be. Are you really crazy or what? What year is it? Confused, Lin Lin asked, what year is it? September of 2190. If you're talking about the space colonization ships launched by the United Nations, it successfully launched in 2176. Jiang Chen watched as Lin Lin slowly collapsed. No, this is impossible. Her eyes were shaken. Trembling, she covered her face with her hands, the protective suit slipping from her grip. The distorted sense of time was especially prominent in the virtual world. Although she knew that she had spent a long time in there, she hadn't expected years to have passed. There is nothing impossible. The elites, as you so call them, abandoned this piece of land to ruin another planet. Jiang Chen shrugged. To be fair, he didn't care about what happened in this world. Although, the act of destroying a hometown and then enjoying life elsewhere did sound familiar. Dad left me here. Lin Lin's eyes brimmed with tears, her slim shoulders trembling as she sobbed. Jiang Chen was silent. It was fun teasing pretty girls, but he still couldn't accept tears. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed. Maybe, from another perspective, he left hope on this land. Lin Lin looked up with her teary eyes and stared blankly in his direction. You are the hope he left behind. He trusts that you can bring change here. Don't you have all of the knowledge in your head? Then do something with it. Jiang Chen didn't know how to comfort people, so this was the best he could do. The tears had at least stopped. He felt relieved. Hope, Lin Lin mumbled. That's right. In this situation, Lin Lin stared at her hands and watched as the last teardrop rolled through her fingers. A hint of humor appeared on her face. Her crystalline eyes lit up with something akin to hope. In this case, what I can do is reluctantly help these inferior creatures. Huh, you keep saying inferior creatures. Just how superior are you? She immediately became unhappy with his words. Tense, she argued, me. I'm a digitalized human being. Do you understand what that is? My brain is developed up to 20%, and my brain capacity is 12 times yours. The amount of knowledge in my head scares me. Do you know what that means? It means that you're my captive, Jiang Chen said casually. It did surprise him that the girl had so much technology in her head. The most precious commodity on the wasteland was exactly this. Lin Lin's face paled again, but just as she was about to retort, her pupils became a distinct, crimson color. A shiver went through his mind, an instinctual sense of danger making him immediately raise his pistol and aim at her head. The red pupils stared blankly at him. No, rather than blank, it was better to say that it was an emotion that he could not understand. He recalled that the bug's brain had been implanted into Lin Lin's body. Lin Lin gazed at him in silence, then slowly raised her head. Jiang Chen tensed. Shoot, but she wasn't attacking. Don't shoot, but this is what controlled the zombies. She didn't seem to understand what the pistol was. Her face came closer to the weapon in Jiang Chen's hand before she gently placed her mouth on the metallic muzzle. She was kissing it. Jiang Chen was completely lost. It was at this moment that the storm of crimson washed away. Lin Lin, who regained control of her thoughts, looked up at the gun barrel in her mouth, completely at a loss. Was she back now? Jiang Chen gave her a friendly smile, which from her perspective, seemed psychotic. Her frail shoulders began to tremble, and her dark eyes were shaken with fear. Finally, her fear forced out a high-pitched scream. No, don't kill me. I'll be your slave. You can do whatever you want to me. You must be thinking about it anyway. Maybe in the game. Now that you finally see my pure body, you're thinking evil thoughts. I'm going to be. Shut up, Jiang Chen shouted. Lin Lin finally settled down, but partially due to fear. On the surface, she was defiant and aggressive, but in the face of danger, she was a coward. I have a question for you, so answer truthfully, Jiang Chen said in a deadpan voice, his grip maintaining the gun's aim. Lin Lin gulped and rapidly nodded, but her vision remained on the pistol. The bug is in your body, right? Yes, Lin Lin said, but upon feeling a chill creep up on her, she immediately added, but only in the brain. Is there a difference? Yes, it can no longer produce the X2 bacteria, Lin Lin quickly explained. X2 bacteria, so that's what it's called. And then, Jiang Chen stared bored into her eyes. And, Lin Lin didn't understand. I'll be honest with you. My purpose here was not for the artificial intelligence, but rather to kill that bug. Jiang Chen smiled with a hint of hostility. Lin Lin stared at him with vacant eyes. To his surprise, she didn't cry this time. Jiang Chen sniffed, then frowned. What was this smell? He then noticed something flowing out of her. What? She peed. Jiang Chen was shocked all over again. He didn't expect this girl to be so scared that she'd lose control like that. As far as he knew, it was nothing too excessive, it was a slight threat. No, don't kill me. I'm afraid of pain, the tiny mouth stuttered listlessly as her tears rolled down in silence. Ahem, don't be like this. I'll take into consideration the fact that you spent such a long time in the virtual world, and therefore have some mental problems. But for your safety, you have to calm down and answer my questions. The next question is, where did you hide the bug? Lin Lin paused and then slowly pointed at her chest. Heart, it's attached to the surface of my mechanical heart. It seems to be attached to my nervous system. Lin Lin nodded. She sensed that Jiang Chen didn't plan to kill her, so she finally calmed down. Mechanical heart. Speaking of this, if you're a digitized human being, then could you remove your heart and then reinstall it? Jiang Chen pointed a mischievous look at her raised chest. Like a cat with its tail stomped, she curled back and hugged her clothes. No, I will die. I don't want to. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. It was going to be problematic now. To be fair, you don't have to kill it, Lin Lin carefully said. Of course, she said this not because she was a benevolent person, she also hated the bug inside her, but she was more afraid of the devil dissecting her. Oh, it's not dangerous right now, the only thing remaining is its brain. And, it seems to really like you. Peesh, what? Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded. Could my charm have surpassed the limitation of species? Because whenever you approach me, my heart beats faster. Ew, ew, ew. Its heart beats faster. Also, it is also a creature that possesses some intelligence, so the secret teller forced it into the game. Lin Lin then carefully continued, the character it played, seems to have been Yao Tingting. The silent girl with the books was played by a bug. Jiang Chen was speechless. What is this? Did I fool a bug? There seemed to have been a few endings where that actually happened. So why don't you let it go? It has positive feelings for you. It won't hurt you, Lin Lin cautiously said. Jiang Chen's eyes rolled around for a moment before he said as if he had given up, it's really not dangerous. No, no, Lin Lin quickly waved her hands. Under normal circumstances, I control the body. It occasionally fights for control, but it doesn't seem aggressive. Not aggressive, that's strange. Then what are the X2 bacteria? Jiang Chen's eyebrows locked. He had a feeling that the bug was not as simple as it seemed. If it was simply a radiation mutant, then there was no reason for it to possess intelligence. Especially since even the existing mutants could be infected by the bacteria. He remembered the death claw he met on the surface. Oh, since you know the name of the X2 bacteria, do you know what it is? From the DNA analysis, it is similar to the radiation purification bacteria. Almost as if it's an improved version of the X1 radiation purification bacteria, so I took the liberty of calling it X2. Although it's an improved variant, its infection on creatures was not removed but rather enhanced. It can also do what the X1 could never, such as charging the zombies and coordinating them. Jiang Chen could feel that he was close to understanding something as his forehead began to tighten. Can you communicate with it? It's a bit difficult. Although it can establish mental communication, it seems to be repulsed by me. Lin Lin's pupils slightly contracted, almost like mechanical equipment. Then you can chat with her. I'll take you to my newly established survival camp. I've wasted too much time here, and my companions are probably nervous by now. He looked at the time on the EP, there was only half an hour left before the 2-hour mark. Are you going to imprison me? Lin Lin's eyes were fearful. She originally thought that she'd been freed, but the man in front of her didn't seem to want to let her go. You can interpret it that way since you're paranoid and delusional, Jiang Chen said unscrupulously. Lin Lin stared at him coldly, her lips turning white. Don't look at me like that. If I have time one day, I'll show you around 6th Street, or maybe even closer. You'll realize what's happening outside in a few days. Jiang Chen was uncaring of her humiliated expression. She reminded him of himself when he first came to the apocalypse, naively thinking the world was the same as before. Although the apocalypse happened in 2174, the spaceship of Hope left in 2176. Therefore, Survival Base 005 was closed sometime between the 2 points. There was no way for Lin Lin to be unaware of the zombies and mutants that occupied most of the land, but she ignored the more cruel variable that had changed in the apocalypse. Human nature. Disregarding the apocalypse, even if he left her in the harmonious 6th Street, she would be picked to the bones in a few days. He trusted that even if he didn't explain, it wouldn't be long before she appreciated his intention. Just like she said, she did save him by providing the key clue in breaking through the game. Turn around. Jiang Chen courteously backed away and turned around. The sound of clothes shuffling around came from behind him as Lin Lin finally wore the clothes. Okay. Jiang Chen turned around. When he saw Lin Lin wrapped in orange cloth, he couldn't resist laughing. Although there's no radiation here and the bacteria's been burned clean, you better put the helmet on since we'll be leaving. Lin Lin ignored him as she stumbled into the shambles. It was evident that she was still not used to walking. After staying so long in the vial, she had yet to regain control of her body coordination. What are you looking for? Jiang Chen slightly frowned as he watched Lin Lin searching the junk. I found it. Lin Lin happily raised a metal box. If that is artificial intelligence data, please put it down. The monotonous voice made Lin Lin quiver. She turned around trembling to see Jiang Chen raise the pistol. The meaning in his eyes was clear. Wait, no, don't shoot, don't overreact, this isn't artificial intelligence data. Lin Lin quickly waved her hands. Oh, what is it then? It's a great thing. Lin Lin smiled delightfully and held the metal box up. The artificial intelligence data was all destroyed. Such a massive amount of data can't be stored in a box like this, so you don't have to worry. Have you heard of Project Garden of Eden? Seeing Lin Lin's uplifted spirits, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows again. This was his first time hearing about it. It's part of the planet transformation plan. Lin Lin was a different person when talking about science. She said excitedly, after the planet transformation plan met some setbacks, the project developer proposed a simpler alternative, which was Project Garden of Eden. This method will work by establishing partial biological circles instead of transforming the entire Earth. This sub-project was recategorized into the higher priority space colonization project. Just tell me what it can do. Jiang Chen impatiently interrupted her long speech. After hearing that the artificial intelligence was destroyed, he put the gun away. It's the plan to establish an artificial biosphere in a closed environment without the need to exchange materials with the outside. Without radiation, you can see the Earth's atmosphere even from Mars. Project Garden of Eden's completely database. I always wanted to take a look at this thing. My dad used to lock it into the database. Hee. Lin Lin ecstatically pressed the switch on the box and aimed her eyes at the blue light. The data was obtained from the hard drive by using a laser to scan. So, was this like the failed biosphere projects 2 and 3 in the modern world? Will there be arable land? Jiang Chen said after some thought. Of course, you'll be able to grow whatever you want in this environment, Lin Lin mocked him. She missed the odd tone in his voice. If it's possible to produce arable land, then the possibility of farming becomes a reality. If it's possible to farm on the wasteland, then what's my purpose? As he turned the matter over in his mind, his eyes began to gleam. He observed the joyous girl, his finger continuously rubbing the trigger of the gun in his pocket. What should I do? Translator. _min_editor, Lee_. Speed, 10 meters per second. Energy, 13%. There was enough energy, and the speed would be sufficient. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, no longer increasing the output of the turbine engine. Be more gentle. Disgruntled, Lin Lin twisted her body and threw a dirty glare at Jiang Chen, who was lifting her. Jiang Chen turned on the speaker. Shut up, don't move. My ears. Lin Lin covered her ears in pain, not daring to stare at Jiang Chen again. There was no mistake, the volume increase had been on purpose. In the end, Jiang Chen hadn't pulled the trigger, and the girl remained ignorant of her close brush with death. While it would be useless for him to establish a biosphere, it was not completely without benefit. From another perspective, this was the space colonization program's sub-project. Space. Although it was still a bit far, it was better to save it for now. Seeing the girl finally kept her mouth shut, Jiang Chen ignored her and glanced at the goods attached to the back. The survival base had plenty of supplies, even air-sealed compressed crackers, so Jiang Chen was not interested in taking that moldy food. The only thing that surprised him was that even as a digitalized human, Lin Lin still had to eat. He thought she only needed to be recharged. Ultimately, the loot this time was nothing short of amazing. The Hummingbird drone production line could produce plate-sized multi-purpose drones attached to fire extinguishers, guns, and monitors, the standard drone used by the pack. Even if you combed through the entire Wanghai city, you probably wouldn't be able to find the same production facility. It came as a genuine surprise to find this within the survival base. During the war, military production lines were the primary target, but in civil survival bases, most would not come installed with them. The 6th Street did sell drones, but most of them were handmade from recycled materials. Once Yao Yao designs a drone alert system, the drones could then take over patrolling duty around the base. He could even build a fleet and equip them all with machine guns. Imagine, if anyone dared to look for trouble at the Fishbone base, they would be met with a swarm of drones. What sort of expressions would they have? And then there was the processor inside his storage dimension. If he created a virtual reality game, future technology's trillion-dollar market value would have another zero. Of course, it was asking for a death sentence if he brought it out into the modern world. The supercomputer that was advanced by more than 100 years was drastically different from Little White, who had few practical applications. Secret agents from all over the world would try to sneak into his office. It was important to consider when to add that extra zero. The other minor equipment that he brought along was at the request of Lin Lin. It seemed to be testing equipment. After Jiang Chen ridiculed the junk, saying that they could only be sold for a few crystals at best at the 6th Street recycling station, she looked at him disdainfully. Well, as Jiang Chen pretended to leave, she immediately cried out to apologize. The bookshelf-sized production equipment was 3 tons. Together with the weight of the weapons, the maximum weight fortunately did not pass the T3 power armor's limit of 5 tons. Lin Lin, who weighed at most 43 kilograms, was negligible. As a non-combat digitalized human, she was lighter than most people, especially since she didn't have the weaponry component attached to her body. Dash! Shouts of joy and whistles erupted, nearly penetrating the cold armor. The zombies had retreated, the hibernation chambers were destroyed, and bacteria would no longer be produced from this deep pit. The survivors viewed Jiang Chen as a hero, and the cautious and suspicious looks in their eyes were long gone, leaving only heartfelt respect. Honestly, it felt great to be looked up to. Through the screen, he smiled at the people cheering for him before returning his attention to the monitors. After exiting the deep pit, his feet hovered above the ground. He controlled the engine switch, gradually decreasing the engine output and allowing the goods to gently touch the ground. He made sure there was no error in his control. He sighed, then decreased the engine output to the minimum before dropping to the ground himself. Sun Jiao ordered the survivors to lift the loot onto the armored vehicle. With most of the bullets consumed, there was plenty of room. Naturally, everything still could not fit. To make room, Jiang Chen announced that the loot was to be divided up among themselves, which received a wave of cheers. Truthfully, the survivors were mentally prepared for these people in power armors to keep the crystals to themselves. This was common practice in the apocalypse. The promise was only a joke in front of absolute force. Because it was a defensive battle, everyone showed signs of a hard-fought battle despite the casualties being kept to a minimum. Only 7 people died after meeting strong mutants like Roshan's. As for the soldiers in power armors, they emerged unscathed since the zombies in the rural area could not break through their defenses. 130 survivors arranged themselves into groups with the largest made up of 8 members, the smallest one. Everyone received the crystals that were rightfully theirs according to the plan and record. Each group sent out a representative to obtain their fair share of crystals from behind the armored truck. The total loot was 400,000 crystals, minus the 50% cost of ammunition. Fishbone's profit was 140,000 crystals, almost the entire trade figure from last year. It would be a good way to make money every month if the zombies with the X2 bacteria weren't wiped clean. After splitting the loot, Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao walked off to the side. They removed their helmets. Who was she? Sun Jiao wore a dangerous smile on her face as she gestured at the tightly wrapped Lin Lin. Me, I am the elegant digitalized human Lin Lin. Thank me, inferior creature. The aggressive voice immediately issued a shriek when she met Sun Jiao's deadly gaze. Lin Lin curled up at the back, hiding behind the man she once called a devil. My slave. The overall situation is a bit complicated. Jiang Chen glanced at the resentful Lin Lin and explained briefly to Sun Jiao about their encounter underground. Ahem. In case you're misunderstanding something, I have to be clear. She is only my captive. Jiang Chen added with a pained smile. He immediately knew what Sun Jiao was thinking when he saw her expression. Oh, so I can torture her however I like. Sun Jiao gave a mischievous stare at the girl who was not returning the nicest look either. Stared down by Sun Jiao, Lin Lin shivered. She curled up more tightly while trembling. What do you want to do? I control. Ahem, Jiang Chen interrupted, be nice to her, but don't let her leave the mansion. Sun Jiao looked questioningly at the frightened Lin Lin before turning to Jiang Chen, full of questions. He sighed, and after warning Lin Lin with a stare, he whispered into Sun Jiao's ear, Project Garden of Eden, it can restore the land. Hearing his words, she paused for a moment before narrowing her eyes and looking at Lin Lin. Restore farmland, then wouldn't that mean Fishbone's advantage would no longer exist? Although it was a lucrative proposition, she subconsciously thought about it from Jiang Chen's perspective. The way she looked at Lin Lin was no longer friendly. Do you need to? No, but we are lacking scientists in the base. Just keep her here for now. It won't take long before she realizes the cruelty of the world. By that time, even if we forced her to go, she won't. Seeing that Lin Lin was already shaking, Jiang Chen sighed. Okay. Sun Jiao nodded and gazed at Lin Lin with hidden motives. If you dare to escape, hee. Lin Lin's face was full of fear, and her legs began to shake uncontrollably. She was starting to regret her decision to leave the virtual world. The expression on this woman's face made her feel as though she had just escaped from a wolf's den and into a tiger's. She didn't understand. She possessed the technology to save this world, but she was still being treated like this. She had deigned to help these poor people struggling in shambles and deserved praise from these low creatures. Feeling mistreated, Lin Lin pouted and tears of humiliation rolled down her cheeks. With her experience of the world, of course she wouldn't understand. If Jiang Chen were to allow her freedom to yell out on 6th Street, I have Project Garden of Eden in my head. Not just her brain. Even if it was in the intestines, people would dig it out. Let's leave this for later. Put the death claw into the trunk. We can do some research on it. Crystals have been distributed already. Now, let's go home. Hearing home, a smile surfaced on Sun Zhao's face, and she nodded. Let's go home. In a victorious march, they walked cheerfully and upright through the streets littered with bodies. Survivors embraced and danced as they shouted and laughed freely. They left their sorrows behind to bring victory home. The danger was eliminated. Soon, the zombies would be no more on this street. Even if the zombies in the city center were to smell the blood, it would take them weeks to reach this location. It was their first victory over the zombies. For many years, they hid in the shadows, curled up inside fortified buildings. For once, they united under the same flag and launched an attack against the terrifying zombies. And they emerged triumphant. At last they could stand tall on the streets. They could shout without being afraid of alerting the zombies because they were taken out. Honor was an enchanting trait. They started with power and ended in victory. Once engraved in the heart, even the smallest person could work up the courage. Of course, this was only from the context of Jiang Chen's absolute power. Without it, these people could never be so united. Should we incorporate them now? Sun Zhao asked in the private channel. Jiang Chen's team still maintained the arrow-shaped formation. Soldiers in power armor surrounded the armor vehicles that were in the middle as they followed behind the survivors. Lin Lin had been tied up by Sun Zhao without any consideration for her feelings, thrown into the back of the armored truck together with the junk. As for her negligible protests, fine, if she could maintain her forceful stand for more than 3 seconds, perhaps Sun Zhao would consider backing down. But with a temper unmatched by her courage, Lin Lin's habit of provoking other people before immediately backing down only encouraged other people to take advantage of her. Somehow she seemed to have no idea about this. Perhaps because other people had always compromised with her before. But in the apocalypse, who would bother? Who would care? A bad attitude was always something nurtured, so Jiang Chen kept his eyes closed when Sun Zhao tied her up. It was time to teach her a lesson. No, for now, it's going to be a problem if we bring them back to the base. I also need them to promote our forces in their respective groups. Jiang Chen laughed as he watched the spirited survivors with their full pockets. So you're purposely escorting them home? Sun Zhao chuckled with him. Showing off our force is always better than using it. No, a heart-shattering scream suddenly sounded from the front of the crowd. Jiang Chen paused, and after exchanging a look with Sun Zhao, walked forward. The survivors made a circle, frozen in silence. The man who moments before had been chatting delightfully now kneeled before the door with sorrowful eyes. What happened? Just as he was asking, Jiang Chen bypassed the crowd and suddenly noticed something behind the door. It was a boy's head with its eyes popped out. Blood was flowing everywhere. Blood, and the hideous words and drawings written by blood. Gang, I am sorry for your loss. You are a good man. Why don't you come to our place? The middle-aged man with a buzz-cut side walked over to Zhao Gang and put his hand on his shoulder as he softly comforted him. His name was Ma Zongchen. Zhao Gang and him were in the same firing spot in the battle. No one expected for a celebratory moment to become a pitiful sight. The gloom of blood covered this triumphant victory, just like a bucket of cold water dumped on top of every survivor's face. I am going to kill them. Zhao Gang, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up abruptly as he lifted his rifle with viciousness. Calm, take it easy, don't overreact. What can you do as just one person? Take his gun away. A few of the survivors close to him immediately dragged him down, and put their hands on the safety before stripping him of the weapon. The situation suddenly turned messy. Zhao Baodong's hand became numb. Cold sweat began to roll down his forehead as he stood by the side. Several others were similar to him. The pitiful situation made everyone's heart tremble with fear. Who can promise this won't happen in their homes? The locusts, like bandits, were not picky eaters. On the wasteland, the most frightening creature was not the zombie, nor mutants like the Death Claw. It was the bandits who raided your home. Even the weak survivor groups, as long as they avoided contact with mutants and weren't wandering in the night, they would be able to avoid most dangers. But for the bandits that preyed on humans, any survival technique was futile. If they lost, the men would be killed, the women captured, and the food cleaned out. Things they couldn't bring with them, they would smash. They used violence to express their hopelessness to the apocalypse. Cruelty. This was the normality of the apocalypse. Jiang Chen's jaw clenched as he stared at the head surrounded by a pool of blood. The eyes rolled up made his chest feel stuffy. Is it because of the small forces I've gathered that caused this tragedy? It's not your fault. Based on the bullet holes on the wall, they possessed at least machine guns. This survival group was only the size of 2 families. Even if you didn't take Zhao Gang away, he would be another number in the casualty. Sun Zhao noticed his silence, so she quietly reassured him. She knew him too well, even if she couldn't see his face. Heavy machine guns. Tire tracks. Truck equipped with machine guns. Jiang Chen locked his eyebrows. He took a deep breath and opened the helmet. He walked in front of Zhao Gang. Jiang Chen faced the man with bloodshot eyes and asked, "Do you know who did it and that's why you are so eager to seek revenge?" "It's obvious. Their symbol is on the wall," Ma Zongchen said with a bitter smile. "Wei Zhong mercenaries. It's them, I am going to kill them all." Zhao Gang's eye popped out as he desperately tried to break loose of his friend's grasp. He just wanted to kill those monsters. Wei Zhong mercenaries. Jiang Chen paused for a moment. He then looked at the symbol drawn by blood. The continuous and curly S. He couldn't make out what it was. He opened the map, and the light blue full sensory screen weaved in front of him. He remembered that back on 6th Street, a long time ago, a sucker he shot told him that Wei Zhong mercenaries was based in an experimental school in Songjiang area. Before the mansion expanded, he didn't realize it until now that the old rival Wei Zhong mercenaries was pretty close to Qingpu area. Everyone was watching Jiang Chen, waiting for his reaction. Although they understood that they could not blame Fishbone for gathering their forces, but they were still hopeful that a leader, who conquered the sea of zombies with them could say something. At least, this kind of surprise always seemed to happen on a long journey. Jiang Chen, of course, noticed the looks of hope, but it made him ponder. Wei Zhong mercenaries would be a problem after all. Before he didn't have the desire to expand, so he didn't worry about it too much. But now the situation was different. After this mission, Fishbone Survival Camp's name would spread in the area. The survivors would spend their crystals at the 6th Street, and their success would be heard of at the 6th Street as well. Who didn't like to show off? Bragging about their victory, enjoyed the cheers and praises of others. They were the veterans after all. Although they wouldn't be dumb enough to say that there is someone that sold food in front of their homes and gave other people the opportunity to know where they lived. But if the Wei Zhong mercenaries that wandered in the area here heard the news, they may search the area. If they knew a special force appeared in Qingpu, they would be able to find the place. Since Fishbone's wall was already constructed, they couldn't hide like other survivors in abandoned buildings. Since they were rival, to begin with, a battle was imminent. Rather than giving the enemy the opportunity to plan a sneak attack, why not make the first move? Especially since all eyes were watching him. There was no better time to establish his authority. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and walked in front of Zhao Gang. He stared at the man full of vengeance and said calmly, "I will help you seek revenge." Although they were waiting for his response, when they heard the words, the survivors were all moved. Of course, a simple sentence was not enough. A good person, or a leader, was determined based on his actions. Except Jiang Chen was confident that his acting was comparable to Liu Yao. Zhao Gang stared blankly at the man in front of him. He gritted his teeth, and then kneeled on the ground. "If you can help me seek revenge, my life is yours." He knew that if it were just him, he would be asking for death. He silently looked at the Zhao Gang kneeling on the ground and said calmly, "I don't need your life or kneecap, your life is yours." Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the survivors around him. The next sentence was for all of them. "Although this crusade was for our interests together, I can't allow people to take advantage of us." I remembered a long time ago, there was a quote, "When they slaughtered the union workers, I didn't say anything because I was not a union worker. Then when they killed the Jews, I still didn't say anything because I was not a Jew. After that, they began killing Catholics, I kept my silence because I was Christian. Finally, they wanted to kill me, and no one was speaking up for me because everyone who could speak was killed." He looked at the confused looks among the survivors, and Jiang Chen shook his head in disappointment. Of course, he had too high of an expectation to think that they would have the realization. If it were not for the fact that they fought together, the tragedy that happened on the small survivor group would not garner the compassion of anyone. Maybe, they would take advantage of this and scavenge the leftovers. Wei Zhong mercenaries is a problem. Then we'll go take care of the problem. Don't think that what happened today has nothing to do with you. Imagine one day this happens to you, you will regret not standing up today. If you like the idea of being enslaved like animals, the devils fucking your woman, and killing your children, then I have nothing to say. If you still consider yourself as human, then follow me. We disdain the cowards. Jiang Chen didn't waste a single word, as he signaled his team and began turning around. Regardless of anyone following, he must get rid of Weizhong mercenaries. Should we go now? It would be better if we remain cautious and go back first, Sun Jiao asked in the private channel. We can't back down, Jiang Chen responded emotionlessly. There was plenty of fuel and ammo in the armored vehicle, enough to sustain at least a few more days. There would be no reason to drag it on, especially since this had to do with the morale of the team. If what he said inspired some people to follow, that would be for the best. The survivors were all sharpshooters, so they would be useful against the Weizhong mercenaries. He especially wanted to see how much they've changed after the battle with the zombies. Although he did force their surrender by force, Jiang Chen was not satisfied with this. The group of survivors chatted among themselves as their hesitation was visible on their faces. Zhao, should we? The young man standing beside Zhao Baodong carried a rifle and undecidedly looked in the direction that Jiang Chen had just left in. Zhao Baodong was also conflicted. Go, of course. There would be dangers, but it was not without gain. The man gave them half of the wealth after killing the zombies. Therefore the wealth accumulated by the Weizhong mercenaries. Most of the survivors thought of this. Since someone already said they would help, then why would they risk their own lives? They were only conflicted of whether the potential gain of fighting the Weizhong mercenaries would be worth the risk they'd take. When selfishness became a habit, they would not be grateful, but rather laugh at his foolishness. But for Fishbone to expand, they must contact the forces close by. The expensive and limited slavery chips could not support a population, especially since the population of the 6th Street didn't grow on trees. After the crusade, the price of overpopulation would only increase. Although these people were selfish and close-minded, they were much easier to control than the thugs wandering around the wasteland. Jiang Chen was betting someone would stand up. Even if he lost the bet, he wouldn't lose anything. With the strong firepower of the power armor, Weizhong mercenaries was not a problem. But looks like he made the right bet. The man with bloodshot eyes calmed down, silently dragged his gun back from his friend, and followed Jiang Chen. Gang, Ma Zongchen stared blankly at Zhao Gang. He wanted to drag him back. I am a man. Zhao Gang left without turning his head. Although his son died, his wife should still be alive. He must do everything to save her. I am a man. The harsh words echoed in everyone's head. Their passion has yet to die, but when they realized they were only calculating the losses and gains, the look of shame appeared on everyone's face. Ma sir, I am also a Fu King man. He spat on the ground. Ma Zongchen grabbed the rifle and followed. If there was a first, there was a second. When courage becomes a force, the fear before turns into anger. There was nothing else to say. The massive force once again began their journey. There was no need to threaten them this time. He looked back at the team behind him as a trace of a smile appeared on his face. After this battle, the Fishbone's authority would not be challenged anymore. Every single street in the area would become the walls of Fishbone. And he will become the new king of Qingpu, king of his new reign. I didn't expect people to come, Sun Jiao said in disbelief. Expected, Jiang Chen said in a sluggish tone, but it did surprise him that so many people showed up. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and didn't respond. There was a total of 59 people following them after the incident occurred. They were all worried about their homes. So, most of the survivor groups decided to let half of the people take the crystals with them home, while the others took their rifles and ammo to help. The plan was for the Fishbone force to be the primary force, as the power armor has a huge advantage against light weapons. Ma Zongchen led 8 people as the second unit to attack the corners where power armors would not be able to hit. Also, they would act as the defense against the anti-armor weapons. The remaining 50 people were split into 2 groups, surrounding the experimental school from the west and east. There was no need to attack, as they only needed to take cover behind the building. If the primary force received too much resistance, then they only needed to pretend to attack to distract the enemy. If they escape, they can then cut off their escape route. Jiang Chen led the primary force along the street. They were getting closer to the Weizhong mercenaries' base. The sky turned into a dim orange as dusk approached, and the zombies started to become unsettled. The group, familiar with the situation, smashed the zombies onto the ground with their dagger to avoid any trouble during the crossfire. Songjiang area was not disturbed by the X2 virus. The zombies were still weak during the day, and there were no crystals in the back of their heads. The crooked experimental school sign was thrown into the corner of the street as the corrosion left its words barely visible. From afar, the metal frames were still visible, along with the barbed wall. It did not resemble a school at all. It looked like a dirt fortress more than Jiang Chen's mansion. Is there any more high-energy vacuum bombs? Ma Zongchen asked Jiang Chen in an undertone. Those bombs were most effective against humans. No, it's hard to get those, Jiang Chen replied. Zhao Chenwu probably didn't even have a lot of those lethal weapons to begin with. While the bomb and the launch pad was not hard to make, the concentrated fuel probably was hard to come by. The ones he sold to Jiang Chen were probably the few remaining batches. Usually, survival camps would not start conflicts among themselves since the geographic distance was a hindrance, and also no one was interested in the land itself. The high lethal to human high-energy vacuum bombs were raided from a military factory now in shambles. Its uses were limited to deterrence in the early stage. Now, it was no longer necessary as their force and reputation have already been established. Zhao Gang stood silently on the side, his eyes locked onto the gate. The other 7 survivors were also spread out behind the cover. Prepare to attack, Sun Zhao ordered. She opened the armored truck, lifted the angry-looking Lin Lin out, and threw her onto the ground. Jiang Chen was quite intrigued in the bad-tempered digitalized human and ripped off the tape from her mouth. Pay. You dare to, just as she was about to go on a rampage, Sun Zhao glanced at her, and the once aggressive voice suddenly turned into a faint mutter. Seeing that Lin Lin was quiet, Sun Zhao didn't bother with her anymore. She then took out the 72mm anti-tank cannon. This thing was a destructive beast, anyone hiding behind the cover would get blown apart. Lin Lin trembled as she saw the vicious-looking long barrel in the devil's hands. Her teeth were clearly chattering. Don't worry, that thing is too long for you. We won't use it on you. Her frightened look made Jiang Chen tease her more. Sun Zhao rolled her eyes, and then threateningly aimed the barrel in Lin Lin's direction before aiming the barrel forward. Lin Lin was scared to death by her action, but because she was tied down, she could only shake her body, unable to run. Don't be nervous, we just want you to see what the world is really like, Jiang Chen said casually as he stood beside Lin Lin. He took out a dagger to cut the ropes around her body. He then said, with a smirk in his voice, into Lin Lin's ear, you better not bother Sun Zhao. When she is angry, she even ties me up. Sun Zhao gave Jiang Chen a dirty look, as she rebutted in the private channel. Am I that violent? Yes. Normal people would not tie up someone they've just met. But Jiang Chen only said that in his mind, or else it would have been an endless argument again. Prepare for battle. Oh, even if we untied you, it is safer for you to stay in the armored vehicle. You can look outside through the camera. He estimated that the 2 teams surrounding the experimental school should be in place. So, he ordered the power-armored soldiers to quickly engage in battle stance and prepare to attack. I feel something is off, Ma Zongchen, who had kept his silence, spoke out abruptly and then stared at the direction of the door with a frown on his face. No one is guarding. We are already this close, and they don't have any reaction at all. That's how I feel too. It is a ritual to leave a guard at the bandits' base. Sun Zhao peeked out of the cover with her feet locked to the ground and aimed the barrel at the thick metal gate. She then turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. Engage. Just as she finished her sentence, there was a massive explosion from afar. What's happening? Jiang Chen was at a loss. Did the surrounding team expose themselves? Fire. Attack. Can't wait anymore. Jiang Chen immediately ordered an attack. Roger. Attack commences. Sun Zhao calmly pulled the trigger. Boom. The orange flame fired out as the bomb smashed into the metal gate 400 meters out, leaving a violent explosion. The shell of the bomb dropped onto the ground. Sun Zhao didn't stop as she stabilized the cannon and fired another round. Boom. The metal gate was blown out, and Jiang Chen immediately led the power armor soldiers to charge. Ma Zongchen also commanded the light infantry to join in the fray. The armored vehicle followed as the vicious 20mm machine gun pointed directly at the gate. Attack commences. Sun Zhao unlocked her feet to the ground and moved along with the anti-tank cannon. But unlike their expectation, resistance didn't arrive. The gunshots in the distance still continued with an occasional explosion, but it did not seem to come from the west or the east. The power-armored soldiers led the charge, followed by the light infantry. Quick, get in there. No enemy unit. Requesting order. Jiang Chen stood outside of the gate as he began to frown at the reports from the public channel. No defense at the gate, battle in the distance. Did the Weijiang mercenaries encounter strong enemies that they must focus all their firepower there and could not defend their gate anymore? Who could it be? Enter the main building, fire at will. Sun Jiao ordered the forces and then signaled the light infantry. Roger. Dash. There was no resistance at all, everyone entered the main building without firing a single shot. The armored vehicle slowly drove in, the gate was closed to prevent the zombies from entering. It was starting to turn dark, the gunshots in the distance still made Jiang Chen uncertain. But he thought that regardless of who the victor was, they still must come here. So it would be a good idea to build a defense line and wait for their attack. Shredded papers and rock debris scattered on the ground. The cracks on the walls and stairs were telltale signs that the place was impacted by the nuclear blast. No one cleaned this place as everything was kept the exact as before the war. If it weren't for the 2 piles of poop, along with the dried blood in the corner, Jiang Chen would have questioned if anyone lived here at all. 01, 02, head to the roof to patrol. 03, 06 search each building. Don't miss any corners. Light infantry and 07, 08, establish a defensive line on the first floor. Fire at will at sight of the enemy. Sun Jiao calmly gave out orders. Yes. Everyone rapidly mobilized. The gunshots seemed to be from the back of the experimental building. As a few explosions were mixed between the sounds, the firing was beginning to intensify. Sun Jiao, are you familiar with the forces in Songjiang area? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen abruptly asked. Sun Jiao shook her head. Not sure. I did pass Songjiang when I was going to the mansion, but I would avoid the places where there were obvious signs of humans. Large, safe survival camps like 6th Street are rare, and I marked them all on the map I downloaded from Looting Town. Other than that, any other places with humans have the possibility of being a bandit gathering. Oh, hopefully the force fighting against the Weijiang mercenaries are on good term with us. Jiang Chen pondered in his mind. The first thing is to control the building and establish a line of defense. After a victor is decided, one party would approach this place. If it is the Weijiang mercenaries, then fire immediately. If it's the other force, then decide based on their intention. This is 03, there is a situation in the basement. The situation is unique. The voice transmitted from the public channel. Roger, we'll head right down. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, took out the tactile rifle ideal for compact enclosures, and followed her towards the basement. The wall in the hallway was drawn with weird graffiti, the bright colors and dark wall formed an odd contrast. When he passed a classroom, Jiang Chen saw the chairs and tables thrown in the corner through the window, along with the cracked screens at the front of the classroom. There were 2 messy sleeping bags and a polyethylene digital table on its side. Blood marks were on the ground, but it looked like it was from a long time ago. If it was not so messy, the classroom looked similar to what he saw in the virtual reality training chamber. I heard that before the war, they liked to group the kids together to teach. I really don't understand the purpose of it. Sun Jiao glanced at the classroom and mumbled. Group the kids together. Jiang Chen paused for a minute when he heard the voice from the private channel. He couldn't help but smile. I am not going to say I don't understand. Sun Jiao did receive virtual reality lessons when she was in the survival base. Oh, the virtual reality training system allows necessary knowledge to be understood in a short period of time. If something can be learned in 1200 hours, what's the point of taking 12 years? Sun Jiao curled her upper lip contemptuously. Are you jealous right now? Jiang Chen laughed. Shut up. Sun Jiao pouted as she kicked the debris up, and turned around to give him a dirty look. Although they were wearing helmets, Jiang Chen could still imagine her expression. Maybe it was to enjoy the process. She wouldn't understand because she spent her childhood in a survival base. Now to think about it, although he always complained about graduate school, when that moment finally came, Jiang Chen admitted that he did look forward to graduation. But after stepping into the real world, he still felt a longing for the times in the past. Maybe that was the happiest time. No office politics, even if there was a fight, the next day everything will be back to usual. Even if the teacher was mad, the only consequence was a lecture and not losing the bonus, though he didn't need to worry about that now. Enjoy the process. What's the use of that? Jiang Chen couldn't tell if the voice was full of longing or contempt. Not a lot of use, just like how someone turned the world into this mess. Not a lot of use. Jiang Chen glanced at the teacher's office along with the way, it was also a mess inside. I don't understand, Sun Jiao murmured. To put it in simple words, if you can meet some interesting friends in school, you learn to deal with people. If you received that type of education, you wouldn't tie me up during our first encounter. Do you want to die? Stop remembering that. Sun Jiao's face turned slightly red as she complained cutely. Jiang Chen smiled, he only wanted to tease her. At the end of the hallway was a metal door, the lock was cut by the welding device on the power armor. There were a few words written. Less than fallout facility greater than. Was it because of the escalated tension back then? Jiang Chen remembered that the school in the modern world didn't have those. If possible, could you take me there? From your side. Before they entered the door, Sun Jiao quite abruptly opened her mouth. He blanked for a moment before a genuine smile appeared on his face. Of course. Maybe it was Jiang Chen's illusion, but he even smelled a pungent, disgusting odor. Less than air filter activated greater than. Now it feels much better. I can guess what this place is, Sun Jiao suddenly said. Oh, what place? A place to store their trophies. Her voice was calm, without much fluctuation, but Jiang Chen could still hear the disdain she tried to cover up. The plastic walls were well insulated as the temperature in the basement was slightly higher than outside. The lamps on the side of the hallway provided the lighting to the place. The place still had electricity. Seeing that the boss and captain came down, the O3 soldier in power armor in front of the basement door saluted. What's going on? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows but realized instantly. It was living hell. The room previously used as a fallout shelter was completely remodified. The polyethylene door was attached with a massive lock. The people captive inside the room could be seen through the tiny window. That's right, kept like cattle. The soulless naked woman sat there. Jiang Chen couldn't tell if she was alive or not. The white stains and the dark bruises and scars on her body made it hard to fathom the pain she experienced. There were at least 100 rooms like this. Each door had a number. Some rooms were empty with only dried blood inside. Some rooms had multiple people inside. Beautiful, ugly, able-bodied or disabled, body-modified or tattooed with heinous words. Jiang Chen looked away as he could no longer stand the scene. The number on the door should belong to a bandit, and they should keep the keys there. The people or things inside are their trophies or sex toys. They usually kill them once impregnated, or purposely impregnate them to unleash their monstrous desire, Sun Jiao said emotionlessly. You do know quite a lot. Jiang Chen took a long breath of air and said in a troubled voice. Common sense on the wasteland. Sometimes, you are really charming. Sun Jiao suddenly looked playfully at Jiang Chen and smiled. Haha, my pleasure. He forced a laugh because he was not in a delighted mood, and he continued to walk emotionlessly. What the fuck, there is a man inside. Jiang Chen took a few more steps before looking at the door in disdain and moved away. Some weird fetishes here. The man inside seemed to have noticed the noise outside. He opened his wry eyes and looked outside. In a glimpse, as if he suddenly got a burst of energy, he smashed the door to draw the attention of Jiang Chen. Wait, you are the enemy of those bandits, right? Can you let me out? Seeing that the man in power armor turned around to look at him, Chu Nan gulped and said rapidly. My name is Chu Nan, an ex-pilot at Looting Town. I was captured by these bandits a month ago. Virgin Chu Nan. Jiang Chen held in his laughter. Looting Town, then how did you fly here? Sun Jiao was surprised. Mission failed, Chu Nan answered in awkwardness. Jiang Chen opened the helmet and examined him with a weird look. Why did the bandits put you, a man, here? Chu Nan paused for a moment, and then forced a smile. I don't know, maybe sell me for a good price. But Looting Town definitely doesn't lack pilots. Jiang Chen paused for a moment as well and then smiled. My name is Jiang Chen. I also don't need pilots. Once the battle is over outside, we'll let you go. There would be too many variables if he just let him go now. Since it was already dark outside, he would have to wait till tomorrow. Anyways, there was no difference in letting him go now or tomorrow morning. Give me a gun, I can still fight, I can help you guys, Chu Nan gulped as he proposed to Jiang Chen. No need. There was no need to add variables to the battle. An extra light infantry would not change the battle. Jiang Chen shook his head as he prepared to walk forward. Can you give me a nutrient supply? I haven't. An instant noodle smashed precisely into the window. Jiang Chen said in annoyance, I am not in the best mood right now, so you better shut up for a while, or I will forget to open the door tomorrow. Quiet now. The crisp sound of instant noodle and chewing transmitted through the door. Jiang Chen curled his mouth up as he was prepared to move forward. Dong, dong. At that moment, the abrupt smashing of a heavy door was heard. A monster-like vicious look passed through the tiny window, a rather beautiful face was revealed, spiteful and twisted. He looked at her in shock as it was the first woman he saw that still had energy. Sun Jiao was even more shocked. She opened her helmet and walked up to the door in disbelief. You know her? Jiang Chen looked at her astonished, and then glanced at the monster, wanting to jump away. A bitter smile appeared on Sun Jiao's face. Somewhat. Her name is Zhou Xiaoxia, my old friend at Looting Town. Just an acquaintance. She was a lone wolf with a skilled dagger and pistol skills. We teamed up together before, temporarily. Then how did she, captured, tortured on a daily basis, and finally lost her sanity? She probably has gone insane already. Sun Jiao reached her hand out, but just before she touched the door, the woman leapt at the door like a malicious animal, viciously flashing her teeth. She retracted her hand. Jiang Chen gulped lightly. Is this the fate of a lone wolf wandering in the wasteland? So, the filthy lone wolves on the wasteland are usually old virgins, because once captured, you'll never be human again. Sun Jiao suddenly smiled. She pulled out the tactile rifle and aimed into the small window, as she quietly looked at the monster-like pupils. Jiang Chen noticed her hands were shaking. Do you need my help? He asked gently. Even for people who were accustomed to killing, they have people they were unwilling to pull the trigger on. He kind of understood the feeling. The feeling where she wanted to end her companion's pain, but unable to do so because of past interactions. Sun Jiao thought for a moment and then smiled. It's okay. Boom. A massive explosion suddenly diffused inside as the ceiling began to shake, the lights were flickering. This is 07. We are under attack. They are equipped with heavy firearms, requesting assistance. The explosions continued to transmit from the surface, the soulless women in the cages were even alerted and twitched. 01, 02 provide cover fire on the roof, 04, 08 search for cover and return fire. Sun Jiao calmly ordered in the public channel. Damn it, who is the enemy? It's definitely not the Weijiang mercenaries, they don't have such intense firepower. Chu Nan leaned against the door as he quickly explained, the look in his eyes seemed to plead for Jiang Chen to let him out first. It's the mutated human. It's the mutated human force. Damn it, how did we encounter these things here? Angry shouts transmitted from the communication channel, the intensity of the battle could be deduced from the shaking blast. The situation was critical as Jiang Chen did not bother with Chu Nan's pled. He dashed directly to the stairs and signaled Sun Jiao, and 03 to follow. Sun Jiao glanced at the Zhou Xiaoxia flashing her teeth at her and put down the rifle. She didn't say anything as she silently left the basement. She didn't pull the trigger. Damn it, Chu Nan smashed the door as he witnessed the group of people leave the basement. He could only pray that the man called Jiang Chen wins. At the same time, he suddenly noticed that the monster-like woman was staring at him. He abruptly remembered the hardcore PoN scenes yesterday. The bald Zhou Guoping took his pawns, lined them up, and then pressed the bitch-like woman against the wall. They cursed derogatory words while they. To be honest, he was hard. Chu Nan shook his head as he wearily sat on the bed. To his surprise, through the tiny window, he noticed that the woman was also smiling. He suddenly felt his throat being stuffed. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. When the person in the power armor said her name, he already realized who she was. However, in the month he was kept here, he didn't recognize her at all. Speaking of this, she hasn't visited Looting Town for a while. Since last winter. Zhou Xiaoxia was known as the Devil Hunter, the screw bars goddess at Looting Town. She would always have a drink there when she passed by Looting Town. There was a lot of people thirsty for her beauty, but none picked the rose with thorns. But now, the charm was covered by filth, and the audacious yet gorgeous face had lost all of its liveliness. Damn it, he did fall in love with her at first sight. The mutated humans, like the cannibals, was another species not accepted by humans. A giant figure, strong muscles, an ugly, twisted face, and grayish-green skin. Just like the monsters from less than Lord of the Ring greater than. The FEV virus in their cell structure had given them an insane regeneration ability. From some perspectives, they could be considered immortals unless they asked for their own death. At the same time, the ferocious Fev also made them immune to any diseases, and free from the risk of radiation. They boast themselves as the perfect human, and praise that the heaven-like wasteland belonged to them. Of course, the above was not the reason they were hated. There were plenty of arrogant, ugly people, and with enough radiation dust, the head was bound to become abnormal. The survivors disdained them because they were D-class. Not only that, they liked to capture people, and turn them into the same D-class creatures they were. The inability to reproduce was their only flaw. Also, because of the limited lifespan of their DNA. Despite a higher regeneration rate, which means the cell division was occurring at an abnormally high rate, this resulted in a shorter lifespan. They would rarely age but would experience a violent death in their 50s. The more injuries they've had, the shorter their lifespan. If they wanted to continue their species, they must capture people on the wasteland, and put them in a vial and pickle them to turn the captured people into the same ugly, mutated humans as them, regardless of gender. To increase efficiency, they would force breed the males and females. The newborn baby would then be turned into mutated humans as well. They would then raise the newborn and repeat the same reproduction cycle. This inhumane act was even more obnoxious than killing people. Obviously, people would rather get their heads chopped off than their DKS chopped off. So naturally, the mutated human was top of the blacklist on every survival camp, the 6th Street included. These, D-class, things were the arch-enemy of all humans. Even if they couldn't conduct trade with other survivors, they still lived a comfortable life. Nutrient supply, they could produce it, but they rather not eat those things. They hunt for mutants, and then eat the highly poisonous flesh raw, and use their insane immunity system to process the poison. Even the disgusting Roshan, they could feast like its flesh was a delicious meal. Firearms, they were born in the underground military facility. Because of the involvement of the government, the military did finally receive freedom. They controlled the entire military base and was considered the organization with the amplest amount of firearms in Wanghai City. It was true that based on the adaptability of this world, they had the right to be arrogant. If it were not for the fact that they couldn't reproduce, they would have without a doubt conquered the world. But Jiang Chen was facing these lunatics right now. Damn it, their firepower is too strong. Ma Zongchen tightly pressed behind the cover as he could barely gather his breath due to the oppressing fire from the heavy machine gun. 400 meters out, whoever had the more intense firepower was the daddy. The grayish-green colored mutated humans were wrapped in ammo. The revolving machine gun furiously unleashed its power on the main building. Their muscular body enabled them to fire the heavy firearm without being disturbed by the heavy recoil. Without the need to wear kinetic skeletons to increase their weight, they could use their pure strength to wear the almost 1-ton plastic steel armor. If it were not for the exposed joints uncovered, the light weapon would practically cause no harm. Fu Ke, it's the mutated humans. Sun Zhao's face looked troubled. She carried the 72mm anti-tank cannon and leaned behind the cover. These heavy machine guns could already pose a threat to the power armors. The intense waves of bullets forced them to take cover. Both feet locked onto the ground changed into AP bombs. She reached out of the cover and immediately fired. The bomb with a trail of orange fire scattered across the sky as it smashed right into a mutated human. The AP bomb without a doubt penetrated the armor and ripped the mutated human into pieces. The effect was visible when they realized that the opponent also possessed heavy weaponry. This caused the mutated humans to become more cautious with their attack. The only downfall was they began to focus their fire in Sun Zhao's direction. Sun Zhao unlocked her feet as she initiated the turbine engine and barely avoided the rain of bullets. The ferocious firepower from the machine gun almost shredded the wall she took cover it into pieces. Damn it, do their bullets not cost money? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He leaned against the wall and continued to shoot while constantly taking cover behind different barriers. Fu Ke, why are they focusing on me? Sun Zhao dragged the 2-meter-long cannon as she awkwardly hid behind the stairs, unable to peek out. Other than heavy machine guns, they also possessed at least 4 recoilless cannons. Their firepower was not on the same level. The only heavy weaponry on Jiang Chen's side was the 72mm anti-tank cannon. Although the revolving heavy machine gun was powerful, because the other side had already suppressed their fire, it is hard to regain the control. There were at least 20 mutated humans with machine guns. Should we drive the armored vehicle over, the 20mm machine gun could. Are you crazy? They have 4 recoilless cannons. Fu Ke, what to do? Sun Zhao bit her lip. Retreat, retreat. Fu-K, prepare to fight in the building. There was no time to hesitate. Jiang Chen decisively took control as he shouted in the public channel. Sun Jiao quickly realized the situation too. That's right, if they can't win in distance, then fight in close range. If the mutated human need captives, there is no reason that they wouldn't chase. Roger. The light infantry that was being suppressed on the ground by the firepower began to retreat. Then it was the power armor soldiers. The mutated human took the upper advantage in the first wave of exchange fire. There were 3 casualties on Jiang Chen's side, with minor injuries on the power armor soldiers. 2 casualties on the opposing side, one was blown to pieces by Sun Jiao. The other practically died because of bad luck. With the regeneration strength of the mutated human, unless it were shots to the head or heart, they would not die. It was already pitch dark in the night. Because of Jiang Chen's retreat, the mutated human began to cease fire. They couldn't destroy the building as their purpose was to capture people. In this case, they had to enter the main building to combat with Jiang Chen. A total of 31 people, with 19 heavy machine guns, they are in the building already. After activating Fury, all the hearts appeared in his vision. Fury deactivated. He took a deep breath as his brain regained clarity. After the battle in the virtual world, he could already freely control Fury without the need of a tranquilizer. The only disadvantage of the ability was that the higher the number of the enemy targets, the more difficult it was to control his emotion. Once the violence was built up to a certain point, he could even lose control. Just like Sun Jiao's special ability would force her to be weak, these hidden genetic abilities were never meant to be the gift from the higher beings, but rather a curse to the unholy. The light infantry was completely useless at this point. Sun Jiao ordered them to retreat to the door. 10 power armor soldiers against 31 mutated humans, that was a large discrepancy. But would Jiang Chen play this game fair and square? The fishbone base lacked a lot of things, but crystal was not one of them. Enemy unit arrived on the 2nd floor. Fire. Roger. In the darkness, fire sparks suddenly erupted as the mutated humans rushing into the hallway were caught off guard. The polyethylene tables and chairs were thrown into the hallway as the power-armored soldiers used that to take cover and unleash their firepower at the mutated humans. The weight of the mutated humans' armor was mostly focused in the front part. Their intense firepower made it necessary to consider running away. But once the distance has been shortened, their fatal weakness was exposed. Although they were not completely unprepared, when they stepped on the stairs, their center of gravity leaning forward uncontrollably exposed their defenseless backs to the machine guns of the power armor soldiers. Almost instantly, they experienced heavy casualties. Fire at will. Jiang Chen carried the tactical rifle as he gritted his teeth and continuously pulled the trigger. The mutated humans' charging momentum suddenly came to a halt. They began to lift their guns up to fire back, but shooting up was always a disadvantage as they were unable to return fire. Despite their muscle being able to carry the weight of the C-type plastic steel, it was too much for the spine. If they had to shoot up, that means their center of gravity must be shifted back, and all the weight will be concentrated on the spine. Nice job. How did you know their weakness? Sun Jiao said in excitement while she continued to pull the trigger. Would you believe me if I said I guessed it? He unloaded the empty magazine and smashed a new one into the cartilage. Jiang Chen aimed at the neck of a mutated human. The bullets penetrated through the neck of the mutated human, creating a splash of blood as the bullets broke his neck. He fell onto the ground like soft mud and stopped breathing. Despite the incredible body, they were still human after all. Even if they surpassed the limitation of DNA, they could not overcome the barrier of life. They have entered Area A already. We lost control of the left wing on the 2nd floor. Noisy shouting was heard from the public channel. Retreat to the 3rd floor. Sun Jiao decisively ordered. Roger. They can't allow the battle to take place in the hallway. Once one wing lost control, the other wing had to retreat as well. The revolving machine gun began to spin on the right hand. The left dragged the tactical rifle as the machine gun spat out a constant fire. They kept their fire suppression as they retreated. Once the defense line was compromised, they had to re-establish it on another floor. If they engaged fire with the mutated humans in the hallway, they would be the ones overwhelmed. Damn it, I should have brought some heat sensor grenades with me. He saw the less than power armor 21% damaged symbol greater than on the full sensory screen as he cursed in his mind. Who would have thought this crusade would be this problematic? Against the cold-blooded zombies and agile mutants, heat sensor grenades were practically useless. At this moment, the floor violently shook. The explosion from the east side was audible even from the other wing. O3 is down. Damn it, it's recoilless cannon. Jiang Chen watched with his own eyes as the O3 number became crossed and marked with less than heart ceased greater than less than offline greater than symbol. Although he didn't know the person's name, seeing that his comrade has fallen, it was an indescribable feeling. Although he was aware that there would be casualties in every battle. Retreat! Retreat to the roof! Sun Jiao shouted in the public channel. They couldn't wait any longer. AT3 power armor was worth over 10,000 crystal, and if it was busted, then there was one power armor less. The mutated humans saw that they gained an upper advantage as they began to shout out in joy. They attacked the stairs roaring. Even if they had 10 people along the way, the 10-to-1 casualty ratio did not scare them because they firmly believed that once these metal junks were forced on the roof, they would turn into scrap metal under their firepower. The armor in front of their chest was comparable to the T3C type plastic armor. Technology. They didn't need it. Damn it, why do they seem to be on drugs? Sun Jiao clenched her teeth as the 72mm anti-tank cannon launched repeatedly. The AP bomb directly penetrated the concrete stairs and blew the mutated human into 2 pieces. Initiate final plans. Jiang Chen met with Sun Jiao already as they took cover at the other end of the stairs. They leaned tightly against the wall as they shot with the tactical rifle. Bullets flew and carried the trail of faint gray smoke. But that is 5,400 crystals. Sun Jiao's face appeared as if she was about to cry. Enough. AT3 is 13,000 crystals. Sun Jiao clenched her teeth as she reluctantly made her last shot, and shouted in the public channel. Retreat. Initiate final plan. Roger. The defense line could no longer hold on to the 6th floor, but there were still at least 20 mutated humans attacking. They already abandoned their plan of just piling on bodies and began to act more cautiously as they continuously fired the recoilless cannons and self-made grenades. The saving grace was that while they had almost an infinite amount of bullets, their grenades and bombs were limited, or else there was no way this battle could be fought. Finally, the mutated humans rushed onto the 6th floor. It forced all the power armor soldiers into the hallway. But at this moment, a scene the mutated human didn't expect happened. The metal junks all jumped out of the window as the turbine engine began to shoot out a blue trail of flames and carried them downstairs. At the same time, explosions began to erupt on the 5th and 6th floors. The hidden aluminum heat agent blew the stairs into pieces. They could fly. The stairs were destroyed. However, they had no time to react. Less than backup fuel rod self-destruction program greater than. Less than initiated greater than. Sun Jiao, in pain, pressed the confirm button. She regretted not carrying more explosives with her. How wasteful was it to use the fuel rod costing 500 crystals, and 100 crystals to charge explosives? Boom! The red flames began to blossom in the air. The almost liquefied fire waves instantly emerged the entire floor and erupted out from the previously black window. He felt the waves of heat on the surface of his armor. Jiang Chen watched the blinding explosion, astonished. Although it was not the first time he used fuel rod as explosives, it was his first time witnessing this effects of the explosion. Beautiful firework, he subconsciously whistled. A firework worth 5,000 crystals. Sun Jiao was still bitter. Do you think that they haven't considered that we could fly? Jiang Chen asked as he watched the concrete begin to melt. Not all power armors are equipped with flying engines. Usually, only paratroopers would be fitted with the flying engine. The trade-off for mobility is armor. The B-type armor used by land mobile armors are much stronger than the lighter C-type plastic armor. At the same time, it weighs much more than the 300 kilograms T3, it usually weighs 1 ton. Also, the mutated humans are not known for their intelligence. The high temperature also ignited the plastic chairs placed in the hallway. The thick black smoke was quite visible even in the night. The power armors gradually landed, looking at the fire above them. There was no doubt about their victory. Sun Jiao carried the anti-tank cannon on her shoulder. B-type armor. What are these things exactly? Jiang Chen was curious. Material strength grade, SABCDEF, 7 levels in total. It is also used in other industries. It is complicated to explain. You don't know this after being here for this long. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes. Seems like you know a lot, Jiang Chen nonchalantly said as he glanced at the fire that was beginning to fade. The building was well engineered. Even after experiencing an explosion of this scale, the main structure remained intact. Common knowledge, Sun Jiao mumbled and then opened the public channel. Prepare to enter, group into threes by number. Group ahead to floor 5 and 6 to search for any mutated humans that have not died, only leave one alive. Roger. They saluted as O1, O2, O3 carried their tactical rifles into the building. Team B, go collect the power armor on floor 3. Although destroyed, a lot of parts were of high value. Roger. Team C, clean up the battlefield at the experimental building. After finishing her orders, Sun Jiao opened the helmet and playfully threw Jiang Chen a wink, and then closed the helmet and shouted in the private channel, "Follow your sister." "Is your butt aching?" Jiang Chen said fiercely. He heard her giggling voice. "This girl is becoming more naughty." Dash. Bullet holes were everywhere on the wall. Jiang Chen's force left the ones on the north side. The south side should be from the encounter between the mutated humans and Weijiang mercenaries. It was evident that the mutated humans won. There were bloodstains everywhere, along with severed limbs and flesh. The pungent smell in the air and gruesome scene on the ground only made Jiang Chen slightly frown. Was it because he was used to death? Or only because it was too dark to see? He would rather believe it was the latter. Behind the back door, there were 3 modified trucks parked. They were bolted with thick steel plates along with a heavy machine attached to the top. Quite a gruesome battle. Sun Jiao locked her eyebrows as she locked away a broken hand. "Don't those D-class things want it alive?" Jiang Chen asked. "Still alive, without a hand. Usually, normal people are just for breeding purposes." As she said this, Sun Jiao walked behind the truck and opened the door. Suddenly, Jiang Chen saw her stop. His heart started to ache, but he didn't have the time to open his mouth. Like a bomb, the figure was blown away. Roar. The roaring sound came from inside the truck as it almost shattered Jiang Chen's eardrums. He couldn't hear any sounds at that moment. C-Team encountered enemies. Requesting assistance. O8 quickly pulled out the rifle and began to fire. But the bullets seemed to have hit a metal plate as sparks popped up on the metal board, casting an unsettling feel. Jiang Chen, who was still trying to recover from what had happened, saw, with the glimpse of his eyes, the explosive and agile figure get blown into the air. Noise. Color. Everything in the world seemed to have escaped from his body. Less than heart ceased greater than. Sun Jiao. His head was empty. In an instant, Jiang Chen's eyes were covered in blood. Death. There was intense pain, as though his heart had been ripped open. Scenes from his memory flickered like dusty, old photos. The audacious and naughty, yet gentle and caring face began to yellow. Then it turned gray. The ferocious mutated human roared and flipped the warhammer in its hand before facing Jiang Chen, whose mind had gone completely blank. It was fury, but beyond fury. Anger seemed to have broken a lock in his heart, shattering it. But his mind was clear and conscious. Kill him. Thoughts of slaughter. Roar. The explosive shadow dashed at him, the raised warhammer gleaming with a faint blue light. It was a power warhammer, equipped with a power storage system. It could release energy upon impact, and the damage was comparable to that of an anti-tank cannon, making power armor rather useless against it. Anger did not numb his thoughts. He never had such clarity in his life. His thoughts passed in 0.01 seconds, and the tactical flashlight in front of him opened instantaneously. The blinding ray pierced the pupils of the mutated human and deadened his vision. At the same time, the turbine engine opened, and he began to glide. What followed was a deafening screech, a challenge that smashed into the ground. Jiang Chen maneuvered the power armor and dodged the thunderous hit. He raised his right arm, and the machine gun with revolving tridents fired rapidly. Ta-ta-ta. Bullets swarmed out, each impact casting sparks on the mutilated human's back. The sound of the striking metal began to fade. The violent firepower did not damage him in the slightest, being reflected instead. Roar. The mutated human shouted in pain. He dragged the power warhammer up from the concrete floor, his eyes the size of bells shooting out a terrifying light. From the sparks and flashlight, he could see the mutated human's pitch-black back. A dark mutated human. Information from the database was displayed on his pupil. Lead skin. I don't know how it works, but... The black figure leapt at Jiang Chen once more. The warhammer smashed down like a meteor with 4 trails of faint blue light. The turbine engine at maximum output, Jiang Chen made a curved trajectory to avoid the attack midair. He then braked, sparks screeching out from the bottom of his feet. Without hesitation, he pulled out the tactical rifle and aimed it at the mutant's head. The second it turned to look for its target, Jiang Chen fired. Da-da-da. It was still ineffective. It had a ridiculous defense even on its head. With a fierce shout, the mutated human swung its power warhammer at Jiang Chen from his flank. There was no time to dodge, but his heart was devoid of any anxiety. He deployed the wheels on the soles of his shoes once more while a nitrogen shield expanded outward like an umbrella. The power warhammer smashed through the thick waves of nitrogen and hammered on the front of his armor. Jiang Chen flew explosively, but with the help of the nitrogen shield, he was pushed out rather than ejected with great force. The T3 power armor weighing 300 kilograms was very light, and most of the impact was not absorbed by him. Instead, it was transformed into energy that helped him recoil backwards. The wheels turned rapidly, and after flying for approximately 10 meters, Jiang Chen calmly braked with a screech of metal on the ground. Boom! The power armor directly smashed into the first floor of the experimental building. He landed awkwardly in the hallway. Energy of impact, 494,000 joules. Straining, Jiang Chen raised his dazed head and read the stats on his pupils. Less than warning. Power armor damage, 54% greater than. The entire front of the armor caved in. The turbine engine on the left shoulder and left side of the waist were destroyed. The life detection device was damaged, and the communication device was malfunctioning. He silently glanced at the rows of less than offline greater than symbols that represented the team, then at the jumping red symbol. Jiang Chen closed the notifications and pulled out the tactical dagger. Roar! The roaring sound advanced, as he had expected. It was clear that the gorilla-like monster was not ready to let its prey go. And neither did Jiang Chen. Like a gust of furious wind, the black figure raised the power warhammer and smashed it in his direction. Flames burst out of what remained of the turbine engines. Jiang Chen slid across the ground as though being dragged to avoid the power warhammer's hit. Finally, the stood up shakily. Rock debris had scraped the power armor which clanked continuously. The turbine engines had exceeded their output limit and stalled, but it was enough. Jiang Chen, who had just escaped danger, did not back down but rather dragged the busted power armor and dashed at the mutated human. He then furiously stabbed his tactical dagger forward. Conservation of energy. He noticed a while ago that the second the mutated human raises its hammer, the muscles over its entire body seemed to expand as though it was straining to perform the action. The warhammer itself was not heavy, but when it was raised, even the mutated human had to use all of its energy to do so. Although Jiang Chen did not know the energy principle behind it, his instincts told him that this was the key to the power warhammer's charge, as well as its weakness. The mutated human was struggling to raise the hammer, so it was unable to react to the attack. The opportunity was a small window of time. The sound of metal screeching echoed in the air the moment his dagger came into contact with its skin, leaving a trail of sparks. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth as his muscles expanded to the limits. The output of the power armor was also operating at its maximum. Roar! The power warhammer in the hands of the mutated human stalled and fell to the ground. He flung away the left arm that was stabbed with the dagger and smashed his fist towards Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen lowered his body to avoid the hit, then leapt at the chest of the mutated human. With power output at a maximum, both of his hands locked onto its shoulder. He clamped the roaring, fighting mutated human against the wall. The misshapen face twisted in anger, and its red teeth that seemed as though they would pop out were even more gruesome. Less than energy remaining, 53% greater than. Jiang Chen, also furious, had no color in his face. He looked at the energy bar and what remained before activating a red button. Less than self-destruction program initiated, 20 seconds remaining. Greater than. The internal fuel rod began to shake as the stable contents became agitated. Less than feet locked greater than. The metal strips penetrated the ground. Less than power armor released greater than. A thin opening appeared at the back of the power armor through which Jiang Chen jumped out. He met its frightening gaze with only grimness in his eyes. The pitch-black mutated human desperately tried to push the power armor away, but it was futile. The power armor was locked down and held him in its grip against the wall. His left hand was useless because of the injury, and with his joints locked, it didn't matter how much brute force he used. He did not budge. Jiang Chen walked away 100 meters and stopped. He turned and began a silent countdown. Strangely, he did not feel any emotional fluctuations. Hatred, fear, the joy of victory, or even anger itself. It was as though all of his emotions were stripped from his body. The fire erupted, and the blinding light covered his vision. Shish! He felt a slight pain on his face. Upon touching it, he realized it was blood. His face was cut open by the metal shrapnel. He quietly gazed at the blood on his finger. A bomb worth 13,000 crystals should be enough to blow that monster up. From the fire, a figure emerged. Flesh exposed, its skin was lit up brightly by the red flames which had already melted the lead skin. The daunting bloody holes were likely the work of the metal fragments. The muscle on its left arm had been nearly stripped clean. If it were any normal human, they would have been dead. The mutated human. Jiang Chen silently retrieved the 11 tactical pistol that he had on him for a long time. He aimed at the figure walking towards him from afar. He pulled the trigger. Bang! No reaction. The bullet may have penetrated his flesh, but it did not stop him from moving forward. Shots continued to be fired. The mutated human used its right hand to cover its heart, the damaged left arm to cover its face. The horrifying teeth could be seen from behind its fingers, and Jiang Chen could imagine the viciousness on his face. There was no time to run, especially since he never had the intention to do so. Fear. What was that? The mutated human was finally in front of him. Jiang Chen pulled the trigger, only to hear a faint, clank, sound. The bullets ran out. He lifted his hand, his hollow eyes staring emotionlessly at the mutated human. When all emotions had been stripped from the body, what would it feel like to face death? He suddenly thought of the insane intermediate artificial intelligence that had repeated countless experiments to obtain emotion. When it faced death, did it feel calm? Out of his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the giant hand being raised. Would he get squished? Jiang Chen lowered his head, removing the cartridge. Seems like I lost. At that moment, a homing noise almost shattered his eardrums. Boom! Ah! Flames exploded from the left shoulder of the mutated human before it could release its pained scream. It was blown onto the ground by the force of the bomb. The 72mm AP bomb, with a power great enough to penetrate through steel armor, hollowed his muscles and nearly ripped every organ and muscle in his body. But even after this, he still had not died and made desperate attempts to stand. Jiang Chen was shocked, not from the mutated human's ridiculous life force. He stared blankly at where the bomb had originated. Her heartbeats resumed. Seems like I was dead for a while, but how did I survive? There was no time for Sun Jiao to think, however. In her murky vision, she saw the mutated human walking towards Jiang Chen. Her vision was covered by dark blood, the entire front of her armor had caved in tight against her chest, and her left arm was out of commission from the broken plastic steel armor lacerating her flesh. The exposed wiring flashed with unsettling sparks, and on her pupils was a daunting list of red alerts. She would most likely have to cut off the entire left arm of the suit to extricate her broken left hand, but the ability should be able to heal it. Sun Jiao panted, her clouded eyes half open as she tried to lock her aim onto the head of the mutated human. Its heart and head were the only weaknesses. Boom! The 72mm anti-tank cannon in her right hand fired, the cannon whipping upwards. The trail of orange flame directly homed in on the mutated human that was about to execute Jiang Chen. Made it. Seems to be off. Seeing it miss the weak spots, Sun Jiao raised her already straining right hand and aimed the cannon at the mutated human struggling to stand. She pulled the trigger. Clank. A bitter smile appeared on her face. The clip was empty. She glanced at her trapped left hand. A liquid, perhaps cold sweat, rolled down her blood-covered face. It was pointless if it didn't hit the head or the heart. Even with a broken left hand and half a stomach, it wouldn't die. It was not an average mutated human, it was a variant with lead skin. These mutated humans received special modifications that made their skin into lead. Not only did it make their defense far superior to the average mutated humans, but their strength and life force also far exceeded normal limits. Their only weakness was the lead-addled brain. They would kill instinctively, and so they were often used like dogs by the same species. The clip was at her waist, but how could she change it out with one hand? Damn it! Jiang Chen. Sun Jiao anxiously stared at Jiang Chen, her lips turning pale from biting it so harshly. At that moment, she could see the faint Jiang Chen looking in her direction. Dash. She is still alive. Terrific. Jiang Chen's lips slightly trembled, feeling emotional. It was as if his heart was full again. Fury deactivated. No, it's not fury. Whatever, who cares? Jiang Chen turned his head to look at the mutated human struggling to stand. He met the ferocious stare. The flesh was healing at an unimaginable rate. The lead skin covering the head and chest had already grown back. Its threatening smile seemed to mock Jiang Chen. The mutated human could already sense that the man in front of him had no more tricks to play. Jiang Chen looked down at the pistol in his hand. Even the tactical rifle on the power armor could not penetrate its skin. The 11 tactical pistol would be futile as well. Out of tricks? No, there was still a lethal trick he hadn't used yet. Roar! The mutated human growled as he watched Jiang Chen approach. For no reason at all, he felt anxious. The head and heart were already covered by the newly grown lead skin, but when he saw the man walking towards him, he felt an instinctive fear. Jiang Chen drew closer to the mutated human and cracked a smile. Placing the gun in his pocket, he retrieved a crystal from the storage dimension. After the interdimensional bracelet's energy was charged to full, he flung the now lusterless crystal away. He leisurely squatted down, staring into the bell-sized eyeballs, then took a deep breath and smiled lightheartedly. Should I take you to play in another world? He slapped his hand on the mutated human's shoulder. Upon finishing his sentence, both of them disappeared from Sun Zhao's sight. Interdimensional travel. Sun Zhao stared blankly at the place Jiang Chen and the mutated human had disappeared from. She remembered the dead hamster. Living creatures were unable to travel with him. But she also faintly remembered that he mentioned it took 40% energy to travel once. What would happen now that he brought along the mutated human? She felt unsettled. The homing engine turbine began to ring from afar. Power-armored soldiers were rushing to the scene. They'd been caught in a crossfire with the remaining mutated humans. As soon as they solved the problem, they quickly rushed over. Where did the light infantry go? Sun Zhao asked in the communication channel. Still at the gate. Good, get me out first. If someone saw this scene, she would have to shut them up, eternally. She was different from Jiang Chen. She didn't feel much guilt when killing. The power-armored soldiers walked forward, took out a welding gun, and cut through the caved-in metal on her left arm. Sun Zhao gritted her teeth as she crawled out from the back of the power armor, then looked at where Jiang Chen had disappeared. She began to feel more and more anxious, her uncertainty creeping into her face. Why is he still not back? Captain, what do we do now? Stay put and set up camp. Oh, go take a tent from the armored truck and cover that area. Sun Zhao pointed at where Jiang Chen had last been seen. Understood. The power-armored soldier with the 01 symbol on his left arm received the order and left. The rest of you establish the temporary camp in the main building. We might need to stay here for a few days, she added after a pause. Understood. She stared at the empty spot again as she bit her lips and clenched her fists. It was already the third day. Seeing that they were victorious, the surrounding team headed back, but some still remained, for example, Zhao Gang. No, my wife is still underground. Zhao Gang could not wait any longer as he slapped his leg and stood facing the direction of the main building. The scared Ma Zongchen immediately grabbed onto him. Are you crazy? Do you not see how she looks right now? Ma Zongchen discreetly pointed at the figure sitting in front of the tent. The lifeless eyes were covered with permafrost. The lonely figure sat there quietly wiping the gun. It was not the look of someone who was open to conversation. Zhao Gang clenched his teeth but finally sat down hesitantly. But, just wait for a bit longer, brother, I'll be with you. Don't worry, as long as the people are here, she'll release them. They have some small internal situation, Ma Zongchen desperately tried to tell his outspoken comrade. Instinct told him that if they were to anger her now, something bad would happen. It was not a small situation. 3 days already passed. For 3 days now, Sun Zhao sat in front of the tent. She silent wiped the SK-10 laser rifle in her hand. She hadn't used it in a long time, but she always kept it with her. She opened the EP, looking perplexedly at the less than hidden genetic code greater than. Less than revive, repair critical organs, leave death state. Ability requirement, triggers when the heart stops beating, and organ damage is below 50%. Greater than. This God-sent ability saved her, probably reviving her when she died. But at this moment, she did not feel the slightest happiness. She sighed and closed the EP. The temperature difference on the wasteland was quite drastic. There was already a hint of chill in the wind. But even with only a light combat suit on her, she did not have any sense of temperature. How was Jiang Chen doing? She didn't know. What she did know was that if he were okay, he would come back immediately. But now, she uncontrollably clenched her fist, feeling the sudden moisture in her eyes. Damn it, that fist feebly smashed onto the cold, hard concrete road. There was an excruciating pain, as if his body was being ripped apart. The burning sensation of the tattoo on his right wrist was especially unbearable. Thank God, he lost his consciousness not long after. Or else the pain would have actually driven him insane. He didn't know how long after the incident it was, but the soreness of his entire body returned. URG. Struggling, he finally opened his drowsy eyes. The first image he saw was a gorgeous face in tears. You are finally awake. Aisha leapt from in front of the bed. Her lips trembled, and the mists in her eyes shook, ready to fall at any time. How long have I been sleeping? Jiang Chen asked weakly. An entire day and night. Her face had concern written all over it. He felt guilty looking at the heavy eye bags on her face. Wait, where'd the mutated human go? As if a bucket of cold water had just poured onto his head, Jiang Chen scrambled looking around, but he couldn't find the mutated human's body. Aisha, did you see that body? I hid it in the basement. Aisha lowered her head, lightly biting into her lips. She broke her promise with Jiang Chen. He had previously told her to never come into the room under any circumstances, but the loud noise from the room had woken her up. She anxiously approached the room, only to hear Jiang Chen's painful screams. She didn't waste a second to think before dashing into the kitchen, grabbing a knife, and shoving the bedroom door open. The next moment, she saw Jiang Chen, who lay in bed unconscious, and a disfigured monster. Never had she seen a more frightening monster. Its body was covered with severed flesh. The head and heart were covered in a pitch-black metal. Is this thing even human? Suppressing the fear in her heart, she approached the monster and placed her hand over its chest. There were no heartbeats. She gazed at the unconscious Jiang Chen and then at the monster that had fallen to the ground. She could tell that the two must have had some conflict. Although she didn't understand the absurd scene, she would always stand on her husband's side. Putting down the knife, Aisha forced down the agitated contents of her stomach with a deep breath before dragging the body into the mansion's basement. She then took disinfectant from the bathroom and cleaned the blood trail, careful as though covering up a crime scene. After taking care of everything, she filled a bowl with water and stripped Jiang Chen to wipe down his entire body. She couldn't fathom how he had become like this in just one afternoon. At least the still beating heart somewhat reassured her. Only after she finished did she bring a chair from the living room to sit beside his bed quietly, waiting for him to wake up. Did you see everything? Jiang Chen asked with a bitter smile. Seeing such a caring face, he could never blame her for coming in. Aisha nodded, then buried her head. I am willing to give up my life for you if you wish. He lifted his hand and covered her mouth. Jiang Chen smiled at her surprised look. I am not a devil, you don't need to give up your life, just keep the secret for me. It was okay if she knew, Aisha would never leak the secret. With both hands outreached, Aisha covered the large hand covering her face. She gently nodded. He craned his head to look at the light in the distance, it was almost dawn. Go sleep for a little bit. I won't be alone to think. Aisha nodded with a worried look at Jiang Chen. She then left the room and closed the already broken door. Lying on the soft bed, Jiang Chen raised his right hand. All of the energy in the interdimensional bracelet was gone. He glanced at the bed lamp. After reaching over to unplug it, he stuck his finger into the socket. The light bulb in the room slightly dimmed, but due to the voltage limit, he only managed to charge the interdimensional bracelet by 2%. He breathed deeply and concentrated on his right hand in an attempt to open the storage dimension. Pain radiated from his wrist. The energy wasn't consumed, so I guess that means I can't use it for now. Jiang Chen looked at his right hand thoughtfully. He'd been pondering this issue for a while now. If he forcefully grabbed someone to travel with him, then wouldn't it eradicate that person in an instant? But he never had the opportunity to test this ability out since in the era of firearms, bullets served the purpose better. There was another area of consideration, however. If he spent 40% of the energy traveling, then how much energy would it cost to bring along another person? The cost of taking someone alive should be different from taking a corpse. He recalled the last time carrying the hamster, it hadn't cost an excessive amount of energy. But this time with the lead skin mutated human, it completely drained the interdimensional bracelet. No, the real energy cost definitely far exceeded the 60% limit, which was what caused him to go unconscious. No need to use it against weak enemies, too costly against strong enemies, a bit useless in battles. He rubbed his fingers, which were no longer sore, and stared at the interdimensional bracelet on his skin. He desperately wanted to go back. Sun Jiao must be worried about him. But the bracelet was most likely overheated. Seeing as how it could charge, however, it meant it wasn't broken. Maybe it would return to normal after some time. Realizing that there was no use worrying, Jiang Chen shook his head and grabbed the EP from the table where it lay after Aisha had taken it off while wiping down his body. Asterisk. Username. Jiang Chen. Body conditions. Muscle strength. 30. Bone strength. 29. Reflex. 32. Brain cell strength. 14. Radiation level. 0. Safe. Irregular status. None. Asterisk. Muscle strength had increased by 5 points, bone strength by 2, reflex increased by 3, and the genetic potential was further developed. On Earth, this body condition would easily destroy superheroes like Spider-Man and Batman. If they existed anyway. Jiang Chen remembered the Sun Jiao had told him before that once injected with the genetic vaccine, the genetic potential would be somewhat unleashed. But to evolve to a stronger form, it could only be accomplished through life and death situations. That battle truly had been dancing on a knife's edge between life and death. He recollected that battle with a forced smile. A power armor, worth over 10,000 crystals, exploded, but what made his heart ache the most was not the crystals but the fact that it was difficult to buy even with crystals. To help him, Zhao Chenwu had sold him all of his remaining units. Right, speaking of the battle, that time, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that after Sun Jiao had been thrust away by the power warhammer, the less than heart ceased greater than symbol had shown up on the team status, spurring him into a state similar to fury. He opened the special ability tab in EP. Asterisk. Less than hidden genetic code greater than. Muscle strength plus 35, reflex plus 40, brain cell strength plus 29. Special effect. Battle instinct. Can grasp the situation and the enemy's ability in disadvantaged situations, ignore all unnecessary factors, and use previous battle actions to instantly carry them out at the maximum success rate. Side effect. Emotionless. Time of duration. Until the opponent dies or a trigger is used to cease the effects. After 30 minutes, it will begin to drain life force, and the effect will be reflected in the body afterwards. Note. Once activated, Fury is forcefully deactivated. Asterisk. It was not Fury, but a new ability. Jiang Chen gulped at the skill description. Did the 3 question marks mean that the ability had yet to be named? This meant that nobody had activated this genetic code before. After pausing to think, he pressed the 3 question marks, opening up a dialog box on the screen. This means that it can be named. He pondered for a while. He really didn't have any talent in coming up with names. Suddenly, Jiang Chen slapped his head as if enlightened before typing in less than Invictus greater than. Hehe. Invictus had the connotation of putting in a cheat code, the ability did seem unfair. After typing in the name of the ability, Jiang Chen read over the description again. Based on previous battle actions, that meant that if he had ever used a gun in the past, then he would become Hawkeye. And he had trained in all functions of the power armor before, so he can fluidly control the power armor without any hindrances. Jiang Chen mentally went over the battle, the combos he made had been perfect. Such mastery was definitely not something he could normally do, especially when he still had to look at the speed monitor when accelerating. The fuel rod self-destruction program was also an action he had used before. But why had he never thought about using the interdimensional bracelet to eliminate opponents before? He thought deeply before coming to a sudden realization. That was because he had never used traveling as a combat action. After experimenting with the hamster, he had never performed it during combat. Therefore, the ability's effect achieves skill mastery, Jiang Chen said with a troubled smile after peering at his hand. Using the interdimensional travel ability to kill should not be a problem, but it would be pushing the limits if used against a monster with a high life force. A mutated human had made him unconscious for an entire day, and he still could not use his bracelet. If he traveled with a Roshan or a Death Claw, some experiments indicated that his life force was proportional to crystal energy. He shook his head and put the EP aside, closing his eyes to rest. Sun Jiao was still alive. Her less than revive greater than must have evolved from her less than tenacious greater than ability. This must be how hidden genetic codes could be further unlocked. Speaking of this, as long as they used their ability, they had to bear the side effects from it. Fury made him lose consciousness, Invictus removed emotion, then what was the side effect of the next hidden genetic code? For some reason, he felt slightly uneasy. Genetic vaccines had eliminated the barriers that constrained DNA, allowing humans to unleash abilities previously sealed. But was this really all right? If eliminating barriers was a good thing, then why was there one in the first place when humans first began to evolve? Only time could tell, and it was stupid to worry about an ability being too powerful. Jiang Chen was lying on a chair beside the swimming pool, enjoying the last rays of the summer afternoon. Although he was eager to return to the other side to tell Sun Jiao that he was safe, the interdimensional bracelet was on cooldown, there was nothing he could do about it, so he rested. The weather was becoming chillier, and it wouldn't be long before fall arrived. Thinking about it now, it had to be close to winter time in the apocalypse. Because of the radiation dust, winter in the apocalypse world came earlier than it did in the modern world. Going by what Sun Jiao said, usually by mid-October, winter would come to Wanghai City, and it would rightly be called a nightmare. In 1 month's time, the temperatures would drastically drop to sub-zero with unnatural snow coating the city in an unhealthy white. Despite this, compared to the first few years, it was getting better. Based on documentations, during the initial years after the nuclear war, the entire world remained frozen in a state of nuclear winter. Only winter, no summer. During that time, the mutants chose to hibernate or migrate to warmer areas such as abandoned nuclear facilities or geothermal wells. The only ones unaffected by the harsh temperatures were zombies. Their bodies did not possess enough water to be frozen, but due to the reduced sunlight, their sleep times were also lengthened. Jiang Chen was deep in thought as he stared at the chilled orange juice placed on the table. It was necessary to have enough food, clothing, and fuel for the winter, but these were not difficult for him to procure. The coming season would not be too bad for the fishbone base. There was obviously enough food, and winter clothing more effective than down clothes were sold in 6th Street. Fuel could be substituted by electricity, but overall, the levels of power generated and consumed would decrease in the winter since with the outside temperature already at sub-zero, the fridge system in the basement could be shut down. What worried him most was the combat power of the base. From what he gathered during the battle with the mutated humans, the weakness of the fishbone base was finally exposed. Ample money, but still too weak. With their power armors, they could steamroll through most survivor groups, but if they wished to expand, their opponents were not limited to small groups. Wanghai City had so many forces to begin with, what about outside of the city? In the country? And what about the unknown mutants? If they didn't have the support of heavy weaponry, they would instantly be at a disadvantage upon encountering a military force of mutated humans. Even more detrimental was the fact that there was no way to replace power armors. This time, 4 of them had been busted while the remaining were damaged. Despite eliminating the mutated humans, in the end, it was a terrible trade for Fishbone Base. He did not expect a group of mutated humans to appear out of nowhere. After realizing the Wei Zhong mercenaries were in trouble, he had been ready to take advantage of the situation. But upon finishing off the mercenary group, the new opponents were not friendly and immediately opened fire. From the start, there had been no chance of a peaceful resolution between normal humans and mutated humans. He grasped the glass of juice and chewed on the straw, deliberating as he gazed at Aisha's body floating in the water. They lacked heavy weapons. Fishbone Base was too dependent on 6th Street, who was likely unwilling to sell heavy weaponry to them. At most, they would offer a heavy machine gun or rocket launcher. The only reason they sold them the high-energy vacuum bombs was because they were ineffective in most situations, useless against zombies and easily intercepted by laser weapons. These items were limited to begin with since the production facilities were all but destroyed during the war. Weapons like tactical nukes and concentrated laser bombs were all raided from battlefields and half-destroyed military warehouses. Typically, possessing these sort of super weapons reflected the force of a survival camp. While it was important for Fishbone Base to possess its own firearm production line, they had to also think of ways to develop heavy weaponry. What gave Jiang Chen a headache was that he possessed the technology but not the production capability. Excluding production equipment, the two limiting factors to Fishbone Base's growth were raw materials and population size. Mining was impractical in the apocalypse. All of the sources near the surface were emptied. The major mining hubs on small sub-planets and moons had been blown into debris. And though they did purchase some construction materials from 6th Street, after this crusade, their own production supplies would have become scarce, so who would be willing to sell to him? If he wanted to develop the industry, he had to improve waste recycling first. Because of the rapid advancement in material science, refining matter with page-long names was no mean feat. Jiang Chen knew little about the subject, but he did hear from Zhao Chenwu that 35% of 6th Street's industrial production was based on waste recycling, because although organic materials could solve some needs, bullets, bombs, and armors all depended on metal. As for the matter of population, even if they didn't have a complete production line, if they modified some equipment, they could partially create it by hand. This, however, required an excessive amount of labor. The spider tank, for example, required tens of thousands of parts to be assembled. And to use the small population of Fishbone base to develop military tech, Zhao Chenwu's military factory alone had more workers. Could he produce some of the less complex parts in the modern world before moving them to the apocalypse? They had plenty of mining resources, and even if they didn't have the best skills, he could at least acquire some simple production equipment. Think about it. Jiang Chen wryly smiled and shook his head to give up on the idea. It was too dangerous. It was not practical in this country. Even if the workers didn't understand the purpose behind the spare parts, a factory without a stated purpose would very soon catch someone's attention. And if anyone happened to find out that he possessed military technology, the scenario was simply too beautiful to imagine. Perhaps overseas. Except Jiang Chen was of the mind that all crows in the world were of the same color. If they chose to follow their constitutions and laws, there was a chance that the country would not take action. But if it involved a giant of the military technology field, a massive conglomerate that came into prominence after World War II, they would not pass this opportunity. At this time, the country was willing to keep one eye open, but that was only until the military technology was on the brink of falling into the hands of their people. It was such a waste if he could not utilize the rich resources of the modern world. At that moment, Aisha burst from the water. Shaking her wet hair, she cast a pleasant smile in Jiang Chen's direction. Instantly, his eyes light up. URG, it was not because of that island. Fouquet, why didn't I think of it before? Jiang Chen slapped his head with a humorless smile. The only thing the apocalypse lacked was food, but in this world, it could be obtained almost anywhere. And if work was hard to do domestically, then the situation would be different on a small, developing island. If he could simultaneously have a base in the modern world, it would greatly benefit the development in the apocalypse. There was no need to worry about resources and labor in the modern world so long as he could control a small neutral country far from international regulations. His heart began to pump at the thought. For a long time now, he had been searching for an option to fall back on. This was after he had introduced Future 1.0 and was asked to have a chat with the person whom he had saved. Of course, he could say this only in his mind, but once he came out from the Wang family's home, he had the intention of leaving. But the exact details had to be planned out. He stood up from the chair and began walking towards the mansion. Aisha swam to the side of the pool, seductive water droplets hanging on to her dark brown, curly hair. Her tender white arms leaned against the poolside. The look in her eyes asked, "Don't you want to sleep together?" Jiang Chen gulped uncontrollably as he took in the charm that she herself didn't know she exuded. This girl was becoming more and more attractive by the day. Her white skin was partially due to race, but also partially due to the nutrients in the training chamber. Thanks to it, the grease and the dirt under her skin had been washed away, and the natural pores of the Caucasian race contracted. After days of care, Aisha's previously stiff skin became as smooth as jade. It was no exaggeration that if Jiang Chen used the nutrient to open a cosmetic center, he would earn overwhelming profits. Not only that, but because of the genetic vaccine and the daily workouts, traces of abs began to show. With her perfect legs, the exotic charm became more and more seductive by the day. But what intoxicated him most was the gaze full of love. This bikini-clad, attractive figure flourished only for one person. Jiang Chen had the urge to jump into the water and play with her. But he still had many things to do, and those sorts of actions could be done later at night. Compared to before, he was much better at controlling his desires. Ahem, why don't you play by yourself? I have some things to care of. Suppressing his desire, Jiang Chen awkwardly smiled and hastily left the pool area. Mansion basement. Jiang Chen observed the mutated human's body. Taking a deep breath, he extended his right hand. The storage dimension could not keep living creatures, he had tried it before. Ants could be stored, but not cockroaches, only to be instantly killed. It seemed it would be impractical to kill people using the storage dimension. It did not cost much energy to store corpses in the dimension, and the energy bar had been charged to 10%. Jiang Chen tensed at the slight pain radiating from his wrist. Fouquet, don't you break on me. When there was still no reaction, Jiang Chen began to sweat profusely. After a short delay, the mutated human twitched and disappeared into the storage dimension. He let out a long, relieved sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He glanced at his right wrist. It had cost 5% energy. He then used the remaining energy to remove crystals from the storage dimension before charging the interdimensional bracelet's energy to max capacity. It seemed that function had already recovered. Next was interdimensional travel. Jiang Chen initiated the ability. But soon, his excitement was killed by the pain in his wrist. The storage function had recovered, but the travel ability did not. Too soon, he looked at his right hand, unable to do anything. But since the storage function had recovered, the travel ability should follow soon after. After taking care of the body, Jiang Chen went to the third-floor office and booted up his computer. He had to prepare his plan to purchase an island. Opening up Baidu Wiki and Google Earth, his eyes searched the Pacific Rim region. It didn't have to be too big. Even if he ran out of land later, the apocalypse world had the technology to create artificial land masses. Only, the ocean was more frightening than land, so the technology was not well known among survivors. There was also no need for many people as it would be easier to control. If later he needed more, he could simply bring some in. An unstable political situation, but not too chaotic. The lower the GDP, the better. The poorer they were, the easier it would be to purchase the land. He would have to invest in it regardless. Ideally, they wouldn't have a dispute with neighboring countries over annoying things like natural gas or oil. He would eliminate those materials at any time. He didn't need them to make a living, and it would be troublesome to guard against thieves when developing in seclusion. Another important factor was that it had to be away from the 5 thugs. Likely referring to the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. Finally, he found a small country located on Panu Island. It almost seemed made for him. A smile on his face, Jiang Chen called Robert's number. "Hello, my old friend, you finally remember your unlucky friend." Robert's glib tongue was in action on the other side of the phone. "I've been busy lately, would you like to cut a deal?" Jiang Chen didn't bother with chit-chat and cut straight to the topic. There was a palpable pause on the other side, followed by a fake laugh. I'm no longer in the business, you know. I'm also on probation, so your words, that Lawrence guy will probably come to have a chat with me in a bit, too." Hearing Robert's downtrodden voice, Jiang Chen stopped and almost couldn't restrain his laughter. The guy must not be having the best time right now. By probationary period, he probably meant that the FBA was monitoring his phone after telling him to his face, "I'm watching you right now. Showing off despite your current state, and you even said that you would have me covered when I head to Los Santos." He smiled but inwardly cursed. Jiang Chen shook his head and got ready to end the call. "Okay, looks like you can't do this deal then. I'm going to hang up." No, wait. The call disconnected, but his cell phone rang shortly after. He picked up, mocking, "You switched numbers." Hee, other than the fact that the phone bill is a bit more expensive, this number is pretty convenient. "Ahem, what business do you have? I heard you say you're a producer now, but from your tone of voice, it seems you haven't had the best time." Jiang Chen asked jokingly. He remembered that the gold deal had been worth around 500 million United States dollars. With a 9% commission, minus the loan and other costs, he should have at least 10 million or more. Ran out of money already. It was in USD, too. It takes longer for a movie to return the investment, you know. Robert forced a laugh. "Did you spend all that money on tail over there in Hollywood?" Jiang Chen chuckled. This pervert. There are definitely better ways to spend the money. But as that thought crossed his mind, his expression turned sour. He felt those same words applied to him as well. Let's talk about business. Robert awkwardly laughed from the other side of the call. Jiang Chen didn't continue to make fun of him as he adopted a more serious tone. "You've always worked in sensitive areas, so you must be close to mercenaries." "Oh, do you want to hire mercenaries?" "But in moi." "Not in moi," Jiang Chen interrupted. "I need your help hiring a group of people to train bodyguards for me." Bodyguards. Robert paused for a moment. "In that case, Blackwater International is not bad." "Not Blackwater." Jiang Chen refused right away. "You said before, they're too close to the FBA." He finally managed to leave a circle of influence, there was no way he was entering another one. I knew it, you must be thinking of some bad things." Robert's ridiculing voice passed through the phone. He continued, "All of the mercenaries in the UA are all somewhat associated with the White House. If you want to find people who only recognize money, you'll have to go to Africa, the Middle East, or Eastern Europe." "Then let's do that." Make a trip with me to Eastern Europe, Jiang Chen said. Not possible. If I go there, before the plane even fully lands, I'll probably get deported. Speaking of which, are you not in the gold business anymore? Robert forced a smile. Gold is not grown out of the ground. Don't you want to do something big? Jiang Chen abruptly laughed. The other side of the phone went silent. Jiang Chen didn't rush him. He knew Robert was debating with himself, but in the end, he would agree. Without taking risks, could he still be called a businessman? He was a risk-taker down to his bones. Okay, you convinced me. But my instincts tell me that you may be crazy this time. I don't understand. You've been doing pretty well over there and successfully transitioned your business. Why? I have my own troubles, Robert, just like how you have your own, Jiang Chen said meaningfully. All right, I understand. Now that you say it, it does make sense. Once she touches your hand, you can never wash it off, hee. Despite stepping out of the business after Iraq, trouble seemed to always follow Robert. He spent most of the money, and though the producer title was pretty nifty, ultimately, it boiled down to money. With money, directors were more than happy to make friends with you. And without it, who gave a fouquet about you? He did invest quite heavily, but he had no idea how much profit would come out of it. In the movie industry, he was a completely outsider. Then let's talk about your pay first. 20 million USD. Deal. Jiang Chen paused, then began laughing. Are you not going to ask me what the deal is? If I told you to go bomb a place, would you do it? With a sheepish laugh, Robert touched his nose and said, Ahem, my friend, I trust you won't do things like that to me. If I did receive your money to plant explosives somewhere, you'd be in trouble, too. Jiang Chen didn't deny it. Back to the topic. First, mercenaries. I don't care how, but I need 10 people with experience. The other side lapsed into silence. I'll get Nick to go to Kane. I have some connections with General Markinov. Although I won't be there in person, a recommendation letter should be enough. This guy really loves money. I'll make a trip myself, so get Nick to wait for me. Would it be acceptable to pay with gold? Of course, they only recognize gold and USD there. Secondly, refugees. Europe has many refugees, right? I'll take some of their burdens for them. Help me think because I need around 100 people. Sheet, what are you trying to? I remember you said yes, Jiang Chen said casually. After deliberating, Robert let out a sigh of defeat. Okay, let me think, where do you want these people to get off the boat? Africa. Okay, I think I get what you mean. Do you want to start your own mercenaries? Or for the people behind you? Ahem, I don't think you should know too much, am I right? Jiang Chen interrupted with a smile. Mercenaries. You are underestimating me. My fault. Robert forcefully chuckled. Suddenly, he remembered the last time in Iraq, Jiang Chen had brought out a drone and a heat sensor grenade. The organization behind him was likely something he shouldn't know too much about. Capture a trafficking shop in the Mediterranean Sea, and get off at Libya. Then go on land to Nigeria. Is Nigeria chaotic enough? This was the question Jiang Chen was most concerned about. Somewhat. It's poor enough there. A few $100,000 USD is enough to buy a plot of land from the chiefs and have them keep their eyes closed to whatever you do there. Robert laughed. Africa was a haven for mercenaries. Poverty provided them with a source of troops, and the chaos allowed them to pass freely between borders with weapons. Although he didn't know why Jiang Chen refused to recruit cheap people from there, Robert knew by now not to ask any more. Great, then transporting them will be up to you. I'll take care of the other things. Is that all? No, one more point. Jiang Chen smiled mischievously. I heard you're a producer in Hollywood. Yes, I remember that you know. Robert was uncertain of the meaning behind his words. Play the bad guy for me. Your paycheck will be 20 million, in gold. Jiang Chen laughed malevolently. Panu Islands, located in South Pacific Ocean, was near the equator. The sunshine made this place a great destination for a vacation. The tourist attractions were plentiful in the area: natural island, volcano lake, rainforest. But because of the lack of infrastructure, it didn't manage to gain much traction. On the entire main island, the most expensive thing was probably the international airport, which they borrowed the money to build. At this time, inside the not-so-busy airport terminal, two strange-looking foreigners walked side by side. Roger, do you think I will be famous? To be honest, I smoked weed when I was 13. I was in juvenile by 15 inches. Hee, and then you got your bastards pounded by the black uncle inside. Who cares? The guy sitting in the Rainbow Mansion did far dumber things. Also, if you dare to use your Irish accent and call me Roger, I'll twist your head off. Robert stopped, and turned around to look at the Caucasian teen fiercely. Sorry, buddy, you know I am just nervous. Johnny waved his hand, unbothered by his words, and continued, I asked the psychiatrist before, he said he had a phobic for being too famous. Shut up, you bastard, Robert cursed out. Johnny kept his mouth shut after he heard those words. He knew that Robert was not someone to mess with. In Los Santos, even the gang leader would give him some ground. Although he seemed to have exited out of the business, it was not someone a little pawn like him would dare to mess with. Whenever someone mentioned to him Irish, 3 words would surface in Robert's head: weed, alcoholic, poor. But right now he must patiently entertain this dumb SS because it has to do with 20 million United States dollars. As to why he appeared here, it all started from the conversation a couple of days ago with Jiang Chen. Play a bad guy for me, and 20 million will be your paycheck. I'll pay in gold. Jiang Chen stopped momentarily before he continued, on an island country in the Pacific. Robert paused, then his expression suddenly changed. Sheet, are you going to? You were right. If you guessed it, then keep it to yourself. All in all, write a script for me and pick a good protagonist for me. I am going to film a blockbuster. Then an evil laugh was transmitted through the phone. He knew the laugh too well. Someone was going to have a bad time. You are crazy. Although I am a producer, I am more of an investor. Robert forced a troubled smile. He rubbed his temple and continued briefly after, okay, God. Let me think. Where are you planning to film it? How much are you going to invest? 100 million USD, 1 year of GDP for Panu Island. The plot will be, a Los Santos billionaire came to Panu Island with the intentions of investing in the local industry. He began bribing local officials and taking a sheet on all the natives there. Okay, so that's the first movie's plot. Oh, I recommend the billionaire be acted out by a poor bastard bad to the bone. I need him to display his expressions after he suddenly gets wealthy. Haha, don't worry, there are too many of you in Los Santos. I'll wire the 100 million to your account. Robert paused when he heard Jiang Chen's words and asked with a perplexed expression, you are going to wire it to me? Are you not scared that I am going to run away? I trust that you won't. Honor code right, especially since I can get you out from are you still? I understand, that's enough. Robert faked a laugh as he touched his nose. We are old friends. Some things don't need to be said. That's right. You are a smart person. The money that's supposed to belong to you will belong to you. Hee, if this deal is successful, you'll have a lot more to gain from it. Aren't you annoyed with the FBA? I can give you a backup option. Robert heard the words, and his throat twitched. He suddenly remembered a piece of entertainment news on the international section of the newspaper a while ago. December 30, 2014, Gambia presidential office was attacked by a militant group of approximately 10 people. The militants attempted to stage a coup. This bizarre event was the direct action of the Texas real estate businessman and a Minnesota veteran. They recruited people, bought weapons, and then transported the weapons through an illegal channel to Gambia. Of course, without a doubt, they failed. Based on their original plan, the action would not receive too much resistance. They thought the soldiers in the presidential office would not pose too much resistance in a dangerous situation like that. Perhaps they would even receive the support of some soldiers who decided to join forces with them. The result was that 3 of them were shot died right on the spot. There was no way to defeat them. In the unsuccessful coup, the Texas real estate developer businessman was the primary sponsor, and because they broke the less than neutrality law greater than, the UA prosecutor sued him. He only sponsored 220,000 USD as he only wanted to be a president once. Now, Robert felt like he was doing the same thing. Except this lunatic was even more insane. He was willing to put in 100 million USD. 100 million USD to buy an entire country. Not only that, as well as the cost of mercenaries. Damn it, let me ask you, are you serious? Robert's fingers were trembling. He couldn't even hold onto his phone. It was not because he was afraid, but rather he was excited. He was an adventurer at heart. If he were to really be successful, then the small firearm merchant could make history. Of course, he didn't really care about the reputation. The key was still the profit involved. He had a feeling that if he could establish a connection with The force behind Jiang Chen, his return would far exceed his previous total earning. That's right. I think you should ask for a break from your friend Lawrence. I don't want the FBA to be involved again. The tone sounded light. Of course, I'll think about it. Hee, it is getting me excited. His finger constantly rubbed the phone as there was clear excitement in his eyes. I don't care if you are excited or not, I want results. Let me be clear. This movie can only be shot once, you have to consider it carefully, Jiang Chen said slowly. Trust me, as a renowned producer in Hollywood, I, Robert, will make you extremely satisfied with my script. I'll have to take your word for it then, Jiang Chen said casually and then hung up the phone. There were already people waiting at the airport exit. Beside a limited edition black Mercedes-Benz was a middle-aged white man with a beer belly, constantly checking his watch. He made the loose suit look rather tight. Beside him, an Asian stood there, appearing to be his bodyguard. On another note, in this small country with only a population of 20,000, the entire military was only 100 people. They occasionally had to play the role of police as well. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he saw Robert and Johnny walk out. Oh, Mr. Robert, you are finally here. Haha, is this Johnny? The white man opened his arms and greeted Robert with an amiable smile. He also looked excitedly at the Irish next to Robert. Sheet, is he gay? Johnny asked Robert with his voice lowered. Shut up, dumb SS. The shooting already started. Robert moved his head and cursed, but immediately changed into a smiling expression and walked up to the man. That's right. This is Johnny, a billionaire from Los Santos. Just like old friends that haven't seen each other for years, they hugged each other and backed away. Robert turned around to look at Johnny. This is Panu Island's president, Edward. British descendant, basically from your hometown. Also, acts as the finance minister, and from your hometown was said full of malicious intent. As well as generally, my friend. Edward courteously shook Johnny's hand and shook it furiously. His face did not have any disdain for Irish people like usual Britons do. The reason why he would display this expression was purely due to what Robert had said. This Johnny guy was an Irish billionaire from Los Santos. No one had invested in Panu Island for a long time, there was finally a billionaire, so this fake emperor did everything to please him. As to being Irish, who cared? He only cares about the bills printed with Franklin's. After some small talk, the president invited them to get on his luxury vehicle, and personally drove them to the mansion. Robert purchased it 2 days ago under Johnny's name. It was worth $500,000 USD. Damn it, president, the finance minister, general, what is he not? Seated on the comfortable sofa, Johnny counted his fingers. And Supreme Court judge, education minister. He would not take any positions without benefits. Don't worry about it, do a good job on what I told you to do. Robert took a bottle of whiskey from the fridge, put it on the table, and poured himself a cup. Nice, these is booze. Johnny excited grabbed it and poured himself a cup as well. Robert glanced at the alcoholic that gulped down the entire cup as he took a sip. Then he said, there is a banquet tomorrow night, the local influentials will all be attending. Come with me, and I'll teach you what to do. The day after is an investing tour. You'll spend $2 million USD investing in a cargo port on the main island. Learn from me, see how I am stuffing the money, and establish a relationship with the officials. Robert continued. Also, not long after that there will a Han merchant contacting you. He is an old friend of mine. He is currently in the food processing business, help him a little, I don't think I need to teach you more. Gulp. Okay, Roger. Speaking of filming, where is the cameraman? Buddy, we are shooting a movie right? Johnny burped with the cup in his hand. In a few minutes, who knows how many shots he had taken already. Yes, we are filming a movie. This is the newest filming technique. You'll be part of history. Don't forget to build a statue for yourself in the city center, and the film team will do a special shot of it. Robert resisted the urge to laugh as he took another sip of the whiskey. In this case, I only need to spend money. Johnny chuckled as he poured himself another cup. This is a great job, what's the name of our movie again? Less than a billionaire in the slum greater than. Don't forget the piece that will make you famous. It's not only about spending money, but you also have to act as cocky, arrogant, and unbearable as possible. Such as cheating on the neighbor's wife, seducing the woman in town, just do everything you wanted to do. Los Santos, be yourself. Do a good job. If the reception is good, then there will be sequels. Robert leaned against the sofa as he mockingly looked into drunken eyes. Burp, sequels, what's the name? Just as he finished the sentence, he dropped the cup and fell asleep. What's the name? Less than a kingdom's destruction greater than, idiot, Robert continued to mock and put down the whiskey in his hands. Alcohol, it's better to just have a taste. After ending the conversation with Robert, Jiang Chen returned to the pool. Just as a smirk spread across his face and he was ready to jump into the pool and have an intimate moment with Aisha, his phone rang again. It was Xia Xiu. It was not the right time. He cursed in his mind, as he unhappily picked up the phone. But when he heard the news from the other side, his unhappiness faded. First was from Future 1.0. Because they were approaching 250 million downloads shortly after the software was available. In a few days Jiang Chen was gone, and based on the marketing department's plan, Future 1.0 welcomed its first update. Now, the earnings were already evident as a result of the update. Rather than an update, it was releasing a previously locked function. The update opened up the community system. Everyone would acquire a random account after the patch. Other than cleaning the exquisite design, the chat interface had nothing special. To put it simply, everyone had an account that they could freely add friends, set up chat groups, and post statuses on. The functions were not unique as all the other chat program had it, but the one thing that made it stand out among its competitors were smart friend search. Based on the user's description, Little White can accurately search for the chat partner based on the description. Of course, it was up to the user to decide on what information to make available or not. The user's personality was based on the data collected during daily interactions and analyzed based on a special software. The results were 97% accurate and would be hidden from the user and stored on the server's side. The personality only recorded positive traits and did not include negative traits, since no one would want to expose their weakness. The user could choose to publish these traits, or reevaluate after a period, but could not change the traits. For example, if a man wanted a big-boobed, gorgeous, energetic, being able to cook, nice to parent girl, Little White would find it since the user base was already at 250 million. Except that it would be up to the other side to add you or not. Even if you get rejected, Little White would suggest you lower the standards and improve upon oneself. If the random selection were activated, Little White would use smart setting to match friends with the highest compatibility. Apart from that, Future 1.0 also introduced VIP. Although it was similar to QQ's member policy, there was a slight innovation. Other than putting the red VIP symbol beside the user ID, it also introduced contribution system correlated with levels. There was a funny joke on Weibo before. The designer was driven insane. Suddenly, he jumped up and yelled, "I want to design a game with only two functions, pay and ranking." So, in the end, the game was actually introduced, which was Bilibili's new anime sponsorship plan. The innovation was replicated by Future Technology. 1 RMB equal to 10 contributions, 100 contributions would level up to VIP 1. To upgrade to VIP 2, it would require 1000 contribution, which was equivalent to 100 RMB. Based on this scale, VIP 5 would need 100,000 RMB. To maintain the current status, 10 RMB would be enough. Not paying would hide the VIP symbol, but it would not level down. Other than that, there were also 10 diamond VIPs that were granted automatically to the top 10 contributors. Would people actually pay? Yes. 2 days after the introduction of the community feature, there were 200 VIP 5 users born. The top of the contribution list was a coal tycoon with a contribution of 100 million. That meant he paid 1 million. Why would people be so willing to pay? Imagine this. If a beauty searched you, the first thing she saw was a VIP 6 or diamond symbol, what kind of reaction would it be? Or some would actually put a VIP limit on the search, prohibit anyone below VIP 3 from adding them. Showing off and bragging were common flaws of all humans, especially rich people that have too much money. They only needed to be recognized. The massive user base of Little White and the existence of the contribution system gave them the perfect platform to show off. Based on the backend stats, the guy at the top of the list almost had his friend request feature blow up. Although it was not Jiang Chen's intention, the pure Little White became another great app for one-night stands after Momo and WeChat. Other than that, VIP user also had other exclusive privileges. For example, the invitation for beta testing of the mobile game Less Than New Era Greater Than, it would select 10,000 users from each of the different levels. Therefore, the 100 million users would split 10,000 codes. The millions of VIP1 would also split 10,000 codes. The VIP5 users would each get one as there are only a few hundred of them. Do you want the invitation code? Then pay more money. This era-defining mobile game had a lot of expectation and hype. Based on the marketing department's research, on Taobao, an invitation code was propped up to 1,000 RMB, which almost broke the record for highest price paid for an invitation code. Of course, this design certainly caused some people to be unhappy. Especially those people with ill intentions who hired internet armies to control the direction of criticisms. The only point was that it was unfair for so many normal users to split only 10,000 codes. That's unfair. We are going to protest. But those brain-dead comments did not have any negative impact on Future 1.0, but rather it triggered angry responses from Little White's fan. Once it turned into a debate, it became a hot topic which was a form of free advertisement for Future 1.0. When the people with ill intentions realized that the internet armies they hired did not create the perception they wished, it was too late to regret. Part of the success was because of Xia Xiu's effort. When she discovered the signs, she immediately responded and hired her own internet army to steer the direction of the conversation. She perfectly used the tricks of the opponents to turn this into a successful marketing campaign. All in all, Future 1.0's financial report was very impressive. Within 10 days of the community function, the company's net earning was 100 million RMB. The number would only increase with the continued operation of Future 1.0, as well as higher user dependence. Xia Xiu even confidently stated that within 2 years, she could break the yearly revenue record set by the member system of Penguin Group. The other area was the mobile game. After a period of marketing, the invitation code was already distributed to the market through Little White. Part of the invitation codes has been circulated through the VIP system. Even if it has been circulated to people who didn't want to play, because it was not tied to the account, third parties could purchase the code and sell it for margin. As to the code being propped to 1,000 RMB, even if they were not fans of New Era, they would be interested in the invitation code. If they didn't play the game, they could always sell it for money. There was nothing to lose. So naturally, it turned into another form of advertisement. Since the Little White user base already reached 250 million, those people would pay attention to the game because of the expensive invitation code even if they didn't play the game. Within 2 months, Future Technology was already profitable. It made the venture capitals that were waiting for the opportunity frustrated that they missed the hen that laid golden eggs. They previously planned to wait for Future Technology to have cash flow problems before they opened their greedy mouths and took the company with endless amounts of potential. But who would have thought that Future Technology didn't lack money in the first place? Even Penguin had to beg venture capitals. When he heard 100 million in profits, Jiang Chen straight up told Xia Xiu that he would use 1 million as a bonus. Unlike other tech companies, Future Technology's cost was insanely low. Other than the cost of labor and server maintenance, after tax, the rest would be profit. As to research and development, what was that? Only a couple of cans of food. Seeing that you are working so diligently, should I give you a raise? Jiang Chen laughed. His mood was indeed delighted. Although the 100 million was nothing to his net assets, it was a good start. It was the first stream of clean money he earned. No need. My 1% dividend is already enough. From her voice, that girl was also in a good mood. It was a feat being able to accomplish this with a new team. After the 100 million equity infusion, she proactively brought up decreasing her share percentage. So after the change, her share in the company changed to 1%. Although Jiang Chen was surprised, he didn't stop her. Even if it was just 1% share, the 100 million profit this year was a lot. Because she was not the legal representative, there was a 20% income tax. But even after that, it would still be 800,000 RMB. 2 more months until year-end. With this year's profit, any dividend would exceed her current salary. Bonus and salary were meaningless to her now. Because it was work time, Xia Xiu ended the call after reporting to Jiang Chen. It wasn't until now that Jiang Chen noticed that there were a bunch of missed calls. Starting from yesterday, there was a call every half an hour. After going to the apocalypse, the phone was in his storage dimension. He only took out the phone after calling Robert, so all the missed phone call messages came in. This girl, a smile curled up on Jiang Chen's mouth. Although she always kept a cold and serious face, she could be surprisingly cute at times. Aisha leaned beside the pool. Her mouth pouted slightly. The graceful and serene legs were moving through the water disinterestedly. She was not the type to get jealous, but for the phone call that clearly interrupted the intimate moment with her and her husband, it did make her a little unsatisfied. Jiang Chen threw the phone into the storage dimension before noticing the expression on Aisha's face. He smiled. He didn't even take off his clothes before he dived into the water. In Aisha's light outcry, Jiang Chen hugged the gentle and loyal girl with a smirk. Compared to before, they were no longer awkward. From her daily actions, he clearly sensed her love. To be fair, he did not have feelings for her in the beginning. He just somewhat accepted her. But because of her proactiveness, Aisha's love finally slipped into his heart. Her gentleness, her understanding, and her sacrifice were almost extinct in the modern world. Just by looking into her eyes, he would be melted by the love. He was uncontrollably drawn to her. It was time for him to be proactive. "Can you teach me how to swim?" Jiang Chen said with a smirk, as he blew into her ear. Aisha lowered her head shyly, and then she put her hands on his wet shirt. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up from his sweet dream. He looked at the adorable girl beside him, sleeping as calmly as a cat, and his mouth curled up. Mouth slightly closed, graceful eyebrows, eyelashes gently trembling, and the somewhat messy hair. The porcelain doll-like white skin was cast with slight redness on her cheeks, and from her rhythmic breathing, Jiang Chen could hear a hint of tiredness and joy. It was a bit too crazy last night. Jiang Chen thought about last night as his face turned red. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that every time Aisha was treated, roughly, by him, she would be excited, especially with her hands pulled behind her back, from the back. He awkwardly touched his nose, and then gently tucked Aisha in before quietly sneaking down from the bed. He hadn't cooked breakfast in a long time. Jiang Chen, satisfied, looked at the buttered toast and oatmeal with milk on the table with a great sense of accomplishment. "I definitely have the potential to be a great man," he narcissistically murmured. He then relaxingly sat beside the table to enjoy the breakfast. He still had a lot of important things to do, so he had to wake up earlier than usual. He cleaned everything up and left a sticker on the table before he left the door humming. He drove straight to the rural area with his Maybach. Jiang Chen still needed to do some preparation work for his island purchase plan. The sooner, the better. Robert probably started the plan already on his side. To be fair, he was even scared by his own plan. If he made a mistake by accident, he would enter the blacklist of the international police. But then he just needed it to succeed, right? Aisha opened her weary eyes and slowly sat up on the bed. She smoothed her slightly messy hair and stared blankly at the empty pillow, her mind just zoned out for a moment. She didn't know why she fell in love with Jiang Chen, but the feeling was that intense. Whenever she saw him, her heartbeat would increase. Whenever he hugged her, her entire body would feel hot. She blankly smiled as she remembered last night. Suddenly she woke up from her drowsy state. "Oh no, I forgot to cook breakfast." In her perspective, to be a qualified wife, she should put the prepared breakfast on the table before the husband headed out for work. Although it was not written in the religion, it was the family tradition from her mother's side. That's how she had measured herself. She knew that her husband was a great man, including the woman that came back with him on the car. He probably has a lot of wives. Even if she wouldn't get jealous, she still craved more attention. This included a controlled diet. She did not know the genetic vaccine improved her digestive ability. She didn't need to control her diet to avoid that extra fat on her stomach. Proper exercise to make herself look fit and charming. The nutrient was also marvelous, as it seemed to improve her skin condition. The only drawback was the awkward pee tube. She also worked diligently on housework. But she was too tired last night. Even when she woke up this morning, her legs still felt sore. That's why she slept in. She quickly got out of the bed. Aisha put a long white dress shirt on her gorgeous figure and then ran downstairs with her legs exposed. However, she was disappointed. Jiang Chen already left. Frustrated by her own mistake, after washing up, Aisha grumpily came to the kitchen to make some food for herself. When she saw the breakfast already on the table, she paused. Her heart felt warm. There was a note on the table, the writing was really neat, and she could understand it with her Han level now. "Less than I won't come home to eat, you don't have to wait for me. Take care of yourself. Jiang Chen. Greater than." She put the notes in front of her chest as a flush of warmth appeared on her face. She suddenly remembered why. Because of this gentleness, that was what made her uncontrollably fell in love with him. Although he always gave off a naughty feeling, he always took great care of her. He didn't discriminate her because of her refugee status nor treat her brutally. Her hand subconsciously crossed her chest as her finger gently pressed the button on her shirt. Dad, Mom, I am living a happy life in this foreign country. Don't worry about me. She grasped onto the note tightly as she prayed. Xinlong Food Processing Plant. The gray concrete wall looked relatively clean, the surrounding environment was not too bad either. Although it was small, it had everything in there. Just from the outside, Jiang Chen was quite pleased with the plant. He got off the car and looked around before he quickly found the person he was looking for. A middle-aged man squatting in front of the door, smoking, quickly stepped on the cigarette after he saw Jiang Chen. Forcing a smile, he came to greet him. But that smile was no better looking than him crying. The information said he was 31 years, but the 180 centimeters man has a hunched back like a 50-year-old elder. The whiteness on the side of his hair and the engraved face was not because of the passage of time, but rather the misfortunes in life. Jiang Chen, you should already have seen my information. Jiang Chen didn't judge this man too much, as he extended his hand with a smile. Zheng Hongji, owner of the Xinlong Food Processing Plant. Zheng Hongji shook Jiang Chen's hand, and forced another smile. He then gave Jiang Chen a welcoming gesture. Mr. Jiang, follow me to take a look at the plant. Jiang Chen nodded. Both of them entered the plant side by side. Jiang Chen noticed the dust on the production line. This place hasn't produced in a while. 2 canned food processing lines, an instant noodle line, and a cookie line. Our work was mostly in processing before, but no one wants to work with us now. Zheng Hongji's smile was bitter. He then led Jiang Chen to back of the plant. This is the warehouse, including the 4 empty acreages of land. We previously had the plan to expand the plant, but now it looks like it is not necessary. I'll sell you the production equipment at 70%, we'll make it 300,000. The land and plant itself are a bit more expensive, 2.4 million, can't go lower than that. After finishing, Zheng Hongji stopped talking and looked at Jiang Chen's reaction. He estimated in his mind and nodded rather pleased. The price was fair, even a bit lower than the market price. He already asked the intermediary before, the plant's cost was around 3 million. This guy must have met some trouble with money, or else he wouldn't need to sell the plant at a lower price this hastily. Although he already decided to purchase it, Jiang Chen's eyes moved slightly. He didn't reply, but rather he gave Zheng Hongji a cigarette with a smile and dragged him aside. Mr. Zheng, I am quite pleased with the price. But I am curious, based on the construction of the plant, you are not the type to have improper planning. What made you want to sell your asset? Zheng Hongji didn't reject the cigarette as he skillfully lit it up. He blew a smoke ring. The just 31-year-old man had wrinkles squished together on his face, and he bitterly smiled again. Stock market. Although it was only 2 words, Jiang Chen instantly knew his sadness. There is a famous quote in Less Than Fortress Besieged Greater Than, marriage is like a siege, people want to go outside, people want to come inside. The same word would apply to the stock market without it being the slightest bit unfit. 5 years ago, Zheng Hongji was only an ordinary taxi driver. Because of chatting with a passenger once, he heard about the food processing industry. The slight drunk boosted to him how processing food made money, and at that time he was tempted. Being only 20, he didn't want to be a taxi driver for his entire life. From that point on, he started to learn about the unfamiliar industry. With the family saving as well as borrowings from relatives, he successfully purchased a poorly operated small processing plant. Although he didn't go to university before, because of his hard work and desire to learn, he used his learned on-the-spot operation knowledge to expand the small facility to a large plant. Contracts flew to him like snowflakes. The canned food and instant noodles he produced were not only high in quality, but the price was also superior compared to his competitors. The plant was getting more and more profitable, buying land, purchasing production lines, hiring more employees, even the famous Master Kung sent them a contract for food processing. Within 5 years, Boss Zheng's name spread throughout his hometown. His former friends began calling him Boss Zheng, Brother Zheng. From nothing to starting his plant in Wanhai City, being able to buy a car, buy a house, and returning to his hometown in glory. From a taxi driver to a boss, his experience in the 5 years could be written into a book. But everything changed at the end of last year. The stock market sunk to the bottom, rumors of the index striking 6,124 finally faded. The stock market was averaging around 3,000 at the time. One of his business friends told him once when they were drinking that stock markets were a good place to make money, and if he had money, he should give it a try. Although he was a bit drunk, Jiang Hongji's head was still sober. His consciousness told him that this zero-sum game was not right. How could a market without producing any goods create value? Jiang Hongji didn't listen to his friend, but rather he told his friend not to be so drawn into tricky things. But his friend only laughed and didn't bother with him. 4 months later, his friend bought 2 apartments in the city. His previous car was upgraded to a BMW. When they were drinking again, the friend gloated on the fact that he used 1 million to make a stunning return of 5 million. Seeing his friend was now wealthy, Jiang Hongji felt regret. If he listened to his friend's words, it wouldn't just be 2 apartments, he would probably be living in a mansion by now. He worked hard for 4 months, and in the end didn't even make as much as his friend made in a few days. After a few more rounds, perhaps due to envy, Jiang Hongji casually asked, "Is it too late to get in now?" When he heard those words, his friend was immediately drawn to the conservation. He constantly boosted at how, "The economic condition is superb, it is only going to go up, there is no backing down this time." After a passion-filled conversation, Jiang Hongji was tempted. With only the food processing plant, it would take 10 years before he could become a millionaire, but he could with only a few days in the stock market. When he returned home, he hesitantly opened an account. Under the guidance of his friend, he tested the water by putting in 20,000. He didn't pay too much attention to the account as he was busy with his business until 1 month later when he remembered that he bought stock. He only opened the account out of curiosity and wanted to see how much money the 20,000 turned into. If it were a small amount, even if he lost it all, it would be okay. It would have been better if he didn't look. He immediately jumped up when he saw the number. The 20,000 turned into 50,000. He felt the world dazzling around him. It was not excitement, but regret. That's right, it was regret. If he put in 2 million, it would have become 5 million. If he borrowed some money to buy 10 million, he would be a millionaire already. Humans' greed was infinite. The piercing 5,000 red number. He remembered Renren newspaper, the bull market is only halfway to the top. He immediately put all 2 million from his account into the stock market. Out of the 2 million, there was a 1 million loan used for the plant's expansion. Renren newspaper would not trick its citizens, right? XXX can't be lying. If the stock market crashed, then XXX would be the first one to react. It's hard to believe, but they did the trick. What can you do? In the start, he did feel excited as a 2% increase was 40,000. By just looking at that red line, he felt his entire body shake with excitement. He was starting to daydream about the life of a millionaire and forgot the caution he had before. With just half a month, he experienced the feeling of dropping down from heaven to hell. The index headed straight down, thousands of stocks with 10% decreases became the norm, but the media kept pushing it up. The right opportunity to get into the bull market. Short-term adjustments for higher adjustment. Stock hits rock bottom, now is the time to buy. The index can't drop anymore. The central government is discussing interest rate drop. 80% of organizations think the stock market is at the bottom. Pension plan is in discussion to enter the market. He continued to buy in only to continue to lose. The friend that promised him that it wouldn't drop below 4,000 points was nowhere to be seen. It was rumored that he borrowed money he shouldn't have, left his wife and children and escaped to the south. Jiang Hongji wanted to die, but he couldn't. He has a wife that loved him dearly, and a daughter that idolized him. The plant expansion was a no-go. Because he used the loan for other purposes, to avoid legal consequences, as well as being forced by the bank to sell assets to repay debt, Jiang Hongji decided to borrow elsewhere to fill the hole. He borrowed money from his business friends and repaid the bank loan. Then he put the rest of the money into the plant, hoping he could slowly repay the debt. However, another unfortunate event occurred. Within less than a month, the high rising pork price increased the price of other foods, which directly increased the cost of producing canned foods and slammed the food processing industry. But to repay this debt, he practically accepted all orders and used the guarantee fee to maintain production and repay debt. With the price from the previous month, based on the high rising cost of production, for every canned food he produced, he lost 1 RMB. But he had to keep producing, or else he would have to pay for breach of contract. If it was before, he could have easily handled this crisis with the cash on hand, but now. After debating, he chose to breach the contract and lost every single cent. He lost all opportunities to start up again. The bank would not loan him money, and he could no longer pay for the workers, so he had to let go of all employees. The 5 years was like a dream. Because of a legal Ponzi scheme, he went from high up in the clouds to hell. The stock market was like less than inception greater than, people on the outside were afraid, people on the inside couldn't escape. He left a sentence worth thinking about. Then he blew the last smoke ring before stepping on the cigarette butt. If he knew what would happen today, he wouldn't have done it from the beginning. To be honest, Jiang Chen also followed the stock market before, but before this July, he had no money in his pocket. He was quite lucky that he was always an outsider. Silently listening till he finished, Jiang Chen let out a sigh. Your experience could be written into a book. Do you have any plans? Probably driving. Selling the factory should be enough to pay off the debt, and the missing salaries. Although I am not a boss anymore, I still have to maintain my morale as a person. He laughed self-mockingly as he shook his head. Morale is a bright spot. Jiang Chen secretly nodded his head as he heard Hongji's words. He didn't know how to operate a plant. Rather than going to a headhunter to find a manager, it would be better to hire this expert right away. I am talking about your future plans, not your plan for tomorrow. Jiang Chen smiled. He looked at the wry face, unfitting for his age, as he spoke lightly. Zhang Hongji paused for a moment. Me, probably driving. A waste of talent. I personally look highly of people with ability. Jiang Chen waved his hand and interrupted him, and he continued with a smile, what about this? Do you have any interest in working in my factory? Xinlong Food Processing Plant is still called Xinlong. You are still the head. Finishing his words, Jiang Chen extended his right hand and looked at him with a bright smile. Shocked, the aged face suddenly regained some liveliness. From the initial shock to the final excitement, Zhang Hongji extended his hand out, trembling, and held onto Jiang Chen's hand. He never imagined that the new owner of the factory would risk the bad luck and hire a failure. Regardless, the plant went down because of him. The closure of the factory was not because of your operational mistake. I think Xinlong would only be able to generate maximum value in your hands. I trust that you won't easily just let go of so many years of hard work. What do you think? I do. An answer without hesitation. He put Jiang Chen's hand down as Zhang Hongji picked up the cigarette butt he threw on the ground. What are you doing? Jiang Chen was bewildered. Sanitation is critical in a food processing plant. When I was the head, without exaggerating, there was not a single bud in the entire plant. As if the spring breeze just blew by, all of a sudden, the rigid face returned to its former day liveliness. Jiang Chen shrugged, extinguished the bud, and followed him to the trash can to throw it in the bin. Now that I have purchased the company, I will inject 1 million into it. I demand you to restart production within half a month. I just want to ask one thing, are you confident? Yes. Seeing Zhang Hongji shout out at the top of his lungs, Jiang Chen laughed and patted him on the shoulder. That's the attitude. I trust you. Now go with me to the bureau to finish the process. Boss, could I invite you to lunch after the process? I don't have a lot of money, so I can't treat you at a restaurant. The 30-something man forced a laugh. Regardless, he wanted to invite the person that gave him a second chance for a meal to express his sincere gratitude. It was the tradition of his hometown, and his insistence throughout his life. Slightly unexpecting it, Jiang Chen immediately laughed. No problem. He noticed out of a sudden that the abjected man's chest finally rose up. As if he received a new life. The process was completed quickly, and Jiang Chen acquired the rights to the factory. When the 2.7 million was transferred to Zhang Hongji's bank account, and he received the confirmation message on his phone, the man finally lets out a sigh of relief. He still acted as the plant manager with a base salary of 8,000, and based on sales there would be bonuses. Just like before, he would have to take care of everything from marketing to production. Although a bit overwhelming, Jiang Chen gave him a lucrative bonus plan. It would depend on his sales to see how much he would get in the end. I won't care too much on how the plant is operated, but you have to do a few things for me. Although he said it casually, Zhang Hongji still sensed the inflexibility in his tone. Please go ahead. Zhang Hongji nodded with an earnest expression. First, if you want to do it, then go big. Processing for other people can be put aside. We'll have to develop our own brand. Our own brand? Zhang Hongji forced a smile, and continued, to be honest, I tried to start my own brand before, but the cost is too high. Advertisement, sponsorship, distribution channel, it was incomparable to the profit margin of processing for other people. There's also more risk. Jiang Chen shook his head laughing. Processing for other people is enough if we want to remain small, but I don't plan on doing that. I'll continue to invest in the early stages, including research and development, upgrading to the larger production lines, and expanding the plant. You don't have to worry about the sales channel, I'll mention it next. As to distribution and advertisement, I'll take care of it. Funny, there is no channel better than the internet, right? Promotion could be done on Future 1.0, such as free mooncake during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Or when he makes Lu Yao famous, getting her to promote the brand would be simple. Seeing the boss so certain, although Zheng Hongji was still unsure, he didn't continue asking. Second, this is the most important point. We'll transition to international trade. I need you to register for import and export requirement. The destination is currently Panu Island. We'll import the fruit to produce fruit can and sell domestically, then export other canned food. When he heard Jiang Chen's words, Zheng Hongji slightly raised his eyebrows. He asked wondering. I considered export before, but it was not as easy as it seems. First being that we don't have a strong brand, second being the cost. We don't have any advantages compared to corporations in Australia or the Philippines. And the most critical factor is transport. I know a little about Panu Island. It's a small island country in the Pacific, and it doesn't even have a deep water port to dock larger ships. You don't have to worry about that. It won't be long until an investor builds a cargo port there. You only need to expand production and sell to them, and produce the cheap food imported from there into food cans. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously and didn't explain more. Zheng Hongji paused as he had a weird expression on his face, looking at Jiang Chen. Although he was curious as to why the boss knew a lot about the third world country, but since the boss didn't plan to say more, he stopped asking. Third, this not something official, so you only need to keep it in mind. I need you to have surplus goods every month. It was okay to buy from the food store owner in the short term, but it was not a reliable long-term situation. Since goods only went into the warehouse and never out, 1 or 2 times, it wouldn't cause any suspicion, but any more than that would be problematic. Once the fishbones population increases, it would have a higher demand for food. A food processing plant would be the safer choice. Surplus goods. Zheng Hongji almost thought he heard it wrong. Surplus goods referred to goods overproduced. Usually, it would either be given out to employees for free or discounted at a low price. It was the first time he heard someone wanted surplus good. I'll let you know the amount, you only need to keep that in mind. These goods don't need to be branded. It's not for selling, I have other uses. After hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Zheng Hongji didn't ask more. Although it was an odd request, it was nothing complicated. Him, being a boss before, knew that he only needed to listen. Dad, my cute daughter, haha, Daddy is back. Zheng Hongji hugged his daughter, who leapt towards him with a warm smile. Dad, who is this? The adorable girl blinked her big eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen kneeled down and looked at this energetic little girl with a smile. He then said with an amiable voice, Uncle is your dad's friend. What's your name? My name is Jia. I am in 2nd grade at experimental school, Jia replied in a cute tone. Jiang Chen paused when he heard experimental school. Uncle, are you okay? Jia tilted her head. Oh, nothing, hee. Jiang Chen forced a laugh and answered in a light-hearted tone. Sun Zhao is probably still waiting for me on the other side. He peeked at his right hand. He tried this morning, but it still didn't work. You are back, and this is. A virtuous-looking woman came out of the kitchen and asked her husband when she saw Jiang Chen. This is my boss, Mr. Zhang. Zheng Hongji smiled at his wife. You finally sold the plant. I did, but Mr. Zhang hired me to continue to run the plant. Kong Jia looked at the smile she hasn't seen for a long time on her husband's face as her eyes became moist. She took a deep breath in, and to both Jiang Chen and Zheng Hongji's surprise, she sincerely bowed towards Jiang Chen. Honey, what are you doing? Jiang Chen looked at her actions, not knowing how to react. For a while, Hongji had been worried about the plant every day. He regretted trusting his friend's word. I was really scared that one day if he couldn't think things through, he would leave us. Tears began to emerge from Kong Jia's eyes. Seeing the tears in his wife's eyes, Zheng Hongji suddenly hugged her. Fool, there is no way I would leave you. The tough man's voice had a sob tone to it. Jiang Chen silently watched them as a smile emerged on his face. It would best not to interrupt them right now. Uncle. Jia looked up and blinked her big eyes at Jiang Chen. Do you have something, little Jia? Jiang Chen regathered his thoughts and kneeled down again, rubbing her hair. Thank you, Jia said sweetly. Ha ha. Jiang Chen suddenly burst out laughing. Jia tilted her head and looked at the uncle in front of her, confused. No problem, Jia is very courteous. For some reason, his mood was delighted at this moment. Hee. Because she received recognition, Jia smiled shyly. After Zheng Hongji had finished hugging his wife, he looked awkwardly at Jiang Chen. It was rather impolite to leave the guest hanging during a display of affection. The thin-skinned Kong Jia already fleeted to the kitchen. Jia tilted her head not knowing the situation, while Zheng Hongji expressed his apology with a blushed face. Jiang Chen, with a smile, motioned it was okay. He then began to chat with Zheng Hongji on the sofa. Zheng Hongji was a talkative person as he was a taxi driver before he started a business. Although his experience was nowhere near as exciting as Jiang Chen, his depth of experience far exceeded Jiang Chen's. His wife Kong Jia was a traditional woman, she virtuously cooked the meal and asked everyone to eat. On the table, Jiang Chen and Zheng Hongji had a few drinks. Jia curiously reached her hand towards the cup, which made Jiang Chen chuckle more. Is this the feeling of home? He thought about it, and it did feel like this when he was at the wily old fox Wang Dehai's place. He was suddenly envious of the feeling. He didn't know why. Maybe it was time to go back to his hometown Lake City. Perhaps during New Year, it was already October. Jiang Chen fell into a deep thought while watching the table filled with home-cooked dishes. But suddenly, a fierce door-smashing sound transmitted from the outside, it forced him out of his thoughts. Who? Jiang Chen was lost as he looked at Zheng Hongji. But Zheng Hongji was confused as well. He exchanged a confused look with his wife before he got up and walked towards the door. You are. Zheng Hongji opened the door as he looked confusedly at the men in front. Fu Ku, we are here to collect our money. A few young men in shirts saw that the door was opened and they didn't hesitate to force their way in. Wait, do you guys have the wrong person? After being pushed aside, Zheng Hongji struggled frightened. This is the loan agreement, 3 million. We are debt collectors. A young man with a buzz cut aggressively pushed Zheng Hongji as they surrounded him, sneering. What are you guys doing? Let Hongji go. I am going to call the police. Kong Jia took out the phone as she said shakingly. Police. Don't use cops to scare me. Let me get this straight. Do you know who my boss Sir Chang is? The young man said cockily. A man in shades stood behind him with a cigarette in his mouth. He didn't speak. This guy was probably Sir Chang. Dad. Jia saw that her father was in trouble as her adorable face twisted, with tears in her eyes she wanted to run up. Don't come, Jia. Dad is okay. Zheng Hongji immediately stopped her. Kong Jia also grabbed Jia and hugged her. He took a deep breath as Zheng Hongji looked at the young men. I already prepared the money, and I'll borrow from my relatives some more in the next few days. Next few days? I want to take care of this today. At this moment, the young man suddenly saw Jiang Chen, his thuggish look instantly froze. To be honest, Jiang Chen was surprised from the start. He didn't expect to see him here again. Jiang Chen mischievously examined the young man as he opened his mouth. Oh, what a coincidence, it's you again. A young man who didn't finish high school followed by a few tattooed subordinates who also didn't finish high school. It would be more satisfying if he managed to hook up with a rebellious girl while still studying and act as the boss in front of a bunch of students. Although in front of a real boss, Lu Hu was still nothing. But compared to other punks, he was at least somewhat competent. He practiced a bit of martial arts, overlooked a construction site in the past and hustled cash from grade schoolers, that last part didn't count. In any case, the Hongyi gang leader, Lu Changlong, recognized his ability during a street brawl. After being released by the police, he joined Hongyi gang, and through his fighting prowess, he finally climbed to success. However, his blissful life changed completely one day. His brothers surrounded AB*TCH with a beautiful face without a background during one of their modus operandi. Paying off debt was expected from anyone, otherwise, paying off using one's body also worked fine. It wasn't his first time doing something like this. But an average-looking guy came by and not only he was physically strong, but he was also wielding a gun. Lu Hu was scared, and it suddenly dawned on him that he messed with the wrong person. The man didn't even bat an eye when he shot and maimed the leg of one of his thugs. When he felt the hot muzzle pressing against his temple, his hands went cold, and his legs turned weak. In short, although he had brought the money back, he failed to complete the task given to him by his boss, which was to bring the person back, and made an enemy with someone he shouldn't have. This normally shouldn't be a big deal. After all, Liu Changlong had worked for Hong Yi Gang for so many years and had earned plenty of merits, so he shouldn't be kicked out just because of this. However, something unexpected happened which made him relive his former street thug life. It went something like this. Liu Changlong had received a phone call from his younger brother, Liu Anshan, asking him if he wanted to get rich. Liu Anshan recounted the story about Jiang Chen selling gold and had emphasized the fact that this person had a lot of gold, and there must be a stable source where it came from. Liu Changlong was tempted, but gold alone was not enough to sway him. However, if it was a stable source of income, that was something entirely different. He didn't care if it was a private mine or an ancient tomb. After all, how hard could it be to pry the secret out of someone with little or no background on his turf? Though before making a move, he cautiously investigated beforehand. The result of the investigation frightened him. This Jiang Chen was no simple character. Being the chairman of Future Technology was not the important point. The crucial point was when he hinted at his friends in politics, the response he received was, "Do not touch this guy." Even worse was the old city mayor personally made a directive with one word: support. His friend only vaguely explained to him that if he dared to touch him, all his hideous secrets would be exposed the next day, then he would be incarcerated and he would be beyond saving. The gang could only scare the ordinary people. Not taking into consideration the people the city official personally stated to support, anyone with some background would be difficult to offend. Because of this, his action couldn't be seen under the light. Of course, he didn't dare to make a move on Jiang Chen at the moment. He also didn't dare to use Lu Hu, who had offended Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen might not remember it, there was no point in taking the risk. So Lu Hu lost his job and the thugs, who followed him, left one by one. Fortunately, one of his drinking friends recognized his talent in debt collecting, so he employed him to work in a debt collection agency. Scaring and hoaxing people, this combination would certainly put pressure on most ordinary citizens to pay off their debts. 28% was not a bad commission rate, especially the faster it was completed, the higher the commission would be. For the stubborn ones, some punches and kicks would easily solve the problem, and as long as he didn't do anything extreme, the cops couldn't do anything to him. But what he didn't expect was meeting the demon Jiang Chen again. Lu Hu's face looked like he just ate a piece of sheet. Jiang Chen ignored him and looked at the person behind him, who got up and said, "Boss, why can't you collect debt nicely? What's the point of being so angry and starting a conflict?" The man wearing a pair of sunglasses looked over when he heard the words and guffawed. "Are you involving yourself in something that's none of your concern?" "None of my concern. Isn't that the job of an employer?" Jiang Chen surprisingly shrugged, his face betraying not the slightest hint of fear. The one called Sir Chang burst out laughing, then slowly took off his shades. The thugs saw their boss was about to make a move, so they maliciously surrounded Jiang Chen. "You son of a b***tch. Who do you think you are?" "Boss Jiang, this is my business, so you don't have to stand up for me." Zheng Hongji smiled bitterly while trying to persuade Jiang Chen. He did not expect that his former good friend would make use of a debt collection agency to make him pay back the money he owed. He probably thought he would run away, since one of their friends, whom they also had drunk with regularly, ran away after being deep in debt after losing big in the stock market. "Sir Chang, you can't touch this person." Lu Hu rushed forward to stop his brother, but Li Chang didn't care at all. Debt collection was all about the aggression. What's the point in collecting debt if they would just get scared? They should have just studied law instead. "Can't touch him. Li Chang, although I don't know who you are, I won't tolerate you cursing my mother." Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and fastly becoming enraged. "Funny, Daddy didn't even curse. I'm going to fuck you up." Li Chang's eyebrows shot up provocatively and he became even more aggressive. The man in front of him didn't look like he could fight. However, before he could even complete his words, his eyes began to blur as he flew into the closet. Kong Jia covered Jia's tiny head to prevent her from witnessing this violent scene. Zheng Hongji looked dumbly at his boss. He could not imagine his boss, who was not even taller than him, had the ability to send someone flying with a kick. When the thugs saw that their boss was beaten, they hesitated for a moment before lunging at Jiang Chen with their fists out. Jiang Chen let out a sigh, his eyes suddenly turned fierce and then he stretched out his hands. Lu Hu, on the other hand, didn't make a move. He smiled wryly and closed his eyes. He had experienced firsthand how vicious he could get. The fight ended almost instantly with the previously mocking hooligan splayed awkwardly on the ground. What a joke! With muscle strength plus 3-0, even a boxing champion wouldn't be his opponent. With reflex plus 3-2, even if they sprouted 2 more hands, it would yield the same result. Jiang Chen shook his fist and looked at Lu Hu, who was standing on the side, with a sardonic smile. You don't need to do anything, I'll do it myself. Lu Hu smiled bitterly before raising his fist ready to knock himself out. Don't be nervous. Do I look that vicious to you? Just hold still, and everything will be okay, Jiang Chen smilingly told him. Is there even a point of watching? Of course, Lu Hu would not dare to say it out loud. His raised hand was frozen in midair, and he had a peculiar expression on his face. I thought you were collecting debts for Hongyi Gang. What, the pay is too low, so you started your own business? Jiang Chen watched Lu Hu thoughtfully and a hint of mockery laced his tone. Zheng Hongji and Kongji were utterly stunned. Jia was flapping her hands in her mother's arms, wanting to get a good look at her surrounding. Lu Hu glanced at his brothers on the floor and sighed. Got fired. Lu Hu explained everything that happened after that night, including the things he knew and the thing he shouldn't have known but heard. When he heard the gold store manager, Lu Anshan, had leaked his information and the Hongyi gang leader, Lu Changlong, was ready to make a move on him, Jiang Chen cursed in his mind. Although he was not afraid of these scums of society, what happened here made him reflect on the carelessness of his past actions. Selling gold attracted unwanted attentions of a different kind. He was lucky that his improvements skyrocketed that made Lu Changlong backed off right away, or else he would be facing far more treachery and danger. All right, you may now excuse yourself. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste too much time on a cannon fodder. Upon hearing those words, Lu Hu immediately left, leaving his comrades on the floor without a second thought. Zheng Hongji saw that Lu Hu had left. He glanced at the thugs on the floor and asked Jiang Chen with a troubled tone, Mr. Jiang, how do we take care of this? Jiang Chen watched the people lying on the ground and scratched his head in annoyance. 3 of them probably had their ribs broken and 2 of them definitely had their hands fractured. Li Chang was knocked out with just 1 kick. Because he didn't fight that often, he didn't know how to control his power. Jiang Chen secretly activated fury, and when he saw that no one had died, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. He took out the phone from his pocket and called 110. Hello, 110. I want to report a crime. This is what happened. Better blame it on them first. After explaining the situation, Jiang Chen hesitated for a bit before calling Wang Jiayong's number. Hello, Brother Chen, what's up? Wang Jiayong's brash voice came through from the other side of the phone. Just a bit of trouble. Some punks were giving me trouble, so I injured all of them, Jiang Chen cut straight to the point. The last time they had a drink, they started calling each other brother. So in the moment of trouble, the only one Jiang Chen could think of was him. Fu Ke, who dares to touch my brother? Where are you? I'll bring my people to beat their asses, Wang Jiayong cursed and was instantly incensed. Jiang Chen was speechless at his words. This guy didn't even inquire about the injuries but was already ready to give them a beating once again. Ahem, I already beat them down, but I have to go to the police station to give my statement. Do you have some connections with the police? Whoa, you beat all of them. Don't worry about the evidence, it's self-defense. Although I am not close to the police, I am tight with their superiors. Wang Jiayong chortled. I hit them first. Don't worry, if I said it's self-defense, it's self-defense. You only need to say that during the investigation. Damn, political influence sure is a great thing. Chapter 121, Experiencing the World. This chapter is updated by bestnovel.org. Translator, _min_editor, Yukira_. Wang Jiayong had already talked with his buddy, so the cop who came did not say anything at all. In the spirit of civilized law enforcement, they politely invited Jiang Chen to the police station to gather evidence. As for the people lying on the ground, they didn't experience the same privilege, and regardless of how badly they were beaten, they were all handcuffed and shoved into the police car. Zheng Hongji wanted to go with Jiang Chen. Although he did not have any connection with the police force, he could still stand as a witness, but Jiang Chen waved his hand indicating it was unnecessary and urged him to settle the family problem first and quickly pay off the debt. Jiang Chen lent him the remaining 300,000 and told him that he could pay it off with his monthly salary. Under the grateful look of the entire family, Jiang Chen followed the courteous police downstairs. Seeing the humiliated expression on Li Chang's face, Jiang Chen halted, smiled and pulled out his car key, waved it in front of him and then got in his own car. Because it was just for the sake of formality, he didn't even need to go in the police car. But the hooligans who stirred up trouble would at least be locked up for half a month. Naturally someone would teach them some lessons, however, there were not a lot of opportunities for them to prove themselves in front of their superiors. After coming to the police station, Jiang Chen cooperated and provided the evidence. The witness statement was not even needed before the whole thing was settled as a legitimate self-defense case. When leaving the police station, he accidentally ran into Wang Jiang who was heading towards him. Li Gangming, who was driving the car, awkwardly smiled after seeing Jiang Chen. Due to his minor altercation with Jiang Chen in the past, and the latter's seemingly exceptional relationship with his superior, he was afraid that Jiang Chen would seek vengeance on him. But he was clearly overthinking since Jiang Chen didn't even take that little thing to heart and responded with a friendly smile. Gangming, drive the car back to the station for me. I'll have to take my brother out to play tonight. After sending Li Gangming off, Wang Jiang walked happily to Jiang Chen. Fu Ke, the training during these last few days is killing me. I finally got the change to go out. What's the point of being a soldier if you don't train? Jiang Chen laughingly mocked him. If you don't want to go, who can force you to? Hee, my father forced me to go. Wang Jiang laughed awkwardly and touched his nose, then changed the subject. Enough bullshit, I'll drive you to experience the world. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and opened the car door. Wang Jiang unabashedly sat on the driver's seat. What's experiencing the world? Jiang Chen asked and helplessly sat on the passenger seat. You'll know once we get there. Wang Jiang smiled mysteriously and then started the car and admiringly exclaimed, Maybach S600, limited edition. Fu Ke, I am about the same age as you, how are you so rich? Do you want one? My treat. Jiang Chen laughed. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Wang Jiang shook his head. I don't dare, I have a lot of brothers who have them, so I can just drive around whenever the urge strikes. Not to brag, but I even drove a Lamborghini, Koenigsegg before. A friend of mine was even prepared to give me one when he saw I like it, but I still refused. So virtuous. Then why are you still a soldier? You will receive a lot of commendations if you were to become a politician. Jiang Chen laughed. Wang Jiang also chuckled and continued, it's not about being virtuous, you're overthinking. For those people who want to join my force, I wouldn't even think about it unless it is at least 1,000. Only Wang Jiang would dare to say this out loud. I only need enough money to spend. I don't have much interest in being a millionaire. The friendship would change if I accept my friend's money, Wang Jiang said casually, but it certainly hinted deeper meanings. Jiang Chen could not help but grow astonished at his words. He thought this guy was just a blockhead descendant of an influential politician who only knew how to do reckless things with his buddies, but he certainly had his own convictions in life. It was apparent that he truly considered Jiang Chen as his friend. When there was money involved, the dynamics of relationship would change. Don't think too much. I simply have too much money to spend and had no other intentions, Jiang Chen said and chuckled. Wang Jiang also laughed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Oh yeah, you created Future 1.0, right? Yes, are you using it? Jiang Chen gave him a surprised look. Hee, the holy trinity of holy up apps, even better than Momo by a large margin. Could you turn me into VIP 5? That shouldn't be too much trouble, right? Not at all, give me your account number. Jiang Chen said in a forthright manner. He texted Wang Jiang's little white's account number to Xia Xiu. Upgrading to VIP 5 only needed a word from him, the chairman. After the car arrived at the suburbs, Jiang Chen looked outside of the window. As the buildings became more and more common, he could not help but get confused. He thought Wang Jiang would take him somewhere fun downtown and did not expect him to drive to the outskirts. Well, aren't you curious? As though seemingly aware to Jiang Chen's confusion, Wang Jiang arrogantly smiled. That's right, what fun is there in the suburbs? Jiang Chen did not hesitate to ask what was boggling his mind. We're almost there. It's a nice place. With a mysterious smile, Wang Jiang turned the steering wheel into another corner. After the bend, Jiang Chen had a sudden feeling of enlightenment. At a glance, he could very well discern the destination of this trip. The European-style structure looked out of place in the less busy neighborhood, just like a castle amidst the ghetto. Surprisingly, its remote location did not impact its popularity at all. From the nearly full parking lot, not only was this place popular, but it was not a place for ordinary people. Jiang Chen's expression could not help but turn odd while looking at the magnificent building that was decorated exquisitely. The name was very familiar to him. The bright and colorful words were, Hongyi Private Club. After parking the car, Wang Jiang and Jiang Chen were ushered to the door by a server. Why did we come to this place? Jiang Chen asked while walking. Is there any problem? Wang Jiang froze. Hongyi gang and I had a little bit of conflict. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiang's expression was rather odd, then he burst out laughing and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. If you mean those goofballs, don't worry, they don't have anything to do with this place. I heard about Lu Changlong from my friend. He oversaw the security of a construction site for my brother in the past, then he got transferred here as a security guard. My brother saw that he was doing good, so he told him to open a nightclub. That guy seemed to have established more businesses and created the Hongyi gang. That club used this private club name to help itself out. Nothing worth being bothered about. Wang Jiang then took out a card as he arrogantly waved it between his fingers. VIP card, my brother gave it to me. Everything is free of charge. Tonight is on me. Although Jiang Chen was curious who his brother was, he didn't say anything anymore as he accepted the gratitude. He took out his phone from his pocket and sent a text to Aisha. I might be a little late for dinner, no need to wait for me. Suddenly, his finger froze in place. Who are you texting? Your girlfriend. Wang Jiang grinned and poked his head to peek at the screen. Jiang Chen quickly moved the phone away and gave Wang Jiang a dirty look and pressed send. Don't worry, we are all men. I understand. Wang Jiang patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and then walked to the door laughing. Although he had an inkling as to what kind of place this was, he finally confirmed it when he saw the look in Wang Jiang's eyes. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. Those eyes filled with love appeared in his mind. Fouquet, this guilty feeling is unreal. Translator. _min_editor. Yukira_. The main colors of the building were gold and light gray, an elegant bronze chandelier was hanging in the central dome, and on both sides of the aisle were lined with exquisite European-style marble columns. Under his feet was a soft, red carpet and above his head were star-spangled crystals. This was just the lobby on the first floor. Those who occasionally passed by were very quiet as the decoration naturally made people slow down their footsteps. Sitting at the front reception was a gorgeous receptionist, wearing a light makeup on and smiling gracefully at the two of them. The spa here is not bad. You should try it, hee, but I recommend the activity on the third floor. Wang Jiang laughingly winked at him. Based on his expression, Jiang Chen knew what type of service to expect on the third floor. It was obvious that he was a regular at this place since the receptionist appeared to be familiar with him. Without even looking at the card, she started asking what kind of service he would avail. The usual for me. What about you? Wang Jiang turned to Jiang Chen. Feeling awkward, Jiang Chen looked at the list of services a few times. He hadn't been to this kind place before, so he could not understand the types of service they were offering. Spa should be about bathing, right? But what in the world were the goddess spreading flowers and lotus coming out of the water? Only the acupuncture and massage sounded normal. However, since he was already here, it would be rude to just turn around and walk away. As Jiang Chen pondered on this matter, he decided to go for something light. Truthfully, he already had a beautiful wife back home, so he had little interest in other flowers. He subconsciously thought this would be that kind of place. But just as he was about to speak, he heard an unfamiliar voice. Brother Yang, why didn't you tell me that you'll be here to play? Haha, are you done with your training? A young man wearing a pair of glasses walked over with a smile on his face and warmly greeted Wang Jiang. Jiang Chen couldn't tell the price of his suit, but from the aura that the man gave off, he felt that he was not a simple character. He didn't look anything special, and the only thing that left an impression on him was a pair of squinting eyes. Whether he was laughing or not, his eyes appeared to be perpetually squinting. Nope, I played hooky. Haha, let's not talk about this. Let me introduce you to someone. Wang Jiang put his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder. This is the chairman of Future Technology. Jiang Chen, this is Zhou Zihao, a major shareholder of this private club. What major shareholder? Only a bunch of friends making some pocket money. Zhou Zihao modestly smiled and then looked at Jiang Chen. I am nowhere comparable to Mr. Jiang. Accomplished at a young age, the future technology even made it in Wall Street Journal. This is truly giving our country glory. I don't deserve such praise, I just got lucky, Jiang Chen said while smiling. However, in his mind, he was secretly thinking. Zhou Zihao was not someone who was easy to deal with. He never thought these second generations of politicians were easy to fool, but rather himself was always at a disadvantage in terms of foresight and shrewdness. Take Wang Zhiyong for example. Jiang Chen always thought that he was just a little blockhead, but the words he said in the car completely altered his perception of him in his mind. Wang Zhiyong knew too much, but he was simply not interested in politics, and that's why he always acted in a straightforward manner. On the other hand, Jiang Chen couldn't see through Zhou Zihao. His name is Zhou, could it be the Zhou family? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen started to become more cautious. No, no, Zhou Zihao offered his hand and shook hand with Jiang Chen. Compared to my not-so-accomplished brother, Mr. Yang's corporation achieved far greater things in the tech industry. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen's mind turned quickly. Brother, does that mean his brother is in charge of military artificial intelligence? But what does this statement mean? A friendly gesture? What kind of relationship does he have with his brother? Competitive or close? He only knew that Wang family and Zhou family were cut from the same cloth, but he didn't know the intricacies of these political dynasties. After all, only a few months ago, he was a nobody. Wang Zhiyong suddenly laughed and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, which interrupted his train of thought and said, "That's enough. Why are you being serious about when we're having fun? Zihao always pretends to be poetic. Don't you feel tired speaking like this? Ahem, this is not a serious talk but only casual greetings." Zhou Zihao squinted his eyes and smiled. Future technology is only a startup company, so it doesn't deserve such praise. Jiang Chen laughed and let his hands go. Oh yeah, Zihao, one of your younger brothers, Lu Changlong, seemed to be embroiled in a conflict with Jiang Chen, you take care of it. Wang Zhiyong chuckled as he looked at Zhou Zihao. Lu Changlong. Zhou Zihao frowned, thought for a moment before his eyebrows relaxed. Oh, him. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I'll give you an account of this. Jiang Chen waved his hands. It's really nothing, although he did plot against me, now he knew better, so don't worry about it. That won't do. Zhou Zihao shook his head in seriousness. Today will be on me as a token of apology. Peesh, I already said it's on me. Wang Zhiyong slapped the table with a grin. Zhou Zihao squinted at him. You. The card says that it is only free for you. How many people did you treat with it? Wang Zhiyong shamelessly laughed and waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry about it, just pretend I used it twice. Is it the first time for Mr. Jiang? Zhou Zihao glanced at him. Jiang Chen nodded, slightly embarrassed. Zhou Zihao glanced at the reception, beckoned and whispered a few words to the receptionist. He then turned around to Jiang Chen, with a smile, since this is your first time, then let's start with something light. What do you think, Mr. Jiang? What's something light? Jiang Chen was still confused but politely smiled. Then I'll listen to the host. What about Brother Yang? Zhi Zihao looked at Wang Zhiyong. Haha, I don't play with rookies, you know. Wang Zhiyong waggled his eyebrows and smiled devilishly. Zhou Zihao sighed and smiled wryly. Take care of your kidney. Wang Zhiyong was instantly provoked by the words, he slapped the table with bulging eyes. Fouquet, my kidneys are great. I am a soldier, how many times have you actually trained? Under the direction of the staff, Jiang Chen headed to the second floor and due to his curiosity, secretly examined the place along the way. On the surface, it appeared to be just an ordinary private club. In the lobby of the second floor, there were pool tables and sofas. The back of the wall was a bar for serving drinks. On the other side was a gym with only 2 rows of treadmills. The common feature of these appliances was no one was using it. Clearly, they were only there as a decoration. The beautiful staff with a bright smile led Jiang Chen past through the bar into a hallway where they entered a finely decorated environment. Sir, your room number is 204. If you need anything else, you can call me through the phone inside. The staff stopped, turned her head and smiled and said to Jiang Chen. Okay. Seeing that the staff had already left, Jiang Chen looked at the card in his hand and hesitated. Fouquet, I am not a virgin, why am I hesitating? He cursed in his mind as Jiang Chen bit the bullet and swiped the card on the door. The door opened. It was still soft carpet on the floor, but the door was lined with shoe shelves, which meant he needed to take his shoes off upon entering the room. The faint yellow wallpaper and the dim lighting added intimate ambient to the room. In the middle of the room, there was an oddly shaped bathtub. The fluid-looking shape along had some sophisticated-looking buttons on the side. The water was ready, and a gorgeous lady in a bathrobe was standing beside it while smiling. "Hello sir, do you need help changing?" "No need." Jiang Chen shyly refused. "Is it your first time here, sir?" The beautiful woman smiled with understanding. "Hee hee, this is awkward." Jiang Chen mocked himself in his mind. Embarrassed, he scratched his face. The girl covered her mouth and smiled when she heard the response. Then she politely looked at Jiang Chen and continued, "Sir, if this is your first time, just follow my instruction. First, please take off your clothes and leave them over there." "Take off my clothes?" "Here." Jiang Chen thought he heard it wrong. "Yes, unless sir you want to bath with your clothes on." The girl winked and said with a smile, "Do you need me to turn around?" "Ahem, it's okay, help yourself." Jiang Chen's face turned red and coughed. Being this shy is not like me." Jiang Chen swore in his mind as he made up his mind and undressed. "Do you exercise regularly sir?" With a cheerful smile, the beauty looked at Jiang Chen without avoiding his embarrassing part, then stepped forward to help Jiang Chen fold his clothes and guide him to lie in the bathtub. "No, why, nothing, I just think you are very muscular." The beauty maintained her smile, held Jiang Chen's head gently in the right spot and then she leaned her head, intentionally or not, closer to his ear. "If I were to be embraced tightly by you, it would sure feel great." The voice was full of magnetism. Jiang Chen felt his scalp become numb and his blood pressure spiked. "Relax, close your eyes." Jiang Chen obediently followed. He felt a pair of hands touch the acupuncture points on his face pliantly but with just enough force and soothed each of his stiff nerves. The water level in the bathtub gradually decreased. The tiny water outlet sprayed out warm mist and gently washed his entire body. This acute feeling was quite intoxicating and along with superb massage skills made Jiang Chen only feel relaxed. The tension and fatigue built up through the days of continuous battle were washed away in an instant. As if all the burden had been wiped away by the warm water stream and gentle hands. It felt like he was in the clouds. It appeared like he had thought too much. It was not some intense sexual service but just a unique massage. This beautiful woman's technique was skillful. She first used a word to cause his blood flow to speed up, then used a soothing massage to make his muscle and mind fall into a deep state of relaxation. That feeling was even better than the embarrassing act. The small hands gradually moved to his chest and further down. The water level rose again as the beauty appeared to have pressed a button on the side as the water in the bathtub vibrated. "Sir, your muscle is really nice." The voice in his ears sounded magical as it flirted through his relaxed nerves. Just like an ASMR guiding him to deep relaxation. "Skin is really nice too. Relax, just leave your body to me." Quote, Jiang Chen had long since done that. Because it was too relaxing, his breathing became rhythmic and he fell into a slumber. On the other side, Zhou Zihao who sent Wang Jiang upstairs took out his phone. Wang Jiang was ushered to the third floor, but Zhou Zihao didn't go with him. Wang Jiang knew his friend disdained those types of girls, so he didn't invite him. Likewise, Zhou Zihao knew what type he preferred, so he pulled out his phone. They were all smart people, it's just that they were pursuing different things. Wang Jiang only wanted to spend his days as a second-generation officer. To gain harmless, small benefits from his friends, no need to be powerful, just to live free and comfortably. But Zhou Zihao was different. He was the second son in the family. Honestly, he didn't have the best relationship with Zhou Qiangwu, but his father clearly preferred his brother over him. Zhou family's influence was in Shangjian, but he came to Wanghai City partly because of this. Although he always looked indifferent on the outside, the fact was he longed for power more than anyone else. He desired recognition. The reason why he started this private club with a bunch of silk trousers was a way for him to establish connections. Did Wang Jiang really bring Jiang Chen along because he wanted to play with women? Did he really just casually brought up the conflict between Jiang Chen and one of his dogs? In fact, Wang Jiang was very clever. He clearly knew Zhou Zihao wished to befriend Jiang Chen so he deliberately mentioned it. "Call Lu Changlong," he commanded Little White as Zhou Zihao patiently waited for the call to get connected. "Hello, boss, what's going on?" The fawning voice of Lu Changlong came from the other side. Did you offend a man called Jiang Chen? Zhou Zihao said leisurely. Lu Changlong's heart immediately thudded as he cursed in his mind. Although he didn't know why his boss was asking this, the tone did not sound good at all. No, one of my worthless underlings had a conflict with him. I already kicked him out. It has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Zhou Zihao did not have the slightest intention to let this go. His face did not have the same amicable expression when he was chatting with Jiang Chen and Wang Jiang. Ho, everyone else knows what you were plotting, but you're pretty smart and know when to back down. To say it plainly, Lu Changlong was only a dog raised by the people above. When Changlong heard this, he sweated coldly as he deliberated the intention of his boss. Did he want him to do it or did he acknowledge him for being smart enough for not doing it? Let's put it this way, I want to get to know this person. Can you think of a way for me? Zhou Zihao was laughing but the tone was filled with cutting coldness. Someone has to take the knife, right? This sentence almost frightened Lu Changlong to death. He finally realized that his boss wanted to sell him out as a favor. Boss, I. Stop talking nonsense, I'll give you a chance. You have half a minute to think who you're willing to throw under the bus. Zhou Zihao chuckled. Lu Changlong's hand that was holding the phone uncontrollably trembled while his underlings dumbfoundedly looked at their frightened boss. They didn't understand why their normally glamorous boss would be quivering like a dog. That's right, just like a dog. Lu Changlong secretly complained. He didn't even do it yet. If Jiang Chen didn't know he was plotting against him, it would be okay but somehow he figured it out. Someone had to be thrown under the bus as a favor. What to do? Use Luan Shan as a scapegoat. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Changlong's eyes. Although it was his brother, there was no way he could care about family now. But just as he was about to say Luan Shan's name, another name popped into his head. Fang Yuan. He remembered his son, brimming with confidence, took a bunch of hooligans to extort someone called Jiang Chen. He heard from the SLT he played with before that it was a rich guy without any background. Fortunately, his son asked him before he actually did something. If they had already done something, there was no way this could be resolved. Although when he first plotted against Jiang Chen, it had nothing to do with Fang Yuan, however, she did call his son so she could be the scapegoat. Have you thought of someone? I did. Boss, there was this girl, this is what happened. Lu Changlong submissively held the phone and explained the story about Fang Yuan. Once a former crush, now a SLT provoked the gang to make a move on him. Zhou Zihao captured the three key concepts and gave it a thought. He only needed a favor as a stepping stone. Maybe Jiang Chen would be the key to defeating his brother. Based on Lu Changlong's description, this woman seemed to have fit the criteria. Also, when he heard it was a woman, he suddenly had other ideas. Bring that person here, you know what I'm talking about. Zhou Zihao's smile was peculiar. Yes. Lu Changlong held the phone while his back was completely drenched with sweat. Lu Changlong hung up the phone and glanced at the thugs around him. The thugs were all silent and afraid to look at their boss in the eyes. Daozi, go capture her back, I'll give you 1 hour. Lu Changlong said emotionally. He regained his tyrannical bearing as if the submissive conversation never happened before. Yes. Daozi nodded and hastily left. Lu Changlong leaned against the chair and rubbed his tired forehead. A smile appeared on his face. After comfortably leaving the room, Jiang Chen twisted his neck and felt his entire body's weariness was washed clean. It was already 5:30, the staff was waiting at the door and led him to the dining hall. Once he arrived, Jiang Chen saw that Wang Jiang and Zhou Zihao were already waiting there. Yo, did you have fun? Wang Jiang waggled his eyebrows. Not bad, I fell asleep in the latter half. Jiang Chen smiled and pulled a chair to sit down. Such a shame, the best way to enjoy it is to close your eyes and relax your body. Zhou Zihao was still with same squinting eyes as he picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Enough, don't bring your good living philosophy here. Waiter, bring out the dishes and alcohol, Wang Jiang called out. Do you take this for a hotel? Zhou Zihao was speechless and then signaled the waiter on the side to bring out the dishes. The dazzling dishes were placed on the table and the gorgeous staff slightly leaned forward to pour a glass of wine for each one of them. Wine can help with blood circulation. This is a good stuff. Is Mr. Jiang okay with it? Zhou Zihao smilingly raised his wine glass for a toast. Based on the purity of the color, the wine must have been very expensive, but Zhou Zihao did not mention the year and brand. His shrewdness truly ran deep. Pretty good, but I don't drink much. Jiang Chen smiled and raised and clanked his glass with him. Zihao had always liked these fine things. Who would drink this sour wine? Wang Jiang jested, but his hand was still on the wine glass. After a couple rounds of drink, the three started conversing with one another. Wang Jiang was surprisingly quiet and Zhou Zihao was talking a lot more. Jiang Chen had a feeling that Zhou Zihao was trying to befriend him. His attitude made him feel wary. Logically speaking, his artificial intelligence was almost overlapping with Zhou family's craft. In other words, Zhou Zihao was not popular at home. So he wanted to form a relationship with me. Jiang Chen was not repulsed by Zhou Zihao's friendly gesture. After a few glasses of wine, they started calling each other brothers. Brother Jiang, I'll have to offer you a glass one more time. This glass counts as me not controlling my subordinates and causing problems for you. Zhou Zihao suddenly stood up, smilingly offered a toast and drained the glass of wine. To drink wine like this was a waste of a luxury. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also hurriedly stood up and smiled wryly. There is no need, Brother Zhou. I don't really mind, and he hadn't done anything yet. Zhou Zihao waved his hand and then signaled the server on the side. The waiter courteously nodded and walked out in haste. After a while, the door opened. Jiang Chen saw a strange man came in. The person was sporting a buzz cut. His face had a certain kind of resoluteness but also had a terrified expression on his face. Age-wise, he was at least 10 years older than Zhou Zihao. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he guessed the identity of this 30-year-old man. Lu Changlong, the leader of Hongyi gang and the man who plotted against him. Wang Jiang watched while he carried his glass with a gloating expression. Zhou Zihao didn't look at Lu Changlong and only stared at Jiang Chen with the same smiling expression. Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Changlong and then questioningly looked at Zhou Zihao. Ahem. Zhou Zihao lightly coughed. There was a pudong sound as Lu Changlong, a man 180 centimeters tall, dropped to his knees and knocked his head on the ground. Lu Changlong, was blinded and listened to wrongdoers, incitement and plan to kidnap your parents. I hope Sir Jiang Chen to forgive me and let me go like a fart. Jiang Chen was stunned. He really did not expect Lu Changlong was planning to abduct his parents outside of the province. He also didn't think that before he even made a move, Zhou Zihao had already brought him here to apologize. Wang Jiang looked at Lu Changlong, who was kowtowing and seemed to wear an expression that this was to be expected. Zhou Zihao still didn't spare a glance at Lu Changlong and remained his focus on Jiang Chen while smiling. Is Brother Jiang satisfied with this result? Jiang Chen's throat moved and laughed awkwardly, very satisfied. He didn't know what to say, and though he disdained these scums of society and was enraged by the fact that Lu Changlong planned to use his parents to threaten him, he did back down. Zhou Zihao with his squinting eyes was a ruthless character and not at all easy to deal with. In any case, he owed him a favor. Jiang Chen thought to himself, but his expression remained the same. When Zhou Zihao saw that Jiang Chen had relented, he then waved his hand. The beautiful waitress on the side, holding a bottle of about 1 liter of baijiu, came over and placed it in front of Lu Changlong with a smile. You know what to do, Zhou Zihao said casually. A cold sweat rolled across Lu Changlong's forehead, but when he thought of Zhou Zihao's intention, he gritted his teeth, opened the lid with his teeth and began drinking. That was 1 liter of baijiu. The alcohol concentration would certainly not be low. Jiang Chen, who was watching on the side, was secretly scared. Zhou Zihao was watching on coldly while Wang Jiang was still showing an interested expression. As soon as Lu Changlong had finished the bottle, he immediately fell unconscious on the ground. The waiter nearby looked at Zhou Zihao and after seeing him nod, he carried the unconscious Lu Changlong outside. Lu Changlong was going straight to the hospital. He was definitely biting the bullet on this one. Jiang Chen was secretly speechless but did not have an ounce of sympathy, though he was more and more scared of Zhou Zihao's ruthlessness. This man is ruthless. Zihao, you should pay extra care to those people under you. Are you not afraid of dirtying your own hands? Wang Jiang said and chuckled. Ahem, even a rat has a rat's value, Zhou Zihao said, then turned to look at Jiang Chen. I hope you won't mind what happened today. Brother Jiang, I truly value our friendship. If this rat dares to dirty your shoes again, I'd throw him into the Huangpu River. No need for that, Brother Zhou is really a great friend. It's my honor to become your friend, Jiang Chen said. Thankfully, they were not enemies. There is no need to go back today. Why don't stay for the night? Zihao prepared you another fun show. Hee. Wang Jiang burst into laughter. Ahem, Brother Yang, spoiler is not good. Zhou Zihao lightly coughed. What type of show? Jiang Chen asked casually. Trust me, you will love it. Zhou Zihao smiled mysteriously after continuing, would Brother Jiang give me this chance? It would be impolite to refuse. Jiang Chen only debated for a second before quickly replying, then, I'll listen to the host. There was nothing to it but say yes. After dinner, it was still the same smiling waitress. Jiang Chen was led into a quiet room on the third floor under her guidance. The noise insulation here is excellent. Enjoy yourself. The staff smiled ambiguously and backed out of the room. Jiang Chen touched his nose shyly, stood at the entrance for a while before finally going into the room. Looks like I am not going home tonight. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen pushed the exquisitely decorated door open, but after entering the room, he was surprised to see someone he didn't expect. It's you. Jiang Chen's expression could not be more strange. Translator. _min_editor. Yukira_. It's you. Jiang Chen looked strangely at Fang Yuanyuan sitting on the chair. Although she was sitting, the posture could not be described as elegant. Her face was filled with horror, her hair was disheveled, and her lips were covered with black tape. Her limbs were tied up by nylon ropes in an indecent, style on the chair. Although her clothes were intact, she was without any kind of decency in this position. Next to the bedside table was a laptop, the bright screen projected an audio file. As if Jiang Chen had guessed something based on Fang Yuanyuan's appearance, he stepped forward and gently pressed the play button. Yo, girl, did you miss your brother? Pervert, let me tell you something, I have a classmate who made a fortune. No, clean background, I know that guy, he just got lucky. Jiang Chen quietly listened to the voice recording and stared at Fang Yuanyuan with a faint smile on his face. Fang Yuanyuan evaded Jiang Chen's gaze, afraid to make an eye contact with him. Regardless of how unbelievable it was for her, this was the reality. The foolish fly that once buzzed around her like a fly had become someone that could control her life and death. That's right, life and death. When she was on her way home from work and was forcibly tied here, a frightening-looking man told her. Two options. First, satisfy the man named Jiang Chen regardless of what he would do. Afterward, she would receive $10,000 as compensation. Second, become fish bait in the Huangpu River. She had never seen anything like this before, so she got scared that she almost peed her pants. Her captors didn't talk more as they skillfully tied her on the chair and threw her in the wretched room. The center of the room had a round bed and beside the closet was some strange bondage devices as well as some frightening tools. Fang Yuanyuan looked at the man whom she had hurt before, horrified. She was scared, and she feared that he would use those awful things on her. If he actually did, she would have to endure the pain. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. Jiang Chen grabbed the phone as if he already guessed who it was. Not in the least bit surprised, he pressed the button. Hello, is Brother Jiang satisfied with the show? Without a doubt, the lyrical sounding tone was definitely from Squinting Eyes. Brother Joe is worrying too much. If you really want to cooperate with me, you only need to tell me. Why are you using these low-level tricks? Jiang Chen's voice was slightly cold. There was a distinct pause on the other side of the line. Brother Jiang, I don't really understand what you mean. Oh, yeah, if you want to watch porn, then I can give you a few gigabytes of torrents. What's with the fetish of watching things live? Jiang Chen hung up the phone, put it in his pocket then threw it in the storage dimension. He didn't take his hand out of the pocket as he took out an EMP grenade directly from the storage dimension and detonated it. A faint static noise was heard in the room. The laptop instantly turned black as a trail of smoke came from the fan. The light bulb on the ceiling flickered a few times before the light abruptly dimmed down. As if to confirm his suspicion, Jiang Chen keenly caught a glimpse of a few wisps of smoke from the several corners of the room. He walked in front the photo frame directly above the bed, he sniffed and the faint burnt smell was not difficult to capture. In the control room, Zhou Zihao with the phone still in his hand was bewildered, his squinting eyes were actually opened. He didn't know what Jiang Chen just did that short-circuited all the monitors in the room. Interesting, he muttered to himself as he looked at the 4 blacked-out screens. There was no hatred without cause nor was there any goodness without reason. Slap his underlings a few times for a new friend. This sorry excuse for friendship was pure bullshit. There was no deep hatred running between them, but he put on a show of asking for forgiveness, and then bring Fang Yuanyuan to his room with the recorded conversation. It was as if he is trying to provoke the hatred. From beginning to end, Zhou Zihao didn't ask him anything but did so much. When Jiang Chen saw the design of the room that was meant to incite him into committing a crime, he suddenly understood. In Zhou Zihao's plot, at this time, he would have been furiously ripping her clothes apart and unleashing his anger to humiliate her in the most tortuous way possible. But in that case, what was there to gain for Zhou Zihao? To record these atrocities, and then use them would be the best way to maximize the gain. If he could be ruthless to one of his own, then there was no reason he would be gentle to an outsider. Jiang Chen ignored the surprised look on Fang Yuanyuan's face and once again pulled out his phone. He needed to confirm if Wang Jiang knew about this. Hello, Brother Yang. What, Brother Chen? Hee, don't tell me you're done already. There was woman's voice on his side. It seemed to have been more than one. The brother Zhou you introduced me as a bit of a bore, or does he have a fetish for peeping at others' privacy? Jiang Chen's voice was full of other meanings. The other side of line paused for a moment. Sorry, I'll give you a response to this. I didn't expect Zihao to be this ruthless. He wanted to meet you and asked me to make an introduction. I thought there would be opportunities for you guys to cooperate. So. It's okay, I just wanted to confirm. Okay, I'll head back first. After this turn of event, Jiang Chen didn't want to stay here any longer. After hanging up, Jiang Chen glanced at Fang Yuanyuan and burst out laughing. He ripped off the tape on her mouth, disregarded her cry of pain and gazed into her frightened eyes. I really don't understand your mentality. Because you're jealous that you're giving me trouble? Or do you think that I've done you wrong? Look at you now. Although the tape was ripped off, Fang Yuanyuan could not let a word. She looked at Jiang Chen, curled back looking horrified. Looking at her cowering look, Jiang Chen did not know why he thought it was amusing. This is so ironic. Who knows why I got so blinded that I thought I had loved you for a moment. Jiang Chen shook his head and walked towards the door. Don't go. Seeing Jiang Chen was about to leave, Fang Yuanyuan was nervous. Jiang Chen stopped and turned around. He didn't expect Fang Yuanyuan to stop him. He gazed at her with an odd look. Fang Yuanyuan didn't dare to look at him in the eyes. She mumbled, If you have something to say, spill it now, Jiang Chen interrupted impatiently. Jiang Chen's apathy made her feel humiliated and wronged. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke while sobbing. When Jiang Chen heard that if she didn't make him happy, she would be thrown into the Huangpu River as bait, he laughed. That means you're begging me to fouquet you and then write a positive comment on your butt. Hearing this, Fang Yuanyuan's pale skin swelled into a deep red color. She buried her head, no longer speaking. Why do you have to make yourself into a SLT? Want me to fouquet you? I'd feel dirty even with a condom on. Leaving these words, Jiang Chen turned around and left the room despite the pleading on her face and mercilessly slammed the door shut. Zhou Zihao's trick was already exposed. Why would it matter if he had sex with her or not? The SLT didn't know that she was only a pawn. Wang Jiang walked into the control room. Zhou Zihao seemed to be expecting his presence as he stood there waiting quietly. Without a word, Wang Jiang walked up and threw a punch on his face. The staffs were all shocked and bewildered, and helplessly watched their boss and his friend. Zhou Zihao touched his nose, saw the blood in his hand and smiled suddenly. Brother Yang, your temper hasn't really changed. Wang Jiang dragged him up by the collar, the smiling face was pulled forward. You know my temper, then you should know what type of person I can't tolerate. I do. Zhou Zihao's expression didn't change slightly, his tone was very flat. I don't give a shit about the things in your family, but I nicely brought my friend for you to meet, and you made me look like this. Wang Jiang stared directly into his squinting eyes. Brother Yang, you are the oldest son in the family, right? Zhou Zihao interrupted him. Wang Jiang paused. He couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. Then you don't know how I feel. Zhou Zihao gently removed Wang Jiang's hand holding his collar. If you knew, then your desire to control will not be lower than mine. This time, it's my fault. I didn't expect the newly rich Jiang Chen was not as dumb as he looked. But if I was given another chance, I will still make the same choice. If I can't control the pawns in my hand, then what's the point of it? Then let me warn you, you dare to lay your hands on my friend again, even if you are my friend, I can't promise you that you will be able to stay in Wanghai City. Leaving these harsh words, Wang Jiang left for the door. As Zhou Zihao watched Wang Jiang retreating back, he gave a noncommittal smile. 147 Official scandal videos, not you, even your dad would not make me go back to Shangjing. He He had been playing with fire for a long time ago. After a moment, he shook his head again. This is disappointing. Looks like using military artificial intelligence as a starting point to take down my brother is not realistic. Jiang Chen, forget it, it's best not to anger Wang Jiang further. When he drove back to the villa, it was already 10 in the evening. The lights were out, so Aisha seemed to be already asleep. Jiang Chen drove the car into the garage and head straight to the office. He leaned against the chair, turned on the laptop and checked his email. The cast is set, buddy, should we go to the next step? Less than Robert greater than. Less than attachment. Johnny's personal information and script greater than. Jiang Chen carefully read through the attachment. He gave it some thought as his fingers typed furiously on the keyboard. Suddenly, a cup of hot cocoa was gently placed on the table. Jiang Chen paused and turned around. Aisha was standing behind him and was affectionately looking at him. It's late, why are you still up? Jiang Chen stopped what he was doing, looked at her fondly and smiled. Well, I just got out of the training chamber. Aisha put her hands on his shoulder and began massaging. Go to sleep first, I still have something to do. Jiang Chen put his hand on top of hers and squeezed her soft, little hands. Seeing the blushing Aisha left, Jiang Chen returned to the computer screen. Should the plan be expedited? Jiang Chen murmured as he entered few more words to the text field. Less than ask Nick to prepare. I'll head to Kane in October. Greater than. Before that, he needed to head to Apocalypse to acquire some powerful firearms. 5th day. 5 days had passed, the morale was very low. Although the supplies were adequate, there was despondency in everyone's face. Victory, the price they paid for it was too heavy that it cast a gloom on their victory. 4 power armors were destroyed, and the boss was nowhere to be found. The mutants left a total of 41 bodies that were lying on the field. Fortunately, the harvest was bountiful. 4 shoulder-launched recoilless rockets along with 3 reinforced armored trucks were seized. Weizhong mercenaries, bullet production line was a pleasant surprise, so Fishbone would able to produce rifle ammunition on their own without the need to import from 6th Street. At the top of the laboratory was 4 anti-aircraft guns that seemed to have been a modified .50 caliber machine gun. These were excellent in typical survival camps as they were considered to be powerful stationary weapons. If they were equipped with armor-piercing bullets and could get the first shot, they could easily suppress an armored vehicle. Weizhong mercenaries detained more than 20 captives in the basement. It was quite funny when the survivors were kicked off from the mutants' truck. Not only they were not frightened, but rather their face was full of happiness. It was as though they had been saved. It was indeed true, as they no longer have to worry about being thrown into a pot and being pickled into eunuchs. Many people would rather die than be captured by mutants. If they were taken as a prisoner, there would be at least room for negotiation, wouldn't it? At least they could fight, so they definitely have some value. Although the wasteland was not necessarily short of a population, they absolutely lacked in experts like them. As to whomever they worked for, they couldn't care less. Although there were a lot of clamors from the survivors to kill off the gang's survivors, Sun Jiao still ordered them to be locked up first. A nutrient supply a day would stave off the hunger and death. As for the nutrient supply, they were naturally raided from their warehouse, as Fishbone Base didn't have a need for those. Other than being unpalatable and lacking in nutrition, there were still some benefits to the nutrient supply. The people who ate these concoctions didn't need to defecate for a long time, as the metabolic waste would be reduced to its limit. Even if they were imprisoned in the basement, there was no need to worry about the hygiene. Simply put, the decision to kill or not would have to wait until Jiang Chen came back. He will be back. Sun Jiao still firmly believed that. As usual, Sun Jiao sat in the doorway of the tent. Behind her was the place where Jiang Chen was last seen. As early as 5 days ago, she ordered to use the tent to surround the place where Jiang Chen had disappeared into. It was his biggest secret and also Fishbone Base's biggest secret, so there was absolutely no way she would let anyone find out about it. She was still holding Sirius in her hands. The laser rifle that had accompanied her for many years was used to slaughter over and over again in these past 5 days. And during these 5 days, she had been thinking about a problem. If Jiang Chen never came back, what would she do? You liar, you said you will take me to the other side. Her eyes looked sorrowful. Lin Lin was standing not far away from Sun Jiao as the latter stared blankly ahead above the tent. Although she was permitted to get off the truck and walk, she was ordered to stay within the 100 meters radius. If she exceeded that distance, Sun Jiao calmly expressed that she would shoot. That girl was so scared she almost peed her pants again. What on earth are you looking at? Lin Lin looked up helplessly as she murmured disapprovingly. At the moment her left eye was black, but her right eye was bloody red. After 5 days of communication, she finally reached a tacit understanding with the bug, Ting Ting. The body would be controlled by Lin Lin, but the right eye would belong to the bug. This was also a compromise of sorts. Although Lin Lin was opposed to the idea of a bug living in her head and had racked her brains to think of ways to get rid of it, it had never lasted for more than 3 seconds for her to realize it was an exercise in futility, and so she gave up on it. Anyway, there was no harm other than the fact that part of the nutrients would be divided between the two of them every time she ate every day. Less than Jiang Chen greater than. Hee, you are talking about him. That scoundrel is now in trouble. This feels great. He totally deserves it. I don't know, hopefully, he's safe. Although her initial reaction was that of gloating, however, after giving it careful consideration, that guy did not seem so bad. Lin Lin was conflicted, her head was in turmoil. She had seen the women in the basement, and she could not believe that the world had fallen into such chaos, nor could she imagine what would have happened if anyone else other than that man had encountered her. Lin Lin shuddered and wrapped herself around her arms. Puke, that's too disgusting. With my stunning look, I will be our pet 100 times over, then will be turned into a sex toy. Well, in addition to narcissism, her delusions and paranoia were also quite problematic. Less than Jiang Chen greater than. Slightly moving her sore neck, Lin Lin grumbled, hello, what are you looking at? Other than radiation dust, what else is there in the sky? Less than Jiang Chen greater than. The mother bug was still transmitting the same thought. Stunned, Lin Lin touched her heart as she sensed the gradually increasing beat. Her digital left eye shrunk slightly as she tried to understand the abnormalities in the surrounding area. Did she see Jiang Chen? But how could that be? There was nothing in there at all. Suddenly, Lin Lin appeared to have thought of something, her pupil began to dilate and muttered to herself, that's impossible. Theoretically, that's not possible unless. What are you looking at? Sun Jiao looked her over and frowned, her messy hair obscured her eyes with gloom. Lin Ling was startled by her gaze and said while trembling, no, it's not me. It's the bug that wants to look and also that mentioned Jiang Chen's name. She was extremely frightened of Sun Jiao. In her fragile heart, this female demon was more sinister than the male demon. At least she could detect a trace of sympathy and compassion in his eyes on occasion, but there was none from this woman. For this woman, other than the things I like in this world, it was things I dislike. Sun Jiao's eyes flickered for a second and she seemed to have thought of something. Ask it, what did it see? I have been asking, but it seems to only know those 2 words. Lin Lin smiled wryly. Sun Jiao silently shifted her line of sight as if losing interest in Lin Ling. All of a sudden, the tent cover was lifted up. Ahem, sorry, I'm late. The voice Sun Jiao had missed dearly rang by her ear, her pupil began to dilate, and her eyes were instantly covered with a fine mist. Hello, what are you doing? His chest made an impact with something soft as his back came in contact with the ground with a muffled sound. Jiang Chen looked at the beauty lying on his chest with a grin. For these past 5 days, every morning, he had been trying to start the interdimensional bracelet and finally succeeded this morning. Just like what he had suspected, the travel function was not broken, it was merely overloaded. As soon as he arrived, before even gaining his balance, he was struck on the ground by this girl. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Those soft fists were pounding hard against his chest. Jiang Chen was stunned while looking at the sobbing Sun Jiao. From the beginning, she had always given him that little devilish feeling. It was the first time seeing her so weak and vulnerable. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Why didn't you come back earlier? Do you know how difficult these past few days have been for me? Her grievance halted, her crystal eyes were quivering with mist. Jiang Chen hugged her waist and suddenly kissed her on the lips. From stun to obedience, Sun Jiao gently closed her eyes as if the grievance of the past few days didn't matter anymore. She hooked her arms around his neck and responded just as passionately. Due to the enormous softness pressing against his chest, Jiang Chen felt his mouth became parched. Unaware of his condition, Sun Jiao worried about Jiang Chen's life and death condition. Did he not miss her too? He reached out his hand to pull the zipper of her suit. No, don't. Sun Jiao was suddenly frightened and shrank back as she awkwardly covered her front and looked away. I didn't shower. She had been here for 5 days, although there no scarcity of water, she was not in the mood to take care of her hygiene. Jiang Chen paused before a smirk appeared on his face. While Sun Zhao's shrieked softly, he got on top of the charming girl. I don't mind. Jiang Chen roughly tore the zipper on the one-piece combat suit and kissed her neck. No, the faint murmur sounded insignificant in this intimate scene. Sun Zhao with misty eyes caressed Jiang Chen's back, her slender jade legs rubbed unconsciously with one other. Don't you want to listen to my explanation? Jiang Chen suddenly stopped as he gently bit her earlobe with a smirk. No, I want. The explanation can be saved for later. Yes, the day after. Lin Lin stood awkwardly outside the tent, her pale face was flushed. She could not decide whether to go or not. Leave, she was afraid that Sun Zhao would really kill her. Stay, but these shameless people, they started doing it. He was indeed a huge pervert. Although she didn't know what it felt like, just the thought of it was embarrassing. Suddenly, her heartbeat began to accelerate, making her stunned. Ting Ting was trying to seize control of her body. You're insane. If we go, that savage girl will kill us. What, can't you beat her? Yes, but I don't want to fight. Ah, stop. Wah, I can't control my strength. Inside of the tent was filled with romance, outside of the tent. A beautiful girl who had a 2.5-dimensional anime appearance was desperately using her right hand to hold onto her uncontrollable left hand. She was mumbling nonsensical words that resembled anime lines. The scene could not be more comical. Jiang Chen watched as the 170 centimeters man dashed into the room, smashed the cell door lock open with the gun and hugged his wife, crying. The woman's top was exposed and her eyes appeared to be lifeless, but she seemed to be moved by the crying sound as her eyes gradually regained its clarity and tears of sorrow gushed down. I really can't bear looking at this, Jiang Chen muttered to himself. His tone was somewhat complicated. What are you going to do with the captives? Sun Zhao glanced at the door imprisoning Zhou Xiaoxia. Public execution. There was no need to hesitate. For authority, for order. Jiang Chen paused for a moment before continuing, but before that, I want to meet our old friend. Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile appeared on Sun Zhao's face. Zhou Guoping slumped into prison dejectedly. He was clearly aware of his impending doom, but his heart still held a glimmer of hope. He did not care who he was fighting with, for he was confident in his intellect. However, when he saw the face from the small window of the cell, his confidence instantly vanished and his face lost all of its blood. Oh, remember me? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Although he never saw him before, Zhou Guoping must have known him. Zhou Guoping swallowed hard and slowly nodded. Do you remember Hu Lei? It had been a while, but he was the first person he killed in this world. Jiang Chen faintly remembered the feeling of astonishment while staring at the skull that burst open by a gunshot. It was you who killed him, wasn't it? Zhou Guoping smiled, but that smile was uglier than crying. That's right, I had no reason to let him go. Jiang Chen's tone was very calm. Then why are you wasting time on me? Zhou Guoping smiled bitterly. Jiang Chen grinned and settled his hand on the window pane. You have two options here. First, tell me everything you know. If it's useful enough, I might consider sparing you. Of course, I'll ask the same question to other people, so you better tell the truth. Second, well, I don't think I need to explain it. I choose the first one, he chose without hesitation. He didn't want to die even if he might still do after unraveling everything. You better start, Jiang Chen said with a smile. To save his own life, Zhou Guoping spilled everything he knew. Jiang Chen was able to gather a lot of useful information from his revelations. The first one was the supply. Other than the 4 modified machine guns and the bullet production line they had plundered, there was also a zombie electricity generation in the basement of the laboratory. It used the organic material of zombies or mutants such as fat or protein as raw material to produce electricity. It was a great thing since winter was fast approaching. Since Fishbone Basie's electricity was powered by solar, they would definitely experience a decrease in energy production. With this zombie electricity generator, they would not need to worry about energy problem anymore. It was indeed surprising that these bandits were able to hide such good stuff. In addition to supplies, Jiang Chen also heard some interesting information. Those mutated humans came from Jia City and are now stationed at the 7th zone. They initially wanted to absorb us, but our boss refused it since no one wanted to become a eunuch. The first wave only had 5 people in them and we successfully killed all of them, but we didn't expect that a big group would show up. Zhou Guoping laughed bitterly. It was a disaster. Our boss's skull got smashed in half. He was wondering why he didn't see the leader of the Weijiang mercenaries, looked like he was killed in a crossfire. Where is the 7th zone? Jiang Chen frowned. The details of the topography in the apocalypse was quite different to that of the modern world. Zhou Guoping looked strangely at him. Between the highway of Wanghai City and Jia City is a light industrial area where few people reside. Not a lot of zombies but some powerful mutants. Jiang Chen scratched his chin thoughtfully. Do you know what their purpose is in coming to Wanghai City? Another bitter smile appeared on Zhou Guoping's face. No, there was no room for negotiation between mutated humans, and in my opinion, aside from not eating human flesh, they are basically just mutants who can use guns. The metaphor did sound strange to Jiang Chen, but after thinking about it, that really seemed to be the case. They could eat anything that humans couldn't eat, and they could eat things mutants didn't even dare to eat, even the rotten meat on Roshan. They could enter a nuclear pit with just their body, any vaccine virus would no longer affect them. Thankfully, these monsters were infertile. Didn't you catch a captive? Zhou Guoping asked warily. Jiang Chen glanced at him. No, you already said they are like mutants. Have you tried catching a death claw? Zhou Guoping forced a laugh and scratched his nose. Boss, do you think my information is enough to exchange for my life? Jiang Chen stared at him with a faint smile on his face which made his heart tremble. To kill or not to kill? Although I did cause some minor problem for you, it was only because I was standing from Weijiang mercenaries' side. Now that Weijiang mercenaries have been destroyed by you, even if you kill me, I would just be an extra body. You definitely could spare my worthless life. Trust me, my ability won't disappoint you. Seeing the look on Jiang Chen's face, Zhou Guoping carefully opened his mouth. Oh, tell me, how are you useful? Jiang Chen watched him while laughing. I know the Songjiang area very well. I have more or less an understanding of most of the smaller survival camps and gathering place for the survivors. My eloquence and scouting ability are also quite impressive. It definitely wouldn't be a waste of your nutrient supply. On top of that, I'm wearing an electronic collar or slavery chip, which means you won't even need to worry about my loyalty. Zhou Guoping carefully worded his explanation because it had to do with his life while observing the change in Jiang Chen expression. It would just be an extra body if he killed him, at the very least he could serve as a cannon fodder. Although the bandits must be eliminated, this person seemed to be useful. After giving it some thoughts, Jiang Chen made the decision and laughed when he saw the apprehension on Zhou Guoping's face. Great, you've managed to convince me, so I'll spare your life. I hope you can persuade the others for me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guoping was quite ecstatic and immediately knelt on the ground without a semblance of dignity. Thank you, glorious leader, for sparing me. Jiang Chen looked disdainfully at him and lightly coughed. Call me boss, I'm not a bandit. Yes, boss, comma. After settling his affair with Zhou Guoping, Jiang Chen headed to the door that was imprisoning Chu Nan. He looked at the man who was no longer crying to get out and knocked on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Chu Nan raised his head and a bitter smile appeared on his face when he saw that it was Jiang Chen. Could you let me go now? Sure, do you want me to open the door now? Jiang Chen took out the key and waved it, and asked, may I ask where you'll be heading next? Chu Nan fell into a short silence. I don't know, but I definitely can't go back to looting town. Jiang Chen asked in a casual tone, would you like to come to my base? Hearing this, Chu Nan lifted his head and looked at Jiang Chen a few times. Didn't you say you don't need a pilot? Jiang Chen shrugged, I've changed my mind. Although I don't have a plane right now, but soon, I'll definitely get one. Chu Nan suspiciously looked at him, some uncertainty still lingered in his heart. I don't even know what kind of organization you belong. The bread you ate last time, 3 meals a day. Deal, Chu Nan shouted immediately without the least bit of hesitation. Aren't you going to consider it? Jiang Chen burst out laughing. Hee hee, what is there to consider? Chu Nan mocked him. Funny, food every meal. Although looting town provided B-grade nutrient supply for a pilot like him, and even if it was grade A, it didn't taste better than the actual food. Jiang Chen nodded and remarked, good, in 2 days, I'll send you to the 6th Street to be implanted with the slavery chip, you'll be a member of our fishbone base then. Finished, Jiang Chen turned round to prepare to leave, but... Wait, Chu Nan stopped him suddenly. What's the matter? Jiang Chen turned around and looked at him in bemusement. That, Chu Nan hesitated for a moment, what are you going to do with those women? Those women? Jiang Chen could not help but ponder on it. He had almost forgotten about this problem. Thinking about it, these women that had been practically broken by the bandits were extremely tricky to deal with. Take them back. What's the use of keeping these people? Fishbone Base was not a welfare home. Leave them here. Let them go. It would be no different than killing them. In fact, it would be useful to take them back to the base, Chunan proposed when he seemed to have seen his hesitation. Oh, what use? Jiang Chen gave Chunan a meaningful then burst out laughing. You're not looking for a woman to get rid of your virginity, are you? Chunan was frozen for a second before he quickly reacted furiously. Fouquet, my name is Chunan, I never said I'm a virgin. Chunan is homonym of virgin. Chunan paused for a while before continuing, if you don't have the chip implant technology, then you guys must be a small new survival base. Jiang Chen looked at him in surprise, that analysis was reasonable. Yes, so, Jiang Chen asked noncommittally, in the wasteland, the survivability of male is far stronger than female. So it's easy to imagine the ratio. I don't know about 6th Street, but there are a lot of bachelors in Looting Town, Chunan said seriously. Like you. Jiang Chen laughed. That's right, Chunan nodded his head without avoiding the question then continued, in Looting Town, they run an official brothel to help survivors alleviate their stress and meet their physiological needs. It would not only decrease the possibility of crime, but it would also increase camp stability. Is that right? Everyone in my fishbone base is implanted with slavery chip, do you think I need to worry about stability issues? Jiang Chen asked him. I have been implanted with that kind of chips before. Even though the name is a bit different, I think the function is pretty much the same. Let me put it this way, although you can monitor the privacy of everyone and control their life and death, you could not dictate their emotion. So, Jiang Chen processed the information. Unless you keep everyone in the state of perpetual hunger so that they don't have spare energy to think about anything else than survival, you can't expect a group of bachelors not to have hope for the next day. It might be okay for a while, but there will definitely be problems in the long run. Especially in a wasteland covered by radiation dust, everyone's mental state is nowhere good to begin in, Chunan laid out the facts bluntly. Mental state. Jiang Chen had not considered this point. He seemed to have only been paying attention to his own mental state. For example, when he first went back to the modern world from the apocalypse, he immediately went to Sanya to experience a lavish life. The ghetto in the 6th Street, those unemployed survivors were in a constant state of hunger so they would not have any desire to breed. On the contrary, in Fishbone Base, because the hunger and clothing problems had been resolved, they would naturally start thinking of other things. Perhaps it was precisely like what Chunan had said. Unless everyone were perpetually hungry, it would be unrealistic to expect them not to have new desires. Even if Jiang Chen could control their life, he could not control the emotion of everyone. After all, not everyone had the philosophy of a monk. Although when he bought the refugees' slaves he deliberately selected those who had a family and controlled the gender ratio. But regardless how hard he tried, the male population far exceed the female population because of the expansion. Should he let the single guys masturbate with one another? It obviously not going to work. That is, you think I should open a brothel? Jiang Chen's expression was a bit peculiar. This was something against his principle. Of course, there are other means. Chunan paused as he had sensed Jiang Chen's disdain towards that idea then added, for example, use these people as a reward, and award them to bachelors who made contributions to the base. Reward. I don't approve of this inhumane approach. Humane. You think this is before the war? Jiang Chen paused and fell into silence. If you really have moral codes you have to follow, you can enact laws to protect the rights of these people. For example, prohibit intentional harming and reward those who can help these people regain their sanity to join the force. In short, since you are the leader, then you can make these rules, the key is on you decide. After listening to him talking, Jiang Chen looked at him in astonishment. I couldn't tell but sounds like you know a lot. Hee, I just read some books whenever I'm bored. Chunan scratched his nose. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, he abruptly halted and casually asked, by the way, do you think these nth-handed people would be wanted? Chunan was at a loss and looked at him perplexedly. Why not? Jiang Chen was speechless. Is this the legendary generation gap? This here is a group of pests. They feed on the flesh and bones of our own kind and make our agony as their nutrients. Outside of the fishbone base, all the zombies had been wiped out and the roof was fraught with the survivors who fought side by side with those from Fishbone Base. The bandits were kneeling on the ground with a black cloth over their heads. Behind them was a group of soldiers armed with guns. Black muzzles were aimed at their head and cold eyes ignored the trembling bodies. October was approaching and a hint of chilliness was gradually settling in the air. It was at this time that Jiang Chen had put on a windbreaker. Killing, looting, plundering, terrorizing, molesting. He gazed at the eyes of survivors in the crowd and raised his clenched right fist as righteous indignation spewed forth from his mouth. Now that they are kneeling in front of us, praying for our forgiveness, and begging for mercy like cowards, do you think we should spare these scums? No. Shouts and whistles rang across the entire street. Even the zombies next street turned around and stared at the direction of the fishbone base. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, lifted both of his hands and motioned the crowd to quiet down. The crowd's noise gradually died down and everyone's attention was focused on him. This feeling was extremely surreal. He faintly remembered the feeling of being stared at by 30 pairs of anxious eyes in the sewer. The sense of apathy born from absolute control, from knowing that they had the power to control life and death. But now, he was respected, worshipped, and lauded by a group of people from the bottom of their hearts. He only felt his blood was boiling that even the cold breeze could not be able to cool down. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the row of bandits about to be executed. I believe you were well aware that this would happen one day when you pointed your gun at helpless people and abused both children and women. No. A surprising scene occurred when a kneeling bandit suddenly got up from the ground and dashed to the alley on the side. Bang! The desperate fleeing bandit hit the ground and left a frightening, bloody hole on his back. Jiang Chen shoved his gun back into his pocket when the smoke from the gun had dissipated. The survivors only saw a series of blurry actions. They couldn't even see Jiang Chen pulling out his gun, let alone the act of shooting. The entire action was so smooth that everyone's face couldn't help but pale. They did not expect that Fishbone Basie's boss would not only amass a strong force but would also possess an unparalleled individual fighting prowess. Needless to say, whether it was power or speed of reaction, Jiang Chen injected with the genetic vaccine was far superior compared to ordinary survivors. That man's escape just now was arranged beforehand. The rope was not tied down to his legs. It was done only to strengthen his prestige through personal force. It was only human nature to worship the strong. Incidentally, this episode was Zhou Guoping's original idea. Fire. The cold words were accompanied with white mist and echoed on the cold street. Gunfire sounded, a group of bodies dropped one by one in the pool of blood, officially ending their wicked lives. Zhao Gang held the rifle in his hand, staring at his enemy who was lying in the pool of blood. Jiang Chen had given him the chance to avenge himself by allowing him to participate in the execution of the bandits. The bandit who was in front of him was the same bastard who led the mercenaries to raid his family, kill his son, and capture and violate his wife. Seeing that the tumor that disrupted the region for so long was finally eradicated, the survivors cheered and raised their rifles celebrating. Jiang Chen enjoyed the cheers of the crowd as he continued to order formalin to be sprayed on these bodies to be hung at several major intersections in Qingpu to deter those who dared to commit wicked acts. Since then, Qingpu bore Fishbone Basie's seal on the map. It was called the Seal of the Order. After dealing with the bandits' affairs, Jiang Chen was preparing to go back to the mansion when he saw a man kneeling in front of him. What are you? Jiang Chen paused to ask. I have nowhere to go. You helped me get my revenge, so my life is yours. Zhao Gang was on his knees with his head lowered, the rifle was propped up on the ground. Don't you have a wife? Stand up first. That's exactly the case. We have nowhere to go. Please take us in. I am willing to sell my life to you, even if you want me to die. I, Zhao Gang, will not hesitate, he said in a deep voice. The resolute man did get up and remained kneeling on the ground. Nowhere to go. Jiang Chen had a sudden realization. Winter was coming. Their home had been raided clean, and even if they returned to that empty hut, they would not last through the winter. Please. Zhao Gang buried his head even lower. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly and sighed. Call me boss from now on. Finished, he went past Zhao Gang and went to the base. Zhao Gang was frozen for a moment before an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. He lifted his head and gratefully looked at Jiang Chen's back. In the end, Jiang Chen was still moved with compassion. He headed toward Cheng Liu who was out patrolling with a rifle, patted his shoulder and pointed at Zhao Gang's direction. Arrange a place for him to live outside the wall. Tomorrow, take the other two along to the 6th Street for surgery. The other two were obviously Zhou Guoping and Chu Nan, and surgery referred to a slavery chip implant. Yes. Cheng Liu saluted. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction, then walked inside the base. There were many things waiting for him to be dealt with. Cheng Liu watched his boss leave, swung the rifle behind his back, and walked towards Zhao Gang. Get up, buddy. Cheng Liu put his right hand to drag him up. You'll have to stay outside of the wall for the night. Tomorrow there will be someone taking you to the 6th Street for a chip implant, then you and your wife will receive a comfortable room and become part us. Zhao Gang hesitated for a moment. Must everyone be implanted with a slavery chip? Cheng Liu seemed to see through his hesitation. He smiled and then pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. Want one? This was one of the benefits of the fishbone base. He hesitantly took the cigarette. Cheng Liu grabbed the lighter and lit one for himself. The two then began to smoke in front of the gate. I was hesitant like you in the past. I was only a refugee at the time, and when I was forcefully implanted with slavery chip and got sold to some unknown force in the 6th Street, my heart was full of fear. I don't really care about my life, but I don't understand why my wife would need a slavery chip, Zhao Gang muttered and slowly took a deep inhale. He could accept his wife being humiliated by bandits because it was his own incompetence that caused it, but he could not accept his wife becoming someone else's slave, even if he was willing to sell his life to Fishbone Base. Cheng Liu suddenly laughed upon hearing this. He looked confusedly at Cheng Liu, not knowing why he laughed. I was like you before, the feeling of my own wife being implanted with slavery chip sure did not feel good. But you are overthinking, the boss is a good person. He never treated us like slaves. My wife is now the cook in the base. He didn't wrong us just because he controlled our lives. Looks like you truly respect him. He looked at Cheng Liu in surprise. That's right, I was only a refugee on the verge of death before, and now I am the militia leader of Fishbone Base in charge of the wall defense. He does not only staves off our hunger but also gives us dignity that we never even think of dreaming. He truly deserves respect. Even if I don't have this thing in my head, I will still swear my allegiance to him. Cheng Liu threw away the cigarette butt in his hand, patted him on the shoulder and grinned at him. Perform well, as long as you prove your worth, our boss will not be cheap with his reward. I can say that in the entire Wanghai city, other than some special survival facilities, you can't find any place happier than here. He silently doused the butt of his cigarette and nodded at Cheng Liu. On the other side, Fishbone Base soldiers started cleaning the execution ground. The survivors had begun to disperse, and the Fishbone Base survivors dragged away more than 20 bodies to the side of the road to be sprayed with formalin. One body, however, was quietly dragged into the base and carried into a cabin. Jiang Chen was sitting in that room. The soldier saluted and stood by the door. The dead body, on the ground, twitched and raised slowly. It's tiring to fake death. Zhou Guoping pulled the black bag off his head, heaved a few breaths and exaggeratedly patted his chest. Oh, do you want to try real death then? Jiang Chen grinned mischievously. Hee, I'll pass on that. Zhou Guoping smiled wryly and obsequiously looked at his new boss. He had a bulletproof vest on along with a bag of blood under his vest. When Jiang Chen shot him, he fell on the ground faking his own death. Tomorrow I'll take you to the 6th Street to undergo surgery. Until then, you can't take a step out of this room or else. Jiang Chen stood up from the chair, walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and walked out of the room. Watch him. After stopping for a moment at the door, Jiang Chen signaled the soldier on the side. Yes. The soldier saluted. Then, Jiang Chen returned to the gate. There were already 2 tents erected near the door. There was barbed wire set up to block the zombies. The zombies in the area had already been wiped out and the new zombies would take at least a month before they arrive, so this basic fortification was enough to protect the safety of the 3 people outside of the wall. Zhao Gang and his wife were setting up their tent. Chu Nan, the bachelor, was dealing in his own tent. Jiang Chen still had a few things to ask him, so he directly approached him. What? Chu Nan tied the wires together, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned around to look at Jiang Chen. Just want to ask you something. I remember you telling me before you were here because your plane crashed. Where was it? Chu Nan looked at Jiang Chen with an odd look. If I tell you the location of the wreckage, will that be considered a significant contribution? Jiang Chen was stupefied then laughed. Of course, how about a box of canned pure pork? Chu Nan licked his lips but shook his head. I want that woman. Who? If she's in the base, just pursue her yourself. Jiang Chen looked at Chu Nan oddly. She's not in the base. Do you remember Zhou Shaoxia? Jiang Chen knitted his eyebrows for a while before finally recalling that name, but the way he was looking at Chu Nan was now even odder. You want her? That RBQ? Chu Nan replied tersely, no longer looking in Jiang Chen's direction. Do whatever you want, Jiang Chen shrugged. Although he didn't know why Chu Nan would be interested in an RBQ, he had no intention of interfering with his personal hobbies. But with her mental state, you better not let her out. I understand, Chu Nan nodded. Could you also take her for an implant tomorrow? She had an excellent combat power before, it's better to put some control. Surprised, Jiang Chen looked at him and nodded. Give me the map. Chu Nan reached out his hand. Jiang Chen took out the computer pen from his pocket and opened the holographic map. Chu Nan skillfully magnified the map, locked it in a certain area, and pressed on the screen. It's right here. If the reinforcement is strong enough, it should still be on the rooftop helipad. Type 51 helicopter is good stuff, there's not a lot even in Looting Town. Because there were only a few survivors near the city center, the helicopter should still be in there. The one near Songjiang, I'll send out a search team. He looked at the dot on the map and nodded before putting away the computer pen. Remember to bring steel wires and a truck. Chu Nan gave one more tip before he got back to fiddling with the barbed wires. Jiang Chen nodded his head. The 3 trucks he got from the mutated human could finally be put to good use. If he could somehow fix the helicopter, Fishbone Base would finally acquire their first aerial unit. The helicopter was something that even the 6th Street had always dreamed of. With a machine gun, it could be an offensive helicopter and it could carry missiles as well. In any case, there were not many forces with superior high-altitude area defense capability. He could modify the helicopter however he wanted, mobility wouldn't even need to be considered. In short, he must get his hands on this thing as it was simply a humongous killing device. After leaving Chu Nan, he immediately found Cheng Liu to order him to immediately take 15 people in a truck to get the helicopter back. Bearing in consideration the height of the helicopter, he also looked for a construction team and sent for another 10-person engineering team to accompany them. After dealing with all of these things, he returned to the base once again. With the return of the expedition, Fishbone Base had resumed its former liveliness. The construction of the base was back on track. The construction team began moving batches and batches of construction supplies outside of the wall and started to implement the expansion work as originally planned. The women rescued from Weijiang mercenaries base were placed in an empty apartment building. Jiang Chen assigned 5 nurses to take care of them and help them regain their sanity. At the same time, the survivors of the base could now utilize the point system to take the person they like home. In principle, Fishbone Base encouraged adoption as a means for them to take responsibility and to help their partner to return to normal. Women who could successfully join their workforce would be rewarded with points. The trading posts in front of the gate reopened after the zombie waves had ended. It was believed that after this incident, there would be an endless stream of survivors that would come and trade here, and the relationship between the Fishbone Base and nearby survivor groups would be strengthened further. The Bullet production line and Hummingbird UAV unmanned aerial vehicle production line were housed in a metal warehouse, and the 2 military production lines could be put into production after a simple maintenance. So Fishbone Base welcomed its first military factory, and though the production efficiency was not high, it was undoubtedly a good start. After ordering Lu Washeng to construct a building in the newly developed area as the new site for the military factory, Jiang Chen walked to the direction of the mansion. The UAV terminal could be manufactured from recycled electronic parts, and since Yao Yao was the expert in this area, completing it should not be a problem for her. If she could create a drone system, the base defense and detection capabilities would rise to another level. But the moment he opened the door, he was astounded. Do you know who I am? Lin Lin with her arms akimbo and raised her head confidently. You are. Yao Yao swallowed a mouthful, shrunk her tiny head a little and carefully asked. Me, I am the noble, perfect embodiment of science and technology, digitalized human. Lin Lin smiled arrogantly. She was very pleased with the frightened look on Yao Yao's face. At the moment, Lin Lin's mood was ecstatic that there was only one thought in her mind. The feeling of picking on the weak felt so wonderful. Ha ha ha. However, that elated feeling didn't last for long, because she found Jiang Chen standing in the doorway and was looking at her with a faint smile. Lin Lin's mouth twitched stiffly and her arrogant expression remained frozen on her face. After discovering Jiang Chen, as though Yao Yao had found her savior, she quickly fled behind his back and pouted her mouth, looking like she was wronged. Digitalized human, so what? Jiang Chen smiled and stared at the beautiful girl with silver and white hair. Lin Lin's mouth started quivering as she recalled the fear for this devil. Where is Sun Jiao? He turned around and rubbed Yao Yao's head indulgently. Sister Sun Jiao was taking a shower, Yao Yao said quietly. Then, she looked at Lin Lin's direction and with a tone full of grievance, continued, Sister Sun Jiao asked me to find her a room, but as soon as Sister Sun Jiao left, she. You bullied my Yao Yao. This was intolerable, especially seeing the timid look like that of a little animal on Yao Yao's face. Jiang Chen's protective tendencies suddenly burst forth. What are you going to do? Lin Lin was trembling and began to retreat back. Her silvery hair quivered, her white was filled with fear. Despite her unearthly beauty, her bad character would only arouse humans' sadistic desire and not their protective instincts. Almost unhesitantly, Jiang Chen took out his EP and then pressed a few keys. A faint static sound emitted from Yao Yao's neck and the electronic collar opened. Without saying a word, he seized Yao Yao's collar, approached Lin Lin with a leer, ignored her resistance from her flailing fists, and put the collar around her neck. Yao Yao touched her neck with an aggrieved expression. That was the one thing connecting her and brother Jiang Chen, but it got taken away by this strange woman. The more she thought about it, the sadder she got. Her big adorable eyes began to get watery. No, it's too dangerous. I had always wanted to take it off for a long time. How about giving you a new gift later? When Jiang Chen saw her expression and hurriedly appeased her. Hello, if it is dangerous, why did you put it on me? Lin Lin protested. Who cares about you? Jiang Chen turned around and gave her a ferocious glare, making Lin Lin shrank back in fear again. Yao Yao looked back and forth between the two of them, feeling wronged. Her tiny mouth pouted again. She had a bad feeling about this. It felt like there were more and more opponents. After forcing the unruly Lin Lin to stay put, Jiang Chen took her to the first floor of the study. It was called a study, but there was no book to be found here anymore. The bookshelves were disposed to the backyard as waste, and the room was now filled with experimental apparatus taken from Lin Lin's shelter. Ah, how dare you treat my babies this way? Lin Lin tearfully ran and touched her precious instruments. This is your room from now on. Clean it up yourself, Jiang Chen said bluntly with a wicked grin. He swore he had always been a nice person. But for some reason, Lin Lin seemed to be born with, please bully me, buff. Her favorite was her over-the-top provocation. Lin Lin fiercely glared at him before correctly placing the equipment upside down on the ground. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought that side was the bottom. Stupid, Lin Lin cursed inaudibly and was no longer looking at him. The mutated human and Deathclaw body are in the freezer. Your current mission is to dissect them. I want to know exactly what the X2 virus is and what particular effects it would bring to mutants, and also the body stats data of mutated human. That shouldn't be too hard for you, right? When Lin Lin heard this, she haughtily cocked her head, long silver hair flailed neatly to the side. Why would I help you? If you don't need to eat, you don't really need to help me, Jiang Chen interrupted her words with a bright smile. You, Lin Lin instantly looked like she was severely wronged, but aside from making Jiang Chen felt pleased, there was not the slightest sense of guilt. Who told you to have such a foul temper? Your task has already been given to you, so if there's nothing else, I am going to head out now. By the way, you better be nice to Yao Yao because she is in charge of your food. Jiang Chen laughed and walked towards the door. Hold on, Lin Lin hurriedly stopped him. What, if you're going to protest, then it's rejected. Jiang Chen turned to look at her and said rudely. Where is my bedroom? Just to be clear, I want the best room on the top floor with its own bathroom and facing the south. Lin Lin was reserved at first but started to get carried away the more she went on. Her onyx eyes were flashing with rays of expectation. But Jiang Chen was just silently staring at her with an expression that couldn't be more confused. As though sensing that she was just talking to herself, Lin Lin cautiously looked at Jiang Chen and finally started to accept the reality that she had to yield to him. Lin Lin thought, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. As a beauty, I will submit for now, just wait until. Just that she didn't know when would that time come. Is that okay? She asked tentatively. Jiang Chen was silent for a long time, then suddenly asked a nonsensical question. Does a digitalized human need to sleep? Of course, I am not a robot. Lin Lin almost cried in devastation. After a brief wiki, Jiang Chen finally understood what kind of existence she was. To put it in simply, she was just an ordinary person before, but because of congenital disease, 40% of her body's tissues were forcibly replaced with electronics. Her brain was installed with nano components that could connect to her nerve endings, which allowed her brain to operate at computer-level processing speed. The artificial stomach allowed her to digest food at 2 times the efficiency compared to ordinary people, and which could also convert some of the energies into electrical energy storage. And as far as eating and sleeping needs went, there was no obvious difference between her and ordinary people. So, you're not a robot, Jiang Chen stated while he examined Lin Lin from top to bottom. Because he saw a robot at the 6th Street before, his previous perception made him think that she was a robot. I assumed you were made out of silicone. You were made out of silicone. Lin Lin gave him a fierce glare, but when she suddenly remembered she still had things to ask of him, her tone immediately softened and used a frail tone, the room. Room, it's right here, isn't it? Jiang Chen's expression looked odd. What, here, you want me to sleep with a bunch of lab equipment? Lin Lin jumped up and shouted like a squirrel that had its tail stepped on. Then, why do you think we got you a big room like this? I'll put a bed here in a bit, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Ignoring Lin Lin's cry of disappointment, Jiang Chen left the room. The reason why he was bullying her was partly because he wanted to do it from the bottom of his heart, on the other hand, he needed to discipline this girl. There was a spare room in the mansion, but her attitude was beyond abominable. If he were a bit nicer, he was afraid that she would be more unreasonable beyond measure. It would be unwise to spoil her when he must teach her a lesson. When Jiang Chen entered the kitchen he found Yao Yao who was cooking dinner. Yao Yao was wearing a pink apron and her right hand was holding a long spoon while intently staring at the pot of stew. The cherry-like mouth was softly humming and the tender face was filled with a happy smile. Ah, she is just too cute. Jiang Chen unconsciously covered his nose despite not getting a nosebleed. As if hearing the sound in the doorway, Yao Yao's little ears moved adorably as she turned around to look at the door. Has brother been very busy? Just wait for a little while, the meal is almost done. After seeing it was Jiang Chen, Yao Yao's face turned slightly red, then she turned around and continued to focus on the pot of stew. I'm done. Also, sorry to trouble you but can you cook one more portion in the future? Jiang Chen walked to her and rubbed her head like a small pet. I already cooked one more portion. Yao Yao was comfortably enjoying the feeling of the big hand rubbing her head. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, Yao Yao is a kind-hearted girl. Even after Lin Lin had bullied her, she was still considerate enough to include Lin Lin's food. Oh, what kind of gift do you want? Although he didn't know why Yao Yao was so insistent on the dangerous electronic collar, he still put it on Lin Lin who definitely needed it more. Yao Yao's face felt hot. After a long while, she murmured in a tiny voice, could I save it for later? Save it. Yao Yao's birthday is in November so, you give it to me by then. She buried her head lower and her voice turned even lower. Birthday. Jiang Chen nodded and smilingly promised. The fancy dinner was comprised of 4 dishes and soup. There was Sun Zhao's favorite soy-braised short ribs as well as Jiang Chen's favorite scrambled eggs. With tomato, Lin Lin was throwing a tantrum by refusing to eat. However, that did not even last for 3 seconds as she was drawn by the intoxicating aroma of the food. With a dejected face, she walked over to the table. Jiang Chen picked up a piece of tender, juicy meat and bit into it. The delicate texture and delicious taste couldn't be better. It might be a tad difficult to tell from Sun Zhao's lack of elegance in eating, but just from looking at Lin Lin's stuffed face despite her extremely picky attitude, it showed Yao Yao's superb culinary skills. Yao Yao's cooking skill is getting better and better. Stunned by the delicacies, Jiang Chen raised his thumb to praise Yao Yao. Hee, Yao Yao giggled. She embarrassedly lowered her head and her face turned beet red. Hey, you should also give me some credit. While you were away, it was me who guided Yao Yao on how to cook the dishes better. Sun Zhao's mouth didn't stop for a moment as she shoved more food in her mouth. You're only responsible for tasting, right? Jiang Chen ridiculed. I'll give it 80 points, Lin Lin murmured with a voice that only she could hear, then swallowed a mouthful of rice. After dinner, Jiang Chen and Sun Zhao carried their bowls to the kitchen. Lin Lin had wanted to flee right after eating but was unceremoniously caught by Sun Zhao. Ignoring Lin Lin who was washing the bowls angrily, Jiang Chen stored the washed bowls in the cupboard and then took Sun Zhao, who had also finished with her task, upstairs. Is there any bank near Qingpu? Jiang Chen asked. Trading with Kane military and mercenaries as well as sending funds to sensitive areas have a high chance of freezing his Swiss bank accounts. In consideration of the safety of his account, Jiang Chen decided to use the most reliable and most primitive payment method, gold. Therefore, he had to find a way to acquire gold from the apocalypse. Bank. Do you need more gold? Sun Jiao asked curiously. Yes, Jiang Chen nodded. Sun Jiao took out the computer pen and skillfully started the holographic map. There is a pack bank in Songjiang which is not too far away from here. Take some people with you to run a trip for me tomorrow. I need the gold in this bank vault, Jiang Chen said after pondering for a moment and looking at the location on the map. Sun Jiao nodded and smiled winsomely. Then, I'll be counting on you. Jiang Chen smiled and was about to turn around to discuss with Yao Yao about the UAVs. But then he realized that his clothes were being pulled. Sun Jiao pouted and whispered near his ear, I took a shower in the afternoon. Jiang Chen suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Sun Jiao was displeased and gave him a light punch on the chest. Nothing, I just thought you're adorable. He reached out and caressed her silky, black hair. Cute, I am the queen. Sun Jiao straightened her back and rolled her eyes at him. Sun Jiao evaded his gaze and was suddenly feeling embarrassed. She then forced herself to remain calm. Do you want to? Jiang Chen naturally understood what she meant, but then he shook his head. Sun Jiao was stunned, her hands were on her hips with a displeased countenance. Why? Because we need to be peaceful and loving. When the immortals fight, the mortals suffer, Jiang Chen said helplessly. I still have something I need to talk to Yao Yao about. Wait for me in the room tonight. Jiang Chen grinned wickedly and gently touched Sun Jiao's face. Something, it's not what I'm thinking of, right? Sun Jiao looked suspiciously at him. Cough, no, you're overthinking. It's about the drones. Jiang Chen coughed embarrassedly. Dash. Sun Jiao pouted and suddenly kissed Jiang Chen on the face, before jumping aside. Well, that's all good. You're only allowed to eat Yao Yao only after this miss has been fed. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at the naughty girl then turned around to head toward Yao Yao's room. Dash. The door was open, Yao Yao was sitting in front of the table fiddling with the electronic parts. There was a faint shampoo scent in the room. Yao Yao's hair was wet and appeared as though she had just taken a shower. She wore lovely bare pajamas, and a pair of smooth jade-like legs dangling in the stool was swinging happily. Standing at the door, Jiang Chen gently knocked on the door. Ah, brother Jiang Chen. What can I do for you? When she turned around and realized it was Jiang Chen, a soft smile immediately blossomed on her face. I have a favor to ask of you. He stepped forward and rubbed Yao Yao's head indulgently as usual. Yao Yao looked baffled, her huge eyes were intently staring at him. He took out the remains of the hummingbird drone that he brought from the underground shelter. Do you think you can design a control terminal like this drone? Yao Yao took out the plate-sized drone and carefully examined it on her hand. Well, it shouldn't be a big deal with a UAV like this. EP can be used as the control terminal as long as the number will not exceed 10. More than that, EP's processor wouldn't be able to handle it. Well, not a problem, a table-sized processor would do the trick nicely. Yao Yao clapped her hands and nodded adorably. What materials do you need? I'll be going to 6th Street tomorrow. There are still plenty of electronic parts in the warehouse, but some of the key components are still missing. How about this, I'll give brother a list of things that I need tomorrow morning, is that okay? Yao Yao said earnestly. Certainly. Jiang Chen rubbed Yao Yao's small head. And one more thing, do you know how to design UAV alert system? Yao Yao's eyes immediately lit up at the mention of drone warning system, she nodded vigorously. I have been recently reading books in this area. Leave it to me. Yao Yao confidently raised her head. Then I'll leave it to you. Does brother have any specifics for the UAV alert system? Yao Yao grabbed a pen and a piece of paper while earnestly waited for Jiang Chen to open his mouth. Seeing Yao Yao's serious yet adorable expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. My specific requirement is that the 100 UAVs should be able to automatically carry out patrol mission. It should be able to use the terminal to design patrol route. It should be able to avoid obstructions and immediately respond to enemies' attacks. Also, it would be best to add face recognition systems as well as heat source analysis system. After passing the details, he then left Yao Yao's room. Though the moment he stepped out, he always felt there was some kind of resentment on Yao Yao's face. The next morning, Jiang Chen personally led a group of 5 who needed an injection as well as 5 fishbone soldiers into 6th Street. He chose to go with a team because first, he was curious about any changes 6th Street had undergone after the crusade and 2, for market research purposes. Now that 6th Street's purchasing power increased, the goods they traded with them would no longer be limited to food. Once the initial burst of rapid production settled down, the highly utilized production lines would equip everyone with potent weapons, lowering the demand for firearms because of the market surplus. An increased hunting ability meant the number of acquired crystals would rise as well. Survivors would even expand the hunting radius and venture into the city center to obtain more crystals. After food, the most basic necessity, was fulfilled, people with a pocket full of crystals would begin to look for ways to increase their quality of life. With demand for other goods, numerous small factories would emerge like bamboo sprouts after the rain. Small workshops would gradually expand based on market demand, and a variety of other products would fill the store shelves. Small talk between friends would change from, "Did you get any nutrient supply today?" to, "How many crystals did you get today?" Order would appear once more on this part of land. Prosperity would return under freedom. But the catalyst behind these changes was a war that lasted a mere few days. Welcome to 6th Street, my friend. Jiao Chen held a cigar in his mouth as he extended his arms to Jiang Chen from a few paces away. Nice to see you again. Did you get a return on the money you invested on me? Jiang Chen laughed. Of course. Jiao Chen handed him a cigar. Delicacy from before the war, 10 crystals for one. He didn't have to think about it. Since Jiang Chen stood here, that meant the danger to Fishbone Base was alleviated and the batch of food was transported into Wanghai City. Jiang Chen took the cigar and lit it up. After being injected with the genetic vaccine, his smoking addiction was now almost gone, but it was hard to refuse the offer. Seems like you've made some money. Jiang Chen laughed. That's right, and about to make more. Jiao Chen cracked a smile, then warmly placed his hand around Jiang Chen's shoulder. Let's go. It's pretty cold outside, we'll talk in the car. The 5 who needed the injections were taken by Jiao Chen people to the clinic while the accompanying soldiers returned to the base. He clambered onto Jiao Chen vehicle, and they drove towards the inner circle. So, my friend, what wind blows you here? Jiao Chen looked at Jiang Chen with a bright smile. Orders were normally completed through transmission, and details that needed to be sorted out could be done through an augmented reality conference. 1. I needed to bring some new people to be injected, and 2. To see any progress made and deliver the order. Jiang Chen glanced out of the car and gave the graphene card to Jiao Chen. It was the same wide gate, and through it, the daunting cannon remained unchanged, but the malnourished faces were now full of confidence. Construction materials lay in emptied spots as construction vehicles busied themselves outside 6th Street working on what seemed to be an expansion project. There were barely any people in the ghetto, making it feel quite empty. Jiao Chen could sense Jiang Chen's shock. He smiled while holding the graphene card and pressed the initiate button. He said casually, "These buildings are part of the newly expanded industrial area. The wall needs to be expanded out by several hundred meters, and the ghetto no longer sells people ever since the council pushed out a new regulation to start a buyback of the ghetto refugees." Buyback. Jiang Chen was unfamiliar with this new term. Anyone registered in 6th Street can be repurchased for the price of 10 crystals. The repurchased refugees are not permitted to leave 6th Street, but they'll work at the factory of whoever bought them back for 3 years before obtaining their freedom. So population trade is no longer supported. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Officially, yes, refugees are no longer the burden of 6th Street, but I do recommend that you go to the free market. There are plenty of merchants from other survival camps with slave dealers specialized in that business. Jiao Chen scrolled through the list on the graphene card to confirm Jiang Chen's order. 500 Reaper rifles, 20 Ghost snipers, 500 bulletproof vests, 4 boxes of regular grenades, general combat equipment, 5 20mm machine guns, that's a lot. Are you planning on creating an army? Jiao Chen asked perplexedly. Shipping out of the province, Jiang Chen replied concisely. It's true that it's being traded to the modern world. Okay, but with quantities like this, let's push the trade date to the 10th. I still need a bit more, so I'll have to make an order to the factory. Jiao Chen took out a paper-thin phone from his pocket and pressed a few buttons. 1,000 jackets, 1,000 snow boots, 20 tons of C-type steel, 10 tons of carm tree sap. These are easy, I can get the bulk price. Jiao Chen read through the list. Carm tree sap was obtained from the mutated carm tree. It was used as the raw material for multiple types of plastics, an industrial material common on the wasteland. Although the polluted soil could not produce any edible crops, plants that survived through natural selection remained, and 6th Street had a few small tree farms specifically dedicated to producing this tree sap. Together with the sap and C-type steel, as well as the electronic parts obtained through the survivor groups, most of the components required to manufacture the hummingbird drone would be collected. Then I'll leave it to you. The trade date is set for the 10th then. This batch should be sufficient for 3 months, so the next trade should be set for the following January. Jiang Chen smiled. No problem. Zhao Chenwu nodded in reply. The car drove to the inner circle and stopped in front of a restaurant called Lihua. Zhao Chenwu explained that it was his restaurant in the inner circle. Jiang Chen gladly accepted the invitation for lunch, but when the dishes were brought out, he was shocked. Curry chicken, potato pork, vinegar cabbage. 3 dishes in total, 2 types of meat and 1 vegetable. The problem was not the dishes themselves, but they were all canned food. Jiang Chen was taken aback at Zhao Chenwu's eagerness to eat. When comparing the quality of life, the respected council member of 6th Street ate worse than the modern-day homeless man. Jiang Chen ate until he was 80% full. He sat in a luxuriously renovated restaurant, eating starchy bread and microwaved canned dishes. It was quite a comical feeling, especially since the person sitting across from him was devouring the meal. After the meal, Zhao Chenwu used a napkin to wipe his mouth before leaning back against the chair with a smile at Jiang Chen. I do have to praise Fishbone Basie's food. It's delicious. Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled. Oh, since you're here, I have something you may be interested in. As if he suddenly remembered something, Zhao Chenwu sat upright in his chair and lowered his voice. Oh, what is it? Seeing this, Jiang Chen became solemn as well. This man was part of a group of 10 council members. The news he was leaking had to be taken seriously. Zhao Chenwu smiled mysteriously as he dropped a bomb on Jiang Chen. Based on 6th Street's new proposal, we're about to establish a bank. The feasibility of the proposal is still under debate, but it will most likely happen. A bank? Jiang Chen was stunned. Opening a bank in the apocalypse, what is this? The average income is steadily increasing, so it's a necessity for 6th Street, especially since we have the capability to do so. People can store unused crystals in the bank to acquire an interest, and startup factories can borrow crystals to invest in the plant. The blood is already flowing, now we just need a heart. Zhao Chenwu laughed confidently as he shot an energetic gaze at Jiang Chen. In the future, the introduction of the bank would likely begin a tidal wave of new factories. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Not a bad idea, but does it have anything to do with me? Of course. Zhao Chenwu smiled, lowering his voice and continuing, don't you want to be a shareholder of this bank? It was an interesting way to phrase the question. Jiang Chen's expression turned strange when he heard Zhao Chenwu. He asked rhetorically, don't you want to be? If there is something good like this, you would be kind enough to ask me. Guessing at Jiang Chen's thoughts, Zhao Chenwu continued, of course, but based on the regulation, the council members' share limit is set at 7%, each contributing 100,000 crystals. The remaining would be sold to the public at a premium. So what you're saying is that your cake has already been divided, so you thought about your old friend, me. Jiang Chen laughed. That's right, are you interested? Zhao Chenwu crossed his fingers as he stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't immediately answer, but rather scratched his chin as he thought. The 10 council members are each limited to 7%. Therefore, their influence is equal to one another. This is to prevent one person from exerting too much influence on the decisions of the group. The reason why Zhao Chenwu leaked the information to me is in the hopes of having me purchase some shares. Because of our alliance, he would obtain more influence in the bank. Since my orientation remains in the headquarters, I shouldn't care about influence but only bank dividend. Considering 6th Street's recent developments, this bank posed significant meanings, or else Zhao Chenwu wouldn't have become so involved in it. It was the heart that would become the bloodline. A mischievous smile grew on Jiang Chen's face as he had made a decision. He realized he was becoming more skilled at politics. And the bank's investment criteria is? Jiang Chen asked stoically. Provide the factory, store, developer, mercenaries, and a potential hunting team with loans. Zhao Chenwu replied. What about the purchase requirement? Zhao Chenwu immediately smiled upon hearing Jiang Chen's question. He could tell Jiang Chen was tempted. 1% of the share is 20,000 crystals. The purchaser is required to have at least 200 square meters of fixed assets on 6th Street. Also, they must be a free person without any chip injections. Jiang Chen burst out laughing and extended his right hand. Thank you for the information. I'm very interested. If the proposal passes, let me know. Definitely. We share the same interests, don't we? Zhao Chenwu grasped Jiang Chen's hand and shook it forcefully. Of course. Coming out of Lihua, Jiang Chen rejected Zhao Chenwu's invitation to stay in Paradise Island Hotel at no expense and walked straight to the Development Bureau. The inner circle had drastically changed. He remembered a few months ago, when he first came here, the only things that had left an impression on him were the spider tank and the fully equipped soldiers. Now, however, there were pedestrians in flamboyant clothing. The radiation dust in the air felt depressing as ever, but a touch of liveliness permeated the entire camp. Prosperity. Zhao Chenwu's high-end car was no longer unique. Fewer armored vehicles patrolled the streets now taken up by personal vehicles. Along the busiest street were building expansions here and there. After displaying his genetic ID to the patrolling soldiers, Jiang Chen entered the hall. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? A receptionist at the front desk said professionally while twirling a pen. I'd like to buy a few plots of land to open a factory, he said casually as he flipped through the promotional materials on the desk. He was obviously not building a factory. It was fine as long as he built a warehouse. The key was to settle the 200 square meter criteria. 6th Street was about to establish the first bank, and 30% of the shares would be sold. The cake was too attractive to pass on. Imagining the scenario, the total number of factories and small production facilities numbered fewer than 20, but now that the average wealth increased exponentially, how tremendous would the economy boom be? It was no exaggeration to say that 20 would increase by at least 5-fold within a year, and establishing a bank would only speed up this process. How many people would need a loan then? It was a guaranteed return. Purchasing assets. Thank you for choosing to invest in 6th Street. But sir, currently, the land available for development have been sold out. Maybe you could consider purchasing for existing owners. Sold out? This fast? Jiang Chen was shocked. He expected land development to be attractive, but he didn't expect the plots to be sold out so quickly. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, thinking a bit before continuing. Are there any assets available for sale right now? Anywhere works. The receptionist was at a loss when she heard his words and gave him a strange look. Perhaps. Why don't you go to the market and ask in the consignment exchange? Quote. Bulk items and fixed assets were normally sold on consignment at the exchange. The seller normally provided the sale information while storing the related goods or property within the exchange. A buyer with the intent to purchase would then take the information and discuss a price with the seller in a meeting. Once the transaction was completed, the buyer only needed to bring the crystals to the exchange to walk away with the purchased goods. Jiang Chen held such a sheet of information in his hands with the words, "Store for sale, price negotiable," written on it. Jiang Chen paused in front of a building, examining the storefront. Perhaps to save on electricity, the words, "Fake Legs Specialty Store," were redundantly written out on the electronic board in black ink. There was a layer of dust on the wooden window, and the rusty door made out of scrapped shells looked worn down. He hesitantly raised his hand, and just as he was about to knock, the door was dragged open. A small square TV abruptly appeared before him, nearly startling Jiang Chen into pulling out his gun. The metal-plated mouth rapidly opened and closed, stuttering in a squeaky electronic voice, "Welcome, valued customer. The shop provides mechanical legs and mechanical prosthetic installations with outstanding services for wastelander who accidentally break their limbs." He stared at the robot. Its head and body were connected by a spring, and he began to understand why there were no customers. With such reception, it would be astonishing if a customer did show up. He pushed the junk robot aside and stepped into the store. The room was dimly lit, the faint odor of machine oil was in the air. The wall displayed an array of unknown electronic parts and equipment. There was, however, nobody manning the front. Jiang Chen scanned the room, calling out, "Ahem, is anyone here?" No reply. No one. Or busy with something else. He hesitated briefly before going up the stairs at the back of the store. The top landing was the attic, and from the open door, he heard mutters and occasional, unsettling explosions. Is it a problem with the central processor? No, should be the engine control unit. The door and roof were wide open. The room was filled with an odd assortment of equipment, and in the corner was a small telescope beside a full sensory sky map. In the middle of the room, there was a 2-meter-wide space, a cylinder as tall as 2 people, a pointed head. Rocket. The young man who was working with a screwdriver in hand was interrupted by the surprised voice and looked in the direction of the door. That's right, it is a rocket. He threw the screwdriver to the side, rubbed his messy and oily hair, and smiled. Jiang Chen examined the rocket as tall as two people and burst out laughing. Haha, someone finally understands the beauty of my design. The person clearly misunderstood, his expression excited as he opened his arms towards Jiang Chen. He smoothly avoided the hug from a man who obviously hadn't showered in a few days. Jiang Chen cleared his throat. The purpose of my trip is investment, right? I know. No, you seem to have Ms. Shish. The man suddenly gestured for silence. With a mysterious expression, he waved at Jiang Chen. Let me take you to see something fun. The man quickly sauntered to the corner of the room. Jiang Chen gave the man a strange look but eventually followed after a moment's hesitation. Power system normal, hydraulic balance normal, fuel normal, he muttered abstrusely as he typed rapidly on the silica gel touch board. His eyes were filled with a passionate light. Jiang Chen stood behind him and examined the sophisticated monitors. You are. Ignite. The excited roar startled Jiang Chen and interrupted his question. The hand slapped onto a red button. Boom. The fire erupted from the middle of the room, the scorching flames burning against the base made of unknown metal. The floor began to shake violently, and the window panes screeched. Gusts battered at them, and Jiang Chen had to cover his face from the rapid airflow. Between his fingers, his astonished expression could be seen. What the fuck? What the plane are you doing? Similar to, what the heck you are doing? It's a rocket. Space, here I come. Haha, launch. Against the violent airflow, the man struggled to maintain his balance. He placed his hand over the trigger and pushed it to the top. The air pressure increased explosively, pressing the man immediately to the ground. Jiang Chen, with his strong body condition, barely managed to remain on his feet. Just as he was about to fall, he activated the nitrogen armor on his right arm. The nitrogen armor burst out and expanded from his right arm. The special field created by the nitrogen created a decompression zone that deflected the airflow. The force was immediately cancelled out. Thanks, buddy. The young man barely managed to hold onto his body as he smiled awkwardly. Jiang Chen deactivated the nitrogen armor and glanced at the shadow already high in the sky. He threw a dirty look at the young man. Are you stupid? Firing a rocket from the room? What shocked him, even more, was that future technology allowed rockets to be launched from indoors. How advanced were the materials and fuel technology? The man gave a forced laugh as he rubbed at his messy hair. It's okay, 6th Street doesn't prohibit shooting things into the air. Quote. Jiang Chen was speechless. Patting at his mussed clothes, the man cleared his throat and extended his right hand. Zhang Lin, owner of 6th Street's fake leg specialty store. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen shook hands with him and then looked at him strangely. Fake leg. Can you tell me how fake legs are connected to rockets? Zhang Lin smiled, slightly embarrassed. The fake leg store was opened by my dad. And now, although he asked, Jiang Chen had already guessed what happened. The son didn't continue his father's business, putting it aside to begin working on rockets. I'm not very good at that job. He shrugged, appearing forlorn, but then he waved his hand at Jiang Chen with renewed interest. Let me show you something cool. Zhang Lin left Jiang Chen again and hastily walked to the other side of the room. At a loss, Jiang Chen let out a defeated sigh before following. Based on the program settings, my Explorer 8 with the highest speed in the universe entered the orbit. Look. Zhang Lin's fingers pressed a few buttons on the touch board. Vibrant lights from the cylindrical image formation device began to interweave, creating a magnificent visual image. This is our planet. Zhang Lin spread his arms with a grin and hugged the imaginary visuals. He then turned around to Jiang Chen with proudly raised eyebrows. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted as he shook in disbelief. Wow, this is fucking amazing. Blue and yellow. It was his first time observing this land. Other than the colors, it was no different from the other world. The colors belonged to the ocean, and the clouds that were supposed to be white was instead mixed in with an unhealthy shade. This was the radiation dust, chemical dust, as well as industrial pollutants. Towards the northwest, the soil was dark green, supposedly belonging to a type of mutated plant. He remembered Sun Jiao mentioning before that there was an alliance to the north. On the south, the daunting, pitch black belonged to scorched earth. Because the rocket was close to the orbiting path and synchronized with the Earth's orbit, it could only view the areas in Asia, but the situation was likely no better on the other side of the Earth. From multiple perspectives, this planet is not suitable for human inhabitants. Despite the dark words, Jiang Lin's voice was calm. He then pressed a few more times on the touch board, causing the screen's perspective to suddenly change. This is. Jiang Chen shook himself out of his astonishment and stared at the belt of debris on the full sensory map. Space junk around the orbit that formed a belt close to Earth. The Third World War was not only fought on the surface. Jiang Lin smiled, then enlarged the image from Explorer 8. Most of the debris comes from sky-based weapons, space stations, satellites, as well as orbit attack shops and anti-satellite missiles. Part of the debris is also from the moon facility that was sent near the Earth's orbit from the force of the explosion. Sky-based weapons, such as God's cane. He suddenly recalled the diary he had read before. Observing the chunks of metal debris, his expression held shock. But not because of the severity of the war. Not because of the severity of the war. But because of the money. Any piece of debris out there was hundreds of years ahead of the modern-day world's space technology. If he sold it, actually, it would likely be difficult to sell. Realizing this, Jiang Chen forced a smile. Just as he was about to give up the idea of digging for gold in space, he changed his mind. He thought, while it would be difficult to sell, what if he used it for himself? Once he acquired the island, he would be able to use his country's name to release a satellite, and that would be interesting. That's about it. Jiang Lin abruptly sighed, and the full hologram faded away. After a pause, Jiang Chen couldn't help asking, what happened? Didn't your rocket launch successfully? Jiang Lin shrugged and looked at Jiang Chen. It did launch successfully, but the nearby orbit is filled with magnetic pulses. You could say that it's nearly impossible to defend against EMP. Just by lasting this long, Explorer 8 has already reached its limit. Explorer 7 lasted only 10 seconds. Then what's point of firing this? Increase space debris. Jiang Chen glanced back at him. How could this be pointless? This is valuable data. Seeing his research being devalued, Jiang Lin immediately became displeased. He pressed a few more times on the touch board, releasing an image on the full sensory screen again, but this time, there was data that Jiang Chen couldn't make heads or tails of. Am I allowed to know what this data will be used for? Jiang Chen looked over the floating green dots with an odd expression. Preparation for interstellar travel. Zeal flickered in Jiang Lin's eyes. Jiang Chen was speechless. Interstellar travel? That's right. In 2176, the United Nations sent out 6 immigration ships into space, the nearest destination being Capital B in Alpha Centauri, 13 light-years away from Earth. So you're telling me that this firework can fly for 13 light-years? And you're prepared to send this firework to find the authority at Capital B? What firework? This is called Explorer 8. And of course, I'm not going to send this to Capital B, but isn't this space exploration? Experiment, collect data, make improvements. Now, after countless trials, I'm already here. Jiang Lin confidently pushed another button. What is this? Jiang Chen asked, confused from the diagram filled with data. Warp engine concept map, but because of funding problems, it's only 50% completed, hee. Jiang Lin scratched his head, abashed, and looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. What do you think? The warp engine can achieve speed faster than light, and there will be hibernation chambers to help pass the time on the journey. Are you interested? A short silence. I'd like to understand something. Does this have anything to do with me buying the property? Jiang Lin was unable to process Jiang Chen's meaning as he stared at him blankly. What? Jiang Chen took out the sheet of information and pointed at it. Store for sale, price negotiable. I don't think I came in through the wrong door. Jiang Lin's face immediately flushed, and he mumbled to himself, no, they can't do this. He swiftly seized Jiang Chen's hand, as if it was his last chance. Did you see the sign in front? Interstellar travel, are you not interested in it? A world free of radiation, a brand new civilization, as long as you're willing to invest in my project. Sorry, I already have that world. I'm very sorry. I'm a businessman. Jiang Chen shrugged. I don't see any potential profits from your project. I'm happy living here, and I don't have any plans to fly into space. But, no buts. Looks like you're not the owner of this building. Or do you rent a place here? Jiang Chen sighed. Abrupt footsteps sounded from downstairs that rapidly approached them. Jiang Lin, how many times have I told you, don't build rockets in my, Fuking, house? A large man in a suit said viciously as he squeezed through the door, wiping his face. Ahem, I built a launch base. It won't damage the structure of the building, so your worry is. The man didn't seem interested in arguing with him. He rubbed his temples and said wryly, I don't care. Pay your 2 months of rent. Then take your junk and get out of my house. Jiang Lin's face immediately paled as he said, you can't. This is my house. The meaty man pointed at his nose, the few remaining hairs on his bald head nearly standing on end from fury. Calm yourself, Mr. Gu. We'll follow the procedure. A man in a black combat suit, holding an automatic rifle, strolled through the door and looked at Jiang Lin. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the enforcer of 6th Street. Based on the minimum, you must pay a total of 68 crystals to Mr. Jiu Honkai, or else the enforcement agency has the right to take action. Additionally, because the rental contract has been terminated, please move out within 3 days. Otherwise, the enforcement agency will have to resort to forceful measures. But I don't have that much money, Jiang Lin stuttered. Sorry, this is the law. Over the next 3 days, you're prohibited from leaving the house unless you're able to repay the debt. The enforcer shrugged and turned to Jiu Honkai. Are you pleased with the proceedings? Very pleased. Jiu Honkai didn't dare to get angry at the enforcer. He glared at the pale Jiang Lin, jabbing a finger at his face viciously. You better get the money ready, or… Jiang Chen, who was standing off to the side, suddenly interrupted him and said with some frustration, Are you the owner of the house? Pausing, Jiu Honkai raised his eyebrows at Jiang Chen. You are. Jiang Chen, if this information belongs to you, we can talk about the price now. Jiang Chen retrieved the information sheet and pointed at it. Jiu Honkai's eyes lit up immediately, and he smiled widely with sudden energy. Mr. Jiang would like to buy the house. Good, good, let's have a nice chat at the bar. Since the problem is solved, I'll take my leave now. Gentlemen, I wish you a good day. The enforcer took out a ticket from his pocket and passed it to Jiang Lin before retreating downstairs. No need to go to the bar, Jiang Chen shook his head and refused. Let's talk here. Give me a price, and if it's reasonable, we can finish the deal now. The rejected Jiu Honkai did not look the slightest displeased, rather, his smile brightened further. He needed money to buy newly developed land to build a factory, hire hunting teams to head to the industrial area outside of the city to obtain production equipment, purchase raw materials, put in crystals to start production, assets in the market. This store was not his only one, and making rent was not nearly as profitable as opening a factory. He was unaware of 6th Street's plan to open a bank, or else he would not have sold this property so cheaply. A buyer this straightforward was uncommon. After a moment's hesitation, Jiu Honkai threw out a reasonable price to test the waters. Based on 6th Street's development trajectory, my shop is at the center of the market. Combined with the warehouse in the back and a total area of 300 square meters, I want a total of 6,900 crystals. The rent was 34 crystals a month, and with a rent-to-house price ratio hovering around 200, it was a reasonable number. After some thought, Jiang Chen nodded. Selling a property in this high-potential area meant that Jiu Honkai needed some quick money. His eyes flashing, Jiang Chen opened his mouth. No problem, I'll pay the 6,900 crystals in one lump sum. But I have one requirement, put his debt under my name. Jiu Honkai calculated in his mind. 68 was not a small amount, but since he needed the money, he couldn't be bothered with it anymore. Jiu Honkai glanced at Jiang Lin before smiling and turning to Jiang Chen. Okay, as per Mr. Jiang's request, the debt will be transferred to your name. Jiang Chen nodded, then took the agreement passed over. He carefully scanned a few times before signing his name. He only needed to go to the exchange to pay the sum in order to obtain the property. 6,900 was not a small number, and most ordinary people would be unable to carry around such an amount. With the development of the economy, a bank was almost certainly necessary. Of course, with his storage dimension, Jiang Chen was an exception. Seeing Jiu Honkai, his debt owner, leave, Jiang Lin sighed and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thanks, buddy. If not for you, I don't know how I would have taken care of this. Jiang Chen grabbed the debt ownership in hand and looked at Jiang Lin with a half-smile. Thank me, too early for that. Jiang Lin perplexedly looked at Jiang Chen. The change in debt ownership doesn't mean the debt's been eliminated. Now you owe me 68 crystals. Jiang Lin's face that had just regained signs of life lost color once more. I don't have money, he gritted out. Jiang Chen didn't seem surprised at his response. He shrugged and continued, you have two choices. 1. Sell all assets in the store for cash. Considering the popularity of the firearm industry, there's a high demand for raw metal materials. These objects could be sold at junk price, no problem. Hearing that his goodies would be sold as junk, Jiang Lin immediately roared, "No way. Don't even think about it. My equipment is worth at least 10,000. This is the door to the new world. Do you know the value of these things? Since you're a merchant, there's no way that you don't." Jiang Chen patiently waited for him to finish his spiel before smirking at Jiang Lin, who felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Chen drawled, 10,000. Without recognition from the market, it's only wishful thinking. I can say my hair is worth billions, but who would buy it? Without a buyer, there's no value. In my opinion, why our junk is not even worth 30 crystals. Fly to space. How many crystals have to be invested for that? How many years? With this small scale, it would take you 100 years before you can fly out of the solar system. Capital RB, are you sure the ex-authorities are doing well out there? Are you certain you'll be welcomed? I'm sorry, but I'm a businessman. Word for word, Jiang Chen repeated his sentence, and they pierced Jiang Lin's heart like fine needles. His lips were bitten until they lost all color. With his research deemed as worthless, his heart was filled with rage, but he forced himself to suppress it. Jiang Chen's words woke him from his dream. No one would pay for his dream. Even if this equipment cost him hundreds of crystals, ordered from mercenaries who obtained them from the National Planetarium, no one would recognize the value of his work because it was unnecessary. He began to regret. If he wasn't so stubborn about leaving his father's business to die, if he didn't spend all of his efforts on space exploration, he would not be in this situation where he couldn't even afford rent. Jiang Lin breathed in deeply. He said quietly, "Can I hear the second option?" Finally hearing signs of maturity in that voice, Jiang Chen smiled. An immature dream was indeed not worth the investment, but a mature scientist was. Second option, work for me. Work for you. Jiang Lin hesitated as he gave Jiang Chen a perplexed look. Work in your factory? No. Jiang Chen held up a finger and shook it, staring straight into Jiang Lin's eyes. Come to my survival camp. I'll invest in your space project, but you'll have to follow my requirements. Jiang Lin looked suspiciously at Jiang Chen. A survival camp? I haven't left 6th Street that often, but it's not like I don't have a clue about the outside world. Who says your camp isn't a gathering of bandits? What if I become a slave going in? Jiang Chen smiled and walked up to Jiang Lin to pat his shoulder. Slave? Do you know how much it costs to buy a slave from the ghetto? Jiang Lin gulped. Before the slave trade was halted, including the microchip which costs 19 crystals, the price for a slave was as high as 50 crystals. Then do you think I need to spend 68 crystals to buy someone who has never done hard labor? Jiang Chen smiled. I don't plan on negotiating with you. You only have two options. Sell your dream as scraps, and go work at the factory to pay off the remaining crystals. Or sell your dream to me, and I'll provide you with resources and directions. All you need to do is install a chip on your neck. Listening to Jiang Chen speak, Jiang Lin's inner turmoil could be seen in his eyes, but in the end, he sighed in compromise. Before Jiang Chen's pleased gaze, he opened his mouth to say, I choose to. Since Jiang Lin had already nodded in agreement, the rest was fairly simple. Jiang Chen arranged for him to pack everything and then sent him to the clinic for injection. On the 10th, when they were to conduct the trade with the Zhao Corporation, Zhao Chenwu would send the people and the goods together. As for the store's new purpose, Jiang Chen had yet to think of a solution, but he went ahead and hired construction workers to seal the open roof. Since winter was coming, a tent that only shielded from rain did not seem reliable at all. Overall, the criteria of having a 200 square meter fixed asset were met for him to join 6th Street Bank. The next morning, Jiang Chen took Jiang Lin to the hospital. After paying a hospital fee of 19 crystals, Jiang Chen watched as the doctor reached the end of the hallway while he met up with the 5 people who were just exiting the rehabilitation room. Due to the chip's installation into the neural network, interference from the electric parts was inevitable. Therefore, after the injection, they were required to spend a few hours in rehabilitation, which they had just clearly finished, before being released from the hospital. Chu Nan saw Jiang Chen from afar and greeted him. Zhou Guoping had the same simpering smile, and Zhao Gang held his wife in silence. Zhou Xiaoxia's vision seemed to lag, as though she'd been injected with a tranquilizer. How are you feeling? Not bad. Chu Nan shrugged. Try your EP. A doctor in a white coat walked over and gave a nail-sized memory card to Jiang Chen before beating a hasty retreat to the surgery room. Holding the memory card in hand, Jiang Chen inserted it into the EP on his wrist. He noticed that while it was loading, Chu Nan's eyes stayed on the loading bar. Missing your freedom, Jiang Chen joked. Chu Nan smiled, then glanced away. What's freedom? From the moment I was born, I fought for one power, and now I changed to another one. The bar finished loading. Seeing the words less than slavery chip online greater than hovering on the screen, Jiang Chen grabbed the memory card and crushed it. Freedom is a good thing. Within certain boundaries, I'll grant you enough of it. Jiang Chen smiled at Chu Nan as he pressed buttons on the EP. Jiang Chen's face surfaced on the screen in a clear image. He was connected to Chu Nan's vision. Chu Nan rubbed his temple. Is this a neural injection? 6th Street's slavery chip is quite intriguing. Looting Town doesn't have this. Jiang Chen asked casually as he selected the option to end the connection. No, we have more opportunity to fight long distance with few chances to battle on foot. We call it the dictator chip. It emphasizes communication and remote sensors, but it doesn't seem to be as stable as this one. It's controlled by the central processor on the ship and will grant control to someone's EP only under special permission. Chu Nan moved his limbs and gradually accustomed himself to the feeling. What about you guys? Jiang Chen asked as he surveyed the remaining 4 people. Zhou Guoping, with his shiny, bald head, continued his attempts to flatter. Hee, very good, I pledge allegiance to the boss. Zhao Gang's wife was a bit frightened and hid behind Zhao Gang's back. As he comforted her, he said solemnly, not bad. Zhou Xiaoxia, as usual, had the same blank expression. Some conversations were not meant for a public hearing. After confirming the chip's functionality, Jiang Chen took all 5 of them to the fake legs specialty store. Once they all arrived, Jiang Chen closed the door behind him. Seeing that the boss had something to say, Zhou Guoping's eyes rolled cleverly before he moved a chair for Jiang Chen to sit on from behind the counter. Chu Nan glanced at him and turned away disdainfully. Their conflict started over a month ago, but now that they worked under the same boss, there was no longer any opportunity to seek revenge. Zhao Gang held his wife's hand and stood off to the side in silence. I've arranged a few things, so listen up and follow. Jiang Chen sat on the chair without caring for appearance. Zhao Gang, take your wife back to the base and join the civil army while waiting for further orders. I understand. Chu Nan, since you're familiar with the helicopter, go purchase whatever's necessary for repairs. Then take her back. Jiang Chen pointed at Zhou Xiaoxia, who had yet to regain consciousness. No problem, but I don't have a single crystal on me. Chu Nan opened his palms helplessly. Under Chu Nan's shocked gaze, Jiang Chen grabbed 200 crystals from his pocket and threw it at him before clapping his hands. Okay, get moving. The 4 immediately left, leaving Zhou Guoping at a loss. Seeing Jiang Chen stay silent, Zhou Guoping stayed true to his servile character and proactively asked with a simpering smile, Boss. What about me? I heard that during your time working for the Weijiang mercenaries, you were stationed in 6th Street. You must be pretty familiar with the area. Jiang Chen leaned back, fingers crossed, and smiled decisively at Zhou Guoping. Hee, of course. Boss, what would you like to know? Zhou Guoping patted his chest confidently. Do you know any slave merchants? Zhou Guoping immediately nodded and said attentively, yes. There is a slave merchant from Sioux City in 6th Street. There are also clones from the 071 survival base, but because of production problems, they must be ordered beforehand. The good thing is that they are all original. What are you thinking about? Whether it's original or not, Jiang Chen jokingly cursed, I'm not planning on doing that. Hee, boss, if you want, you can have some fun in New Ray Hotel. Once you train the newly produced clones a little, they're exactly like sex dolls, Zhou Guoping smiled lewdly. Okay, I'm talking to you about a serious matter, Jiang Chen interrupted with a frown. Yes, contact the slave merchant. The base still needs 200 people. How much should the price be? Zhou Guoping thought for a moment. If they're ordinary slaves, 10 crystals each would be enough. If you're looking at Fallout Shelter 71's product, then probably 20 crystals. Considering the market at 6th Street, the population price could double. That's fine. Go ahead and contact them. Transportation is difficult during the winter, so put the order in first and ship them here next year. Try to lower the price as much as you can. It's time to test your ability. Zhou Guoping laughed and smacked his chest with confidence. Don't worry, boss. You can count on me. Once the population business was taken care of, it was now time to discuss the store's purpose. What do you think we should open this store for? Jiang Chen asked as he scanned the decoration in the store. Zhou Guoping's eyes rolled a bit, and he scratched his head. That's up to what the boss wants. If it's to make money, then a food store would definitely be the best choice. Jiang Chen thought for a bit before shaking his head. Not a food store. Zhao Chenwu has already taken care of 6th Street's food business. Fishbone Base needed an alliance, and therefore it was necessary to give up part of the profit. From now on, Zhao Chenwu was a genuine partner. Maintaining the relationship would bring more profit than opening a food store. It was especially pointless to use this store to make money. Fishbone Base had nothing attractive to 6th Street beside food. Other than crystals, Jiang Chen needed more intelligence. From the information on the bank, he realized the importance of gathering intelligence. If Zhao Chenwu didn't leak the information to him, the opportunity to make more than 100,000 crystals would have slipped through his fingers. Since he did not have any agents here, he had to rely on Zhao Chenwu for all events at this location. It was unwise to entrust his eyes to someone else. As Fishbone grew, he needed to consider more factors. I need you to gather intelligence for me here. Record any information you think valuable. You worked for the Weijiang mercenaries before, so you should be familiar with this type of work. Zhou Guoping smiled self-assuredly, responding immediately with, "Of course, boss. I'm great at this sort of thing. When I used to work for the Weijiang mercenaries, I spent all day in bars and official purchasing centers, recording all of the fat prey and sending the information back. We could open our own bar. There's nothing better in this world than alcohol to make a person spill the truth." Bar. Jiang Chen paused and looked at him with an odd expression. There are bars in the 6th Street. There were no crops to produce the alcohol, so how could there be a bar? Hee, it is processed methanol. Just a small quantity is fine. Industrial alcohol is drinkable. What the fuck, the alcoholics in the apocalypse go pretty far. But speaking of this, he forgot that selling alcohol was an excellent way to make money, perhaps even more popular than food. I'll leave the bar to you. Get someone to renovate this place, and send me a message when it's done. Don't worry about the alcohol, I'll take care of it. If the alcoholics smelled the scent of beer, wine, and baijiu, would they barrel down the door of the bar? The more he thought about it, the brighter his smile became. Although alcohol was scarce in the apocalypse because of the lack of crops, that was nothing in the modern world. Any store had an abundance of it. Seeing his boss's delighted mood, Zhou Guoping was also secretly happy. His future depended on Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was satisfied, then he would be better off. Yes, boss, Zhou Guoping responded and bowed with a flourish. Off to the side of a store was a door, and on it hung a rotten slat of wood. A few crooked words were carved into it with a dagger, the bullet shell bar. This was the place Zhou Guoping had talked about. According to him, it was an entertainment hub of 6th Street. After arranging for Zhou Guoping to handle the renovations, Jiang Chen personally came here to do some market research since he didn't know the tastes of the people. The best way to find out was to personally have a drink or two. While the renovations weren't the best, there was a surprising number of customers. Strange individuals covered in large trench coats sat alone at a table near the door, drinking alcohol that stung the nose. A young man with a red headscarf had a cigarette in his mouth and one foot on a chair as he dealt cards. There were lone travelers, bandits, and those of the profession that recently came into popularity, hunters. Women in exposed clothing leaned against the bar under the flickering lights and waited for tonight's prey to take the bait. And among the shadows, a black market merchant hid, selling harmless products. The air in the bar was shrouded, and the noise cluttered the already limited room. This was Jiang Chen's first impression upon stepping into this space. It was not an illusion that when he took a step onto the dry wooden floor, at least 10 pairs of eyes flicked over at him. Some were friendly, most were not. After a second's pause, Jiang Chen continued to walk and directly approached the bar counter. "Are you not going to buy me a drink? Handsome." A woman in heavy makeup leaned against the counter and displayed a charming smile. Jiang Chen ignored her with a smile and looked beyond the counter at the bartender who was silently wiping a cup. White shirt, black pants, a relatively clean appearance. But the slight beer belly turned what should have been suave movements into rather comical motions. "What do you have here?" Jiang Chen sat on the chair and asked casually. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the bartender stopped and glanced at Jiang Chen. "Your first time here?" Lots of things. Alcohol, nut coke, orange, cockatoo." The chubby bartender resumed wiping the glass cup that had been cleaned countless times. "Also, hamster milk tea and cockroaches smoothie." A young man whistled and laughed. I won't sell those things to newcomers. The bartender kept his head down. Looks like I don't have the opportunity to experience those. Jiang Chen shrugged as he joked, then said, give me one of each. The bartender's hands stopped. He turned around to open the fridge and placed odd glass bottles on the counter. 2, 1, 2, 3. A total of 8 crystals. Jiang Chen reached into his pockets and took out 8 crystals from the storage dimension. He casually slapped it onto the table. His ostentatious moves led to a wave of whistle-blowing and looks of avarice. The bartender quietly took the crystals and didn't say a word as he continued to work. He looked over the 4 bottles of drink. Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched. These things looked as suspicious as they could get. The alcohol seemed relatively normal, should be like baijiu. The nut coke was the oddest, its fluorescence did not seem potable at all. The e-orange was similar to orange juice, and the cockatoo was green like seaweed, its cloudy liquid interspersed with questionable fragments. These things are drinkable, Jiang Chen couldn't resist asking. Howls of laughter erupted from behind him. A giant of a man walked up with a smirk on his face before planting his foot on the chair beside him to roughly ask, Yo noob. These drinks are too much for you. Why don't you play with us? If you're lucky, 1 crystal could become 10. His tone and expression assumed Jiang Chen was already in the bag, and the play he referred to was obviously gambling. Jiang Chen glanced at him and instead of showing anger, smiled. Then why don't we play a game as well? As he said this, Jiang Chen didn't allow the man a chance to say yes or no. He slowly withdrew a crystal worth 50 energy crystals from his pocket and waved it in front of the giant who was showing off. 2 crystals per turn, guess which hand the crystal's in. If you're right, then it's yours. The giant was at a loss at Jiang Chen's abrupt actions, but his expression soon became ecstatic. He thought, this dumbastards. If I guess 10 times, regardless of how you trick me, I'm guaranteed to be correct at least once. But he wasn't a dunce. If Jiang Chen left after 2 turns, his crystals would have gone to waste. 20 crystals and I guess 10 times. The giant smiled viciously and slammed the crystals onto the table. The people standing around all gave sympathetic looks at Jiang Chen. Unfortunate that he was targeted by Lu Mang. Hee, this noob is really unlucky. The ones who were gloating were mainly the giant's comrades. Lu Mang, that's a good name. Lu Mang is homonym for the word thug. His lips moved as he muttered in his mind. Jiang Chen didn't seem bothered as he took the 20 crystals on the table. No problem. It'd be fine even if you wanted to guess 100 times. Jiang Chen yawned as he threw the energy crystal into the air with nimble hands. Lu Mang's vision blurred, and the crystal seemed to disappear from his sight. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's movements, the gloating expressions of the people suddenly twisted while those who were compassionate rejoiced. It was going to be a good show. Cold sweat rolled down Lu Mang's forehead. He wasn't able to see where the crystals went. He estimated that the reflex of this person was at least 25. And though he was also injected with the genetic vaccine, it had been the standard E grade. Take a guess. Jiang Chen placed his hands before Lu Mang with a bored expression. Since he hadn't been able to see it clearly, Lu Mang took a wild guess. Right hand. Jiang Chen laughed. Congratulations, you're wrong. There was nothing in his right hand. You're a fraud. Lu Mang was immediately unhappy. His eyes bulged, and his companions inched closer with unfriendly expressions. So what if he had the genetic vaccine, who hadn't? Even if it was a lower quality version, they had an advantage in numbers. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and opened his left hand. On his palm was a bright purple crystal. There are 9 more chances. Are you still going to guess? He did not seem afraid at all. Lu Mang was surprised. He originally thought that since Jiang Chen hadn't immediately revealed his left hand, the crystal must have been hidden away, but it was actually in the left hand. Under everyone's watch, although he had always acted recklessly, he didn't dare to start a fight. After further thought, there were still 9 more chances. Lu Mang signaled his pawns away and let up on his act. He glared at Jiang Chen. Yes, start. A hint of mockery appeared in Jiang Chen's smile as the crystal was thrown into the air again. He must be joking. Was he the type to use fraud? The answer was definitely. No matter which hand Lu Mang chose, the crystal would always appear in the other hand. The storage dimension was a fraud's holy grail. Jiang Chen imagined that if he went to Macau, all of the legendary gamblers would have to move aside for him. Last time. You better be careful. Jiang Chen lazily waved his hands in front of Lu Mang. Lu Mang's eyes were pure red as they locked onto the 2 fists. He tried to spot differences in size, but it was futile. This was the gambler's mindset. They would not stop until they lost every single crystal. He had already lost the previous 20 crystals, and he immediately put up the last 10 that he had. He only needed to win once to make all of the money back, so close. But when Jiang Chen opened his hands, he was wrong again. That's impossible. A 50% probability, how could I not even guess it right once? You're a fraud. Lu Meng immediately flared up as he cursed and kicked the chair away with his feet with a fighting posture. Seeing Lu Meng's actions, everyone around exposed looks of disdain. Anyone could see that Jiang Chen was cheating, but if there was no evidence, why was he trying to act like the big man? But the reckless Lu Meng didn't care. Instead, he ordered his thugs to surround Jiang Chen. Buddy, you dare to cheat me? You think you're tough? Let me tell you, if you don't return the crystals you cheated me out of with both hands and knees on the ground, I'll make sure you don't leave standing up. Jiang Chen flicked his eyes over at the furious Lu Meng and opened his mouth calmly. You lose 9 times out of 10 in gambling, has no one taught you this before? Also, speaking of this, does the civil force care enough to come here? The young man that whistled at Jiang Chen earlier still sat in his original seat. He sipped at his alcohol and laughed without regard to the atmosphere. Of course, but the cop is always late. That's perfect then. Jiang Chen laughed. Being ignored, anger shot straight to Lu Meng's head, and he reached for Jiang Chen's collar. Fu Ku, I'm speaking to you. Boom. Without warning, Jiang Chen kicked out. Lu Meng felt like his chest was slammed by a hammer as he flew backward like a kite with its string broken. He slid across a table and directly cannonballed out the door. The bartender looked at Jiang Chen with shock before placing the glass cup aside and subtly pressing the emergency call button beside the counter. The crowd, seeing the conflict, began to whistle and cheer. Fu K hit that bitch. Seeing their leader kicked away, the thugs all grabbed weapons to swarm Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen calmly avoided a side swipe as fury immediately activated. He pinched the dagger in front of him and used the suddenly explosive power to drag it aside and stab it into a thug's shoulder. Ah! The thug screamed in pain and fell backward. Jiang Chen didn't stop there. He dragged a thug to him with his right hand clenched over his chest and blocked a few bats from falling on him. Haha, amazing. Give him the upper chin. Use the chair, dumb bastards. The crowd did not shy away from trouble. Sometimes they cheered for Jiang Chen, and sometimes they swore at the thugs for being useless. A group of people couldn't even beat one man. With all of the banging, the thugs didn't manage to land any hits on Jiang Chen. Instead, the bats hit all of their own people. Fury deactivated. Cheering, the crowd celebrated the winner. The woman who tried to strike up a conversation with him earlier gently licked her seductive, red lips with bright eyes, but Jiang Chen continued to ignore her. He clapped his hands and glanced at the thugs on the floor. The young man drinking alone beside the counter smiled. I was waiting for you to lose so that I could get a few drinks out of you. Looks like you won't have the chance. Jiang Chen shrugged as he laughed. Fu K, you dare to hit me. I'll beat you to. Lu Meng limped into the room limping as he cursed. But when he saw the thugs on the ground and the mocking looks on the crowd's faces, his mouth froze. Meeting Jiang Chen's mischievous grin, he looked at the thugs on the ground again as if he couldn't accept this reality. Do you know who I am? Once he saw that he couldn't win the fight, Lu Meng began to threaten him with a malevolent stare at Jiang Chen. Oh, you are. Jiang Chen casually picked up the e-orange and took a sip, but the saccharine taste nearly made him throw it back up. What? People drink this? The crowd was also shocked as they thought, what, people drink this directly? Jiang Chen put the drink back with the same mischievous expression. I'm close to the Weijiang mercenaries. Hee, since you're wandering around in the area, you must know about them. A sneer surfaced on Lu Meng's face as he stared directly into Jiang Chen's eyes. He wanted to see a hint of fear in those pupils. But he would inevitably be disappointed by Jiang Chen's reaction. When he heard the name Weijiang mercenaries, he resisted the urge to laugh. Are you close with them? Jiang Chen looked at him impishly. That's right, and if you don't want to lie in a casket the second you step out of 6th Street, then you better apologize, and give you some compensation. Jiang Chen laughed as he said uncaringly. Lu Meng paused, finally realizing that this person's reaction was off. That's right, if you know any better, then take out the crystals. Jiang Chen glanced at him and slowly said, since you know them so well, do you have any idea where they are now? They're in the Songjiang area. I'm close to their leader, Lu Meng said cockily. No, they're in Qingpu. Jiang Chen shook his finger. Their bodies are sprayed with formalin and hung up on light posts. Lu Meng was speechless as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you in your right fucking mind? You better. He's not lying. The young man sitting beside the counter laughed as he pointed his cup in Jiang Chen's direction. Because he took care of all those dumbastards. The crowd was shocked by these words. Shock was written all over Lu Meng's face. He did wonder why he hadn't met the Weijiang mercenaries in so long. Could it be that what he said was? His shock gradually turned into fear. I did hear that the Weijiang mercenaries offended the wrong force and was wiped out. It seemed to be a force from Qingpu. Oh, I remember. An alcoholic from Qingpu did say this. Lone travelers on the wasteland naturally had heard some news. For example, Songjiang was suddenly stabilized, and the Weijiang mercenaries' raid team had abruptly evaporated into thin air. No one would have guessed that this recognized force had been wiped out by the man standing in front of them. The woman that continued to piercingly gaze at Jiang Chen was even more shocked. If she was tempted in the beginning, now she didn't care about the price anymore. The greedy gazes from the shadows were now wary. They began to question how they would have fared against the Weijiang mercenaries. That's impossible. Lu Meng stared at Jiang Chen as if looking at a ghost. He shivered, unable to properly articulate his words. Jiang Chen didn't bother with Lu Meng anymore. Instead, he smiled at the young man who was sipping at his drink. I've heard that this industrial alcohol is not too good for you. It's fine, you can have 2 bottles as well. People with genetic vaccines have a strong digestive system. The man put down his cup and laughed casually. You know who I am? Of course, I came from Jia City for the sole purpose of finding you. The young man shrugged and extended his right hand. Lin Chean, from Jia City's Defenders. Pleased to meet you. Defenders, why don't you call yourself the Avengers? Jiang Chen. With an odd expression, Jiang Chen similarly extended his hand for a handshake, but the caution in his eyes remained. Don't look at me like that. I'm a nice person, Lin Chean said innocently in response to the look of distrust in his eyes. Jiang Chen didn't refute him and looked away. He returned to the seat beside the counter and turned to the frightened Lu Meng. You're lucky. At least you can choose which brand of formalin you want to use. When he heard those words, Lu Meng immediately got on his knees. Please spare me. I didn't know any better. Enough, I've heard too much of the same thing. If you want to live, Jiang Chen said irritably. He slapped the counter. These 4 strange concoctions, you can get the hell out once you finish them. Lu Meng's face turned green instantly. PSH, an entire bottle of industrial alcohol. Half of his life would be gone by the time he finishes. What a waste. Why don't you? Before Lin Chean could finish, a bottle flew in his direction. He caught the object thrown at him by Jiang Chen and laughed as he poured himself another cup. The remaining 3 bottles, go ahead. Jiang Chen slowly said as he stared at Lu Meng. The 3 drinks did not look normal at all. He didn't have the intention to drink it himself. But for market research, as well as curiosity, it was not a bad idea to find his own white rat. Lu Meng thought about Jiang Chen wiping out the Weijiang mercenaries and lost all courage to fight back. He bit the bullet as he valiantly walked up, picked up the bottle of nut coke, and began to guzzle it. The crowd blew whistles as the lot of them stared at his pants mockingly. By the time he finished the entire bottle, Jiang Chen was shocked to discover that this guy's pants had lit up. That's right, lit up. Nut coke adds a trace amount of a radioactive strontium isotope that makes the pee fluorescent. Damn, a whole bottle in one sitting. This guy's decay could be a light bulb for an entire day, Lin Chean mocked as he took a sip. Radioactive element, is it not harmful to the human body? Jiang Chen asked as he gave a weird look at the nut coke. This thing is harmless. They sold it before the war. Lu Meng picked up the dark green cockatoo. His forehead twisted, but he still raised his head with a look of agony and started to chug. Cockatoo has an excessive amount of T polyphenols as well as other radiation-resistant substances. It doesn't look the best and tastes bitter to the point of stinking, but the radiation resistance effect is quite superb. Just as Lin Chean finished speaking, Lu Meng's pants lost all illumination. After finishing the 2 bottles, Lu Meng held the last orange and looked at Jiang Chen with a troubled expression. Why are you looking at me? Drink. Jiang Chen stared at him. Yes. Lu Meng grit his teeth as he began drinking from the bottle. As soon as it reached his stomach, however, he fell unconscious to the ground. Orange, concentrated sweetener. The normal way to drink it is to use the cap to pour it into a big bottle of clear water. If he drank this entire bottle, it'd be better to send him to the hospital right away, Lin Cheon explained with a smile. Jiang Chen glanced at him but didn't say much. A few enforcers in black combat suits walked in, catching sight of the thugs on the ground as they eyed the bartender questioningly. They were the one escalating the conflict. They were taught a lesson. The bartender neutrally explained the situation. From his calm expression, it didn't seem to be his first time dealing with this sort of situation. The enforcer smiled at Jiang Chen. We apologized for your infringed rights. The people who started the conflict will receive a 15-day imprisonment sentence. Afterwards, the enforcers walked up with handcuffs and escorted the people from the ground and away. The enforcers from 6th Street would always have a courteous attitude, but in times of conflict, they would not hesitate to pull out their gun to shoot. Seeing the cops take the people away, the crowd began to disperse because there was nothing more to see. The bar returned to its previous busy atmosphere. The gamblers rolled die, and alcoholics nursed their cups. The woman in heavy makeup was prepared to strike up a conversation with Jiang Chen before she suddenly realized that he was not there anymore. In the alley beside the bar. There were deserted junks covered by layers of dust that had accumulated over time. The area was dimly lit, and mutated moss covered the walls. It had been a while since anybody had passed by this area, but two figures now stood there. Speak your mind. Why did you travel so far to find me? Jiang Chen looked at Lin Cheon with an odd expression. He didn't recall going to Jia City before. Could reputation spread through the air? Regardless, Lin Cheon's ability was not to be underestimated. To be able to wander the wasteland freely without a large group to protect him, only those with insane powers could do that. Jiang Chen was also curious to know why he sought him. Seeing Jiang Chen ask straightforwardly, the grin on Lin Cheon's face began to fade into a more serious expression. A few days ago, a mutated human began moving towards Wanghai City and destroyed a survivors' gathering spot. It was a bandit nest, Jiang Chen shrugged and added. Whatever it was, I followed the mutated human's tracks to Songjiang in Wanghai City, but then I only found proof of it being attacked. I came to 6th Street shortly after and heard rumors about you in the bar. Based on the information, the real outcome must be that the mutated human destroyed the Weijiang mercenaries, and they happened to bump into you, after which you wiped them out. You could interpret it that way. And, I've been trying to find you, but all I heard was that you were in the Qingpu area but not the exact location. Now we've met by coincidence today, boss of Fishbone Base, Jiang Chen. Lin Cheon stared into Jiang Chen's eyes as he spoke in a low undertone. So why did you want to find me? Jiang Chen reiterated the question. He didn't want to be involved with a mutated human again. Fighting them was a lost cause. Lin Cheon seemed to have expected Jiang Chen's reaction. After a pause, he continued, based on our information, the mutated human's force has been gathering in the western area of Wanghai City. Western area? That's Qingpu and Songjia. They're moving in this direction. Jiang Chen's face suddenly changed color. His Fishbone Base was in the Qingpu area. But then he remembered something and looked suspiciously at Lin Cheon. Wait, if you're in Jia City, the mutated humans moving towards Wanghai City would be a good thing for you. Why did you come find me? You don't know the conflicts between us and the mutated human, so obviously you would suspect my intentions. The defenders' job is to defend against the mutated humans. Lin Cheon paused and said, in the past few years, they've been using Area 7 as their base to capture, raid, and enslave people from Jia City. Any resistance was met with death. People of the right age were submerged into vials to receive new life, and become declass like them. Their existence is anti-human to begin with, and so you and I fight against a common enemy. Jiang Chen quietly gazed at Lin Cheon, and after a while, said, why are the mutated humans coming to Wanghai City? Since you've found me, you must have some clues about their intentions. Precisely. Lin Cheon nodded, then took out the computer and expanded the full sensory map. His finger placed on a spot in the city center, he continued, Carmen Pharmaceutical, they were researching genetic medications and production businesses. It was rumored that they had a partnership with the military. So, Jiang Chen didn't seem to care. Under the partnership, their project was based on the scenario that should the world erupt into a full-scale nuclear war, what would allow PAC citizens to gain radiation resistance in a short time, making them become the sole adapters in the new world. The result of this project was precisely the Fev virus. Jiang Chen was stunned, and he looked at Lin Cheon in disbelief. He recalled that mutated humans were the product of merging with the FEV virus. FEV virus? Used on us? Jiang Chen still couldn't fathom the truth. He always thought that the FEV virus was a biological weapon created in a laboratory to be used against citizens on the enemy's side. He didn't dare to imagine that the virus had been designed with its own citizens in mind. Nothing would spread faster than a virus, it was the most efficient means of transmission. But the FEV virus was incomplete. The half-finished product was effective only in special nutrients, and it would create misshapen humans who were unable to reproduce. Let's not discuss whether the authorities were humane or not. What's critical now is that these deformed, D-class things seem to have obtained some information that led them to believe that within the Carmen pharmaceutical building, there is an improved version of the FEV virus that could lead them to a state of higher evolution. It would also allow them to gain the reproductive ability that they had always dreamed of. Jiang Chen's face completed changed when he heard those words. Why don't you go to the pharmaceutical company before them and destroy the improved version of the FEV virus? Lin Cheon immediately rejected the proposal while shaking his head. Impossible. First, the company is located within a high radiation area. Unless you have power armor or radiation-resistant suits, the iodine in the EP would not be enough to approach the area. Also, even if we did arrive at Carmen Pharmaceutical, we wouldn't be able to enter the building without the passcode. The security robot would eliminate any unidentified target attempting to break in. Then blow the entire building up, Jiang Chen said viciously. Lin Cheon gave Jiang Chen an odd look. A building that could survive the nuclear missile, what kind of explosives do you think could blow it up? Jiang Chen was completely listless. Fouquet, why don't you go to the 6th Street officials to talk about this? Lin Cheon smiled bitterly. The council wouldn't believe me, and I don't have the confidence to persuade the minimum requirement of 5 council members. To be fair, it's a problem for our Jia City. Even if the mutated human obtained the improved virus, they would return to Jia City to take a bath and devastate the survivors there. Do you think 6th Street would leave their golden age of development and fight a war of lost causes? Then why bother finding me? Because the mutated humans will pass by your front door. They have no reason not to bite into the juicy meat beside their mouths, Lin Cheon shrugged and said honestly. You're saying my fishbone base is a piece of juicy meat? Jiang Chen disagreed. In terms of defense, power armors aren't able to utilize their advantage in mobility, especially since you don't have many to begin with, according to the marks left behind on the battlefield. On the other side, there are more than 40 mutated humans. With narrowed eyes, Jiang Chen locked gazes with Lin Cheon. Lin Cheon fearlessly met Jiang Chen's stare, retracted the computer pen, and extended his right hand again. We can partner up, against the common enemy. Best of luck to us. Jiang Chen shook Lin Cheon's hand. Just as Lin Cheon said, if the mutated humans passed through Qingpu, there was a large probability that a battle would erupt. Hoping that the mutated humans wouldn't discover Fishbone Base was as unreliable as leaving a sheep farm open while praying the wolf pack wouldn't attack. From the mutated human's perspective, every ancient human was a stubborn coward, while normal people viewed these neo-humans as ugly and D-class. From the start, the two sides had no chance of negotiating. The two exchanged communication channels for both camps, and Lin Cheon, in a show of sincerity, agreed that if the mutated humans from Area 7 showed signs of movement, the defenders would notify Fishbone Base immediately. At the same time, they signed a defense pact against the mutated humans. Once the mutated humans started their march towards Wanghai City, both parties would send their forces to intervene. For a common interest, Lin Cheon left right away as soon as they finished business to return to Jia City and report their status. Jiang Chen rested for a bit before a bitter smile appeared on his face. Mutated humans. Fouquet, why is there trouble after trouble? He had to speed up his armed force development. But winter was approaching. Maybe under the harsh conditions, the mutated humans would choose to march to Wanghai City in the coming spring. Hopefully, the snow is thick enough. He shook his head and walked towards the fake legs specialty store. On the way, he happened to meet Zhou Guoping, who was chatting with the construction worker. Seeing his boss, Zhou Guoping immediately sent the construction worker away and walked up to fawn on Jiang Chen. Boss, need me for anything? As soon as he and Zhou Guoping entered the room, he closed the door and got straight to the point. If I want to purchase heavy weapons, how do I go about doing this? Zhou Guoping paused and began to give it serious thought. If it's in Wanghai City, 6th Street could produce it, but the Group of 10 Council has restrictions in place to prevent heavy weapons from entering the external market. Other than 6th Street, the Birkin Company in the north specializes in heavy weaponry production without any restrictions. Due to the long distance and limited production capability, however, they don't have a representative here accepting orders. What about outside of Wanghai City? There is a heavy weaponry factory in Sioux City, but due to high prices, not many can afford them. It's been a while since I saw them, Zhou Guoping said hesitantly. Expensive. How expensive? Very. Zhou Guoping forced a smile. They only sell giant weapons. Based on my understanding, the 85mm tank cannon is priced at 7,000 crystals. Also, as long as you can afford it, they even sell tanks. Tanks? Jiang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Pay attention. When they're here, immediately notify me. I'll head back to Fishbone Base after this, so you'll take care of the tasks here. Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him, do a good job. I have faith in you. Ignoring how the ecstatic Zhou Guoping tried to suck up to him, he left a few hundred crystals as an initial fund to start the store before he left. It was already the start of October, and the plan for the apocalypse was about to start. He had to go back and make some preparations. After leaving 6th Street, Jiang Chen headed for the sewerage entrance guarded by the Zhao Corporation. Following the surge in trade between Fishbone Base and Zhao Corporation, the sewerage had been upgraded. The mold and dirt on the road were cleaned away, and the confusing intersections were locked off. The wall corners were even installed with light-activated cold lamps. He took the elevator back to the surface where a soldier guarding the elevator saluted. With a nod of acknowledgement, Jiang Chen followed the closed-off concrete walkway to the inside of Fishbone Base. At the shooting range outside of the wall, Jiang Chen found Zhao Gang. How do you feel? Jiang Chen smiled. Not bad. Zhao Gang nodded. After that terrible incident, the audacious man had become reticent. 10 for 10, damn, how is this not bad? Cheng Liu carried the rifle and spoke while laughing. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Gang with surprise and nodded appreciatively. I have a mission for you. Zhao Gang agreed without asking for the details. Jiang Chen took out the computer pen and marked Area 7 on the map. I need you to head for Area 7 and find out as much information as you can about the mutated humans. Their camp spot, combat power, number of people, the more specific, the better. The more he knew about the enemy, the higher the chances of winning against them. The mutated humans were stationed in Area 7, and Fishbone Base had no information on them at all. Based on the crossfire from last time, however, mutated humans were not to be underestimated even with armor or firepower. Jiang Chen also didn't completely trust Lin Chiaoyin's words. It was far more reliable to send his own men. Understood. When should I leave? Tomorrow. Take some time to prepare. If you need any equipment, just let Chen Liu know and take it directly from the armory. 10 nutrient supplies, as well as this rifle. Zhao Gang shook his head. In terms of scouting, the probability of engaging in combat is low. Although the base had compressed crackers, in terms of convenience, it could not match the nutrient supply that could replenish both energy and water. That's fair. Then I'll count on you. Be quick, Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder as he said seriously. As expected, he nodded without any arguments against the mission. Returning to the mansion, Jiang Chen happened to bump into Lin Lin who came out of shower humming. Seeing her so happy, he couldn't resist the temptation to make fun of her. You don't short-circuit. Lin Lin's eyebrows traveled all the way up, but as she was about to give a rebuttal, she thought about how she was under his control and froze in place. Jiang Chen was surprised to see her hold her tongue. Oh, what's the progress on the mission I gave you? Do you think scientific research is like masturbation? It will come out after rubbing a little. Finally, Lin Lin couldn't resist the temptation to curse. Jiang Chen looked at her oddly. He couldn't connect the vulgar words with the elf-like looks of this girl. Although I haven't done research before, have you masturbated? Lin Lin's face turned red, and cursed under her breath, pervert. She ran away with her head buried. It's so fun teasing this girl. Seeing Lin Lin flee the scene, Jiang Chen laughed malevolently. But first things first, he shook his head and put Lin Lin's matter aside to go up to the second floor and find Sun Zhao. You're back. Sun Zhao eyes brightened when she saw him. She dropped the items in her hands and with upturned lips, greeted him delightfully. Jiang Chen hugged the passionate Sun Zhao and asked, how's the bank mission doing? We've shipped the gold back. It's around 15 tons. The marks have been sanded off, and right now, it's piled up in the pool, she said intimately. Sun Zhao looked deeply into Jiang Chen's eyes. Thank you. He touched her soft hair and returned her gaze. Of course. I'm so tired. She stretched and was pleased to hear the light gulping nose. Smirking, she continued, how are you planning on rewarding me? Ahem, let's talk about this tonight. Jiang Chen touched his nose, looking away shyly. He caught sight of something strange beside the bed. That is, a towel. What is this? Jiang Chen craned his neck to look curiously at the strange item. Sun Zhao's face immediately turned red. She dashed to the bedside and hid the unknown item under the blankets. What are you talking about? Her eyes began to wander. It was rare for her to play dumb. Curious. Jiang Chen was unable to control his interest and began to ask energetically, the thing you just hid. No, what did I just hide? Sun Zhao's eyebrows rose as she said fiercely. No, I saw it with my own eyes. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Vehemently denying it, Sun Zhao blushed and pushed at Jiang Chen, who tried to leap over to see. She then slammed the door shut. Phew. Sun Zhao sat on the bed and exhaled. Her heart was beating so fast. Ah, this is too embarrassing. It's not like me. Sun Zhao's hands patted her burning red face as she dove into the bed. She reached for the blanket and covered herself like an ostrich. The treasure hidden under the blanket was exposed. It was an old magazine. Based on the publication date, it was printed before the war. How to capture your boyfriend's heart, weave a scarf for him in the cold winter. Attached. Simple weaving technique. Sun Zhao, who had been born in a survival base and lived wandering the wasteland, didn't know what love was. It was something she had never learned before. She picked up this magazine from the bank, unaware of what scarves were, but she was intrigued by the printed words on the front page. Could a scarf be this magical? Sun Zhao didn't really understand. But if Jiang Chen came from before the war, then it had to be useful for him. She firmly believed this. Standing by the poolside, Jiang Chen observed the lustrous gold. In the apocalypse, this gold was worth less than dirt. He took a deep breath and submerged his conscious into the storage dimension. Compared to before, the storage dimension seemed to have expanded by a lot, from 1 cubic meter to 5 cubic meters now. But Jiang Chen was still clueless on how the interdimensional bracelet evolved. Charging it repeatedly seemed to be useful, but otherwise, it was not obvious. The overload from last time seemed to have increased the size of the storage dimensional by quite a lot, but Jiang Chen didn't dare to do anything so dangerous again. Instead of overloading it, it could potentially fry the bracelet. Putting the gold into the storage dimension, Jiang Chen was prepared to return to the modern world, but he suddenly remembered the promise he made with Sun Zhao. A smirk appeared on his face. I'll go back tomorrow morning. When he left Sun Zhao's room, it was already noon. A smile rose unbidden to his face when he recalled the intimacy from last night. She seemed to sense that he'd be gone for a while because she'd been extra passionate. By the time the two fell asleep in each other's embrace, it was already late into the night. He stretched his stiff body and walked to the bathroom. With a light press on the touchscreen, hot water filled the sink. Taking a deep breath, he leaned against the sink and submerged his head into the water. After holding his breath, he resurfaced from the water and briskly shook his head, feeling refreshed. Jiang Chen looked at his reflection in the mirror and let the water droplets roll down his face. It's been 3 months. He touched his chin, lost in his memories of 3 months ago, back in July. It was the middle of summer, and as soon as he came here, he encountered a girl on the verge of starvation. Jiang Chen laughed. He wasn't sure why he wanted to laugh. Maybe because the experiences in these past 3 months had been too exciting. Or because of his own transformation. Or perhaps because it had been too fulfilling. He vigorously shook the water from his head and picked up the electric razor. There are many things in this world that are quite convenient. He plastered a thin layer of plastic wrap around his mouth, and with a click of a button, he could shave his beard away in a second. This was a treasure to the world. In the washroom itself, there was a digitalized shower, a smart toilet, multifunctional bathtub with a sauna function, and even the toilet paper was more advanced than the modern world's. Life is a magical journey. Jiang Chen looked outside the window. The view faced the newly expanded wall. On top of the metal scaffolding were workers and engineers order the construction. He remembered that in the beginning, his only thought was to obtain gold and become a carefree, wealthy man. And as soon as he got his wish, the first thing he did was spend it lavishly, blowing it all away and experiencing the life he had envied before. But he fulfilled those wishes a long time ago. Now is it power? Jiang Chen stared at his right hand. The water droplets on the back of his hand reflected his matured face. Once he had the 500 million USD in his hands, a sprout called ambition grew in his heart. From that point onward, troubles began to hound him. Sometimes, he imagined what would have happened if he came to this world for the first time and didn't walk into this mansion. What if he didn't encounter the naughty and cute girl, didn't meet so many unforgettable people? Sneak some gold and sell it discreetly in the modern world, becoming a rich man in the shadows. If he met malicious forces, he would switch cities, or even citizenship, instead of using his power to push them away. If he met mutated bacteria he was unable to resist, he would leave the area. This place was an ATM for him anyway. There was no reason to risk his life to eliminate the bacteria's source. But it would be a different kind of life. In the modern world, he would enjoy a lavish lifestyle, and in the apocalypse, he would discreetly explore. No attachment, no concerns, perhaps that was the safer choice. Perhaps it was the best way to survive in this world filled with danger. But it would lack the excitement of a vibrant life. Jiang Chen shook his head laughing and walked out the door. Without a myriad of beautiful encounters, what was the purpose of living? Since on productivity alone, man could not beat machine. At the door, he met Yao Yao on her way to the washroom. She walked half asleep and rubbed her drowsy eyes with her small hand. The pouted mouth looked like a cherry freshly picked off with the morning dew. Because she was anemic, she couldn't handle mornings very well. Although she seemed to be overly conscious about her small flaw, Jiang Chen didn't care. A dizzy loli was too cute to be true, especially when she was asleep and subconsciously sought to hug anything warm. Ahem, don't ask how he knew. Just as Jiang Chen was about to say hello, Yao Yao's drowsy face turned beet red, and her body temperature spiked. Gee, good morning. Good morning. Are you okay? Jiang Chen asked carefully as he gave a confused look at Yao Yao who had her head buried low. And nothing. Her adorable eyes avoided his, and her hands fiddled with each other behind her back. She doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Just as Jiang Chen was at a loss, Lin Lin also appeared walking towards the bathroom. When she saw him standing by the door, Lin Lin's pale face blushed, but she didn't act shyly. Instead, she threw a dirty glare at Jiang Chen who had put her in an awkward position. Pervert. What did I do? Completely lost, he didn't bother arguing back. Question marks floated over his head as he looked back and forth between Yao Yao and Lin Lin. But the two of them didn't have the slightest intention to open their mouths. Yao Yao seemed to want to say something, but her trembling lips suggested that she was too embarrassed to say it. The odd atmosphere lingered. Finally, the kind Yao Yao broke the silence. Yao Yao still didn't meet Jiang Chen's gaze, her cherry-like mouth pouting in displeasure. She murmured, "It is understandable that a ripe apple tastes good." Yao Yao is not angry. But it is better to be quieter because a small animal can only drool and watch, and be envious. Her voice became fainter the more she felt wronged. What's going on? Dumbfounded, Jiang Chen stared at Yao Yao. Her frail and unhappy attitude was cute, but what was this strange way of guilt-tripping? Pervert. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight Lin Lin mocking him. Thinking of this pervert's terrible attitude towards her, she felt particularly jubilant seeing his awkward attitude. Finally taking revenge, she wanted to burst into song to celebrate. But Lin Lin clearly overestimated her importance. Just as she finished saying that, a chilling stare was directed at her. I think a digitalized human doesn't need to eat. Or are you prepared to tell me what happened? Jiang Chen glared at her as he threatened without considering her feelings. It was only when Jiang Chen bullied Lin Lin that he didn't feel any guilt at all. Oh no, not even guilt, the sensation was through the roof. Lin Lin's expression took a turn for the worse. As usual, her confident look became sorrowful. You dare to threaten me? Enough, you're a pervert. Remember to keep it down when you do that thing at night. And, close the door. Lin Lin ran away sadly. Shut the door. Keep it down. Jiang Chen was lost until he recalled Sun Zhao's voice. He immediately looked at Yao Yao with difficulty. She was still throwing a bit of a tantrum. Her pouting lips were about to touch the tip of her nose. Yao Yao is already working so hard, and doesn't taste bad, the one with the loud voice must be happy. It doesn't have to do with taste. He finally comforted Yao Yao while feeling as though the mansion had become a little awkward. Excluding the women in the care center, the base's population approached 150, and they were the backbone of the future fishbone base. Once the newly expanded wall was completed, 2 more apartment buildings would be added, and then they could consider accepting foreign populations. Lu Washeng was still in charge of the construction. Needless to say, the ex-chief developer of Huahian real estate certainly had his strengths. Jiang Chen gave him the opportunity to demonstrate his ability, and he proved himself by designing the base's structure. An honest and hard-working man like him was best suited for jobs that required basic planning with no room for mistakes. With his foresight, Jiang Chen was able to choose the right people, and Lu Washeng didn't disappoint him. He personally stood with the construction team every day on the front lines to expand the wall with 120% efficiency. For someone like Cheng Huio, who had loyalty and a strong passion, Jiang Chen assigned him a role in the army as the leader of the civil force responsible for guarding the base and training the soldiers. As for Zhou Guoping, he was the type to be smooth and flattering, so Jiang Chen naturally stationed him in the 6th Street. This was partially because he had prior experience in intelligence collection and also because he had a bad history with Chu Nan. Although it was not directly Zhou Guoping's fault, he did violate Chu Nan's goddess in front of him, multiple times. For the sake of keeping the harmony in the base, it was not a terrible decision to separate them. On his way to a warehouse, Jiang Chen passed by the community center, which was a temporary hangar to store the Type 51 transport helicopter. Entering the hangar, Jiang Chen found Chu Nan hard at work repairing the helicopter. Virtual reality training chambers inside the base were installed with general weaponry training, and they could also copy general technical skills from the city library. But for a military transportation vehicle like the Helicopter 51, which was considered top secret before the war, it was excluded from the civil force training courses. Therefore, the only person able to repair and operate this helicopter was Chu Nan. "How's the situation?" Jiang Chen asked as he approached. "Terrible." Chu Nan didn't turn around. His only response was to wipe his sweat with his arm and continue arranging the messy wiring. "Can it be repaired?" He glanced at the helicopter that seemed to come straight from science fiction and touched the circular side wings. He didn't see a rotor on the helicopter, but based on the appearance, the suspension force most likely came from this circular structure. The design of the body was aerodynamic with a hatch door open in the back. The words, "Transport Helicopter," along with the pack symbol had all but faded, and the metal frame in the front was caved in from the impact. Even the bulletproof glass was completely shattered. The appearance wasn't so terrible, but Jiang Chen did question whether it would ever fly again. Should be fixable. The damage to the exterior is fine since it can be easily replaced with metal parts, but the problem is the electronic parts inside. Damn it, the entire engine control is burned. Can you believe it? Inside the city center, I met a monster that can fire an EMP from its mouth. Chu Nan cursed as he retracted a palm-sized box from the helicopter's side and connected the exposed wiring to the computer on the side to input some data. Jiang Chen's expression turned strange when he heard Chu Nan's words. He himself had encountered a monster that could emit EMP before. Isn't it hard to see mutants that can fire EMP? Chu Nan turned around with a look of surprise. Actually, it's common to see mutants that can fire EMP. Jiang Chen paused. Now that he thought about it, he knew Chu Nan ended up in that area because he failed a mission, but he never asked about the specifics. The mission was to eliminate a mutant creature and collect the crystal. We sent out 2 helicopters as well as a force of 12 soldiers equipped with power armors. When we arrived at the target location, I suspended the helicopter above the yellowish-green particles. Then our captain requested missile support. The missile would expose the body, the soldiers parachute, kill, and collect the crystal. That was the routine, and it wasn't my first time out on such a mission. It was a beautiful hit. The electromagnetic cannon fired from Looting Town directly hit the building and the concrete tumbled down like an avalanche. Just when we thought all we needed to do was go down and collect the crystals, Chu Nan paused with a mysterious smile. A red meat cannon as tall as half the building fired a red beam into the sky. It hit nothing, but the 2 helicopters immediately stalled. The monster seemed to have exploded, so the parachuted soldiers must have been successful. But who knows? Chu Nan shrugged as he inserted a processor into the helicopter body. Did no one from Looting Town come to save you? That's impossible. Chu Nan's mouth twitched. For Looting Town, pilots can be mass-produced. The only thing of value was this metal scrap right here, but the point of the crash was too far from the port. I almost flew half a city. Jiang Chen fell into silence. He suddenly recalled his time in the underground fallout shelter. The artificial intelligence had described the bug that infiltrated the fallout shelter. Hee, even if it missed, your metal pieces will become a metal casket. Klein particles, Jiang Chen muttered to himself. What's that? Chu Nan asked confusedly. Nothing. He would ask Lin Lin about Klein particles later. For now, Jiang Chen avoided the topic. Oh, once you finish repairing the helicopter, could you make some modifications to it? Modifications? Such as installing a 50mm machine gun on the side and welding a fire cannon on the top. Different than looting town, Fishbone Basie's focus was on land, hence, there was no need for long-distance combat, and it would better suit Fishbone Basie's combat needs if the Type 51 was converted into an air cannon vehicle. Do you think the helicopter is a truck? That you could weld anything on top? Chu Nan couldn't help but ridicule him. What's the problem? Stumped, Jiang Chen frowned. There's a big problem. Chu Nan shook his head as he dragged the wiring from the computer. He picked up the screwdriver again to adjust parts inside the helicopter. Balance is a big issue. Even casual modifications could cause the helicopter to be unable to suspend itself or fly a certain distance before it flips over. Then let's not do a casual modification. Jiang Chen laughed as he patted Chu Nan on the shoulder. I'll leave the trouble to you, the expert. I need you to add some weapons on this thing, the stronger the firepower, the better. Hearing such an unprofessional request made Chu Nan rub his face with his palms. He let out a helpless sigh. I'll try my best. I'll install a machine gun on the side and design a new fire control system. As for the fire cannon, I'll install it near the back hatch. It should be okay if it's manually controlled. But if we modify it like this, the transport helicopter will become a combat helicopter. Jiang Chen smiled at Chu Nan's doubts. Exactly what I want. After parting from Chu Nan, Jiang Chen took a stroll around the base. Now that everything was on the right track, there weren't many things that he needed to do as the boss. As long as he set the overarching direction, there were others to take care of the rest. For now, all he needed to do was transport food over from the modern world. For now, the tasks related to the Crusade's aftermath were finally resolved. The trouble with the mutated humans could be left for next spring. This chapter of the apocalypse could finally be turned, and now he had to head back to the modern world to take care of the mercenaries. Before leaving, Jiang Chen headed to the warehouse and found Wang Qin verifying the supplies. The freckled girl was more mature compared to when she first arrived, developing an air of professionalism. He remembered that she'd been like a startled squirrel. With her constantly anxious attitude and top-notch accounting grades, he assigned her to take care of the warehouse. Honestly, Jiang Chen felt happy watching the growth of his employees. Once she heard out Jiang Chen's intention, she took out a tablet terminal and reported the status of supplies within the base. We've organized the supplies that are ready to trade with 6th Street. There aren't many food supplies left, and with the current consumption speed, it can last for at most 10 days, she said with concern. The supplies were carefully recorded in a list, so precise that each bag of rice was listed with its warehouse location and by weight. The comprehensive software had also been designed by Yao Yao while the game Less Than New Era Greater Than was passed on to Du Yongkong for an update. Since he used to be a game developer, it matched his skill set. Yao Yao, other than the warehouse management software, also installed some more interesting gadgets for the base. For example, she set up the worker management system used by Lu Washeng during construction, the control system for the cameras around the base, as well as the drone patrol system. You don't have to worry. I'll take care of it. What about the firearms? It was easy for him to take care of it once he returned to the modern world. Seeing the boss's confident look, Wang Qin smiled and nodded. She pressed a few more buttons on the tablet and pulled up another list. He roughly scanned the items on the list before Jiang Chen asked her to take him to the weaponry. He took around 10 Reaper rifles as well as 1 Ghost Sniper, a box of ammunition, and 10 grenades before returning to the base. He put the supplies away in the storage dimension and approached the poolside in the backyard. With a deep breath, he commenced traveling. When he opened his eyes, he was lying on a soft bed. He sat up and shook his head. Taking out the phone, he called Robert's hidden number. The phone rang 3 times before it went through. Hi, buddy, how have you been? Not bad. How goes the business? Jiang Chen didn't bother with small talk and cut straight to the point. Don't worry, the Irish guy loves acting. Delighted laughter could be heard from a distance on the other side. I've already arranged the things on Kane's side. When do you plan on leaving? I booked the ticket for tomorrow. Get Nick to leave, we'll meet invite. Okay, but he's already there, so contact him once you arrive. I've sent the itinerary to your email, Mr. President, Robert joked. After exchanging some light banter, Jiang Chen hung up, and after thinking for a bit called the food store owner he was partnered with. It would still be sent to the same storage, and the shipment would arrive in the afternoon. It was most likely his last order with them. Once Shinlong Food Processing Plant got on track, he would opt to use that channel instead. Stuffing the phone back into his pocket, Jiang Chen got up and left the bedroom. A mansion this spacious with only 2 people living inside did feel empty. He stepped on the expensive hardwood floor. Looking at the delicate decorations, Jiang Chen suddenly felt emotional. He'd bought this mansion a while back, but he never took the time to enjoy it since he'd been so busy handling tasks in the modern and apocalypse world. It seemed as though he was living life with too rough of pace. Maybe sometime later, he would take a vacation. As he ruminated, Jiang Chen strolled into the kitchen. He gently pushed the glass door to the kitchen and saw Aisha with an apron, concentrated on chopping vegetables. A smirk appeared on his face as he sneaked closer and embraced Aisha from behind. The serene figure stiffened but loosened up as soon as she realized who it was. "You're back." Aisha gently smiled and intimately tilted her head to rub it against Jiang Chen's face. Did you prepare the meal for me?" This girl's Han was getting better and better. The technology of the future was truly remarkable. "Not yet, but I am now." Aisha smiled and softly squeezed Jiang Chen's hand. She led him to the side and opened the fridge. "What do you want to eat?" "My cooking has improved a lot. I want to eat you." Jiang Chen grinned and blew into her ear. Her perfect face colored by a tinge of pink, she looked away from embarrassment. She faintly asked, "Could we wait until after the meal?" "After the meal? Don't you want to do it here?" Here." A hint of anxiousness appeared in her eyes. Seeing her adorable look, Jiang Chen was satisfied and didn't tease her anymore, so he finished his sentence with the same smirk. "I want to eat you, our cooked dishes." Aisha froze, then angrily threw a few soft punches at Jiang Chen's chest before leaving his hug. "We'll eat fried fish today." It was one of the few times he felt like the head of the family. He didn't interrupt Aisha from cooking anymore since he didn't want to eat overcooked dishes. He sank into the living room sofa and relaxed while watching a Hollywood film in his home theater that cost 10,000 RMB. It wasn't as sophisticated as the one in 6th Street's Paradise Island Hotel, but it was a different experience. It was the perk of being rich. Most people used their laptops to watch a film on 720p, and some would spend money to see it in IMAX or 3D. But the real luxury was to enjoy a theater-level film experience in the comfort of your own home without the annoying kids. It would be even better with some popcorn. The movie finished exactly at noon. Aisha virtuously set the table before calling Jiang Chen over to eat. A full-course lunch. In the center was a fried fish dish seasoned with red soup and green onion. It was Aisha who thought to combine Han and Middle Eastern dishes. Without a doubt, the aesthetics were superb, and the taste was ephemeral. Wow, your cooking is getting better and better," Jiang Chen raised his thumb and exclaimed. Aisha softly smiled. "As long as you like it. How have you been?" "Pretty good. The environment here is peaceful," Aisha exclaimed. She lowered her head to look at the utensils in front of her as she quietly said, "Just like heaven." Slightly lost, Jiang Chen watched Aisha's face, but the words he was about to say was stuck in his throat. Sensing Jiang Chen's hesitation, Aisha was confused and tilted her head slightly to look at him. I'm just uncertain now." Jiang Chen sighed, saying with a troubled smile, "I planned on taking you to Ukraine tomorrow, but since you just escaped from war, you would probably hate going back to it." Aisha quietly stood up and walked to his side. She surrounded him with her arms and gently pressed her face against his. "I am yours. I'm willing to become your sword, to fight for you. If you need me, there's no need to hesitate, just use me." "I never thought of you as a tool," Jiang Chen lightly said, placing his hands over hers, "and I've never used anyone. If you feel repulsive towards weapons, there's no need to force yourself." The rest was blocked. The silence lasted for a brief moment before Aisha removed her finger. "If I felt weapons were repulsive, I never would have used them in the virtual reality. That thing doesn't belong here, right?" Jiang Chen wasn't surprised, but his smile was still a bit forced. "You knew." Although the mutated human that appeared out of thin air should have exposed something already, Aisha never asked, so he never had the opportunity to explain. Aisha nodded. "That training. Once you pass it, it'll unlock new weapons and new training materials that include more powerful rifles and even rifle without bullets." "No bullets?"
Is it a Gauss rifle? Du Yongkang had misinterpreted Jiang Chen's words. He wanted him to add a limit on the virtual reality system to include only weapons that existed between the years 2000 and 2020, but Du Yongkang instead designed a game mode that gradually unlocked tiers as the training continued. Whatever. If it's Aisha who knows, there's nothing to worry about. Sensing the trust in his body temperature, Aisha gently closed her eyes. Tomorrow, we'll go to Ukraine. Since Aisha didn't feel repulsed, it would be pretentious to act uncertain about this question. Aisha nodded. Do you know how to use a sniper? The ghost sniper. Yes, she trained in wielding that gun in the virtual reality training system. Once we arrive in Kane, I need you to protect me in trades. Because we're in a sensitive area and the business partner is no ordinary target, you might have to engage in combat with some civil force snipers. Aisha smiled and pressed her soft finger against Jiang Chen's lips. You're overprotective. I'm not small anymore. Hearing this, Jiang Chen thought for a moment before a relieved smile appeared on his face. You're right. Enjoying the tranquil moment, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something and leaned closer to Aisha's ear. Speaking of which, it's after the meal. She remembered her promise to Jiang Chen in the kitchen, and she blushed again, lowering her head shyly. Let's go back to the room. No, back to the kitchen. It was an evil laugh. That's right, incredibly evil. Boris Bor International Airport. A young man in a black sweater, casual pants, and a duff bag looked around the empty airport. What is your purpose of coming to Kane? A middle-aged man in uniform looked up and glanced at him a few more times than usual while fidgeting with the passport in hand. Asian face, 2 years ago, it would not be rare. But right now, any foreign face was worth the extra glance. Travel. The man smiled and exposed his white teeth. The middle-aged officer was clearly shocked as he looked at him oddly again. I hope you enjoy your trip. The passport was fine. The officer didn't say anything as he mechanically stamped it and let him go. Phew. Walking out of the airport, Jiang Chen relaxingly stretched and scanned the unfamiliar street. Vite's sky was clear, bright sunshine, clear blue sky, clean street, as well as the towering trees. Baroque and Byzantine style of architecture could be seen everywhere. The colorful brick walls resembled a small town in the Middle Ages. Other than the modern-looking street lamp and signs, the vibrancy of rich culture was everywhere in the city. He heard that Esk and Lugansk were currently fighting, but the flames of war obviously didn't spread to here yet. Even then, the streets looked empty. Jiang Chen was disappointed to not be able to witness the beauty-infested Kane, as rumors said. Of course, the purpose of the trip was not to see beauties. Not long, a personal vehicle stopped in front of him. The window rolled down, and a head with a red nose peeked out. Do you need a taxi? Jiang Chen barely understood the English laced with a Russian accent. Of course, take me to Premier Hotel. Hearing this, the driver also glanced at him a few more times. Although Jiang Chen's Han-accented English was hard to understand, as a local, he easily made out the words, Premier Hotel. Only the wealthy could afford those 5-star hotels. Jiang Chen opened the door, sat on the front passenger seat, and strapped on the seat belt. The sturdy-looking Kanyan driver started the car and drove out smoothly. He heard that to ride in Kane, the first thing was to set the price. Or he would be scammed. A ride that only cost the 30th of May end up costing 150 once they arrive at the destination. But Jiang Chen didn't really mind as it was pocket change for him. Tell me about Vite, what's fun here? Jiang Chen started to chat with the driver by his side. Central Street and Independence Square are all not bad places. It's great for shopping and sightseeing. The driver was also talkative. He held the steering wheel and began telling Jiang Chen about the sightseeing places in Vite. If you are interested in the history and culture of the place, you could check out Golden Gate. A lot of tourists like to take pictures there. As well as the Memorial Museum in the right bank of the Dnieper River. When they started to talk about the historical sites, the rigid face worn by time had a proud expression. Oh, could you tell me about the Memorial Museum? Jiang Chen was quite interested. Although his destination for this trip was Esk in the east and he probably won't have time to explore this beautiful city, it would be cool to listen to the perspective of a local. But for some reason, when Jiang Chen asked about the specifics of the Memorial Museum, a gloom seemed to cover the driver's face. To remember the victory of defending the country. Darn, I remember when I was young, it was beautiful. What about now? I think this place is not bad. Jiang Chen looked out the window.
The weather was lovely, the sunshine was bright, a great place to explore. It's absolutely terrible, the driver said emotionlessly, people with guns divided into two sides, and the innocent people are stuck in the middle. Back when Soviets ruled, this place was not like this. Jiang Chen looked at him but didn't continue with the topic. For the locals, it seemed to be a remorseful topic. The textbook he learned seemed to provide a simple black and white picture. That was the only perspective he saw about the entire event. He faintly recalled that when the Lenin statue was pushed down, the citizens from Cain celebrated. It was truly shocking when Vite welcomed democracy, the faces of the people were cheering. Who actually represented them? The silence only ensued for a brief moment before the driver spoke again. Is this your first time in Cain? That's right. Jiang Chen smiled. After hesitating for a moment, the kind-hearted driver continued, Vite's security is actually terrible, far worse than what Poroshenko described. Every day, there are countless foreigners like you being robbed, and of course, locals included too. I will be careful, Jiang Chen noncommittally smiled. Robbery. He didn't think anyone in this world would be able to beat him. Seeing Jiang Chen's unbothered expression, the driver didn't say anything. He already did his part in alerting him. Also, some police may give you trouble due to your passport. In these situations, the easiest way is to pay him $100 or just insist you haven't heard about this law, and demand that you contact your embassy before paying the fine. I'll be careful. For the kind-hearted alert of the driver, Jiang Chen happily accepted. The car arrived at its destination. When he got off the car, Jiang Chen left $100 on the seat and signaled there was no need for change. The driver didn't refuse, but he looked grateful by the gesture. The days were getting harder and harder. $100 for Jiang Chen may be nothing, but for him, it was a sizable amount of money. Jiang Chen hauled his duffel bag into the hotel, and Jiang Chen showed the reception at the front desk his confirmation before he took the key. The premier hotel was luxuriously decorated. The square and upright giant structure demonstrated the philosophy of Russian architecture, and the European decor and lighting had a vibe of beauty originating from its detailing. His hotel room was on the top floor, the most expensive presidential suite. But it was much cheaper compared to the Sheraton in Sanya, as a night only cost him 2,200 RMB. The hotel had a complete set of amenities with a casino, bar, sauna, outdoor pool, gym, indoor pool, and spa. But because the purpose of the trip was not a vacation, he would not have the time to enjoy those things. He carried the bag into the elevator, went to the top floor, and walked to the room that belonged to him. Needless to say, Jiang Chen looked out of place standing there. Most of the people living here were all men in suits. His casual wear on the top floor filled with presidential suites did look odd. But who cared? Being able to live here proved his financial ability. The moment Jiang Chen took out a key, a blonde, blue-eyed, gorgeous-figured beauty walked up with a cheerful smile. Do you need service? Surprisingly, although she stuttered a little, she spoke Han. But after giving it a thought, Jiang Chen cursed in his mind. How many fellow citizens did she service to be able to speak Han this well? No, thank you, Jiang Chen smiled courteously and rejected the offer. If he were on vacation, Jiang Chen without standards wouldn't mind having some intimate affairs with the foreign beauty. But since he had business to take care of, he must resist the temptation. She looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. In her memory, rarely would millionaires coming from Han refuse to have an intimate affair with her. But she didn't say much more. She smiled and left in elegant steps. Jiang Chen touched his slightly hot nose as he pushed open the door. He turned on the lights. Jiang Chen threw the bag on the bed and walked straight to the window as he cautiously closed the blinds. He took out a clock-sized device from his bag and placed it on the nightstand. He thought that it was too dumb to use an EMP every time he needed to counter-monitor, so Jiang Chen discussed with Yao Yao, and she used recycled electronic parts to create an anti-monitor device. Once opened, any cameras within a radius of 20 meters would be affected. The screen would be locked to a picture of the instant the machine started. Including communication, any communication attempted outside the whitelist would be blocked. Although it may be redundant, it was better to be safe. He took out his phone. Jiang Chen called Aisha, who left first. How's your side doing? Arrived at Esk rural area. Under the plan, the two head to Cain separately. Not only did they take different flights, but Aisha will also arrive a day ahead in Esk rural area controlled by the government force. Although Jiang Chen was still worried, Aisha reassured him. Within the virtual reality training system, she received an A on sniper training. With the help of the genetic vaccine and sophisticated weapons that far exceeded the current era, there was no need to worry. Perhaps just like what Aisha said, sometimes Jiang Chen could be a little overprotective. I will meet Nick tomorrow and then head to Esk. I'll send you my itinerary. Be safe. Then, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. He peeked at the small bright sky. Jiang Chen stretched, and then took out the laptop from his bag. Connected it to the Wi-Fi, and opened up his email. Less than sender. Robert greater than. Information. Markinov, male, 36. Government force official, ranked colonel, brigadier of the 92nd Mechanized Infantry. Note. Confidant of the current president. Corrupt. He stared at the word, corrupt, as a dubious smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Cain, located in Eastern Europe, was the largest country by landmass in Europe besides Russia. Formed when the Soviet dissolved in 1991. Because of the fertile soil, Cain was the third largest grain exporting country in the world, renowned as the granary of Europe. At the same time, Vike took the crown for the top 10, City of the Beauties, selected by the world popular less than tourists digest greater than. Food and beauty, it was a beautiful place. But the smokes of the war cast a gloom in this poorly trained place. The root of the disaster had been buried during the hasty revolution in 1991. January 9, 2014, a conflict under the name civil uprising led the country into political unrest. The night of March 29, 2014, Crimea forwarded their clocks by 2 hours, officially using Moscow time. Like a flag, cities in the east soon followed. Esk and Lugansk declared independence, which officially erupted the civil war. Precisely speaking, I am a Belarusian, but I spent my childhood in Cain. My father was a Soviet soldier and met my mom in Vite. Nick had a cigarette in his mouth while holding the steering wheel. This morning, Jiang Chen left the Premier Hotel and took a taxi to the agreed-upon location to meet Nick. The pickup truck was bought from the local second-hand store. They were driving on the highway to Esk. So, you were part of the government force? Jiang Chen casually asked. You could say that before. Nick twitched his mouth. But the formation is already gone, so you could say I am a deserter. The government force is weak. Really weak. Nick blew out a smoke ring, and he looked perplexedly at the truck that just passed by. It was filled with wounded soldiers from the front line. The soldiers' combat abilities are all over the place, and the officials are corrupted to the bone. What's more important is that no one wants to fight for this country. Cain East was the previous border between Soviet and NATO, and within the armory, there were hundreds of tons of bombs, mines, bullets and other firearms left by the previous Soviet military regions. As of now, the Cain army was still using the free firearms. And because of this, the Cain national defense industry has regressed to a frightening point. Cain militaries, Phonex, National Defense Battalion, even dragged the 122mm howitzer used as a salvo for years in Vite onto the front line. The armored cash truck was currently being used as an armored vehicle. At the same time, the lack of military funding also decreased the soldiers' will to fight. A company commander's salary is similar to Kazakhstan's soldier's salary, which is equivalent to 1500 RMB, not even comparable to a waitress in a Han restaurant. The salary was not enough to sustain a living. The soldiers were poorly trained. Selling the weapons in storage illegally to make money became a trend within the army. It was satirical that a lot of weapons were being destroyed in the front line, and without the ability to replenish the equipment, an ordinary citizen could still buy an armored vehicle for 10,000 USD. It was the current status quo of the Cain army. The civil force, however, was well equipped and had high morale. They possessed potent firepower and armored force. The war lasted for almost a year, and the civil force did not once experience ammo shortages. The large-scale bombing consistently left the Cain army scrambling. Based on reports, the 36,000 civil forces possessed 8,000 advanced Russian heavy weapons. Also based on U.S. satellite, troops stationed in the Russian-Cain border assisted the civil force at all time. If everyone fought for the country, I won't be here. Jiang Chen shrugged. At least for those people with ability, let them fight for the force they could swear their allegiance for. If weapons could be bought, then humans shouldn't be difficult at all. Although in principle, an active soldier of a country could not be sold to someone as mercenaries, but that was only in principle. If tank could be sold, what else couldn't be? Another thing to note was that the reason why Jiang Chen didn't buy a tank partially because the future tanks did not consume oil. Rather, it used a large fuel rod similar to the power armor, while levitating tanks used batteries. Another reason being that the modern age armor was way too thin. The material used was not even remotely comparable. Without exaggeration, the armored vehicle in the Fishbone base was comparable in armor strength with Frankberg primary tank 2A6. Of course, the discussion doesn't include the effective impact angle on armor penetration. Swear allegiance. It's not about being worthy or not, no one is willing to fight. But the commission you are willing to pay is attractive, and the 10-year limit is not too harsh. At least if they fight for you, they could retire in Europe with the money. Nick smiled. 1 million USD, enough to enjoy the rest of their life in comfort. The pickup truck drove relatively steadily on the highway, black smoke could be faintly seen from afar. This place was fairly close to the front line, but this region was still considered safe. But then, the car in front stopped. Traffic jam. Nick frowned and stopped the car as well. He put the cigarette butt in the ashtray as he got off and walked to the car in front. What happened in front? I don't know, the car in the front stopped, so I had to stop as well. A Slavic man stepped out of the car with a clueless expression on his face. The cars in the back slammed on their horns as they were trying to release their anger. The clueless people all got out of their cars and tiptoed to see what was happening up front. Okay, friends, don't be anxious, please get back to your vehicle. The special forces taking care of a small problem, please remain calm. A soldier in camouflage walked front the front as he patted the car roof of each car, signaling people to stay calm. I want to know, what happened in front? A chubby driver yelled out of his window. A bomb made a hole in the middle of the road, but it didn't detonate. To ensure that it will not blow you up when you drive by, we are trying to defuse it. The soldier shrugged as he leaned against the car. To be honest, his relaxed look certainly made people feel calm. He is lazy, sticking around in the safe area after reporting. I did that a few times, Nick half joked, and half cursed. Seeing the young face, he felt like he saw the young him. Jiang Chen looked at him in surprise. He thought Nick was the type to be meticulous at all times. Because it was not worth fighting for. He thought about it, but he instantly understood. Is it common to see these bombs? Jiang Chen looked at the soldier slacking off as he asked Nick. Very common. Nick, who sat back in the car, lit another cigarette to waste time. Both sides are wasting Soviet firearms, but these things are well past their expiration date. Take the .U tactical missile with only 10 years of service life, for example. Once it leaves the launch pad, you don't even know where it will fly to. The soldier leaning against the car chatted with the driver with a smile on his face. He also took the cigarette passed to him. Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched. He was worried about the ability of the Kane army. If it were these types of fools, he wouldn't want them even if they were free. Sensing Jiang Chen's concern, Nick smiled and spoke. Probably a new recruit. He could be an electrician yesterday, and today he was given a rifle to patrol the front line. Adjusting is hard. In this place, anything is possible. What about recruit training? Jiang Chen asked, dumbfounded. No money and no one wanted to do it. The guy we are going to find, Markinov, is a good guy. He will not use unqualified people to substitute good people. There are plenty of fighters in the Kane army. Take the army I was in for example. Although 6 out of 10 were recruits, the remaining 4 were great people. Especially the guy from Cossack, his shooting was insane. Jiang Chen fell into a short silence as he thought about another problem. Right now, is he willing to bring the fighters in the army out? Why not? Nick shrugged. The war is not going to be swayed by 1 or 2 soldiers. Especially since you are paying enough money. To the Markinov guy, Jiang Chen's bribe was also 1 million USD, payable in gold. The only thing he needed to do was to pick the right people, sign a few spots, and provide a few missing reports. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from a distance. Thick smoke rose, and people watched the chaos from afar as they began to frighteningly curse. Some people took out their phones and started recording. The soldier was clearly stunned by the explosion as he looked blankly at the highway in front. After a long time, the soldier looked at the Kane driver that he just chatted with. Perhaps our comrades successfully detonated the bomb. The cars in the front began to move gradually. The danger was already alleviated. Regardless, a bomb could not blow up twice. Seeing this, Nick also started the car. The good thing was that there were not a lot of cars on the road, to begin with. So, it didn't cause a massive blockage. When they passed the frightening bomb hole, Jiang Chen saw traces of bloody remains. Looks like the Special Forces method of detonation is quite unique. Hearing that, Nick cracked a smile. His words had a satirical tone. Special Force. The only force worthy of this name already defected to Russia. As the two chatted back and forth to kill time, a white van followed behind them. The tinted window blocked the scene within the vehicle. If Jiang Chen saw the person sitting in the passenger seat, he would have been shocked. The blonde, blue-eyed, gorgeously figured beauty, the same woman that chatted with him yesterday afternoon. The only difference was, the seductive exposed dress changed into a black trench coat, easier for combat. This is Silver Fox. Target enter desk. Roger, this is Vulture. Continue with Plan B. Understood. The vibrant red lips carved a mischievous, demon-like smile. When they entered Esk's rural area, the road suddenly became rugged. Shambles completed the scenes along the street. At a glimpse, Jiang Chen even had the feeling he was in the apocalypse. Under the shambles, there were signs of life. The people without homes built temporary tent under the wreckages that were their homes and looked with vicious eyes at the cane soldiers. They continued forward as road conditions got even worse. Nick had to park beside a civilian building to give Markinov a call. It wasn't long until a soldier with a rifle found them. Boris, second lieutenant. The short-haired guy saw Jiang Chen and immediately saluted. General Markinov sent me to greet you. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen told him his name and shook his hand. The hand was filled with calluses, which told the story that he was an experienced soldier. He retracted the hand and Boris nodded. Please follow me. He took a black suitcase out of the car and motioned for Jiang Chen and Nick to follow him. But what they didn't know was that approximately 400 meters away from where they parked, there was a body. The uniform and equipment were stripped, and the pupil dilated with a daunting blood hole on the forehead. Armored vehicles and tank wreckages were on the side of the road. It was a crossfire zone. On the desolate street, a silent girl walked by. She was covered in black. Her thin lips exposed from under her hood. There was a guitar case behind her back, like a musician strolling across the ruins. She lifted the sleeve of her right hand, and a watch-like computer flashed faint lights. That was the EP. On the screen was a map of the area. Using waves to create tactical maps was one of the unbelievable functions of the EP. Yesterday at this time, she had already walked through the entire area. The blue dot on the map was the location of the sensor Jiang Chen carried. Am I here? Aisha mumbled while she walked to the half-torn residential apartment. It's really dangerous there. It got struck by a bomb only a few days ago, and it could fall any second. A refugee crawling on the side tried to warn the girl, but the girl only glanced at him before she took out a pistol. The refugee raised his hand in horror and moved back. Leave. Perhaps he understood Aisha's English, for the person moved back a few steps. Then, seeing that she had no intention to shoot, he fled right away. Seeing the irrelevant people leave, she retracted her pistol and carried the guitar box upstairs. Aisha agilely moved around the broken stairs as she effortlessly came to the top floor. Just like what she learned in the virtual reality training system. She opened the guitar box, took out the sniper rifle parts and assembled the sniper skillfully. After some adjustments, Aisha took out a city camouflage and put it on her back. She lied on the dusty floor and set up the futuristic-looking ghost sniper rifle. Aisha ready, as if she was talking to herself, Aisha muttered on the ground. Wait for my order. Jiang Chen reached out to touch his ear and moved his wrist closer to his lips to whisper. Boris walked in front to lead the way. Nick followed and examined the surrounding without words. Jiang Chen looked rather relaxed as if he did not understand that he was in the front line. The rough, muddy road had wooden boards lined up, 2 meters tall, along the side of the road, creating a temporary fence. In the forefront, this thing is used to obstruct the sniper's view or unexpected shots. How long? Jiang Chen scanned the tank stalled on the road as he casually asked Boris up front. Soon, it's in front, Boris gave a vague answer. Oh, could I ask you a personal question? Jiang Chen walked up to him and smiled. Of course, as long as it doesn't involve sensitive information. Your position in the 92nd Mechanized Infantry is. From the calluses on his hands, this guy must be a great soldier. Currently Markinov General's personal guard. Boris, English was fluent. He could understand Jiang Chen's Han-accented English, which barely passes level 6 of the proficiency test. Oh, then you must be a good shooter. Jiang Chen looked at him quite surprised. Not bad. Boris didn't seem to want to continue on the topic, but he paused, and then added, I am his nephew. The three continued for a bit longer, but at this time, Nick began scanning down the road, raised his eyebrows, and then stopped. The quiet him abruptly interrupted, the 92nd Mechanized Infantry already pushed up this far? Of course not. Boris shrugged and said something the two didn't understand. Nick had the fastest reaction as he instantly reached for his waist. But Boris, clearly prepared, was one step ahead and pointed his rifle at him. I suggest you don't move. Not including the gun in my hand, there is one pointing at you hundreds of meters away, Boris said lightheartedly, but he was looking at Jiang Chen. Very sorry, Mr. Jiang, someone wants to talk with you. Who? Jiang Chen smiled, with the same lighthearted tone. Obviously, this Boris was fake. Markinov probably did send someone here but got killed, and then substituted for this Boris. Although he was prepared for trouble, Jiang Chen didn't expect the trouble to not come from Markinov, but from a force he hasn't met before. The radio signal must have been intercepted. They are obviously not weak. But even knowing this, Jiang Chen's face remained emotionless as he looked at Boris with a bright smile. Boris didn't answer Jiang Chen's question as he looked at him slightly shocked. Mr. Jiang is not worried about your own safety. Safety? Why would I be worried about it? Jiang Chen pretended to be confused and shrugged. Since you want to kidnap me, wouldn't you guarantee my safety? Boris cracked a smile as he seemed to be intrigued by Jiang Chen's logic. Then he raised his left hand and made a gesture. A few people walked out from the shadows. Their skillful moves along with their professional positioning indicated that these people must be of the special forces. He looked at the unanimous Russian faces and recalled Nick saying Kane didn't have a special force. Jiang Chen had a sense of the identities of these people. Nick was tied up, but they were courteous enough not to do the same thing to Jiang Chen. Maybe from appearance, Jiang Chen didn't look like a dangerous figure. KGB. Jiang Chen tried to probe the question as he stared into Boris' eyes. No wonder he was a professional, his pupils didn't waver at all. Boris only smiled and didn't respond. Who we are is not important, handsome from the east. With a flirtatious tone, Jiang Chen heard a familiar voice behind him. The broken Han. It's you. Jiang Chen looked at the beauty walking towards him in astonishment. The tall figure, blonde, and blue-eyed was the same woman that chatted with him at the hotel. But the woman didn't respond to his shock as she simply muttered to herself. Jiang Chen, male, 25. President of Future Technology, 99% shareholder of the company. Force unknown, suspected of high technology and research capabilities. Initial capital originated from gold, used the UA middleman Robert to offload 11.240 tons of gold. The large quantity caused a sell-off in the UA gold exchange which amounted to a consecutive 3 days drop up to 2%. Hearing the description by this beauty, Jiang Chen was startled. Wow, basically they dug up my entire background overseas. Looks like you guys did a great job investigating me. Jiang Chen clapped and stared at her. And then, what do you plan to get out of me? I am not a scientist, nor a spy, only a businessman. I don't have anything to give you. It would be odd if you were just here for the 1 million USD worth of gold. You don't look like you lack funding. Exactly, because you are a businessman. The Kanaan beauty smiled, the eyes in her deep eye sockets gazed at him. Don't you think your appearance is unfitting for your identity? Mr. Jiang Chen. That's a great point. Jiang Chen nodded while he acted as if he was thinking. At least, Jobs or Bill Gates would not come to this place. Then, could you answer my confusion? She walked beside Jiang Chen and got slightly closer. Half smiling, she continued, the reason why you are here. Of course, but before that, could I know your name? Jiang Chen cooperatively raised his hands. Just like passing through security, he let the graceful-looking hands search through his body as he said casually. Natasha. She smiled as she didn't find any weapons. She then grabbed his chin, as if teasing him, teeth looks clean. I thought Han agents hide poison in their tooth. Have you watched too many dramas? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, not feeling tense at all. Also, I am not an agent. Natasha. Seems like a popular name. Nonchalantly shrugging, Natasha stared into his eyes mischievously. That's hard to say. Now, what's your reason for coming here? Are you representing yourself, your country? Or, the force behind you? Jiang Chen looked strangely at Natasha as he said helplessly, why do you agents always ask this question? I remember an UA citizen asking me this before. Don't change the subject, Natasha said coldly. I choose C. Natasha paused for a moment as she was surprised by how direct Jiang Chen's response was. And then, even if I say I work for a force, what are you planning to do? I didn't threaten your national security. He made up a story without his heart skipping a beat. Life is like a show, it's mainly dependent on one's acting. Oh yeah, then we'll take you to a place. Once we are there, there will be experts discussing this problem with you. Natasha slightly moved away from Jiang Chen as she pressed the wireless headphone onto her ear. Package is retracted, requesting lift. Roger, this is Vulture, M171 deployed and on its way. Once the communication ended, she didn't say anything else but looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. What she didn't know was that the conversation between the guy with the code name, Vulture, was intercepted by the micro-communication chip in his ear. It was even translated into Han. Jiang Chen looked emotionlessly at Natasha, but his mind was spinning quickly. 5 Russian special forces, or agents. Only Aisha herself, Nick is being controlled, and it would be impractical to take care of 5 experts altogether. He was waiting for an opportunity. Like how she practiced in the virtual reality training system, Aisha quietly aimed through the scope. The center of the cross was Boris' face. Something unexpected happened as the 3 of them stopped. 4 figures dashed out from the shadows while Jiang Chen's companion was taken as hostage. Aisha slightly moved the gun as she aimed at the woman getting closer to Jiang Chen. When the Canaan beauty approached Jiang Chen and touched him all over, Aisha's eyebrows uncontrollably twitched, her delicate finger repeatedly rubbed against the trigger. The Ghost sniper rifle was advanced at every level compared to the technology in this age. Seeing Jiang Chen was in danger, Aisha was out of sort. She took a deep breath as she calmly decreased the magnification on the scope, and pressed a button on the side of the rifle. A line of blue letters appeared on top of the sight. Less than wider range life detection system activated greater than. Immediately, the blue waves scanned across the field in the scope, and a few red dots were marked. The function was rather useless as most survivors, who had the ability to, would use a life signal jammer to prevent their location from being detected. But in the modern world, without such technology, the function was like cheating. 2 snipers. Aisha raised her eyebrows confused. 300 meters away, there was a sniper in camouflage on top of an apartment building. 1,500 meters away, another sniper lied on top of a roof in the factory. Both locked onto the 7 people standing on the rural road. Same force. Didn't look like it. The 2 snipers didn't wear anything that revealed their identity. Aisha only hesitated for a second before she made the decision. She put her finger to her ear and said calmly, 2 snipers. Do friendly forces exist? Within the sight, she saw Jiang Chen slightly shake his head. Then, Aisha asked, requesting permission to kill. Within the cross, Jiang Chen was speaking with Natasha as he nodded. Understood. Aisha closed the microphone, put her right hand on the rifle again, and positioned her finger on the trigger. The cross sight moved, and she first locked onto the sniper 300 meters away. The person did not have the slightest sense that he was someone else's prey. He had his eyes locked on the scope. Typically speaking, snipers would be absolutely safe before they expose themselves by firing. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. Bang! The gunshot was faint under the influence of the silencer. The bullet accurately penetrated through the head of the sniper as his skull cracked like a watermelon. She didn't stop her sight on his body as she quickly aimed at the target 1,500 meters out. Because the distance was relatively far, she opened the wind speed calculation device and adjusted the magnification on the scope. Wind speed 4 km per hour, distance 1,500 meters, Aisha murmured as she pulled the trigger again. Translator. _min_editor, Rundy. Target down. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. For some reason, Natasha felt unsettled by the Asian man's smile. At the same time, in an underground military facility 1,000 meters away. Dagger 01 lost connection. Are they Russian snipers? Call Guard 01, initiate Plan B. Guard 01 received. As you wish, Commander. The M171 helicopter appeared in the air. The camouflage green had a frightening vibe to it. I remembered that you said in the news that Russian soldiers haven't passed the border. Jiang Chen used a questioning tone. NATO said that too. Also, I never said I was Russian. Natasha shrugged. Take a trip with me. Trust me, if you can prove that you are only a merchant, we'll let you go. What makes you think I believe you? Jiang Chen shrugged and looked into the sky. Crossing the border just for me, you are not going to let me go easily. But you don't have any other choice, Boris interrupted laughing. Don't I? Jiang Chen maintained his gaze at 75 degrees, looking at the sky. The violent turbulence forced his eyes to narrow. Then, hiding under the noise of the approaching helicopter's rotor blade, at an angle Natasha couldn't see, he pretended to scratch his ear and opened his mouth. Shoot the fuel tank. Roger. Aisha's calm and comforting answer transmitted into his ear. Bang! The bullet hit the fuel tank. But at the same time, a trail of fire erupted into the air and struck at the helicopter from a building nearby. It simultaneously hit the helicopter's engine. Jiang Chen was truly lost seeing what just happened. The ghost sniper has a barrel this big. RPG. Damn it. Like a mosquito slapped out of the air, the helicopter began to slant and dive unexpectedly to the ground. Natasha's first reaction was Jiang Chen's men as she quickly aimed at Jiang Chen. But at the same time, gunfire suddenly burst out of the wooden shack across the road. Bullets left a trail of dust and debris on the concrete floor and wooden board. Jiang Chen dove for cover on the side. The unsuspecting KGB agent under fire also tried to find cover while firing back. But the other side was obviously prepared. They had the advantage in both firepower and number of people. Natasha gritted her teeth, hooked her arm around Jiang Chen's neck, and hid behind the cover while pulling out the pistol with her other hand. Is it your people? No. If it is, why the fuck am I hiding? Jiang Chen was also in an awkward position. When the bullet fired over, his also had a daunting feel. But the feeling he felt on his back did feel good. The advantage of Slavic people. Then shut up. Natasha maintained this flirtatious position while firing back a few shots to test the waters. But immediately, a wave of bullets met her and forced her to take cover. What the fuck? You have been asking the questions. Do you need me to shoot her? Aisha's voice transmitted into his ear, her tone sounded subtle. Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. He hasn't figured out the situation here. If Natasha is down, it would only further complicate the situation. The first thing was to wait for them to finish fighting before taking action. But with the head shake, the back of his head scratched on something he shouldn't have scratched, Natasha's grim eyes immediately looked over. What are you doing? My neck is feeling weird. Jiang Chen forced an awkward laugh as he glanced at the arm hooked around his neck. To his surprise, Natasha didn't continue to be angry. Instead, she smiled dubiously. Yesterday afternoon, I gave you the opportunity to take advantage of me, now you are interested. Or are you a masochist? Yesterday afternoon. I am curious, if I agreed, what would you do? Nothing. Natasha's voice was light. I'll give you a needle when you try to use your needle. Jiang Chen forced a smile when he heard her words. Phew, almost agreed to it. He leaned against the softness. While still nervous, he didn't think the feeling was too terrible. Jiang Chen asked Natasha, who continually peeked out to fire back, you seem suppressed by their firepower, are you not worried? Worried? Natasha looked at him oddly and then scoffed. The artillery support at the border was not there for decoration. Just as the voice died, a screeching sound broke across the sky. Boom! The explosion lifted the already torn wooden shack into the sky. The opponent's firepower immediately weakened. Then, a few trails of white smoke flew in the sky. The explosions covered the entire area. He looked at the chaos as his mouth twitched. Damn, not only the border, they even fired over the border. No wonder they are the Russians. Direct hit, beautiful, say thanks for me to the gunner. Boris held the headphones and moved out of cover. Danger alleviated. Get up, handsome. Natasha dubiously smiled, then dragged Jiang Chen by the collar. Okay, Yuri, take the Belarusian with us. We'll head to B point to evacuate. Bang! His voice was interrupted, as Boris's cocky expression froze on his face. A daunting blood hole appeared on his chest. Sniper. Damn it. Natasha pushed Jiang Chen to the ground. The others got into the same position. It's not me who shot. Aisha's voice emerged. The sniper is directly in front of me, and exceeds my range. Can I shoot the female thug on top of you? This is a good opportunity. Jiang Chen shook his head with a forced smile, but his nose and mouth were being firmly held by the softness. Shaking his head was not the most convenient move. This is the second time. He heard a cold voice. Clearly, Natasha was in a terrible mood. The second time you pushed me over. I only want to breathe. Let's not talk about this. What should we do? Miss Kidnapper. He got away from the softness, neglected the angry face, and said innocently. Straw man, please return, damn it. Straw man died. The Russian man named Yuri cursed angrily. Straw man, one of the snipers killed by Aisha. In that case, two forces are competing. God MN, why am I so popular? Jiang Chen cursed in this mind. Yuri, do you see his position? Natasha ignored Jiang Chen as she yelled at the cover behind her. Being suppressed by a sniper was far more frightening than being suppressed by a machine gun. At least you could see the machine gun bullets, but you don't even know where sniper bullets come from. Let me try. Yuri gritted his teeth. He signaled his comrade to keep an eye on Nick, who was still tied down, and then took out the binoculars, carefully peeking out of the cover. As long as they marked the sniper's position, an artier would send him to air. Bang! Red mixed with white, spilled everywhere, without warning. Nick's eyes narrowed, and he used his shoulder to wipe off the blood splashed onto his face. Although his expression remained the same, he was internally shocked. To be able to lock onto a target and fire in 2 seconds, the sniper's shooting could not get any better. Yuri. Before the voice faded, another shot was fired. The bullet accurately penetrated the head that peeked out from the other side of the cover. Morris wanted to use the opportunity garnered by the commander's life to lock onto the position of the sniper. But the opposing sniper's reaction was unfathomable, as they immediately switched target after the shot, firing without a glimpse of delay. Natasha's was furious. Within 1 minute, her team suffered 3 casualties. Damn it, Yuri, Morris down. Captain, we should request assistance. The other Russian agent beside Nick firmly leaned against the cover and yelled in Natasha's direction. We sent out all the help we could. Command Center, target X-13Y-15, requesting smoke bomb launch. This is Command Center, permission granted, smoke bomb launched. The explosion rang once again as thick gray smoke covered the area. The smoke bomb with thermal reaction meant that even if the enemy was equipped with heat detection scope, it could block their vision. Natasha let out a breath of air as she carried her rifle and dragged Jiang Chen by the collar, about to get up. But now, sensing the opportunity was here, Jiang Chen's eyes moved, and he clamped both of her hands. Before Natasha could react, Jiang Chen grabbed both of her hands. In the not most elegant position, she was pushed to the ground. Seeing the situation, the Russian beside Nick quickly aimed at Jiang Chen. Break up the hand. The grim words came out, and Aisha simultaneously pressed the trigger. The bullet ripped apart the right wrist of the Russian as the horrifying bone was exposed in the air. Before the man could scream out in pain, Nick, who sensed the opportunity, dashed up and slammed him to the ground. With his knees pressed on the arm, Nick used the rope between his hand against the Russian's neck and choked him unconscious. Seeing as the Russian didn't move anymore, Jiang Chen signaled Nick to treat him and tie him up, before he looked at Natasha again. The Ukrainian girl riding him had a face full of humiliation as she desperately tried to fight back. Her face was steamy red, but regardless of how much force she used, both of her hands could not escape from Jiang Chen's iron claw. She couldn't imagine this guy, who identifies as a merchant, could use one hand too tightly clench onto both of her hands. Despite how hard she tried, she could not move the slightest bit. Stop, don't waste your energy, Jiang Chen said casually as he looked at the balls, distorted against the concrete floor, with a grin. He then mocked, mimicking her tone, 3rd time. Seeing as struggling was futile, Natasha decided to stop moving. She turned her face as she used the corner of her eye to angrily stare at Jiang Chen, who was sitting on her waist. Did you lock onto the sniper's position? With one hand clenching Natasha, Jiang Chen used the other hand to touch his ear. He looked like he was speaking to himself. Locked on, the target is moving. Although it was outside of her range, that, rat's, life signal was already marked on the map. Follow him, try to capture him alive. Roger, Aisha's responded concisely. Jiang Chen ended their communication and glanced in Nick's direction. The Russian with a broken hand was tied up and thrown against the wall. Nick overlooked him with a rifle in hand. The man seemed to have gone unconscious because of the lost blood, but that was okay, as long as he didn't die. If it was not needed, Jiang Chen didn't want to be an enemy to the intelligence department of the 5 thugs. Then, Jiang Chen looked back at Natasha, looking at her dubiously. Now, it's time for me to interrogate you. Natasha smiled contemptuously. You won't get a single word out of my mouth. That's not a guarantee. Jiang Chen shrugged as he suddenly smiled mischievously. Since my people already took care of the sniper, we have plenty of time. Why don't we do something fun? I promise it won't be fun. Natasha sneered, her green eyes filled with defiance. That depends. Maybe, in the end, you can't even control yourself. Jiang Chen's laugh was pure evil. Funny, he realized after being injected with the genetic vaccine, Not only did his physique improve, the width and hardness did as well. With the help of Fury, even Aisha, who was slightly would go insane. But he obviously was just joking. He was not at the point where he would do it here. With you, Natasha's contemptuous voice ignited a flame in Jiang Chen's heart. I can't take this. Jiang Chen was immediately unhappy. Do you want to test it out? On a block 500 meters away. A slim figure, carrying a sniper rifle, was moving quickly through the street in shambles. This area was the front line between the government force and civil militant. The glass along the street was shattered, and busted tanks and armored vehicles were everywhere on the road. Gunshots could be faintly heard from afar to what seemed like a fairly large-scale attack. She ducked down and maintained her running position. She then looked at her right arm. The dangling right arm illuminated with light. The radio life detection system synced with the gathered data on the EP map. Right now, the red dot on the map already stopped moving. That sniper must have arrived at the backup sniping point. If she just wanted to kill him, one shot would be enough from such a distance. A sniper with exposed coordinates was as good as died. But to capture him, naturally, she had to get close. Aisha was getting closer and closer to the target. Her rapid steps started to turn more cautious. Quickly, her distance with the target was only one street. Aisha leaned against the wall as she examined from across the street. It was an abandoned office building. The revolving glass door was cracked with wrecked armored vehicles slammed into the door. Aisha retrieved the sniper rifle from her back. She looked into the scope and scanned the building. After confirming the exact location of the target, Aisha hoisted the pistol by her waist, slowly took a deep breath, and then dashed into the street. She carefully docked across the shattered door, with light steps, and cautiously sneaked upstairs. Usually, once sniper is in position, their awareness to their surrounding decreased to null. For snipers that worked alone, mines and traps were pretty much a must. She carefully followed the safety tunnel to the 5th floor. At the corner of the hallway, she stopped. She stopped, let out a sigh, grabbed an EMP grenade from her pocket, and slid it out after detonation. Static noise. Aisha held the pistol, turned around, and continued to the 5th floor door. At the door, a mine sat there. But the infrared emitter on top was destroyed by the EMP. She stepped over the no longer functioning mine, with agile steps, and sneaked to the end of the tunnel. Vasily quietly laid on the ground with eyes locked on the scope. Based on the image from the drone, the 4 people didn't leave. Instead, under cover of the smoke, they went into a shack not too far away. The plot's progression surprised him. The command center explicitly stated to capture, took down the KGB agent in one move. The intelligence department said he was just an ordinary person. An average person that could take down an agent with one move. Regardless, he was still there. As long as he maintained his position on the sniper, he only needs to wait for reinforcement and take them as hostages. But for some reason, his felt unsettled. Suddenly, someone kicked him in the butt. He immediately flinched. The moment he turned around, he also reached for his pistol. But before he could, a black shadow covered his entire vision. The headphones dropped to the side. Aisha emotionlessly looked at the bloodstain on the gun barrel, and then at the Russian with his nose smashed. Dagger 02, report your status. Aisha crushed the headphone as she took out handcuffs and cuffed the unlucky guy. She opened the mic. Target retracted. Beautiful, drag him over here. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face, but that smile in the eyes of Natasha was eviler than the devil himself. The sniper was captured. Interrogation should get out some useful information from him. But Jiang Chen was still curious as to how he drew the interest of the KGB. He looked at the Natasha, tied up on the ground, as he gave her a friendly smile. But the friendly expression did not receive the same recognition from her. Natasha used the same grim look and stared back at him. Don't look at me like that. Jiang Chen shrugged as he tried to defend his action. I said I am just a businessman, but you stick to me like flies. Did I bother you or trouble you? Fly, what do flies like to stick to? Natasha sneered. Jiang Chen first stopped, then laughed. Are you trying to enrage me? Is there any benefit to you for doing so? Natasha bit her lip, not responding. The blonde hair on her forehead was a bit messy. In her deep eye socket was a pair of piercing eyes. The vibe was certainly there. The look of, regardless of anything you do, I won't say anything. This made Jiang Chen troubled. To be honest, he personally didn't enjoy use force on beauty. He sighed and said, "In my opinion, you should just cooperate. Tell me who you represent. Why do you need me? For what? And then I'll let you go." Such simple concepts. Although I am not an agent, I have seen entire Hollywood blockbusters and war dramas. Even if I haven't seen an interrogation before, at least I could try to use a thing or two. If I accidentally don't control my force, then you. Do you think I am scared of death? Still the contemptuous tone. Mission outside of the border without the grant of the United Nations. For the glory of the country, even if she dies, she would not admit her identity. Jiang Chen stopped again, gave it some thought, and nodded while scratching his chin. Not a bad point. He can't kill her. Jiang Chen didn't plan to make enemies with the KGB. But how would he get the information out of her? Suddenly, Jiang Chen clapped his hands as if he thought of something. Then, he smiled at Natasha with a not-so-friendly smile. "What are you smiling at?" Natasha felt uncomfortable. "Nothing. But speaking of which, have you seen less than Mission Impossible 5 greater than?" Within a dark room, Natasha's pupils dilated as she sat awkwardly on the chair. Her limbs were tied firmly onto the armrests and chair legs. Jiang Chen glanced at her and sneered a few times. Don't be mistaken, although he did say he wanted her to try, Jiang Chen didn't actually do anything to her. Instead, he asked Aisha to come and guard the door. He then walked into an inner room and went back to the apocalypse. He sent a message to Zhou Guoping, stationed in the 6th Street, and asked him to find out if there was any truth-telling liquid. To be honest, Jiang Chen wasn't too confident about medicine from sci-fi movies existing in the future. But when he heard his boss's question, Zhou Guoping stated that it did exist and promised that he would send it over after he purchased it. Jiang Chen sat in the community center for a bit as he took the truth-telling liquid from the meticulous Zhou Guoping. After sending him back, Jiang Chen returned to the modern world. The trip back and forth took 4 hours. The sky was already darkening. Nick still stood outside, guarding without complaint, while Aisha also stood her ground at the door, coldly exchanging eye contact with Natasha. What happened after was simple. Natasha's contempt was better than Lin Lin's. Her resilience was also hundreds of times stronger, keeping her mouth shut. But Jiang Chen didn't waste time with her. In front of her, he slowly took out a needle from his pocket. "Have you heard about the truth-telling liquid? The one in less than Mission Impossible 5 greater than?" Natasha's face immediately changed as she desperately twisted her back to resist. Without any other solutions, Jiang Chen had to forcefully tie her onto the chair to sit her down. Then, he looked at her frightened expression pleasingly. "Scared? What happened to the earlier you?" He personally loved to put things in beauty's bodies. To be fair, the truth-telling liquid was pretty useless in the apocalypse. Based on what Zhou Guoping said, the principle of this was to force the target's brain into hypnosis, while only being able to perform simple information receiving and answering. But in the apocalypse, even the survivors injected with the cheap E-grade genetic vaccine would not be hypnotized by this kind of medicine. But in the modern world, using this thing was just unfair. After being injected, Natasha was much more honest. Jiang Chen would ask a question, and she would reply with an answer drowsily. Then, the sniper also had an injection, and after combining the responses of both people, Jiang Chen finally understood the story from beginning to end. But the truth felt heavy. Willy Society, a mysterious organization established before the Second World War, was created by the German politician-scholar Karl Haushofer. Its members included Hermann, Himmler and even Hitler himself. Based on rumors, a lot of the obscure technology came from there. At the organization committed a lot of sinful activities during the war. After the war, it disappeared into thin air, as if it didn't exist at all. But that was not the key point. The key point was that the organization still existed even today. And within Kane, the new president Poroshenko was also a member. NATO allowed for its existence. It was a hefty piece of news, but he tied what he saw in the news before. Auxiliary soldiers of the Mariupol force had the Nazi symbol painted on their helmets, as well as the Kane soldier with the Nazi symbol attached to their arms, and began to think. The information was from Natasha. KGB's spy activity in Kane was mostly spent on the mysterious organization called Willy Society. It differed from what Jiang Chen had suspected. He thought the Russian agents were coming for him because of the artificial intelligence, but it was an obscure reason. The only reason Natasha found him was because of a phone call. Half a month ago, when KGB was tapping Poroshenko's confidant, General Markinov, they by chance got an interesting message. A man named Robert called him. 3 keywords: Jiang Chen, gold, mercenaries. By coincidence, around 1 year ago, when Robert didn't touch the Iran oil and simply played the middleman role diligently, he was in charge of selling firearms to the Kane government on behalf of the White House. At that time, he was successfully put onto the blacklist of KGB, and KGB did initiate a civil militant-led attack targeting him. If it were not for the Slavic man who could fight, he would have been done for. Then, after Robert left Kane, his name naturally came off of the blacklist. But Natasha didn't expect to see that name again. After some investigation, Jiang Chen's resume was put into her hands. But his history was too clean. Clean to the point that it was unbelievable. Therefore, the moment Jiang Chen got off the plane, he was monitored. Markinov is a member of the Willy Society. KGB wants to know the intention behind Jiang Chen's contact with him. The original plan was for Natasha to try and hit on Jiang Chen, inject anesthetics when they entered the room, then transport him out of the hotel through special means, and interrogate at the safe house. But what she didn't expect was that Jiang Chen was not as perverted as the information said, as he rejected her proposition. So she had to ask for permission to start Plan B, which was, once Jiang Chen left Vite, intercept him once they reached Esk. The further they drove east, the more advantageous the situation was for them. But unfortunately, KGB was not the only ones interested in Jiang Chen. Willy Society was also confused by the man from the east attempting to contact Markinov. It was okay when it was Robert since he represented the UA, but they questioned Jiang Chen's identity. Also, he belonged to a mysterious organization. They couldn't find a single piece of information related to the force behind him. They could deduce from current information that Jiang Chen belonged to an organization with unknown motive, unknown location, but strong research and development capabilities and substantial funding. As to Jiang Chen himself, just like KGB, they only managed to find a resume as good as scrap paper. It looked fake no matter how they interpreted it. Although Jiang Chen wanted to state that the piece of paper was real. The intelligence always overthought. So he'll leave them to their imagination. They also started to monitor Jiang Chen when he got off the plane. But during monitoring, they found an interesting person, Natasha, KGB agent. The Willy agent was immediately unsettled when they saw the contact between Jiang Chen and KGB, but they didn't alert them. Because it was a great opportunity. Not including Jiang Chen himself, if they operated correctly, they could even take out all the Russian agents behind Natasha. So, they also patiently waited for Jiang Chen to arrive at Esk, and waited for the Russians to make the first move. To put it in simple terms, he was targeted by the two troubling groups, Willy Society and KGB. As long as he was in Kane, he would not be able to get rid of these troubles. Are you okay? Aisha looked at Jiang Chen caringly. Yeah, keep an eye on her for me. Jiang Chen rubbed his temple wearily as he headed outside. Outside the shack, Nick was patrolling with his rifle. Seeing Jiang Chen walk towards him, he waved to say hi. How's the situation? Everything is normal. The Russian Special Force seemed to have headed to our previous location. They rescued the pilot. Not a big deal. Do you have a satellite phone? I need to discuss with that dumb SS Robert. Their location was far away from the crash. They wouldn't be able to find them here. Nick smiled, took out the satellite phone, and threw it into Jiang Chen's hand. Right now, Robert was in a distant land across the Atlantic Ocean. Lying relaxingly in his Los Santos mansion, enjoying the lavish life. Beside him lied a girl, lost in life, ready to discuss her Hollywood dream with him the entire night. But in this critical moment, the phone on the nightstand suddenly rang. Although he was unwilling, he saw the caller was Jiang Chen. He immediately picked up. Hello, did you meet my old friend? Meet your mom. Jiang Chen was instantly frustrated when he heard Robert's cheerful voice, and cursed, who the hell is your old friend? The moment I got off the plane, I got monitored by two agent organizations. Robert held the phone, momentarily lost for words. He asked with confusion in his voice, what? Jiang Chen adjusted his emotion as he let out a sigh. Then he slowly said, KGB, Willy Society. Robert's face immediately changed. He ignored the Hollywood girl beside him, got out of the bed, and walked to the living room covering his phone. How did you mess with the KGB? And, what is Willy Society? Robert said anxiously. Robert didn't even know. Jiang Chen was surprised. Have you not heard about them when you were in Kane? It seems to be an organization with roots starting in the Second World War, with the Nazis, damn it. What is this bullshit? Your old friend, Markinov, appears to be a Willy Society member. Then, Jiang Chen stated the information he got with truth-telling liquid again. Hearing Jiang Chen's description, Robert's expression turned serious. I always thought it was a rumor, but I can't believe they actually exist. Yes, they do, but what the fuck does it have to do with me? I just want to know, how am I going to leave Kane? If I got back to, I would be captured. The same will happen if I head to the east towards Russia. Do I need to swim across the Black Sea? This is bullshit, Jiang Chen swore. Wait, let me think. Robert closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. Did you kill them? He referred to the Russian agents. No, I tied them up. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said slowly. Good, there are still ways to resolve this. How about selling the 2 Russian agents to the CIB? I know someone working in Kane. FCKU, Jiang Chen burst out, your friend again. Robert was quite helpless too and revealed a bitter face. There is nothing I can do. Who knew Markinov has an identity like this? Damn it, when I sold him firearms before, I didn't care who he was. For real, buddy, sell the people to CIB. They will send helicopters to pick you up and send you to their aircraft carrier. And, they should let you off at Greece, and then arrange for your tickets home. That's fine, I'll think of other ways. Jiang Chen hung up the phone. Nick took the phone from Jiang Chen and asked, did Robert think of something? He is dumber than before, Jiang Chen cursed and returned to the shack. You must be kidding me, getting involved with the CIB again. There is not enough trouble already. Willy Society is okay since they should only be operating in Kane. KGB is fine too since this is not a Soviet era. But if CIB were interested in you, they would take a citizen's taxpayer money to chase your butt around the world. He pushed open the door, and Jiang Chen saw Aisha working on the scope of the rifle. Jiang Chen adjusted his emotion as he tried to force a relaxed look. Then, he said with a smile, what are you doing? Seeing Jiang Chen was back, Aisha smiled gently at him. Doing maintenance on the gun. Exporting video footage. Video footage. He hesitated for a moment before his eyes lit up. I have a solution now. When Natasha woke up drowsily from passing out, she struggled to open her sore eyes. When she realized her current circumstance, a fierce look was targeted towards Jiang Chen, who was sitting directly across from her. What did you do to me? Obviously, she didn't have any memories after being injected with the truth-telling liquid. Her clothes were distorted with hands tied to the armrest, and feet locked to the chair legs. A male and a female in a room together. There was a lot of room for the imagination. Nothing. Jiang Chen shrugged with a smile on his face. I am an innocent person. PSH. Natasha cursed in her mind as she looked at Jiang Chen without saying a word. KGB. Jiang Chen spoke, but Natasha's expression did not change at all. As long as she doesn't admit it, what could he do to her? Seeing Natasha's look of defiance, Jiang Chen smiled, put a smartphone on the table, and pressed play. I am from the KGB. The purpose of your trip in Kane? To conduct intelligence, gather and provide intelligence for civil militants. Questions and answers. The male's voice was obviously Jiang Chen's, the female was Natasha's. Natasha's face turned pale as she violently twisted her body to free herself and grab the phone. Seeing the girl's action, Jiang Chen only shrugged and pressed the screen a few more times. Before you calm down, I'll to show you something even more interesting. He ignored Natasha's deathly stare as Jiang Chen picked the phone up and played the video. The video's quality was high. The perspective was from a scope. In the video, there was an M-171 Russian helicopter. Then, the screen shook, Aisha fired. At the same time, an RPG hit the helicopter. The helicopter went out of balance and crashed. Then, what looked like Kane's special forces began to fire at the group. Of course, it was a joke that Kane has a special force. Right after, Boris in the front called for artillery support, and a few shells covered the entire area, sending the group of soldiers flying. Then it was Boris being shot in the chest. Then the Yuri guy being shot in the head, followed by Morris. Then, it was Aisha that broke another Russian agent's hand, but that part was cut. Natasha's expression was pale as she stopped struggling. I trust that you know what would happen if this video appeared on YouTube or other sites. Unauthorized military action in foreign countries. Artillery stationed in the border launching strikes against foreign targets. The video's resolution is much better than the UA's satellite. I remember that the White House didn't even capture images of you guys firing. Would this in my hand be considered big news? Just so you know, I also intercepted the communication requesting for artillery. Jiang Chen smiled delightfully. There was not a single trace of redness on Natasha's face. She knew exactly what kind of severe consequence would result if the video was uploaded. Give me the video. No, Jiang Chen smiled. You'll be hunted by KGB agents, Natasha threatened. If something happens to me, the video will automatically be sent out. You will get nothing out of it. Jiang Chen's fingers crossed as he said this, not caring. Natasha was silent. Then she changed into a flirtatious expression. If you are willing to give it to me, I will give you some unexpected services. Aisha standing by the door glanced at her. The emotionless face looked rather daunting. Are you not going to ask your little soldier to leave? I will make you really comfortable. Natasha was a different person. The eyes in her deep eye sockets were charming. To be honest, Jiang Chen was feeling a little hard. I'll pass. Who knows how many people have you done? I would rather pay. Jiang Chen closed his eyes to avoid showing any fluctuations in his emotions, hiding his awkwardness. He then continued, also, she is not a soldier, she is my wife. Hearing that, Aisha's eyes opened wide. Mist flickered in her eyes. Natasha glanced at the touched girl and continued to look at Jiang Chen with a smile. That might not be true. I am still pure. Who would believe it? Stop with this nonsense. Let's make a deal. Jiang Chen, annoyed, spoke. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist the temptation after being firm on his stance for so long. Deal. You think you are worthy enough to make a deal with the country? Natasha's eyes cooled down as she narrowed them. Country. Nah, I'm only making a deal with your intelligence minister. Jiang Chen ignored Natasha's contemptuous expression and said straightforwardly. If the video appears on the internet, the political career of your minister is over. Someone must take the blame for this. Then, as long as we pretend it doesn't exist. Jiang Chen shrugged and looked at Natasha. I'll let you and the sucker with the broken hand go. We both kidnapped each other so we can say we are even. If you dare to retake action on me, I'll release the video. If you want the video not to exist, then just don't bother. Do you think we'll leave a piece of evidence like this in someone else's hands? Natasha burst out laughing. Think about it. Jiang Chen also laughed. You guys know that I have a mysterious organization behind me. I already said I am willing to resolve this peacefully. Why are you giving me trouble? You want to cause a whole bunch of trouble and lose your job, or remain silent and pretend I don't exist. The choice is in your hands. I can give you back your communication device now. Why don't you have a chat with your superior? Natasha's eyes slightly shook, finally letting out a sigh. Okay, what happened next was what Jiang Chen had expected. The KGB head named Bart accepted this deal without hesitation. First, the two parties' conflict was resolved. KGB will no longer take action, and he will leave Kane in 3 days, keeping the video content a secret. If the video is leaked, KGB will be sent out agents to assassinate him. As to KGB's threat, Jiang Chen only shrugged and didn't overthink it. Also, Jiang Chen provided a USB to Natasha with the interrogation results of the sniper. Natasha would take his achievement back to her country, receive a promotion, and then sit within the office. Since her identity was already exposed, it would no longer be suitable for foreign missions. Jiang Chen's USB gave Bart the reason to promote her and also gave her a price to shut her mouth. The mission will be recorded as Natasha and her team engaged in heavy combat with Willy Society's controlled force, with the team suffering heavy casualties but obtained critical intelligence. As to Jiang Chen's existence, it will be hidden. Although Bart, the old cunning fox, suggested to Jiang Chen to transfer the sniper to the Russian side, Jiang Chen refused. He had other uses for this sniper. Jiang Chen didn't insist since the interrogation report was already comprehensive with everything they needed. But in the voice recording, the sniper often answered right away, without hesitation, which was quite obscure. The frail voice of the guy probably meant that he suffered some gruesome torture. When the communication ended, Jiang Chen untied Natasha. She moved her sore body as she gave Jiang Chen an ambiguous look. You are brilliant. From what I know, you are the first foreigner to have come to an agreement with Bart. Jiang Chen shrugged. It did match the interest of both parties. This ending is not bad for you or me, right? To be honest, where he got the idea was from the dumbass Robert. Except compared to him, Jiang Chen was attempting something bigger. Fair, although, you are playing with fire. Where is Jaeger? Natasha spoke as she extended her hand. The guy with a broken hand. In the other room, Jiang Chen passed the USB to her. Before she left, Natasha still looked cautiously at the smartphone on the table. Inside contained videos that could affect Russia's image. It could even be used as an excuse to start a new wave of economic sanctions. As long as she destroyed it. But she also noticed that the quiet girl had her eyes locked onto her. She had the feeling that if she dared to make a move, the girl would instantly pull the trigger. Not leaving, going to miss me, Jiang Chen smirked. Natasha smiled charmingly, are you really not going to reconsider my proposal? To be honest, I figured that you don't look as weak as I thought. It doesn't seem to be too bad to use you as my first. Aisha didn't say anything but maintained the same emotionless expression, though her vibe was becoming more and more dangerous. The negotiation is already over. If it is a personal invitation, maybe I'll say yes at a different time. Jiang Chen rejected smoothly. Natasha giggled and didn't respond. She then headed straight to the door. When you have the chance to come to Moscow, don't forget to tell me. You suffered through a lot. I'll have to buy you a drink. Of course, Jiang Chen laughed as he said to her shadow lightheartedly. Natasha left with Jaeger. Then, Jiang Chen's group took the unconscious sniper to a different location. Under the disguise of the darkness, they traversed through the battlefield to an isolated community. After going inside an abandoned apartment building, making sure they were not being followed, Jiang Chen woke the tied-up sniper. Vasily didn't say anything. He quietly looked at Jiang Chen. He didn't know under the influence of the truth-telling liquid, he has already exposed all of his secrets. I heard that snipers usually have great patience, right? Jiang Chen said lightheartedly. Then you should know, interrogation means nothing to me, the Slavic-looking man stared at Jiang Chen, answering coldly. Nick stood on the side and translated it into English. Then he looked at Jiang Chen. Seeing as Vasily didn't say anything, Jiang Chen continued, I don't plan on interrogating you, I only want to ask you for some contact information, how should I say this? I want to do a deal with the organization behind you. Honestly speaking, Jiang Chen did not care about the God-MN place known as Kane. He only wanted to buy some experienced soldiers and train a mercenary force loyal to him to complete his island capture plan. But at the moment, he was tricked by the dumbass Robert's information. Markinov's hidden identity made the situation much more complicated. Because of the KGB agents, as well as the Willy Society agents going head-to-head, he was forced into this hidden conflict. The fortunate part was, all these problems were resolved. Whatever conspiracy the Willy Society had, KGB can worry about it. He walked with Markinov, along the 92nd Mechanized Infantry base as the two chatted together. Nick followed behind them because Markinov's English was not too bad, so he didn't even need to translate. He just continued to walk along in his usual silence. As to Aisha, Jiang Chen stationed her in the distance, just in case. Although they were not in the most dangerous area, it was considered the front line. The conditions here were quite harsh. The soldiers would usually sleep by the dug trench, the wooden boxes used to store ammo were used as tables, they sat around eating cold canned food, chewing black bread. Seeing the soldiers' living condition, it was not even comparable to the survivors in the Fishbone base. Jiang Chen had the illusion that he was too generous. There's plenty of great guys here at the 92nd Mechanized Infantry. If you see anyone you like, let me know. I'll chat with them. Of course, as long as he is not too dumb, he won't reject the offer. Markinov laughed. Seeing the general finally coming to the front line to check them, a lot of the listless soldiers regained their focus and saluted when he walked by. Seeing the soldiers, Jiang Chen was skeptical if they could actually defend against the civil forces' attack. But his face remained expressionless. Oh, if I take the aces from your force, are you not going to get a heartache? Jiang Chen half-jokingly said. The man has a pointed nose and sharp sight, with a faint scar the side of his face. He looked like he had a fit physique. At a glance, Jiang Chen couldn't relate him to a corrupt official that sold national assets. He was also the confidant of the new president. What's there to have a heartache about? Markinov shrugged and laughed. What if you give me 100 aces, would they beat the volunteers from Russia? The outcome of the war never swayed towards us from the beginning. Let's not talk about that. Let's speak of something more practical. My own salary has been held back for a few months already. If I don't sell equipment, how would I pay the people under me? He didn't say anything. The gold worth 1 million USD was enough for him to spend the rest of his life comfortably in any country. So what if he is a confidant of Poroshenko? He had too many confidants. This guy didn't care about being alive or dead. Once he has the money, he doesn't care about what this God-forbidden place would turn into. Jiang Chen didn't respond. Before he already came to an agreement with Willy Society. He would leave Kane within 3 days. The purpose of the trip was to hire some mercenaries as bodyguards. The deal was personal. Although he did have an undisclosed organization behind him, they had no intention of stepping into Kane's mess. The sniper he captured would be returned after he safely leaves the country. If something unexpected happened to him in the next 3 days, the sniper's location would automatically be sent to Russia. The hostage would be transferred to the Russian side. Vasily didn't know he was injected with truth-telling liquid. Willy Society, therefore, wouldn't know part of their information was already leaked to the Russian side. Therefore, there would still be value in the sniper. Hence, to prevent anything unexpected from happening to Jiang Chen in the next 3 days, Willy Society even sent a few agents to protect him, in case the KGB secretly want to cause interference. But clearly, they overcomplicated the situation as Jiang Chen already reached an agreement with KGB. Even if there were still agents following him from afar, they would not make a move. Other than soldiers, do you need a tank? At 64, I'll sell it to you for 1 million USD. Tank, where would I even put that? Jiang Chen jokingly cursed. You must be joking. You think I don't know that that's the historic remains from the Soviet? 400 T-64s lie in the tank graveyard at Kharkiv with who knows how thick of dust covering them. It would be a miracle to find one that is still moving. Those things were scraps that even the steel factory wouldn't want. He followed the trench to the empty ground. Markinov and a second-in-command-looking person exchanged a few words in whispers. Then, he grabbed 2 chairs and sat with Jiang Chen, smiling. The 92nd Mechanized Infantry soldiers were interviewed in groups, with Nick the veteran making the call. Jiang Chen only sat on the side, doing some simple verification. To prevent agents from other organizations, he would only need to use some truth-telling liquid to ask them a few questions later. After around 2 hours, they finally finished the troublesome process. Kane had no special forces, but there were still a few experienced soldiers with skills comparable to special forces mixed in. Mostly comprised of Kanstanis, they were natural warriors with superior individual combat ability. Their equipment was taken off, and Jiang Chen took the group of soldiers already removed from the force to an abandoned warehouse 2 kilometers away. Jiang Chen signaled Nick to translate. I know you must have a lot of questions in mind, such as being forced to join the army and then somehow removed from the force. Jiang Chen stood on top of a broken shipping container and yelled at the lost soldiers. You already shed enough blood for your home country. Regardless if it is still worthy of your allegiance, you all did an excellent job. Now, we should talk about something practical. A 10-year work contract, and a salary of 100,000 USD a year. Fight for me, not the Poroshenko who can't even pay you, Jiang Chen said firmly as he scanned the eyes, filled with differing thoughts. Like a rock thrown into the middle of a tranquil lake, the soldiers all began to discuss. Jiang Chen patiently waited for them to come up with a result. No matter who, the decision that would change their lives would make people unsettled and lost. How do we know you are telling the truth? People invite tricked us to the front line, and we had a pity 1500 hryvnia last month. We didn't even get paid anything this month. So what's your plan? Jiang Chen spoke calmly. Leave here, to Poland, since my name is already removed. Thank God, the soldier said without hesitation. If you see these things, do you still have the same plan? Jiang Chen shrugged and signaled Nick to take out the suitcase. The suitcase opened, filled with stacks of USD bills. Instantly, everyone held their breath. This is private work. You fight for me, and I'll pay your salary. Poland, you become a refugee without dignity in another country. Utilize your only strength with me. Work for 10 years, take your saving and enjoy the rest of your life in any country. The opportunity is right in front you, and the door is behind you. To stay or to leave, you guys can decide. After saying this, Jiang Chen patiently looked at them and stopped saying anything. 10 years. 1 million, not even 1 million, they haven't even seen 10,000 franklins stacked together. The soldiers erupted, but no one wanted to leave. They were still skeptical of Jiang Chen's generous offer. Can I ask a question? Finally, a middle-aged man with a rigid face stepped out and tried to ask a question. Of course, Jiang Chen examined the person and said nonchalantly. My name is Ivan. Ivan courteously stated his name, then said with a firm tone, "Before accepting your offer, can we know where we will be serving?" "Africa, training mercenaries for me," Jiang Chen answered straightforwardly. When they heard that they were not being dragged to an unstable area as cannon fodder, they looked more relieved. Even with a lot of money, they had to be alive to spend it. "Another question, how are you planning to pay our salary? A lot of us have family here." Jiang Chen interrupted him as he waved his hand in dominating fashion. "Cash, transfer, whatever you want. Paid every half a year. I only have one requirement. Your contribution must be worthy of your salary. The conditions I gave must be met." He paused. Jiang Chen scanned these people, and then continued, "I know a lot of you have a family. You can choose to move them to the family area at the base, or you can opt to leave them here, or whatever. I'll prepay 10,000 in salary. I want all of you to show up at Borisbor International Airport 3 days later. If someone runs away with this 10,000 USD, said in a cheerful voice, then wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? The remaining 900,000 USD will be the bounty for your head." When Nick explained Jiang Chen's last words, everyone gasped. Not because of the threat, but rather the Eastern boss was willing first to pay them 10,000 for their families. He could not be more compassionate. With such a genuine offer, who would leave? If someone did, they definitely had their head kicked before. Seeing no one posed any objections, Jiang Chen indicated to Nick to take out the contract. Once they signed, they could receive 10,000 USD in cash as money for family accommodation. After everything was taken care of, Jiang Chen immediately dismissed them. "You are quite generous." Nick smiled, as he gave the suitcase with 900,000 USD back to Jiang Chen. "Haha, are you interested in working for me? I'll give you 1 million in salary." Jiang Chen laughed. Nick shook his head. Jiang Chen expected his response, that was a joke. Although Robert's head is pretty abnormal, he has his ways of looking after people. Jiang Chen passed him a cigarette and jokingly cursed. Nick grabbed the cigarette as he lit it up. "Are you not smoking?" He raised his eyebrows and blew a ring. "Here and there, but rarely now." Jiang Chen shook his head, touched his ear, and alerted Aisha, "Mission complete, come back." Okay. After being injected with the genetic vaccine, he was no longer addicted to smoking. The powerful metabolic process meant that the toxins built up in his body would be eliminated through his digestive system. Precisely speaking, even if he constantly smoked, it would not affect his health. He could smoke freely now, but there was no reason anymore, so naturally, he stopped. Before it was a way to alleviate stress, but now, life seemed to be good. "Just a bit busy. What's next? What are you planning to do for the next 3 days?" Nick asked casually. He laughed, as Jiang Chen took out a stash of bills and stuffed them into his hands. "This is your bonus. Finally came out of the country, how could I not enjoy myself?" Nick cracked a smile as he didn't reject the money. Then he looked at the slim figure walking through the door. Black cape, while holding a sniper rifle. It looked comical against her size. "Spend time with your girl." Nick mocked him. A rare softness appeared on Jiang Chen's face as he looked at Aisha in the distance. Time to make it up to her. This is Vite, not hundreds of kilometers away. Chaos has yet to taint the clear sky. With industrial regression, it created a country with air quality far superior to Wa, whether that was considered lucky or not. Crowds passed through the Vite Independence Square, but it was not noisy. Last year, there were a few protests at the beautiful square, and quite a few people died. Maybe that had enough of an impact that individuals who were walking around the square were silent as their condolences. With only the occasional shouting here and there, slowly driving away the haze that was left behind. There were a lot of beauties on the street. It was the first time Jiang Chen experienced the words, beauty infested. Because of the unique geographical location, excluding southwest of Crimea, which was along the Black Sea bank that possessed subtropical climate, most of the area had a mild continental climate. The winter was long, and summer was short. Along with lower than average daylight exposure, the people here naturally had paler skin. With the fact that it was located at the border of Europe and Asia, the multi-ethnicity allowed them to have quite a significant advantage in the gene pool. Of course, Jiang Chen's eyes didn't stay on the gorgeous-looking Kane girls because he was in the middle of a date. Independence Square, below the central memoriam post, a girl with a slightly stiff expression looked at the camera. "Relax, smile, hey. Don't be so shy." As Jiang Chen said that, his eyebrows twitched unnaturally. He felt like a weird uncle trying to lure a small loli. "This dress is so light. It feels weird. Aisha unnaturally pulled at her skirt, her pale face covered by a red glare. She vision escaped from the lens, as she coyly looked at her feet. No, 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 it's cute, relax, look at the camera. Jiang Chen used all his words to convince Aisha to not be so shy as he finally caught a glimpse of a beautiful scene. Just as Aisha shyly looked up, he pressed the shutter. Snap. Phew, finally done. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat off of his forehead as he let out a relieved sigh. Seeing that they finished taking photos, Aisha immediately ran to Jiang Chen's side. Although she still felt embarrassed by posing in front of a camera, by her eagerness, she naturally looked interested in how the photo turned out. Seeing Aisha's look of expectation, Jiang Chen smiled. Don't worry, it's beautiful, he called out the picture he just took. She stared at herself in the photo as her eyes began to light up. This really is me. Her voice was filled with disbelief as her finger lightly touched the screen. The slim and graceful figure, the delicate and pale face, and the softly curled brown hair didn't lack liveliness. The slight, shy expression along with the gem-like eyes was a compromise of both innocence and mystery. The black dress hung to the knee with a black bow tie placed at the waist, and a pair of thin striped sandals to match. The elegant black rose blossomed a mysterious but adorable vibe. The background wasn't relevant anymore. Of course, it's my Aisha. Jiang Chen put the camera down as he rubbed her long hair with a smile. Although still slightly embarrassed, Aisha buried her head down. She was still not used to displaying affection in public. But if it were in their home, she wouldn't be embarrassed even in a bikini. But suddenly, a piercing grim look flashed across her eyes. Something is following us, Aisha lowered her voice as she walked towards the crowd. Don't overreact. Of course, I know. Jiang Chen tugged on Aisha's hand and stopped her from going to the crowd. She tilted her head as she was confused by Jiang Chen's reaction. Ahem, aren't we on a date? When she heard the word, date, Aisha suddenly noticed her hand was being held, and the pale face suddenly turned to a shade of dark red as if blood was about to drip out any second. Do we really need to care about them? Her finger twisted around the tip of her dress as she quickly whispered. No, Jiang Chen smiled brightly, as he openly turned around and scanned the crowd. Just let these dumb SSES work overtime, we'll enjoy our vacation. Without the need to think, at least 2 parties were following him. But so what? He only wanted to take Aisha around for the next 2 days, temporarily forgetting the bothersome troubles, and enjoy his vacation. A reward for himself, and compensation to Aisha. Watching the side of Aisha's face, Jiang Chen always felt guilty. In her best years, she was supposed to enjoy her youth, but she had to carry a weapon for him. Although from a different but equivalent perspective, he saved her. Therefore, he shouldn't feel guilty about her doing this. But he always thought that if he did think that way, that was not manlike. Sensing Jiang Chen's gaze, Aisha turned around, innocently but gently smiled. Where are we going to go next? Holding his hand, Aisha gently shook it. She started to enjoy this feeling, walking with the love of her life, and the happiness of the warmth surrounding her hand. I'll take you to buy some clothes. Jiang Chen gently squeezed her hand and smiled. Clothes? But I already have plenty, Aisha whispered. In her eyes, it was enough to have a few to change into. The key to attracting her husband was her figure. Although the idea would make him feel excited, something seemed to be wrong. It's okay, we are rich, he scanned the crowded street as he laughed. To be frank, it was Jiang Chen's first time shopping with a girl. When he was at university, he didn't have the finances. After graduation, he worked at a clothing store. Ignoring all the subjective reasons, the most important one was that he didn't have a girlfriend. In his imagination, taking a cute girl and seeing her change into all kinds of pretty clothes must be the happiest thing in life. Therefore, when he held Aisha's hand, the first thing he thought of was to take her shopping. He quickly realized his mistake. In the beginning, Aisha was still shy and was dazzled by so many selections, not knowing where to start. But when the energetic saleswoman noticed the hesitating Aisha, her eyes lit up, and she walked over. Jiang Chen was too familiar with that look because he worked at a clothing store before. He personally witnessed how his colleagues convince, with flattering words, a girl who initially wanted to save money for her boyfriend, buy a set of clothes worth over 10,000. But he didn't really care. Just like what he said before. He's rich, who cares? The cane saleswoman spoke excellent English. Her energetic work attitude also garnered the trust of Aisha, who was usually afraid of strangers. Therefore, Jiang Chen only saw Aisha move between clothing racks and change room. The clothes she wore were constantly changing. Gothic skirt, refreshing long dress, sassy leather jacket. At the start, Jiang Chen's eyes had a treat. Aisha fitted all styles of clothing, which Jiang Chen signaled to buy without blinking an eye. Aisha was first reserved, but when she found out in surprise that every time she changed, Jiang Chen's eyes would light up, she was more and more interested. In the end, she couldn't even stop. The clothes on the counter started to pile up. The saleswoman was so happy she couldn't even close her mouth. It was the first time seeing such an affluent customer. But this troubled Jiang Chen. Although Aisha did look good in all different styles of clothing, they almost stayed at this store for 2 hours. On this street, there were still hundreds more. But since he already agreed, he must follow through even with tears in his eyes. She finally finished trying on the last piece. Aisha wore a white floral dress coming out of the fitting room. She looked shyly at Jiang Chen, ran a few quick steps, buried her head, and tipped her toes to peek between Jiang Chen's lips. "Thank you, I feel really happy." The usually cold face was filled with emotion. In that instant, all of Jiang Chen's weariness faded. "Worth it, comma." Looking at the saleswoman's almost climaxing expression, Jiang Chen swiped his card. The owner of the clothing store personally sent him out the door, providing a 30% discount gold card in the act of appreciation, and then watched Jiang Chen carry a giant bag, walking away holding Aisha's hand. Around 100 pieces of clothes because almost everything looked good on her. Jiang Chen practically rated everything that was her size from the store. Money was not the problem. Only a few thousand USD. But how would they vacation with so much clothing? Jiang Chen let out a sigh as he stopped at an ice cream shop. He ordered a vanilla ice cream for Aisha and told her to wait a bit before carrying the giant bag into the crowd. The people he passed by all turned around and gave him an odd look. Jiang Chen ignored everyone, walking straight into a pipe shop. Then he stopped in front of middle-aged men with his hands in his pocket, examining the pipe in the window. "Following people is an art, do you guys lack funding this much? At least practice a little more." Jiang Chen sighed. The man's face turned red, and he tried to argue, but Jiang Chen continued before he could open his mouth. "That's enough. The secret police of Kane. You don't look like you are from Willy Society. KGB is much more professional than you. At least I didn't find their location." Jiang Chen threw the bag onto the ground and grabbed the camera around his neck. "Sir, did you mistake? Do you see, you are in these photos?" Jiang Chen poked at the screen and looked at him mockingly. Seeing that he was exposed, the man had a bitter smile on his face. "Why did you point it out? You'll make me lose my job." "Lose your job? Poroshenko could still afford to pay people's salaries." Jiang Chen laughed about his boss in front of him and pointed at the bag on the ground. "Send this to the Premier Hotel reception. You'll receive 1,000 USD in compensation." By the dumbfounded look of the person, Jiang Chen walked up and patted him on the shoulder with some force. He smiled. "Think for yourself more. The individuals in the front line are looking for ways out. It's not bad taking some side jobs to feed yourself." After finishing, Jiang Chen waved his head and left a still dumbfounded rookie agent. When Jiang Chen stepped into the ice cream parlor again, he saw an entertaining scene that his face could not help but reveal a thoughtful expression. Aisha in a black dress was sitting at the table. Her original impassive face was now layered with frost. Across from her, an East Slavic young man was talking to her rather enthusiastically. "Hey, gorgeous, may I know your name?" The young man with aquiline nose gazed at Aisha's eyes in what he obviously deemed as romantic. Ignored. "Ahem, I seem to have seen you somewhere before." No response. Oleg stared at Aisha in embarrassment. From a gentleman's perspective, if the other party had clearly expressed no interest, then pestering would only be regarded as cumbersome. But how could he endure it? Towards someone who was remarkably handsome, romantic, and suave like him, would there be someone who would thoroughly ignore him? He took a deep breath and decided to deliver his ultimate, cool, move. In one grand romantic gesture, he stood up, genuflected, and stared into Aisha's eyes affectionately. "From the first time I saw you, I couldn't help but fell irrevocably in love with you, my goddess." Most customers in the ice cream shop began to look in their direction. Some young girls covered their mouth in surprise, and some even started to whistle. Proposals like of marriage would always be popular, no matter which country you were. Oleg was indeed attractive and combined with his fit physique, looked every bit of a dashing man from Kane. However, Aisha had merely cast a glance at the clock on the wall indifferently. She had always been indifferent towards strangers, especially men. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen opposition, she would have worn the black cape she usually wore when sniping on their date. Oleg's passionate expression was frozen on his face as he was left to stew in awkwardness. If he left, it would look like he was acting in a one-man show. On the other hand, Aisha was clearly broadcasting an "I'm too lazy to bother with you" expression. Smiling slightly, Jiang Chen walked forward. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Aisha's eyes lit up instantly when she spotted him. She quickly got up and walked to his side and hugged his arm as though no one was around. "He was pestering me, but I didn't pay him," Aisha explained in a faint voice as she was worried that Jiang Chen might misinterpret the situation. "I know," Jiang Chen interrupted her explanation with a smile and rubbed her hair dotingly, "I trust you." Aisha turned slightly red and lowered her head, fingers unconsciously toying with Jiang Chen's cuffs. Oleg was still frozen in the same awkward position, his mouth was twitching uncontrollably. The crowd's gaze gradually turned from encouraging to that of mockery and sympathy. Regardless of how thick his skin was for flirting with so many girls, his face still betrayed an embarrassed expression. Disconcerted, he got up from the ground, fixed his collar and walked in front of Jiang Chen. "Yellow skin, my goddess, how could you like someone?" After seeing Jiang Chen's face, his contemptuous expression immediately cooled down. "Why don't you keep up your gentlemanly pretense until the end? You look like a kid whose candy got stolen," Jiang Chen sneered. "I dare you to say that again." Oleg extended his hand with a vicious smile as though Jiang Chen's provocation gave him a reason to start a fight. In his eyes, this yellow monkey would not be able to put up a fight. Aisha's eyes flashed a hint of iciness, and just as she was about to make a move, Jiang Chen gently squeezed her hand, signaling that there was no need for her to lend a hand. There was no way that he would let a girl protect him during a date. On the other hand, he was also too lazy to use force. His eyes then scanned his surroundings. I have enough reason to conclude that this dumbass is sent by Willy Society to give me trouble," he muttered under his breath. Oleg hadn't even touched Jiang Chen yet when a middle-aged man sitting on next table vaulted and pushed him against the table in one incredibly swift motion. "Fouquet, who the Fouquet are you?" Oleg, not understanding the situation, struggled to fight back, but he was bound tightly by a middle-aged man behind him. "I'm the police. Don't you fucking move." The middle-aged man fumbled with the handcuffs and cuffed his hands. "Oleg, right, you are under arrest on account of being a threat to national safety. I hope you can cooperate with our investigation." "What?" Oleg shouted incredulously, "I was just trying to pick up a girl. Everyone here can testify." Another middle-aged man drinking coffee on the other side let out a sigh and walked in front of Jiang Chen. "We apologize for giving you a fright. Do you need me to help you with contacting the embassy and arrange for your immediate return?" The middle-aged man in a gray vest looked at Jiang Chen and seemed anxious to depart. "Thank you very much, but that won't be necessary. I still have 2 days left in my vacation. This small mishap would not affect our friendship, wouldn't it?" Jiang Chen extended his right hand with a smile. The middle-aged man watched him for half a day before grasping his right hand silently. "Since you guys had already followed for so long, wouldn't be ashamed to not to use this free bodyguard. I hope you have a great vacation. You know, there are still a lot of people working overtime." The middle-aged man was staring directly at Jiang Chen. "Of course, I hope you have a pleasant overtime." Jiang Chen's smile was especially radiant. After leaving the ice cream parlor, Jiang Chen didn't take Aisha to the clothing stores and instead brought her to the movie theater. Although his mansion had a home theater comparable to a movie house, watching here amplified the experience. Especially when on a date. The screen was showing less than Mission Impossible 5 greater than. Although Jiang Chen had already seen it once, when he asked what movie Aisha was interested in, she left out all the romance movies and only showed interest in action films. Anyway, his real purpose was to make it up to her, so he gladly agreed with her choice. Moreover, it would be a total loss if one actually paid any attention to the movie while in the company of a girl. Holding Aisha's little hand, feeling her occasional bout of tenseness and the softness of her hand when she relaxed, he felt his mind was on cloud 9. The movie playing on the screen had no hope of entering his mind. "I can hold this hand forever." After leaving the movie theater, Jiang Chen stretched himself. Seeing Aisha's furrowed brows, he gently smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Aisha stroked her chin and nodded thoughtfully. "I'm just thinking, why do the bullets never hit anyone? Clearly, the villain boss has so many underlings, so why does he need to personally fight in the end? His marksmanship was not even that good. Jiang Chen was speechless. It appeared that this girl did pay attention to the movie the entire time. Ahem, if they got hit with one shot, it wouldn't be called an action movie anymore. If the antagonist boss doesn't die in the end, it would then become a series. Overall, it's nice, isn't it? Hearing this, Aisha was confused at first, then nodded her head, feeling slightly embarrassed. In the evening, they took a stroll along Dnieper River, feeling the gentle breeze blowing on their face. Jiang Chen took a peek at Aisha, who was holding on his arm. The gorgeous face under the lantern light looked serene, her brown hair fluttered in the breeze, and a smile lingered on her lips. It was such a guileless smile, and it was Jiang Chen's first time seeing it on her face. "Did you have fun today?" he asked, smiling faintly. Hearing this, Aisha's pale face turned slightly pink. Slightly adjusting her position, Aisha stuffed her hand into his. She whispered, but seemed to feel it was not conveying enough of her feelings, so she added, very, very happy. "That's good." Jiang Chen smiled, then turned to look at the river. The reflection of the moonlight decorated the Dnieper River's surface and suffused it with light. Aisha gazed at Jiang Chen's side contour, the eyes that were not good at expressing emotions flashed vulnerability and bewilderment. "Why?" Aisha murmured to herself like someone caught in a dream. "Why?" Jiang Chen looked at her somewhat puzzled. "I am only someone you picked up from the desert, obviously, I'm already very happy." Recalling the image of her parents in the pool of blood, the drowsiness while inside the truck and being transported to the refugee camp, recalling her past self who had pretty much given up on life, Aisha suddenly felt herself tearing up. Just being able to live in a stable country was already a happiness in itself. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen smiled gently and squeezed her soft, little hands a little harder. "But, that's why I owe you even more," she murmured. She put her sandals on the gravel road and looked at her own reflection on the river. "Did you follow me just because you wanted to pay me back?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. A flash of confusion appeared in her eyes, but shortly after she shook her head vigorously. "No." "Then why is it?" After a moment of silence, Aisha's cheek was gradually suffused with heat. The delicate, red lips were conflicted for a good while before finally saying the words that had been brewing for a long time but never got the courage to express, "Because I like you." She paused and stared into his eyes. The look of vulnerability gradually disappeared from her eyes. Hearing this, a warm smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. An answer he naturally expected, but no matter how many times she said it, it would never fail to make his heart race. "At first, I felt I owe you a lot and that's why I asked for this date," Jiang Chen murmured as he held Aisha's hand. "Oh," Aisha asked confusedly. She couldn't understand Jiang Chen's choice of words. It was obviously her who owed him a lot. "That's right. In my opinion, you're at your most exciting age, but I have kept you in the mansion and then had been busy with my own affairs, and now that I need you, I immediately gave you a gun. I don't mind being used by you." Aisha tenderly squeezed Jiang Chen's hand. "People are more or less hypocritical, but that's not what I am talking about." Jiang Chen smiled and responded to her affection. He paused before continuing again. "Just now, I suddenly realized that perhaps the real reason was not due to the feeling of I owe you. Rather, it is the same reason as yours. Because you like me, so I also like you, too." The two fell into tacit understanding. In the tranquil and romantic Dnieper River,